This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Discovering a Planet of Life. Discovering intelligent creatures, human race, meeting the requirements of new players. Selecting new players to send to the game world. When an unknown existence discovered the humans on Blue Star, it was as if the time of the entire Blue Star was frozen. All the humans on Blue Star were pulled into dark and boundless rooms as a family unit. Only the souls of the humans on Blue Star emitted a faint light. This sudden change made billions of Blue Star humans panic. Even their families were around them, and could not ease their fear. Before they could hold their families, and tremble or even cry, a neutral voice without any emotion appeared in everyone's mind. A new game is about to begin. Everyone has only one life. After death, they return to reality. No matter how long the game world has passed, the real world has only passed a moment. Level up in the game, and increase your life by 1 year after returning. Level up 20, all physical illnesses disappear. Level up 50, and return to youth. Silently say accept, and start the game career selection. Silently say give up and return to reality. When the last sentence ended, hundreds of millions of Blue Star humans, who were almost mentally collapsed by the shocking change, directly chose to silently say give up, and their figures disappeared in the room. Those Blue Star humans, who chose to give up at the first moment, may have just thought that they had a nightmare, and wanted to end it quickly. But more Blue Star humans chose accept. After calming down a little, they realized that this was a great opportunity. It would be foolish to give up this opportunity. Anyway, they would not really die. Longevity, youth, and no illness or disaster are what all humans want. However, not all Blue Star humans can make their own choices. Blue Star humans under the age of 12, except orphans, must have their parents make the decision. Soon, hundreds of millions of figures disappeared from the rooms. In a room with only one figure, Zhao Yi silently said accept without hesitation. The next moment, 3 stone statues of the same height, also emitting a faint light, appeared in front of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi looked at the 3 stone statues carefully. The stone statue on the left was carved with a warrior wearing armor and holding a sword. The stone statue in the middle was carved with a wizard wearing a robe and holding a magic wand. And the stone statue on the right was carved with a farmer wearing cloth and holding a hoe. Warrior, mage, farmer? Just when Zhao Yi was confused, new words appeared in his mind, and the new words solved Zhao Yi's doubts. Touch the stone statue with your hand, and the professional assessment begins. The 3 stone statues from left to right are the Lord profession, the combat profession, and the life profession. There are 3 chances for the Lord profession assessment. If you succeed once, you can become a lowest level Lord and own a territory. If the Lord profession assessment succeeds, you can continue to the combat profession assessment. If the Lord profession assessment fails, you can continue to the combat profession assessment or the life profession assessment. The combat profession is divided into 5 major systems: warrior, assassin, shooter, mage, priest, and the combat profession assessment has a total of 5 opportunities. You can choose the same profession in all 5 opportunities. You can also choose different professions. If you succeed for the first time, you will be employed in the corresponding profession. If you succeed in the combat profession assessment, you cannot take the Lord profession assessment and the life profession assessment. If you fail the combat profession assessment, you can continue to take the life profession assessment. If you fail both the Lord profession assessment and the combat profession assessment, you can only take the life profession assessment. There are a total of 10 chances for the life profession assessment. If you fail all of them, you will be disqualified from the game. The initial career choice is not absolute. In the game world, players can obtain new professions according to their own ideas. The words in his mind ended, and Zhao Yi habitually touched his chin with his right hand. As a young man who has just graduated from college for less than a year, Zhao Yi has played many games, including role-playing, business strategy, action-adventure, casual puzzle, shooting, chess and card games, etc. He is not a senior player, but he is not a novice either. He knows almost all the general game knowledge. Zhao Yi feels that among the 3 major professions, the Lord profession should be the most important. To become a Lord, you need to recruit people, build territories, and command the army to fight. The people may include players with combat professions and life professions. There are 10 assessment opportunities for life professions, 5 assessment opportunities for combat professions, and only 3 assessment opportunities for Lord professions. Fewer assessment opportunities represent the difficulty of the assessment and the importance of the profession to a certain extent. After a little hesitation, Zhao Yi made up his mind and reached out to touch the Lord statue. It didn't matter if the assessment failed, it wouldn't kill anyone anyway. If the Lord Profession assessment failed, there would still be Combat Profession assessment and Life Profession assessment. At the moment when Zhao Yi touched the Lord statue, the scene changed rapidly. The three statues disappeared, the ground turned into gray-black land, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, without a trace of light. Lord assessment begins. In 10 minutes, a team of 34 skeleton swordsmen will attack you. Please recruit soldiers as soon as possible to eliminate the enemy. As the voice in his mind ended, a 14-inch light screen appeared in front of Zhao Yi. Some pictures and text were displayed on the light screen, which was very sci-fi. Zhao Yi carefully checked the content on the light screen. The light screen was divided into 2 pages. The left one was the enemy introduction page, and the right one was the recruitment page. First, focus on the enemy introduction page, a portrait, and a few words of introduction. A skeleton with gray bones all over his body, soul fire burning in his eyes, holding a rusty long sword. Skeleton swordsman. Level, 0 to 3. Equipment, broken iron sword. Skills, none. Attributes, physical damage with death corrosion. Number, 34. After reading the enemy introduction, Zhao Yi immediately looked at the recruitment page. There are 5 portraits on the recruitment page, namely a warrior wearing armor and holding a long sword, an assassin wearing leather armor and holding a dagger, an archer wearing leather armor and holding a bow and arrow, a wizard wearing a black robe and holding a staff, and a priest wearing a white robe and holding a staff. All of them are male characters. There is also a column of points in the upper left corner, with the number 3000. Zhao Yi tentatively reached out and clicked on the warrior portrait on the light screen, and immediately entered the next page, where the 4 major warrior professions appeared: swordsman, shield warrior, long, lancer, and knight. There is a simple career introduction below the portrait, and the points required to recruit soldiers of the corresponding profession are marked at the bottom. Swordsman and spearman only need 100 points to recruit one person, shield warrior needs 150 points, and knight needs up to 500 points. Zhao Yi did not recruit immediately, but clicked back, and then clicked again to enter the assassin page. The assassin page only had a lonely assassin, and it took 200 points to recruit an assassin. The shooter page also had only one shooter, and it took 300 points to recruit a shooter. The mage page had more professions, including fire mage, water mage, earth mage, wind mage, and nature mage. Except for the nature mage, whose recruitment points were 1500, the recruitment prices of the other 4 types of mages were all 1000. The last priest page also only has priest. It takes 3000 points to recruit a priest. Seeing the points required to recruit a priest, and the recruited level 0 priest only has a minor injury healing skill, Zhao Yi gave up the priest without hesitation. With only 3000 points in hand, it is impossible to recruit only a priest with weak attack. While flipping through the light screen, thinking, he must make a quick decision. It is less than 9 minutes before the enemy appears. Following the priest, the assassin was the second one Zhao Yi gave up. The assassin had high attack speed and thin skin, which was suitable for scouting and sneak attacking a single enemy. There was no chance for the assassin to play in the next battle. The third one Zhao Yi gave up was the mage. The level 0 mage was too weak. The mana of a mage could only release about 3 basic spells. Among the 5 mage professions, only the basic spells of the fire mage were damage skills, or single target attacks. The basic spells of other mage professions were either defense or auxiliary. It seems that the only options are warriors and archers. Archers are long-range attacks, and warriors are close combat. You can recruit some of both professions to match. After carefully studying the archers, Zhao Yi suddenly found that archers are a bud-like existence among the 5 major professions. The bud lies in the special arrows carried by archers. Each archer carries 20 arrows, 10 ordinary arrows, and 10 primary explosive arrows. Looking at the introduction on the light screen, the primary explosive arrows have high damage. Facing a skeleton swordsman of level 0 to 3, as long as it hits the position above the chest of the skeleton swordsman can be killed instantly. To go the extreme, you can directly use 3000 points to recruit 10 archers. Each archer can shoot up to 5 primary explosive arrows, and then you can take away all 34 skeleton swordsmen. In addition, the archer's basic skill is rapid shooting, which can increase the shooting frequency in a short period of time. Even if it is worse, using all the explosive arrows is enough to eliminate all the skeleton swordsmen. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Yi decided to play it safe and recruit 8 archers, plus 4 shield warriors, just enough to use up all 3,000 points. Chapter 2. Try recruiting an archer first. Zhao Yi operated on the light screen. The next second, after completing the recruitment operation, a circle of light with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on the ground 3 meters in front of Zhao Yi. In just a few seconds, the circle of light changed from dim to dazzling. A archer with a height of about 1.75 meters, wearing leather armor, holding a bow in his left hand, a short sword hanging from his waist, and a quiver on his back appeared in the circle of light. The archer walked out of the circle of light. Zhao Yi could see clearly that the archer had an oriental face with black hair and black pupils. The archer looked at Zhao Yi with a solemn face, and made a gesture of making a fist with his right hand, and placing his arm horizontally in front of his chest. "Shooter Gary, report to the Lord." The shooter's words were not in any human language of Blue Star, but Zhao Yi could understand them, just as the words on the light screen were not in the language used by humans on Blue Star, but Zhao Yi could also understand them. His mind turned quickly, and Zhao Yi decided to treat the shooter in front of him as a real person with independent thoughts. "Shooter Gary, welcome to join," Zhao Yi said with a smile. "I swear to serve the Lord until death. I will lead you to victory. Please wait where you are. More brothers are coming soon." "Yes, sir." Then, Zhao Yi clicked to recruit a shield warrior. A few seconds later, a strong man at least 1.8 meters tall walked out of the light circle. He was wearing armor, holding a large shield, and a one-handed sword hung on his waist. "Warrior Daniel, report to the Lord." "Warrior Daniel, you are welcome to join." Zhao Yi repeated what he had said to Gary before. Daniel's reply was similar to Gary's. From their words and expressions, he could feel their loyalty to him. Seeing that there was no problem recruiting one archer and one shield warrior, Zhao Yi quickly recruited the remaining 7 archers and 3 shield warriors. At this time, it was less than 2 minutes before the enemy attacked. The archers had better eyesight, and had discovered that a team of skeleton soldiers were heading towards here from the north. Seeing the skeleton soldiers appear, all the soldiers gnashed their teeth, and could feel their anger towards the skeleton soldiers. There were only 12 soldiers on his side. Although there were few people, they still needed to form a battle array. In order to maximize the strength of the archers, Zhao Yi ordered 8 archers to line up facing north. There are 4 shield warriors. 2 of them are in front of the archers, kneeling on one knee, with their big shields stuck in the ground, just not blocking the attack area of the archers behind them. The remaining 2 shield warriors are on Zhao Yi's side. Compared with the soldiers, Zhao Yi is just an ordinary person. He can't run faster than the skeleton swordsman, and will be killed with one blow, so he needs shield warriors to protect himself. Even if all the soldiers are dead, as long as all the enemies are eliminated, it will be considered a victory in the Lord's professional assessment. The Lord's professional assessment only has victory and failure, and there is no additional score. 10 minutes later, the enemy was about to enter the archer's range. The archer used the most common bamboo bow, with a maximum range of 120 meters, and an effective killing range of 80 meters. If you want to accurately kill the enemy, it is best to put the enemy within 50 meters. At this time, Zhao Yi began to issue the first combat order. All archers, get ready, use ordinary arrows, and test the enemy once. Yes! The 8 archers drew an ordinary arrow from the quiver, drew the bowstring, and waited for Zhao Yi to issue the order to shoot. Zhao Yi was a little slow, and when he saw the archers waiting to shoot, he immediately realized that he needed to give the order to shoot. Target the enemy in front, shoot. As soon as Zhao Yi finished speaking, 8 archers shot arrows at the same time. In just 2 seconds, the arrows crossed a distance of more than 100 meters. 5 arrows hit the skeleton soldiers who were marching, and 3 arrows missed. Even if 5 arrows hit, the power of the arrows was very small, at a distance of more than 100 meters. They were directly bounced off the bones of the skeleton soldiers, and could not cause any damage to the skeleton soldiers at all, and could not even hinder the skeleton soldiers' progress. 34 skeleton swordsmen ignored the arrows, and walked towards Zhao Yi's position unwaveringly. Seeing this scene from afar, Zhao Yi understood clearly that the skeleton swordsman had no armor, but also no flesh and blood. Ordinary arrows could cause damage to enemies with flesh and blood, but could not cause damage to skeleton swordsmen who were only bones. Unless the arrows were powerful enough to break the bones of the skeleton swordsman, it would be impossible to do so with the bamboo bows in the hands of 8 archers. They could only rely on special primary explosive arrows to destroy the skeleton swordsman. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. The enemy was getting closer and closer. Zhao Yi's heart became heavy, and the 12 soldiers held their weapons tightly with serious faces. All archers, get ready, use ordinary arrows, and try to attack the enemy again. Yes. A few seconds later, the second wave of arrows was shot out, and 7 arrows hit the skeleton swordsman, but still did not cause any damage to the skeleton swordsman, nor did it stop the skeleton swordsman's progress. 70 meters, 60 meters, prepare the primary explosive arrows. All the archers took out a primary explosive arrow without saying a word, pressed the front end of the arrow lightly to activate the arrow, and then drew the bowstring. Shoot! Just when the frontmost skeleton swordsman was only 50 meters away from his side, in the blink of an eye, 8 primary explosive arrows collided head-on with the 4 frontmost skeleton swordsmen. Bang! This time, the arrows that hit the skeleton swordsman were no longer deflected by the bones, but exploded. The skeleton swordsman of level 0 to level 3 could not withstand the explosive power of the primary explosive arrows. If the arrow hits the leg will be blown off. If the arrow hits the arm will be blown off. If the arrow hits the chest, the skeleton swordsman's vital head will be blown off. Some arrows did not hit the vital part, but the 8 primary explosive arrows easily killed the 4 skeleton swordsmen in the front. However, the death of the 4 skeleton swordsmen also changed the remaining skeleton swordsmen. They changed from walking to running, waving the broken iron swords in their hands, and rushing towards the creatures in front. Free shooting! Zhao Yi quickly issued a new order, and the 8 archers continued to draw out the primary explosive arrows, and shoot at the rushing skeleton swordsmen. At this time, the 8 archers had already formed a little tacit understanding, and chose their own targets. The probability of 2 arrows shooting at a skeleton swordsman was greatly reduced. It was as if the skeleton swordsmen were harvested one by one in the sound of firecrackers. Under the primary explosive arrows, the skeleton swordsman had no ability to resist. More and more skeleton swordsmen died, but the remaining skeleton swordsmen still rushed forward. Behind them, there were 3 skeleton swordsmen whose legs were blown off and tried to crawl forward. Use rapid fire. Rapid fire is the basic skill of the archer, which can increase the shooting speed in a short period of time, and the cooling time is as long as 1 hour. It is enough. Within the duration of rapid fire, it is no problem to eliminate the remaining 16 skeleton swordsmen. With a distance of only 30 meters, the archers will hardly miss. Each of them can eliminate the remaining skeleton swordsmen by shooting 2 primary explosive arrows. Amid the continuous explosions, one skeleton swordsman after another fell to the ground and turned into a pile of bones. Even the last few skeleton swordsmen, who were still crawling forward after their legs were blown off, were once again named by the archers. Just when Zhao Yi was about to let the shield warrior go forward to finish off the enemy, who might not be dead, Zhao Yi found that the scene around him had changed. He returned from the battlefield to the original dark room, and the 3 stone statues in front of him were only the combat profession stone statues. Chapter 3 Congratulations to the player for passing the Lord Career Assessment. Please continue to fight the career assessment. This Lord Career Assessment is not that difficult. It is not possible that all players will become lords. Probably not. For most ordinary people, if they play the game less, even if there are 3 chances, it is difficult to pass the Lord Career Assessment. Zhao Yi analyzed it a little, then reached out to touch the stone statue. The moment his hand touched the stone statue, the scene did not change immediately like the Lord Career Assessment, and the light screen reappeared. It was similar to the previous recruitment page, with the same 5 major professions, and the difficulty level of the profession below the portrait. Warrior, 1 star. Assassin, 2 stars. Shooter, 3 stars. Mage, 4 stars. Priest, 5 stars. What made Zhao Yi speechless was that compared to the brightness of the other 4 options, the priest option was dim, and Zhao Yi could not choose the priest profession for the assessment. Well, if I can't choose the priest, then don't choose it. Anyway, I have never thought about becoming a priest. The priest is an auxiliary, and the lord needs to command the battle in the front. The 2 don't match. Similar to the priest choice, the assassin who mainly performs reconnaissance and sneak attacks is not suitable for the lord, leaving only the warrior, the shooter, and the mage. Facing the so-called wizard, Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, and finally chose archery. When he was a child, his parents divorced and formed new families. Zhao Yi lived with his grandparents in the countryside. He didn't have much pocket money to buy toys. Influenced by martial arts TV series, he liked to wield swords and guns, and took a wooden stick to beat the weeds as enemies. What he liked more than wielding swords and guns was archery. He looked for thick vines in the mountains, bent them, and tied the 2 ends with thin ropes to make a simple bow, and then chose some straight and thin vines as arrows. Although the range of such a bow and arrow is only a dozen or 20 meters, and the power is pitifully small, Zhao Yi never tires of playing with it, and he did not stop until he entered junior high school. When he went to college, he found that there was an archery club in the university, and Zhao Yi signed up directly. He had no money to buy a bow and arrow, so he could only use the old bows and arrows in the club. Even so, Zhao Yi also showed some talent for archery. When a provincial athlete came to the club to teach, he found Zhao Yi's talent, and his face was full of regret. Zhao Yi was too old. If he had started training at a younger age, he would have no problem entering the provincial team. Zhao Yi didn't feel sorry. Playing with bows and arrows is a hobby. He can play whenever he wants. He has no intention of making it a career. Now facing the choice of combat career, Zhao Yi still chooses the familiar archer. Although the wizard is strong, there shouldn't be much difference between the 5 major professions in the game. There are no useless professions, only players with poor skills. Moreover, the lord is mainly responsible for commanding the battle, and the possibility of fighting in person is much smaller. If there is something, the subordinates will do it. Without thinking too much, Zhao Yi operated on the light screen and clicked to choose to be a shooter. The next moment, the surrounding environment changed and appeared in a scene similar to the previous Lord Career Assessment. The Archer Occupation Assessment is about to begin. You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourself with the occupation. After 10 minutes, 2 level 0 skeleton swordsmen will attack you. Eliminate the skeleton swordsman, and the Archer Occupation Assessment will be successful. As the voice in my mind ended, some new information appeared in my mind, which was about the archer occupation, including drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, aiming, judging the wind direction, using primary explosive arrows, etc. These contents seemed relatively simple to Zhao Yi. After all, he had played with bows and arrows for a long time. He mainly practiced with stationary targets, but he also practiced shooting at moving targets. It was not difficult to eliminate 2 skeleton swordsmen, who could hardly dodge. The only problem was the bow and arrow. This was not a bow and arrow Zhao Yi was familiar with. He needed time to practice, but the time was short. Zhao Yi didn't waste time and immediately picked up the bow and quiver placed on the ground in front of him. He tried to draw the bow. Well, this ordinary bamboo bow could be used normally. Then he took out an ordinary arrow from the quiver and drew the string. After trying to shoot the first arrow, Zhao Yi found some feeling. Under the current situation, he could definitely hit the target at a distance of 10 meters. However, there were 2 skeleton swordsmen. If he killed one, the remaining one would rush up and kill him before the other arrow was shot out. Of course, after shooting an arrow, you could also run back quickly and prepare the second arrow at the same time, so that the chance of successfully destroying the 2 skeleton swordsmen is greater, but Zhao Yi now wants to destroy both skeleton swordsmen on the spot. So he could only seize the time to familiarize himself with the bow and arrow, and try to destroy a skeleton swordsman at a distance of about 30 meters. There are a total of 10 primary explosive arrows in the quiver, and the possibility of success is very high. The practice time is fleeting, and 2 skeleton swordsmen walking side by side about 1 meter apart have appeared in Zhao Yi's field of vision. When the 2 sides were more than 100 meters apart, Zhao Yi shot the first arrow at the skeleton swordsman, but of course it missed, with an error of nearly 2 meters. The skeleton swordsman moved forward a few dozen meters, and Zhao Yi tried to shoot the second arrow, which was less than half a meter away from hitting the skeleton swordsman. After shooting the second arrow, Zhao Yi pulled out a primary explosive arrow from the quiver, activated it, drew the bowstring, and aimed. When the 2 sides were still more than 50 meters apart, Zhao Yi shot an arrow. Bang! The arrow brushed past the skeleton swordsman on the left, and finally hit the ground and exploded. He quickly took out the second primary explosive arrow, aimed and shot. Bang! Finally hit the enemy. The arrow hit the thigh of the skeleton swordsman on the left, and directly blew off his lower body. The skeleton swordsman without the lower body continued to crawl forward with his hands, while the skeleton swordsman on the right, who was intact, had already changed from walking to running and rushed straight towards Zhao Yi. Hitting an enemy made Zhao Yi a little excited, so that the third primary explosive arrow missed. Until the skeleton swordsman was nearly 20 meters away from Zhao Yi. Finally, the fourth primary explosive arrow hit the skeleton swordsman's chest, taking him away with 1 blow. Worried that he hadn't killed the skeleton swordsman, Zhao Yi shot another arrow, and the 6th arrow was sent to the half-crippled skeleton swordsman behind him. When the 6th primary explosive arrow exploded, accompanied by the voice of shooter professional assessment passed, the game officially begins. Zhao Yi only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then suddenly brightened up the next second. It was the sun, a star larger than the sun on the blue star shown on the earth, and Zhao Yi could already feel the heat of the sun in the game world. It felt different, This was a flesh and blood feeling, as if it was the same as the feeling in reality. I'm afraid that the legendary virtual reality game couldn't do this. The clothes on his body have also changed. Although he was a soul body before, his body's surface has always been the clothes on the blue planet when he traveled through time. Now, Zhao Yi's clothes have changed into archer clothes. Wearing leather armor, holding a bow in his left hand, a short sword on his waist, and a quiver on his back, he is dressed like an archer. However, the decorations are somewhat different from those of the archer soldiers recruited during the Lord's professional assessment. Zhao Yi feels that his own decorations are more gorgeous, with some patterns and gold edges. This is probably the treatment of the Lord. With his right fist clenched, Zhao Yi looked around. On the left was a yard with an area of more than 200 square meters. The low wall could not block the brick and stone houses in the yard. On the right was a circular building with a diameter of about 3 meters and a height of less than 10 centimeters. It was impossible to tell whether the building material was stone or metal, and various patterns were carved on it. Looking far away, you can see 2 rows of about 10 smaller houses with houses built of mud and stone. Further away was a straight earth and stone wall, about 1.5 meters high, surrounded on all sides, leaving only a gate in front. The area surrounded by the wall should be slightly larger than a standard football field. Is this my territory? Why is there no one here? Just as Zhao Yi was thinking, the light screen appeared out of thin air again. Please name your territory village. Zhao Yi did not think for a few seconds, and directly recited the word Zhao. Chapter 4 named successfully. Your subjects are about to walk out of the teleportation array. Please accept their loyalty, and lead them to develop the territory and resist the enemy. Please note that every night after the night falls, a large number of undead will walk out of the cemetery and attack all places where there are living beings. During the 3-day novice period, the attacking undead will only have one type of soldier, the skeleton swordsman. The level of the undead will not exceed the highest level of the personnel in the territory, level 5. The number of undead attacking every night is about 1/3 of the population of the territory. The lines of text on the light screen made Zhao Yi's mouth twitch. Monsters attack the city every day. Are they kidding me? Before Zhao Yi could think further, the teleportation array on the right emitted a bright light, attracting Zhao Yi's attention. Soon, figures appeared in the teleportation array. The first to appear was a family of 4, a couple at least 35 years old, a warrior about 20 years old wearing bright white armor and holding a big sword, and a little girl about 15 years old with 2 braids. All 4 of them were carrying large packages, and the couple was holding farm tools for plowing the fields. The family of 4 had just walked out of the teleportation array. The young soldier put down his bag, sorted out his equipment, and walked straight towards Zhao Yi. About 2 meters away from Zhao Yi, the young soldier stopped, clenched his right fist, and placed his arm across his chest, and saluted Zhao Yi. Soldier Kevin, report to the Lord. Soldier Kevin, you are welcome to join. Zhao Yi replied with a smile. I swear to serve the Lord until death. At this time, the teleportation array continued to appear, and another family appeared. It was a family of 3, a couple who looked about 25 years old. The husband was dressed similarly to Kevin, also a soldier, and the couple's 6 or 7-year-old son. Warrior Phoebe, report to the Lord. Warrior Phoebe, welcome to join. Zhao Yi repeated what he had just said. I will serve the Lord till death. It was not over yet, and 3 more families, with a total of 14 people, came out of the teleportation array, 2 farmers and 1 craftsman, stonemason. Compared to the 2 warrior families, the adults of the 3 civilian families did not dare to look up at the Lord. Only the children would peek at Zhao Yi from time to time. Facing the first 21 people in the territory, Zhao Yi gave a brief speech to welcome the people. Under his leadership, all the people will be well fed and clothed, and defeat all the enemies who come. After a brief speech, if Zhao Yi checked the information of the people, he would definitely find that the loyalty of the people has increased. After the speech, the next step is to distribute houses. The large house on the side is the Lord's mansion, and the small house in front is the residence of the people. Each household is allocated a small house with an area of about 80 square meters, which also increases the loyalty of the 3 civilian families. You just arrived at the territory, tidy up your own house first, and after that, Kevin and Phoebe will report to me. Yes, sir. After saying that, Zhao Yi walked towards his Lord's mansion, studying the contents on the light screen as he walked. The name of the light screen is System Interface. You can call out the light screen by silently saying System. There are currently 7 icons on the light screen desktop, namely Personal, Territory, Points Mall, Address Book, Forum, System Records, and Tools. In addition, there is an exit game in the lower right corner. Exit game. With this option, players can forcibly leave the game world and return to reality at any time, but once exited, they cannot return. Zhao Yi first clicked on personal. Name, Zhao Yi, number 3621564825. Lifespan, 2485. Occupation, 3rd class Baron/level 0 Archer, 0%. Attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 7, Agility 7, Wisdom 6. Free attribute points, 0. Charm, 7. Command, 0/42. Active skills. Rapid shooting, primary 0% increases archery speed by 30%, lasts for 1 minute, cools down for 1 hour. Passive skills. None. Legion skills. Arrows without missing targets. Primary 0% among the soldiers under command, archers increase their hit rate by 10%. Talent skills. None. Equipment. Bamboo bow, dagger, iron arrow, primary explosive arrow. Leather armor, leather boots. The initial attributes are somewhat related to the real body. The upper limit of each attribute of humans on Blue Star is 10. Zhao Yi sees that his attributes are just a little stronger than those of an average person, which is roughly consistent with reality. What was more surprising was that there was an additional Legion skill, Arrows Never Miss, which was a passive aura skill with no cooldown time, which gave Zhao Yi more confidence to lead the people through the night. The 6 equipment in the equipment column can be clicked to view specific properties, 5 of which are 0 level, blank equipment without any special properties, and only the primary explosive arrow is 1st level, black iron level equipment with explosive damage. When checking personal properties, Zhao Yi had already walked to the Lord's Mansion. The door of the Lord's Mansion was open, and Zhao Yi walked in directly. Walking around the Lord's Mansion, a rough floor plan of the Lord's Mansion appeared in my mind. There is a row of main houses in the north, and auxiliary houses on both sides. One auxiliary house is used as a kitchen and storage room, and the other auxiliary house can accommodate servants. There are stables, toilets, and other functional buildings in the south. There is also a treasure room in the main house, where the system gives a little wealth to new players, including 100 gold coins and 10 low-grade magic crystals. The purchasing power of gold coins. A civilian living in the countryside only needs 1 gold coin a year to meet their living needs. Magic crystals are not just currency. Some alchemical items, arrays including teleportation arrays, require magic crystals as energy. Magic crystals can also assist professionals in their cultivation and accelerate the recovery of their fighting spirit and mana. Without space equipment, this little wealth can only be kept in the treasure room. After browsing the Lord's Mansion, Zhao Yi came to the big wooden bed in the master bedroom and sat down, summoned the system interface, and continued browsing. Click on Territory. 3rd class Baron Territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 5 square kilometers. Establishment, Zhao Village, a 3rd level village, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. Population, 22/300. Military, 2. Public support, 85. Public security, 100. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, teleportation array, residential houses *10, wall. Territory upgrade conditions, 1. Title upgrade, 2. Population reaches the upper limit. Click 3rd class Baron Territory, and a huge map will appear directly on the light screen. This is the map of the game world. The center of the map is a huge piece of land, which is the origin continent. According to the map scale, the origin continent is more than 10 times the land area of Blue Star. The continent is surrounded by the sea, and there are some islands on the sea. The origin continent is divided into 5 regions: Central, East, West, South, and North. Zhao Yi's territory is just a small red dot on the map, located in the northern part of the Violet Kingdom in the eastern region of the continent. The map can be enlarged continuously, and some important cities and regions are marked on it, but the specific terrain is gone. This world map is of little use to Zhao Yi, and it can't even make Zhao Yi ambitious, because Zhao Yi is too weak now. Continue to click Zhao Village, and a layout of Zhao Village will appear. There are only buildings such as the Lord's Mansion, the teleportation array, the houses, the walls, and a large open space. Click on the population again, and a list of characters will appear. Each character name can be clicked to view. Zhao Yi clicked on Kevin's name. Name, Kevin. Gender, male. Age, 19. Occupation, level 0 swordsman, 0%. Talent, 1 star. Skill, heavy attack. Loyalty, 82. Salary, 30 silver/month. Other attributes don't matter. What Zhao Yi cares about most is loyalty. The maximum value is 100. When it reaches 80, it is difficult to betray the Lord. Click on the names one by one. Even children have loyalty of more than 80. This makes Xiao Yi very relieved. Chapter 5. Close the territory page and open the Points Mall page. The Points Mall homepage has many options, such as food, supplies, equipment, potions, skills, titles, recruitment, etc., as well as a points column with only 3,000 points. There is a question mark icon representing help below the X in the upper right corner of the page. Xiao Yi clicks it, and an introduction to the Points Mall appears. Points can only be obtained by killing undead. The higher the level of the undead, the more points you get. You can use the points to shop in the Points Mall. Killing a level 0 undead will earn you 10 points, level 1 15 points, level 2 20 points, level 3 25 points, all the way to level 9 55 points. Killing a level 10 undead will earn you 100 points, level 11 150 points. Xiao Yi did not continue to read on. There were even astronomical figures in the back. That was not what he should think about now. Currently the main thing was to develop the territory, and then resist the undead that attacked at night, and kill them as much as possible to earn points. Back to the Points Mall homepage, Xiao Yi looked at each page one by one. Almost everything on the origin continent was in the Points Mall. Xiao Yi, who only had 3,000 points in his hand, could only feast his eyes. The primary explosive arrows used in the professional assessment are sold for 10 points each in the Points Mall, which is the same as killing a level 0 undead. If a primary explosive arrow cannot kill a level 0 undead, it will be a loss. Looking at the 10 primary explosive arrows in his quiver, Xiao Yi felt that he seemed to have made money again. The archers he recruited would carry 10 primary explosive arrows, so it seems that he can recruit more archers. Storage equipment is naturally available in the Points Mall, and the price is not ordinary, 1,000 points per cubic meter of space. It's too expensive. Xiao Yi is reluctant to buy it. The standard storage equipment in the game needs to wait a little longer. As for food, 1 point per pound of white bread is very expensive. Put it on the recruitment page, and the points of buying 100 pounds of white bread can recruit 1 swordsman. The recruitment page can be said to be the page that Xiao Yi cares about the most. A small part of the recruitment page in the Points Mall is the same as the recruitment page during the Lord Career Assessment, that is, the soldier recruitment page. The points for recruitment have not changed. The only change is that when recruiting a person, his family will be included. In addition to the soldier recruitment page, there is also a civilian recruitment page, including farmers, woodcutters, craftsmen, blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, etc., which can be directly recruited by family. Compared with soldier recruitment, civilian recruitment is very cheap. It takes 100 points to recruit the cheapest soldier, and only 10 points to recruit the cheapest civilian. It only takes 10 points to recruit civilians such as farmers and woodcutters, and 20 points to recruit civilians such as blacksmiths, stonemasons, and carpenters. You can also spend more points to recruit the people you want. Another important point is that the initial loyalty of the people recruited from the Points Mall is 80. Of course, this refers to the natives of the origin continent. Players can also be recruited from the Points Mall. Players are also divided into combat professions and life professions, which can correspond to the various options for recruiting natives. In addition, the points required to recruit players are much lower than those required to recruit natives of the corresponding professions. The worst is 20% off, and the best can be 50% off. For example, to recruit a soldier, it takes 100 points to recruit a native, but only 50 points to recruit a player. The difference is too big. But there is also a big difference between recruiting a native and recruiting a player. The loyalty of the natives can be guaranteed, but as a player of the Blue Star, loyalty has no effect on them. If they disagree, they may betray the Lord, or even turn their swords against the Lord. Loyalty is one, and combat experience is another. In a short period of time, combat professional players cannot compare with the natives at all. In addition, a large number of Blue Star humans have been living in peacetime, and perhaps a low-intensity battle will cause them to collapse and leave the game world directly. Only players who have military status in the real world can adapt to the battles in the game world as soon as possible. The advantages of players are knowledge and literacy, but it is unknown whether the scientific knowledge can be used in the game world. Whether to recruit natives or players depends on the choice of the Lord players. For Xiao Yi, who is originally an ordinary person, it is impossible to have the idea of recruiting players in a short time. He would rather have loyalty than quantity. Close Points Mall, open address book, there is no friend in it. You need to add friends yourself, or be added by others. Friends can chat with each other. Address book. It is useless to Zhao Yi for the time being, but it is definitely very useful to the player organization, and it can instantly transmit information over long distances, which is something that the natives of the origin continent cannot do. Forum is the game forum. All Blue Star humans who become players can post and browse in the game forum. Before Zhao Yi, there were already hundreds of millions of players on the forum, with posts of various contents appearing one after another. Forum. The appearance of it made Zhao Yi somewhat feel like playing games in the past. It had been more than half an hour since the players landed on the origin continent. The Lord players landed in their own territories. A small number of combat and life professional players had been recruited by the Lord players to enter their territories, but more players landed in the cities of the natives. Half an hour was enough for the players to get some information. We have traveled through time, or into the game world. No one can stop me. I want to become the most powerful warrior. Long live the wizard. The land outside the city cannot be cultivated directly. It has been infected by the breath of death. It must be purified with purification potions, or purification by priests, before it can be cultivated. Similarly, the water outside the city cannot be drunk directly. You can drink rainwater or purified water. I have signed up to join the indigenous army. If I make great contributions, I may be granted the title and become a lord. Among the common professions, the highest status is the priest, followed by the natural mage. The priest is the mortal enemy of the undead, and can heal the wounded. A strong priest can also perform resurrection, which can revive people who have been dead for a short time. The natural mage can make plants grow quickly. It is said that most of the food and wood in the city are provided by the natural mage. I have an important information. The Lord player can spend gold coins or magic crystals in the native city to hire professionals to his territory. There are also many posts about players' organizations recruiting people that have just appeared. Zhao Yi directly skipped them and tried to remember some useful information in his mind. It turns out that the land outside the city cannot be cultivated directly, and the water cannot be drunk directly. The priest can actually perform resurrection and natural magic. Unfortunately, the points are too few, and I can't recruit priests and natural mages for the time being. A natural mage requires 1,500 points, and a priest requires 3,000 points. When I have more points, I must recruit. Without priests and natural mages, it is difficult to develop the territory. You can go to the nearest aboriginal city through the teleportation array, and you can spend money to hire professionals back. I feel that loyalty is not safe. If you hire a powerful professional with evil thoughts, the Lord will be in danger. Zhao Yi made a decision. In the future, he would read the forum more often when he was free. He would definitely be able to obtain a lot of general information. Those precious information would not be easily released casually. He then opened the system record, which was empty. However, the tools contained practical tools, notepad, stopwatch, alarm clock, calendar, etc. The date recorded on the calendar was quite interesting. Today was January 1st, the first year of the Hope calendar. Is the player Hope? Chapter 6. Reopen the recruitment page of Points Mall. Personnel and materials are crucial to the development of the territory. Food, wood, stone, metal are all common materials, but it is difficult for Zhao Yi's territory to obtain them in large quantities. The land that can be cultivated for the time being is only some areas in Zhao Village. There are basically no trees outside Zhao Village. There are only some dead trees at most. The stones are also infected by the breath of death. Metals need to be explored before mining. All the supplies Zhao Yi could use were in Zhao Village. Fortunately, he was given some buildings at the beginning, so he was not completely penniless. In addition, several households in the territory brought some food, which was enough to meet their needs for a week. Putting aside the supplies for the time being, the most important thing now was to recruit soldiers to resist the undead that would attack at night. The number of undead that would attack would change according to the population of the territory. The more people in the territory, the more undead that would attack. Of course, the more undead that were eliminated, the more points they would get. Zhao Yi thought of a phrase, fight to support the war. During the 3 days of the novice period, the only attacking undead were skeleton swordsmen, whose number was about 1/3 of the territory's population, and whose level would not exceed the highest level of territory personnel, level 5. Zhao Yi was very familiar with skeleton swordsmen, as the enemies he faced in the Lord and Archer professional assessments were all skeleton swordsmen. Using archers to fight, the skeleton swordsmen felt very weak, but once the number of skeleton swordsmen increased, they would also be very difficult opponents. The most special thing about the undead was that they had no morale. Once they received the attack order, they would continue to attack until all the undead were dead. The natives and players are all living people, so they naturally have morale. Once the number of casualties increases, some people will definitely choose to escape, causing the battle to collapse. With the experience of the Lord's professional assessment, Zhao Yi plans to continue recruiting archers and shield warriors. The number of recruits needs to be carefully considered, and all points cannot be used up. By the way, we also need to consider the housing problem. There are only 10 houses, and there is a lack of supplies and manpower. New houses cannot be built in a short time. He tapped his head with his right index finger, and an idea flashed through his mind. He quickly searched in the points mall and found a substitute for houses: tents. There are single tents, multi-person tents, and super large tents. The prices are acceptable. A multi-person tent requires 10 points, which is enough to accommodate a family. Zhao Yi opened the notepad and began to write and draw on it. With the same 3,000 points, I recruited 8 shooters and 4 shield warriors during the Lord professional assessment and spent all the points. Now I can't do that. The undead will attack at night. For shield warriors are indispensable. It needs to be more stable. The number of shooters can be reduced appropriately. Reduce 1 or 2 shooters. After all, I am also a shooter. I practice more during the day, and at least I can be considered a half-shooter. Recruit another assassin and send him out to investigate the situation around the territory, especially the cemetery closest to the territory. Use the remaining points to recruit farmers to increase the population of the territory and attract more undead. At the same time, you can cultivate the land in some villages and areas in the territory, such as in front of and behind houses. The recruited people will carry a week's worth of food, but not much drinking water, which is a problem. You can choose to buy water directly from the points mall, or you can choose to find water sources around the territory and purify it with purification potions. Zhao Yi opened the points mall to look for water and purification potions. 1 point per liter of water, and a purification potion requires 100 points. It is more convenient to buy water directly from the points mall, but it is expensive. A purification potion can purify at least 1,000 liters of water, not only purifying the breath of death, but also purifying the bacteria in the water. It is more appropriate to buy a purification potion, but I don't know if there is a water source near the territory, so I will keep 100 points for backup. Continuing to write and draw in the notebook, and calculating several times, Zhao Yi finally determined the number of people to be recruited. Recruit 6 archers, 300 points per archer, a total of 1,800 points. Recruit 4 shield warriors, 150 points per shield warrior, a total of 600 points. Recruit 1 assassin, 200 points. Recruit 12 farmers, 10 points per farmer, a total of 120 points. 23 new families added to the territory, 5 more houses to be allocated, and 18 multi-person tents are needed, a total of 180 points. Add 100 points for spare, a total of 3,000 points. Looking at the list, Zhao Yi felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he remembered what was missing. Blacksmiths are mainly responsible for repairing soldiers' weapons and equipment, and can also repair farm tools. If there is iron, blacksmiths can also make iron tools. The territory has a large population, and officials are needed to manage it. The cheapest literate official needs 100 points to recruit one. Forget it, I will recruit tomorrow. I don't need blacksmiths today. If I have extra points, I will recruit officials. Looking at the large page of numbers and words in the notebook, Zhao Yi felt that his eyes were almost blurred. The list was not only about using up all 3,000 points, but also taking into account factors such as the territory population, territory strength, and the number of incoming undead. After the recruitment, the number of territory families will increase to 28, with an average of at least 4 people per household, which is about 120 people, and the number of incoming undead is about 40. 1 primary burst arrow can kill a skeleton swordsman. Considering that the vision at night is not as good as during the day, the hit rate is reduced, even if every 1.5 primary burst arrows kill a skeleton swordsman. Recruiting 6 archers, plus Zhao Yi himself, a total of 70 primary explosive arrows can destroy 46 skeleton swordsmen. Zhao Yi thought that he used these 3,000 points very steadily. Perhaps some Lord players recruited more civilians in order to attract more skeleton swordsmen, which brought great danger to the territory. Zhao Yi's goal is to kill as many civilians as possible and only consume primary explosive arrows. Before the second battle, replenish enough primary explosive arrows and use the extra points on other projects. After confirming the use of 3,000 points, Zhao Yi left the Lord's mansion and came to the teleportation array to start recruiting people and buying tents. Seeing Zhao Yi coming out of the Lord's mansion, Kevin and Phoebe, who had not yet finished cleaning up their house, hurriedly put on their armor and picked up their swords and ran towards Zhao Yi. When Kevin and Phoebe ran to Zhao Yi had already bought 18 tents, and 18 green tents appeared out of thin air on the ground nearby. At the same time, the teleportation array also lit up, and the recruited soldiers walked out of the teleportation array with their families. The first person who came out surprised Zhao Yi a little. It was Gary, the shooter during the Lord's professional assessment. Lord of the territory, Shooter Gary reports to you again. Shooter Gary, welcome to join again. Swear to serve the Lord till death. Not only Gary, but also Warrior Daniel, other shooters and shield warriors, were all soldiers who fought side by side with Zhao Yi during the Lord's professional assessment. Zhao Yi asked Gary a little, and got a clear answer from Gary. It turns out that the Lord's professional assessment is an illusion or dream for both the Lord player and the recruited soldiers. Death during the assessment has no effect on the recruited soldiers. At most, they will feel a little tired after waking up. Zhao Yi also welcomes the soldiers who fought side by side with him before to rejoin him. Because of the previous battle, the loyalty of all soldiers has increased by a few points on the basis of 80 points. Only the recruited assassin Wayne has never fought side by side, and his loyalty is the standard 80 points. Chapter 7. 11 soldier families and 12 farmers all walked out of the teleportation array and gathered in the open space next to the teleportation array. Zhao Yi once again gave a brief speech to welcome the people. After the speech, the next step was to allocate housing to these 23 families. There were still 5 residential houses left. 5 families with many elderly people or children were selected from the 11 soldier families and let them move in first. Other families lived in tents temporarily, and later recruited other professionals to build new residential houses. There were quite a lot of new residents, and Zhao Yi was too busy to handle them, so he ordered Kevin and Phoebe to lead a team each, first to the open space to determine the location of the tent, put down all the packages, and then come to get the tent to set up. Tents cannot be set up randomly, and 18 tents are set up in an orderly manner in the area near 10 residential houses. The civilians who originally lived in 3 residential houses saw that there were professionals, referring to combat professions, among the newcomers, and several professional families had no houses to live in. 3 farmers, who were heads of their families, came to see Zhao Yi and asked him to let the professional live in their houses. Looking at the 3 men who kept their heads down and trembled slightly, Zhao Yi agreed. Class is everywhere. Zhao Yi had no intention of changing the rules, and at the same time he learned a lesson. When building houses in the future, he would build houses of different specifications. The specifications of houses for civilians, soldiers, and officials should be different. Living in houses of different specifications is a symbol of status and place. This is true for Blue Star, and even more so for the Origin continent. Each family was busy. Perhaps because of the high loyalty of 80, there were no disputes among the people, and they helped each other. With nothing to do for the time being, Zhao Yi opened the forum to find some information that he could use. The world outside the city is very quiet, with almost no living creatures. There are no monsters except for the cemetery. We have 3 enemies in total, the undead, the players, and the natives. It is recommended that all Lord players recruit only archers when recruiting soldiers now. Don't recruit players, don't recruit players, don't recruit players. Seeing the post don't recruit players, Zhao Yi almost laughed. Although the points for recruiting players are low, most players are not disciplined. Perhaps players will have discipline after a long time in the game world, so they can try to recruit them. Continuing to browse, Zhao Yi found a very important piece of information, which is about the talents of the indigenous people. All indigenous people will be tested for their talents when they reach a certain age to see if they have the talents corresponding to the 5 major professions. Generally, the profession with the highest talent will be employed in that profession. Professionals range from level 0 apprentices to level 9 legends. With 1-star talent, they can become level 1 professionals at best. With 2-star talent, they can become level 3 professionals at best. With 5-star talent, they can become level 9 professionals at best. The civilians among the indigenous people also have talents, which should refer to the talents of their living professions. Players do not have talents. According to the indigenous people, we are heroes summoned by God from another world. Our bodies are reshaped by God. We have the talents of almost all professions, but we must use advanced stones to advance. The channels for obtaining advanced stones are unknown. After reading this post about talent, Zhao Yi understood the importance of talent to the natives, and immediately opened the territory page to see what talents his subjects had. This made Zhao Yi speechless. There were 127 subjects in the territory, most of whom had 1-star talents, and only 2 had 2-star talents. One was Shearer Gary, and the other was Farmer Abel. Ignore Farmer Abel for now. Gary with a 2-star talent can be trained in the future. Browse forum. After almost an hour, the subjects had almost finished cleaning up their homes. Zhao Yi turned off the light screen and summoned all the soldiers. Currently, there are 6 archers, 4 shield warriors, 2 swordsmen, and 1 assassin in the territory, a total of 13 soldiers. There are only 127 people in the territory, and there is 1 soldier and 10 people. This ratio is a bit high. I don't know what the proportion of professionals in the aboriginal city is. There is a huge threat of undead outside, so the proportion should not be low. If possible, the aboriginals even want everyone to be a soldier, but the combat power of non-professionals is low. Before the disaster of the undead, most people with 1-star talents could not become professionals. Now, anyone with a 1-star talent can become a professional and contribute to resisting the undead. Zhao Yi summoned the soldiers. There were 3 things to do. The most important thing was to find the cemetery closest to the territory. Zhao Yi handed this task to the assassin Wayne. The assassin of the same level is almost the fastest among all professions. The assassin apprentice has a basic skill called haste, which can speed up movement in a short period of time. It is most appropriate to hand over the task of finding the cemetery to the assassin. The second thing is to find a water source. This task is assigned to 4 archers. 1 archer is assigned to one direction, east, south, west, north, and south. They should also note the surrounding terrain and report back to Zhao Yi. They should not leave the territory too far. The archer's movement speed is second only to the assassin. In the absence of more assassins, the archer can only be sent out. Fortunately, there are almost no enemies outside during the day, and the possibility of the archer encountering danger is very small. Otherwise, Zhao Yi would really be reluctant to let the archer go out. After all, the archer with the blessing of the primary explosive arrow is the main combat force of the territory. The remaining 2 archers, 4 shield warriors, and 2 swordsmen stayed in the territory to guard the territory and maintain law and order. The order was issued, and the soldiers separated. Zhao Yi did not continue to browse the forum, but took his bow and arrow to find an open space to practice. He was also an archer, but his combat power was not even 1/3 of other archers. He hoped that through practice, he could have half the combat power of the indigenous archers before the battle began. The players from Blue Star arrived in the morning of the origin continent, familiarized themselves with the territory, recruited people, and practiced bows and arrows. Soon it was noon, and Zhao Yi felt that his physical strength had decreased a lot and his stomach was a little hungry. The personal attribute panel does not show physical strength and hunger, but Zhao Yi can feel hunger as in reality with his flesh and blood. The recruited people bring food with them, and there is also food in the kitchen of the Lord's mansion, white bread and dried meat, enough for Zhao Yi to eat for 10 days. There is also a little water in the kitchen, which is only enough for Zhao Yi to drink for 2 or 3 days. The food is ordinary, and the dried meat is a bit hard. Even the food of ordinary people in Blue Star Country is better than this. However, Zhao Yi soon noticed that white bread and dried meat are already the treatment of the Lord. Among the people, the only food for farmers is black bread, which is dry and hard and can be stored for a long time without spoiling. Black bread is also called bran bread. It is made by mixing a large amount of wheat bran such as the cortex, germ, endosperm, and a small amount of endosperm that are ground off during the milling process with the flour and baking it. In fact, the nutritional value of such black bread is higher than that of white bread, but the taste is very poor. The taste of the freshly baked black bread is okay, but after a long time, it becomes dry and hard, and has a strange smell. It can only be eaten with soup or water. The monthly salary of the soldiers is at least 30 silver, which can afford better bread and occasionally meat. Under normal circumstances, the food of the soldiers should be provided by the Lord, but Zhao Yi does not have much supplies. If it lasts for a long time, the loyalty of the soldiers will probably decline. Chapter 8. After lunch, Zhao Yi took a short break, browsed the forum, and rested for about half an hour before going outside to continue practicing archery. Less than an hour later, the 4 archers who went out returned one after another, and reported to Zhao Yi the situation around the territory. There is indeed a water source around the territory, a small river, and the straight line distance is no more than 500 meters. The territory is surrounded by a large area of flat land. Before the disaster of the undead, it was cultivated farmland, but now it is all abandoned, and the breath of death has caused almost all plants to die, and all the land is bare. Now that he had found the water source, Zhao Yi immediately took action. He called several soldiers defending the territory and notified every household, asking the people to bring wooden buckets and basins and go to the river to fetch water. The daily water used by civilians in the origin continent is actually collected rainwater. The water on land and sea water are polluted by the breath of death. The sun can purify the breath of death to a certain extent, but it cannot purify it completely. Even if there is little breath of death in the water, drinking too much will make you sick, and even professionals with low strength cannot avoid it. Rainwater is formed by the evaporation of water from the ground and seawater by the sun. During the evaporation process, all the smell of death is purified. So there is almost no smell of death in the rainwater. Civilians prepare a large number of containers for water at home. If there is extra land, they will even dig pits on the ground to collect rainwater to meet daily needs. Civilians do not have money to buy purification agents, nor will they be extravagant to buy purified water. Now Zhao Yi's territory is short of daily water. Some families of the territory are about to run out of the little water they carry with them. It does not seem that it will rain in the area where the territory is located in the short term. When the people in the territory learned that the Lord wanted them to fetch water from the river and then use precious purification potions to purify the water, they were so moved that they almost cried. They had never encountered such a thing before, and they respected the Lord more and more in their hearts. If Zhao Yi opened the attribute list of the people in the territory, he would find that their loyalty had increased by several points. It was too easy to increase the loyalty of the people in the territory. 100 points to buy a purification potion, which can purify at least 1 cubic meter of water. On average, everyone in the territory can get 8 liters of water. Zhao Yi did not distribute all the water to the people in the territory. The territory lacked water, and the purified water could only be used for drinking. According to scientific research on Blue Star, an adult's body needs about 2 liters of water every day. According to this standard, all adult people were given 3 liters of water first, and the amount for minors was reduced by half. Then, all soldiers in the territory were given an additional 2 liters of water. After the water was distributed, the loyalty of the people in the territory hardly changed. Whether they were civilians or soldiers, they thought that it was natural to distribute water in this way. The treatment of civilians and soldiers must not be the same. All the people in the territory hoped that it would rain soon so that there would be no shortage of water. In the following time, Zhao Yi continued to practice archery, but as time passed, the assassins he sent out had not returned yet, which made Zhao Yi feel a little irritated. Fortunately, Wayne's name was still on the list of territory personnel, which meant that Wayne was not going to die, which made Zhao Yi feel a little relieved. If Wayne didn't come back in a while, Zhao Yi might have to send someone out to look for Wayne. In the middle of the afternoon, the dusty Wayne finally appeared in the sight of the goalkeeper shooter. The first thing Wayne did when he came back was to report his discovery to Zhao Yi. "My lord, based on some traces left by the undead on the ground, I found a cemetery 15 kilometers southwest of the territory. Time is limited, and I can't be sure if there are cemeteries closer in other directions." "I know, thank you for your hard work. Go down and have a good rest. There is another battle waiting for us tonight." "Yes, sir." The assassin Wayne's reconnaissance was not successful, but Zhao Yi didn't care. There was only one assassin, and it was impossible to scout all directions. In addition to reporting the cemetery he found to Zhao Yi, Wayne also reported some of the discoveries made during the investigation, such as abandoned small mineral veins, territories newly established by other lords, and so on. Because of the disaster of the undead, the aboriginals of the origin continent retreated to the city, resisting the attacks of the undead every night, and resources were constantly consumed and had to be replenished. Important mineral veins will not be abandoned, but instead cities will be built and garrisons will be built in the mineral vein areas. Those small and unimportant mineral veins will be abandoned, but the abandoned small mineral veins are the objects from which the player's territory can obtain mineral resources. However, there may be dangers in these small veins. The mines are dark and damp, and there may be undead. The undead will not stay only in the cemetery. The undead are afraid of sunlight, and need to hide in dark places during the day. The mines are obviously a place to avoid sunlight. As for discovering the territories of other lords, this is normal. Billions of Blue Star humans have descended on the origin continent, and the number of lord players may be in the hundreds of millions. For most Blue Star humans, it is difficult to pass the lord professional assessment, but for those game players, it is relatively simple to pass the lord professional assessment. Hundreds of millions of lord players are scattered across the origin continent. The origin continent is vast, and lord players cannot be very far apart from each other. It is impossible to walk for several days without finding other lord players' territories. Although they are both Blue Star humans, Zhao Yi is wary of other Lord players, and will not take the initiative to contact them for the time being. If there are many assassins, he will take the initiative to send assassins to follow them. As a post in the forum said, players have 3 enemies: undead, players, and natives. Don't trust anyone easily, even your relatives and friends. As long as the benefits are high enough, the closest people may betray you for the sake of benefits. Such things have happened too many times on Blue Star. Although Zhao Yi has not experienced it, he has eaten countless gossips on the internet. The minds of Blue Star humans are even more complicated and changeable than those of the natives of the origin continent. So Zhao Yi would rather spend more points to recruit natives than to recruit cheap Blue Star players. Judging from the posts on the forum, many Lord players have regretted recruiting other players into their territories. This is a game, but it is more than just a game. Everyone has only one life. Zhao Yi wants to live longer in this game and have a higher level. In this way, after returning to Blue Star, he can get more longevity, youth, and no illness or disaster, which is what everyone wants. In addition, just enjoy the game. This is a game, and it is also a second life, which is so different from the first life. If you die easily, it will be very unacceptable. So Zhao Yi must be careful and live longer in the game world. Archery practice is still going on. The archer's professional experience is slowly increasing because of archery practice. In the game world, experience can be gained not only by killing monsters, but also by training, sparring, and other professional-related things. Time passed slowly, the sun was about to set, and the sky was getting dark. Zhao Yi stopped practicing and needed to rest, eat, and recover his strength to prepare for the battle in the evening. Chapter 9. Night officially fell. Due to the lack of fuel, Zhao village was dark except for a fire burning in the open space in the center of the village. Because the assassin only found the cemetery in the southwest of the territory, it was impossible to determine whether there were cemeteries closer in other directions. Zhao Yi needed to make more preparations. Shooters basically have the best eyesight among all professions. Even in the dark night, professionals have good night vision, and it is impossible to find the enemy only when he approaches. Moreover, in the dark night, the undead or skeleton soldiers are easier to be discovered. The skeleton soldiers are all bones, but the soul fire is burning in the eyes. The soul fire is slightly dimmer than normal flames, but it is so conspicuous in the dark night. Because of the soul fire, it is also easy to tell whether the attacked skeleton is dead or not. The extinction of the soul fire means that the skeleton is completely dead. The 3-day novice period reduces the difficulty of the game for the Blue Star players who have just arrived at the origin continent. They use the novice period to adapt to the game world and face more severe tests after 3 days. Zhao Yi dispersed the 6 archers outside Zhao village to observe the situation outside Zhao village. The land outside Zhao village was flat, so the traces of the attacking skeleton swordsman could be found earlier. The assassin and 2 swordsmen were also dispersed outside Zhao village. Zhao Yi led 4 shield warriors in the open space in the center of Zhao village. Once the enemy's traces were found, the soldiers quickly shouted, and the archers and shield warriors would quickly converge in the direction where the enemy appeared. The assassin and 2 swordsmen continued to be on guard in the other 3 directions of Zhao village. Zhao Yi learned from the soldiers that territories with a large population would face harassment from the undead in multiple cemeteries, while territories with a small population would generally only be harassed by the undead sent from the nearest cemetery. It is expected that the ordinary Zhao village will not be specifically targeted by the undead, but Zhao Yi is a little worried, so he is still prepared to put the secondary combat force in other directions for vigilance. Archers are the absolute main force. Zhao Yi hopes that the archers can use primary explosive arrows to eliminate all the attacking skeleton swordsmen at medium and long distances. If the skeleton swordsman cannot be eliminated at medium and long distances and let the skeleton swordsman get close, the shield warriors need to be in the front, and the archers do not need to hold short swords and fight with the skeleton swordsman. Today is the first day of moving into the new home. The high loyalty, coupled with the belief in protecting the home, makes a group of farmers in the territory pick up farm tools and want to participate in the battle to defend the home. Then Zhao Yi persuaded them to go home. The farmers were not professionals, and their fighting power was very low. Several farmers could not beat a skeleton swordsman. Moreover, civilians on the origin continent generally suffered from night blindness, and they were almost blind at night. Zhao Yi did not dare to use farmers to fight. The farmers who returned home were not in the mood to sleep. They kept their farm tools at hand. Once, the Lord could not defeat the undead, and was rushed into the territory by the undead, they would use the farm tools in their hands to protect their families. As time passed slowly, Zhao Yi felt heavier. Open the forum, take a look, and you will find that some players' territories have already started fighting with the undead, and a few territories have ended the battle, either successfully or unsuccessfully. There are even Lord players who posted that they completely defeated the attacking enemies without hurting any of their subjects. There are also Lord players whose territories were breached by the undead, and the Lords themselves escaped to the city of the natives through the teleportation array, and then the Lord status of the players was cancelled. The Lord status was not cancelled because of going to the city of the natives, but because the territory was breached by the undead. If you want to become a Lord again, you need to make great contributions to the native country and be rewarded with a title and territory. There should be Lord players who were killed by the undead and returned to Blue Star without even having time to post. There are also Lord players who fled back to the native city and cursed the combat professional players they recruited for not listening to orders during the battle and running away in fear when the skeleton swordsman approached. I don't know how these combat professional players passed the combat professional assessment. You must know that except for the priest, the professional assessments of the other 4 major professional systems are to eliminate the skeleton swordsman. After this night, I wonder how many players will return to Blue Star. Zhao Yi sighed and stopped looking at the forum. He held the bamboo bough and waited quietly. Half an hour, and an hour and a half. Just as the time was about to enter the 3rd hour after nightfall, the archer in the southwest of Zhao village suddenly shouted that he had found the enemy. The territory was relatively empty, and the sound traveled far. Other soldiers who heard the sound also shouted, adding the direction of the undead's attack to their shouts. While shouting, the archers ran to the southwest of Zhao village, and Zhao Yi also ran to the southwest with 4 shield warriors. After the 6 archers and 4 shield warriors joined, Zhao Yi commanded 10 soldiers to climb over the wall and prepare to fight the incoming undead outside the wall. The wall of Zhao village is only 1.5 meters high. If the archer stands behind the wall will block the archer's attack area. The wall also occupies part of the function of the shield warrior. The key is that the wall will not move. If the skeleton swordsman gets close, he may push down the wall, walk around the wall, or climb over the wall. There are too many changes, so it is better to go out of the wall and fight the skeleton swordsman directly. Zhao Yi has made a lot of preparations to face the incoming skeleton swordsman. The population of the territory, the number of incoming skeleton swordsmen, and the number of primary explosive arrows have been calculated many times. As long as there is no accident, Zhao Yi can eliminate all the incoming skeleton swordsmen with 10 soldiers without any casualties. In this case, Zhao Yi simply put aside the wall that is a bit of an obstacle and fight the skeleton swordsman outside the wall. After climbing over the wall, 4 shield warriors are in front, Zhao Yi and 6 archers are behind, lined up in 2 rows, looking seriously at the marching column of skeleton swordsmen 100 meters away, which is like a group of fireflies dancing in the air. In the first night battle, Zhao Yi led 6 archers to conduct a test shooting. At a distance of about 100 meters, 7 arrows flew over, 4 arrows hit the target, and 3 arrows missed, including the one shot by Zhao Yi. Facing the arrows, the skeleton swordsmen still advanced in an orderly manner, ready for the explosive arrows. When the skeleton swordsmen were only 60 meters away from their own formation, Zhao Yi and the 6 archers had already put the explosive arrows on the bows. Use rapid shooting. Shoot the odd and even numbers alternately. Shoot the odd number. As soon as Zhao Yi finished speaking, the archers numbered 1, 3, and 5, including Gary, shot 3 primary explosive arrows. The next moment, the 3 primary explosive arrows collided head-on with the 3 skeleton swordsmen, and 3 balls of fire burst out. 2 of the 3 skeleton swordsmen died, and 1 was injured. Just as the skeleton swordsmen were about to charge at the living array because of the death of their companions, the 3 primary explosive arrows of archers numbered 2, 4, and 6 had already attacked. Although 1 arrow missed, the 2 arrows that hit completely eliminated the 2 skeleton arrows. One wave ended, another wave came, and the odd-numbered and even-numbered shooters alternately sent primary explosive arrows to the incoming skeleton swordsmen. Skeleton swordsmen continued to fall in the flames and explosions. When more than 20 skeleton swordsmen entered the range of 30 meters, Zhao Yi, who adhered to the principle of not wasting primary explosive arrows, began to join the battle. The distance of 30 meters was enough for Zhao Yi to hit the skeleton swordsman with every arrow. The skeleton swordsmen kept approaching, and their number was constantly decreasing. The skeleton swordsmen, who did not have much wisdom, had only one mission in their souls: to kill all living beings. Without legs, he crawled with his hands. Without hands, he moved like a snake. After eliminating the last skeleton swordsman, who had rushed into the 8-meter range, Zhao Yi and the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. If there were 5 more skeleton swordsmen, the two sides would have engaged in close combat. If there were 10 more, it would be difficult to avoid casualties. If there were dozens more, it would be either a miserable victory or a crushing defeat. We won! We won! Chapter 10. The cheers of victory spread to the village, allowing the anxious people to finally relax. The victory of the first battle made the people feel more at ease, and their loyalty increased. For all the civilians in the origin continent, their hope is simple: to have a safe place to live, clothes to wear, and food to eat. That's enough. Outside the village, the cheers have stopped. The battle is not completely over, and the skeleton swordsman is not completely dead. There are still broken skeleton swordsmen on the ground trying to crawl towards this side. The broken skeleton swordsman's fighting power was greatly reduced. Zhao Yi did not intend to waste the explosive arrows, but let the shield covered with steel on most of his body fight. It was not until all the soul fires on the battlefield were extinguished that Zhao Yi led 10 soldiers back to the wall. The battlefield cleaning will be done tomorrow afternoon, so that the sun can purify the things of the undead first. Returning to the wall does not mean that the battle is completely over. Although there is no case in the forum that the undead have finished one wave of attack and then launched a second wave of attack, it is better to be careful. Except for the soldiers on guard, the other soldiers rested on the spot. There were too few soldiers in the territory to change shifts, so they could only rest well during the day. Before resting, Zhao Yi asked the archers to count how many explosive arrows they had consumed. In less than a minute, the statistical results came out. 7 archers had 70 primary explosive arrows, 53 of which were used in the battle, and 17 were left. On average, each person had less than 3 arrows left. While Zhao Yi sat on the ground to rest, he called out the system panel and took a look at the points mall. The points column changed from 0 to 560. It's okay, no compensation. A primary explosive arrow requires 10 points in the points mall, and a battle is equivalent to spending 530 points, with a net profit of 30 points. No compensation is no compensation, but how can you develop your territory with a net profit of 30 points? After replenishing the primary explosive arrows, you can only recruit 1 blacksmith. Fortunately, Zhao Yi often browses the forum and obtains a lot of general information from the forum. He understands that buying primary explosive arrows from the points mall is very unprofitable. In the Aboriginal city, the price of a primary explosive arrow is only about 5 gold, and 1 point in the points mall can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. Instead of using points to buy primary explosive arrows, it is better to use points to buy gold coins first, and then teleport to the Aboriginal city with the gold coins to buy primary explosive arrows. However, using the teleportation array requires magic crystals. The teleportation array in the territory can only transport 5 adults at a time, and 1 low-grade magic crystal is required for each use. This is still the cost price. In the Aboriginal city, using the same scale of teleportation array generally requires 3 low-grade magic crystals. It takes 4 low-grade magic crystals to go back and forth, and in the points mall, 1 low-grade magic crystal requires 100 points, but in the Aboriginal city, 1 low-grade magic crystal can be exchanged for about 10 gold coins, and conversely, more than 10 gold coins are needed to buy 1 low-grade magic crystal. No matter how you look at it, it is not worth buying items from the points mall. Zhao Yi feels that his points in the future will mainly be used to recruit personnel. There are 100 gold coins and 10 low-grade magic crystals in the small treasury. Money and magic crystals are very important to Zhao Yi. The monthly salary of his soldiers is at least 30 silver. If there is no gold, even if the initial loyalty is very high, once the salary is delayed, the loyalty will definitely drop. The longer the salary is delayed, the more loyalty will drop. There is no way to earn gold coins for the time being. The territory is poor, and there is no specialty to sell. It is really a headache. If it doesn't work, you can only exchange points for gold coins first, and then go to the Aboriginal city to buy primary explosive arrows. The best thing about buying items from the points mall is that the delivery is fast. After clicking to buy the item, it will be delivered to you in a few seconds, which can be used in special times. It is definitely a loss to buy a tent with points. As for using points to buy purification potions to get drinking water, or going to the Aboriginal city to buy water, which one is more economical, Zhao Yi can't judge. Put the purchase of primary explosive arrows on hold, and continue browsing the system panel, opening the personal, territory, and system records pages in turn. Personal, name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 2485. Profession: 3rd class Baron / level 0 Archer, 35%. Attributes: Strength 7, Constitution 7, Agility 7, Wisdom 6. Free attribute points 0. Charm 7. Leadership 13 of 42. Active skill: Rapid fire, primary 1%. Legion skill: Arrows never miss, primary 0.2%. Equipment: Omitted territory, 3rd class Baron territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area: 5 square kilometers. Organization: Zhao Village, a 3rd level village, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. Population: 128/300. Military force: 13. Public sentiment: 87. Public security: 99. Buildings: Lord's Mansion, teleportation array, residential houses, walls. After a battle, Zhao Yi found that his archer professional experience and the proficiency of both skills had improved to a certain extent. Not only did his own archer professional experience increase, but the professional experience of his soldiers also increased to varying degrees. The 2 swordsmen who did not participate in the battle increased the least, followed by the assassins, who performed reconnaissance missions, and the archers had the most experience. The 2-star archer Gary had the most experience increase, and had been upgraded to a level 1 archer, for %. After upgrading to a higher level, his strength must have increased a lot, but it was a pity that he could not see the specific attributes. In the system record page, through the system records, Zhao Yi saw the course of this battle. After counting, there were 43 skeleton swordsmen attacking, 28 at level 0, 8 at level 1, 4 at level 2, 2 at level 3, and 1 at level 4. According to the calculation that killing a level 0 undead gets 10 points, level 1 gets 15 points, level 2 gets 20 points, level 3 gets 25 points, and level 4 gets 30 points, the total is 560 points, the same as the score column shows. Among them, Zhao Yi killed 3 skeleton swordsmen, 2 at level 0 and 1 at level 1. Archer Gary killed the most skeleton swordsmen, a total of 7, no wonder he was the first soldier to upgrade. Zhao Yi closed his eyes, and thought for a while. His head hurt. He stopped thinking, and opened the forum to check out posts from other players. It's over. My territory is ruined. It took more than half of the dead to kill all the undead. It will definitely not survive the second night. Stupid. The players who recruited me were too stupid. The entire territory has so many people, and there are few combat professional players. They were directly defeated by a large number of undead. Fortunately, I had foresight and took my parents away first. I don't plan to accept players' recruitment anymore. The battle in the Aboriginal city is really exciting. The city is surrounded by several layers of undead. It feels like there is no end to the undead. This battle has taught me a lesson. Next time I recruit professional combat players, I will only recruit soldiers or veterans. My territory easily eliminates all the attacking undead. I welcome fellow Blue Star people to join my territory. There are many nonsense posts in the forum, and some posts with reference value, such as combat experience. At present, the mainstream of Lord players is to recruit more shooters, and Zhao Yi does the same, but there are also other ways to eliminate enemies. For example, buying fuel, spell scrolls, alchemy props, etc. from the Points Mall. Many Lord players use these methods to eliminate all the attacking undead without many casualties. This is also a way. Zhao Yi plans to take time to look at the Points Mall. Some useful props can be purchased in the native city. Chapter 11. It was late at night, but the second wave of undead had not appeared. It was still early before dawn, and accidents could happen at any time, so we could not let down our guard. Zhao Yi divided the 13 soldiers into 2 shifts, and took turns to keep watch. Soldiers who were not on duty were not allowed to go home and rest on the spot. Most areas of the origin continent had 4 seasons like spring, so resting on the spot was not a big problem. Zhao Yi also kept watch. Staying up late was the most basic skill for the people of Blue Star. When he was on Blue Star, he could only sleep before dawn a few times a year. The prerequisite is to have a mobile phone. There is no mobile phone in the game world, so I just browsed the forum to pass the time. I kept browsing until the second half of the night, and I was so sleepy that I closed my eyes to rest. I don't know how long it took, the night was fading, and the sky was turning pale. Zhao Yi, who hadn't slept well, felt the change in the sky and woke up quickly. As the first ray of sunlight shone directly on Zhao Yi's territory, a light screen appeared out of thin air, and a battle settlement page appeared on it. You destroyed 43 undead. You killed and injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle evaluation, D. Points increased by 40%. Professional experience increased by 40%. Get a silver treasure chest. A silver white treasure chest popped up on the light screen. Zhao Yi clicked it, and the treasure chest opened. 16 cards popped out, and were arranged in 4 rows and 4 columns on the light screen. There was a line of words under the light screen. You can turn over 4 cards. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yi felt familiar. This battle settlement seemed to be similar to a game on Blue Star, with battle evaluation and card flipping. I don't know what will be on the card. I hope I can have better luck and turn out something good. Zhao Yi carefully looked at each card on the light screen, trying to find something different on the back of the card. Just when Zhao Yi focused on the back of a card, an accident occurred. 1 gold coin. Is this the content on the card? How can I see the content on the card that I haven't turned over? As Zhao Yi's mind wandered and his attention was not focused, the content on the card disappeared again. However, Zhao Yi only pondered and experimented for a few minutes, and found a way to see through the card. It was very simple, just focus. Bug? Is it just me, or are all players the same? Because of battle settlement, Zhao Yi cannot open forum for the time being. Then let's pick 4 cards first. Pick the cards with the greatest value. Then Zhao Yi spent 3 minutes to read through all 16 cards. Knowing the contents of the 16 cards made Zhao Yi speechless. Among the 16 cards, at least 1/3 of the cards contained basic materials such as food, wood, and metal, and the slightly better ones contained gold coins and magic crystals. In addition, there was a border on the front of the card, and the colors of the border were divided into several types, mainly brown, black, cyan, and silver. The different colors of the cards reminded Zhao Yi of a certain game setting, ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, and whether there will be gold, diamond, etc. in the future. Even the letter D appeared in battle settlement. This letter should be translated by the game world according to the players of Blue Star. Anyway, Zhao Yi can adapt to it very well. Among the 16 cards, there are only 2 silver cards, 3 bronze cards, 5 black iron cards, and 6 ordinary cards. The 2 silver cards are 10 pieces of low-grade magic crystals, and 100 cubic meters of wood respectively. The 3 bronze cards are a priest recruitment scroll, a bronze-level long sword, and 100 gene of white bread. The 5 black iron cards are a spearman recruitment scroll, 1 gold coin, 1 gene, 5 kinds, vegetable seeds, a bottle of antidote, and 100 gene of coal. The 6 ordinary cards are ordinary arrows *20, an ordinary iron dagger, 10 silver coins, 1 gene of iron, 10 gene of black bread, and 1 gene of rat meat. The 6 ordinary cards were directly ignored by Zhao Yi because they were too low in value. Among these items, the most valuable one is the priest recruitment scroll. It takes 3,000 points in the points mall to recruit a priest. It is also interesting that the value of silver cards is not as good as that of bronze cards. The second is the spearman recruitment scroll and 10 low-grade magic crystals. Although a low-grade magic crystal in the points mall requires 100 points, it can be bought with a dozen gold coins in the aboriginal city. The 4th card is not easy to choose. Given the situation on the origin continent, the value of wood is relatively high. Civilians simply cannot use wood as fuel. They usually use cheap coal. Zhao Yi's territory lacks wood. It is not too extravagant to use wood to build houses. Wood can be used to build home furnishings, farm tools, etc. Ordinary arrows also need wood. Zhao Yi couldn't judge the value of 100 square meters of wood and a bronze-level long sword. Even if he wanted a long sword, he would basically not use it himself, but sell it to players or natives in exchange for gold coins or magic crystals, and then buy other materials. Soon Zhao Yi made a decision. If he wanted a long sword, he could wait for the wood. At least he had to increase the territory's strength as much as possible during the 3-day novice period. After making the decision, Zhao Yi turned over the card representing 10 low-grade magic crystals. As the card turned to the front, it really showed 10 low-grade magic crystals. Then he selected the priest recruitment scroll, bronze sword, and spearman recruitment scroll, and nothing went wrong. This bug is worse than those lucky people. The lucky people are just luckier, and have a higher chance of picking good things than normal people. My bug can directly pick out all the best things in the treasure chest. After selecting 4 cards, the battle settlement page disappears, and the light screen returns to the desktop, where the card pack option is added. Click on card pack, and the 4 cards are arranged in order. Click on the card to use it. Zhao Yi didn't rush to use the card, but looked at personal and points mall first. The archer professional experience has increased from 35% of level 0 to 49%, Almost halfway through, maybe after the next battle, it can be upgraded to level 1. The 560 points obtained by killing the undead also increased to 784. With nearly 800 points in hand, it seems that he can recruit 2 more archers. Opening forum, Zhao Yi quickly browsed it, and found no content related to BUG. Obviously, this bug is not a common phenomenon. If it is a common phenomenon, someone will definitely show off in the forum. If possible, Zhao Yi hopes that this is a bug that belongs only to him, and hopes that the game world will fix this bug later. Maybe this is not a BUG, but a unique talent. Zhao Yi fantasized a little. No longer thinking about the BUG, Zhao Yi concentrated on browsing posts related to battle settlement. Whether it is a Lord player, a combat professional player, or a life professional player, a battle settlement page will appear at dawn, and a treasure chest will be obtained. The highest level of battle evaluation on the forum is D. There are quite a few Lord players who have received D evaluation. As long as they eliminate the incoming undead without causing any casualties, they can get D evaluation. It is not absolute. Some Lord players only get E evaluation without causing any casualties. Other players analyzed that the number of incoming undead was too small. If the number of incoming undead was larger, and all the undead were eliminated without causing any casualties, the evaluation might be higher than D. For the time being, the combat evaluation of players is only D, E, F, G. G should be the lowest evaluation. If it is lower, the player will die and return to Blue Star. The combat rating of life class players is generally G, with only a few being F. The combat class players are generally rated F and G, with a few being E. F generally means participating in combat and killing at least one undead, while G means not killing any undead. There are many kinds of things that come out of the treasure chest, and one thing caught Zhao Yi's attention, the advanced stone. According to the player who opened the advanced stone, when the player reaches level 9, 100%, he can reach level 10 after using the level 1 advanced stone. Some natives who are not talented enough can also use level 1 advancement stone to advance at level 9, 100%. However, level 1 advancement stone is very rare in treasure chests, and it may be that only 1 out of 10,000 people can open it. There are even fewer players who have opened level 2 advancement stone. I wonder if anyone has opened level 3 advancement stone. Chapter 12. Because of the treasure chest, a lot of posts from non-Africans and Europeans appeared in the forum. There was no need to waste time browsing these worthless posts. Zhao Yi closed the forum and opened the notepad. First, write down the currency you currently have. 784 points, 20 low-grade magic crystals, 100 gold coins, and a bronze-level long sword that can be sold to obtain currency. Supplies to be purchased. 53 primary explosive arrows, an undetermined number of tints. Personnel to be recruited, archers, blacksmiths, and managers. Recruiting a blacksmith requires 20 points. Recruiting a low-level official requires 100 points. Recruiting 2 archers requires 600 points, and the remaining 64 points can be used to recruit 3 farmers and 3 miners. Now start recruiting miners, mainly to prepare for mining in the future. Recruiting a literate low-level official is necessary for the territory. Now the territory has 127 people. If we recruit another wave, the population will reach about 180 people. Without management personnel, the more people there are, the more chaotic the territory will be. Zhao Yi alone cannot manage it, and he is not a professional manager. Professionals are soldiers, and at most they maintain the security of the territory, and cannot participate in the management of the territory. Recruiting a low-level official, and selecting a few smart people from the people to help, the territory can be managed well. As the population of the territory increases, more officials will be needed. Add a priest and a spearman, and the territory will increase by 12 families, and 11 tents will need to be purchased. Baby priest, Zhao Yi plans to let him live in the Lord's mansion temporarily, and move the priest after the new residential building is completed. Level 0 priests only know one minor injury treatment skill, and the name of this skill can only treat minor injuries. Compared with minor injury treatment, Zhao Yi hopes that the priest will know purification. Purification can purify water, land, etc., and it can even cause damage to the undead, but the attack distance is a bit short. Priest apprentices can also learn purification, which can be purchased in the points mall at a very high price. A purification skill book requires 1,000 points, and a purification inheritance stone requires 10,000 points. The difference between a skill book and an inheritance stone is that a skill book can be used directly once it is tapped, and it is a one-time item. An inheritance stone is a reusable item. The worst inheritance stone can be used 100 times, but using an inheritance stone once does not guarantee that the skill book will be learned directly. Continuous use of inheritance stones requires several days. It is said that a priest used the inheritance stone more than 10 times before learning purification. Not to mention that Zhao Yi didn't have 1,000 points. Even if he had 1,000 points, he wouldn't be willing to buy the purification skill book. He could go to the aboriginal city and buy purification with gold coins or magic crystals. In the aboriginal city, a primary explosive arrow costs 5 gold, a waterproof multi-person tent costs 3 gold, 53 primary explosive arrows plus 11 tents, it costs 298 gold. Zhao Yi only has 100 gold and 20 low-grade magic crystals. 20 low-grade magic crystals can be exchanged for 200 gold, a total of 300 gold. However, you need to use the teleportation array to go to the native city. You can pay the cost price of the teleportation array yourself, which requires 1 low-grade magic crystal. If you come back, you need to use the teleportation array of the native city, which requires at least 3 low-grade magic crystals. If you don't have enough money, it depends on how much the bronze-level longsword can be sold in the native city. According to the posts in the forum, the most expensive armor among ordinary equipment is about 10 gold. The worst black iron equipment requires 1 low-grade magic crystal, and the best black iron equipment even requires more than 10 low-grade magic crystals. The worst bronze equipment requires 10 low-grade magic crystals, and the best bronze equipment requires more than 100 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi couldn't judge the quality and performance of the long sword in his hand, but at worst, he could sell it for 10 low-grade magic crystals, which was enough. I hope I can save some money to buy a purification skill book. After breakfast, Zhao Yi used the card to obtain a priest recruitment scroll, and then used the priest recruitment scroll. Soon, the teleportation array lit up, and the level 0 priest Eric appeared in the teleportation array with his family. Pastor Eric, report to the Lord. Eric, you are welcome to join us. I will serve the Lord till death. Eric, the territory is in ruins, and there are not enough houses to live in. You and your family will live in the Lord's mansion first, and then move to the new house after the new house is built. Lord, it is my honor to live in the Lord's mansion. Because they are temporarily living in the Lord's mansion, Eric and his family have a higher loyalty. While walking towards the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi asked Eric about his skills. Eric, how much does it cost to buy a purification skill book? Hearing the Lord's question, Eric's eyes lit up, and he became excited. The Lord's question was obviously to prepare a purification skill book for him. Lord, you can buy a purification skill book for 500 gold. If you use the purification inheritance stone, I feel that I can learn purification in 5 times at most, and each time only costs 50 gold. Although his talent is only 1 star, Eric is confident in himself. Only unlucky people will use it so many times. Zhao Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Leaving Eric's family in the city lord's mansion, taking all the gold coins and low-grade magic crystals, Zhao Yi summoned 2 swordsmen and 2 shield warriors to the teleportation array. The territory teleportation array can teleport up to 5 adults at a time, and summon 4 warriors as bodyguards. In addition, the strength of the warrior ranks first among the 5 professions. There are many things to buy, and the 4 warriors can be porters, so there is no need for the shield warrior to carry the shield. The territory's teleportation array is directly connected to the largest city in the Loda province, where the territory is located, and the capital of the Loda province, Loda City. After consuming a low-grade magic crystal, the teleportation array lit up, and Zhao Yi and 4 soldiers walked into the teleportation array. In less than 3 seconds, Zhao Yi felt a black and bright light in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in the teleportation array of Lotus City, and his body felt a little uncomfortable. People in the teleportation array, come out quickly, new people will be teleported and soon, don't dawdle. The guard next to the teleportation array saw that Zhao Yi and his group were dressed in ordinary clothes and had little strength, so he spoke in a tone that didn't give face at all. Zhao Yi didn't care, and led the 4 soldiers out of the teleportation array. Looking at the scene outside the teleportation array, Zhao Yi was a little confused. Anyone who comes to a strange place for the first time will be confused. Has anyone been to Lotus City? Zhao Yi asked the 4 soldiers around him. No, never been. No soldier has been to Lotus City. It seems Zhao Yi needs a guide. Before Zhao Yi went to find a guide, someone came to recommend himself. Sir, is this your first time in Lotus City? Where do you want to go? I will lead you. Sir, I have lived in Lotus City since I was a child. I know all the famous and unknown places. Aye. Several people crowded in front of Zhao Yi, and respectfully introduced themselves to him. There was no player among them. The time that players came to the origin continent was too short. One day was not enough to familiarize themselves with the huge city of Lota. However, as time passed, there would inevitably be players competing with the natives for this job. Zhao Yi randomly selected a young man who looked honest, and the 6 of them left the teleportation array. Chapter 13. Let's go to the market first. Zhao Yi said to the guide. Sir, the market is very close to here. It can be reached in half an hour at most. Please go this way. Led by the guide, the group walked towards the market. The market in the origin continent is not a simple market. You can buy everything in the origin continent in the Points Mall. To exaggerate, you can also do the same in the market, but the currency used in the market is money and magic crystals. Zhao Yi learned about the market from the forum. Almost all cities in the origin continent have markets. There are small teleportation arrays in the market, which cannot transport large goods, but can only transport smaller items. The market has a special box-shaped storage item that can hold even large quantities of supplies. In the market, you can trade with people from the entire origin continent and buy items from all over the origin continent. Some lucky players have opened a market from a treasure chest. Although this special building is only a primary market and can only trade within the province, it also makes shopping much more convenient for players. The guide led the way in front, and he kept talking, introducing the situation of Lota City to Zhao Yi. Rota City is the only large city in Rota Province, and one of the largest cities in the Violet Kingdom. The city covers an area of more than 20 square kilometers. Before the calamity of the undead, there were only a few 100,000 people. Now it has more than 1 million people, and more than 100,000 troops. Along the way, it was almost overcrowded, with a large number of players mixed in. Blue Star players and indigenous civilians give people different feelings. From a person's spirit, it is easier to distinguish between players and indigenous people. Players are more confident, walk with their chests and heads held high, and like to look around, while indigenous civilians are a bit confused. Looking around, you can see that the buildings in Lota are generally more than 2 stories high, with 2- and 3-story buildings being the majority. The building materials are mainly bricks and stones, with few wooden buildings. It feels a bit like the medieval times in Blue Star Europe. Like all cities on the origin continent, the greening in Lota is very good. There are plants everywhere, mainly trees and crops, in front of and behind houses, on roofs, and on the sides of roads. It can be said that there is no vacant land in Lota. Whenever there is vacant land, it will be used quickly. There was no other way. The city was occupied by the undead, and the natives were trapped in the city. In order to survive, they could only use all the land in the city. Fortunately, there was the profession of natural magician. The spells could accelerate the growth of plants. With the efforts of natural magicians, the food produced by less land could barely supply all the population. It was inevitable that most cities would starve to death. After walking for nearly half an hour, we arrived at the market. It was a 3-story building with a large area and luxurious decoration inside and outside. It is said that there is a magic circle in the market that can resist the attack of the strong. After paying a gold coin for the ticket, Zhao Yi walked into the market by himself. For warriors and guides were waiting outside. Zhao Yi did not have so many gold coins to pay for their tickets. The ticket fee of 1 gold coin also prevented most people from entering the market to take a look. The layout inside the market is a bit like the internet cafe in Blue Star. Each person has a room of about 4 square meters. The room is mainly composed of an alchemical creation display screen, which is similar to the function of the player's light screen. Users can enter the name on the screen to find the items they need. The purchase of items will be based on the distance between the buyer and the seller. The buyer pays the toll, and the seller needs to pay the commission. Zhao Yi tried to enter. Primary explosive arrows. The screen froze for a moment, and then a large number of primary explosive arrows transaction information appeared, including pictures of various primary explosive arrows. The cheapest one is 38 gold/10 pieces. Zhao Yi has no intention of buying it. This is already a cross-country transaction. The shipping cost is very expensive, and there are additional tariffs. It is not worth it. There are shops in Lothal City that sell primary explosive arrows for 5 gold/1. Just buy this, and you won't lose much. The items displayed on the screen have fixed prices and set time for auction. Zhao Yi plans to auction the bronze-level long sword. There is no idea of looking for equipment stores in Lothal City to sell directly. Some equipment stores charge low and sell high, and they will cheat people. Even if Zhao Yi is a lord and a warrior from another world summoned by God, he will still be cheated. There are many posts in the forum about players being cheated by the natives. It would be better to auction it directly in the market. Use the card to summon the bronze level long sword. The long sword is not gorgeous, but its attributes are more practical. It increases sharpness and attack speed, which is much better than the equipment of Zhao Yi and his men. This is the long sword used by swordsmen, and Zhao Yi is a shooter, so he had to sell the long sword in exchange for funds. Take the long sword to find an official appraiser in the market, spend 1 gold to appraise the long sword, and it will be officially recognized when it is entered into the auction system. Zhao Yi will not stay in Lotus City for too long, so he sets the auction time to 1 hour, with a starting price of 10 low-grade magic crystals, and a minimum increase of 1 low-grade magic crystal each time. If you don't plan to take the long sword out of the market, you can spend an extra 1 gold to entrust the market to keep it. After the auction, the market staff will directly complete the transaction, and Zhao Yi can come with a voucher to get the auction money. After leaving the market, under the guidance of the guide, Zhao Yi spent all the magic crystals in his hand, leaving only a few gold coins, and bought 53 primary explosive arrows and 11 tents. Originally, the remaining gold coins and magic crystals were not enough to buy these supplies, and there was still a little gold coins. It was the young guide who took the initiative to negotiate the price with the merchant, and Zhao Yi used part of the magic crystals to directly replace the gold coins, so the merchant gave Zhao Yi some discounts. For this, Zhao Yi directly gave the guide a gold coin tip, which made the guide so excited that he could hardly speak, and almost knelt down to thank Zhao Yi. This gold coin could solve the food needs of the guide's family for the next year. The 6 people in the group returned to the market 1.5 hours later, with supplies on their backs. Zhao Yi entered the market with a voucher, but he no longer needed to pay a gold coin entrance fee. The auction of the bronze level long sword had ended, and it was sold for 87 low-grade magic crystals. The market charged 10% of the auction amount as commission, and Zhao Yi received 78 magic crystals plus 3 gold coins. The long sword is the weapon of the swordsman. Among all professions, the swordsman should be the most numerous profession. There are many people and competition among them, which means that the equipment of this profession is relatively expensive. This is why Zhao Yi can set the auction time to 1 hour, and get a price close to the price of the equipment store outside. Next, Zhao Yi directly searched for the purification skill book from the market trading system, and accidentally found that someone was selling it in the market of Lotus City, 510 gold per book. The two met and Zhao Yi paid 50 low-grade magic crystals to buy the purification skill book. Zhao Yi does not need to pay for the trip, but because the transaction is conducted in the market, the seller has to pay a 10% commission to the market. Even if the seller says that the transaction price is cheaper outside the market, Zhao Yi will not go out. The transaction in the market can be guaranteed by the market, and there will be no problems. Outside, there may be accidents. After all, Zhao Yi is too weak. Even in the game world, the origin continent is also respected by strength. There are 28 pieces of low-grade magic crystals left in his hand. Zhao Yi wants to buy some alchemy props as a backup, but he thinks it's better to forget it. Only 28 pieces of low-grade magic crystals can't buy anything good, so let's wait for next time. However, on the way to the teleportation array after leaving the market, Zhao Yi bought 50 kilograms of cooked pork meat, preparing to return to the territory to add food to the soldiers. Arriving at the teleportation array of Lotus City, paying 3 low-grade magic crystals, the 5 people carried all the supplies on their backs and stepped into the teleportation array. One dark and one bright, the 5 people appeared in the Zhao village teleportation array. When I went there, I brought 100 gold coins, 20 low-grade magic crystals, and a bronze-level long sword. When I came back, I only had 25 low-grade magic crystals. It's too difficult to develop a territory. I don't know what the situation will be in other players' territories. Chapter 14. Welcome back, Lord. Priest Eric had already been waiting outside the teleportation array, his face full of anticipation. Zhao Yi did not disappoint Eric and handed him a purification skill book. Eric swears to serve the Lord till death. Eric swore to Zhao Yi excitedly, while taking the skill book with both hands, gently stroking the simple-looking skill book a few times, as if stroking the delicate body of a beautiful woman, and then reluctantly opened the skill book. The next moment, the skill book turned into white light and disappeared, and Eric learned the purification spell directly. Just when Eric wanted to try to release his first purification spell, Zhao Yi stopped him. Eric, wait a minute, the residents of the territory are short of water now. Wait until they come back from the river to fetch water, then you can use the purification spell. Yes, sir. Eric is only a level 0 priest, and his mana is only enough to release about 3 purification spells. When the mana is exhausted, he needs to meditate to recover. It takes about half a day of meditation from the exhaustion of mana to full recovery. Water is very important to the territory, and Eric's mana is also important. All the supplies on his back had been placed on the open space outside the teleportation array. Zhao Yi did not leave, and started recruiting people directly. Recruit a manager first. Literate, with management talent, use 100 points for recruitment. A few seconds later, the teleportation array lit up, and a family of 5 appeared in the teleportation array. Zhao Yi opened the territory page to view the managers he recruited. Name, Cici. Gender, male. Age, 25. Occupation, low-level official/level 0 swordsman. Talent, management 2 stars / swordsman 1 star. Skill, heavy attack. Loyalty, 80. Salary, 50 silver / month. It's a 2-star management talent, which can manage a town at most, and a 1-star swordsman talent. These 100 points are spent, and it's a big profit. Zhao Yi greeted the arrival of Cici's family with a big smile. Cici reports to the Lord. Cici, welcome to join us. Zhao Village is short of a village chief. You will take the position next. Cici obeys your orders. Cici, the territory is in ruins, and there are not enough houses to live in. You and your family will live in the Lord's mansion first, and move to the new house after the new house is built. It is my honor to live in the Lord's mansion. With the Cici's family moving in, there is no vacant room in the Lord's mansion. Continue to recruit 2 archers, a spearman, a blacksmith, 3 farmers, and 3 miners. The teleportation array lights up, and the recruiters and their families come out of the teleportation array one after another, led by the soldiers to the designated location to set up tents and stay temporarily. With the end of the second wave of recruitment, the territory has added 12 households. The total number of households has reached 40, and the total population has reached 186 people. With such a large population, the number of skeleton swordsmen attacking tonight will exceed 60. In addition to Zhao Yi himself, there are a total of 9 archers and 90 primary explosive arrows. Calculated based on the average consumption of 1.5 explosive arrows to eliminate a skeleton swordsman, all the attacking skeleton swordsmen can be eliminated steadily. According to the actual battle situation on the first night, the average number of explosive arrows consumed to eliminate a skeleton swordsman is less than 1.5. I just don't know how many explosive arrows will be left after the battle tonight. The recruitment of personnel has ended, and the materials have been distributed. Zhao Yi began to assign tasks to the people. Wayne, the only assassin under his command, left Zhao Village and changed his direction to explore. The exploration mission targets are no longer just cemeteries, but also terrain, abandoned mines, other lords' territories, etc. Send another team of soldiers to escort the people to the river to fetch water. After returning, the priest Eric will purify it, so that the residents of the territory will not lack drinking water before the next rain. Forget about washing your face or taking a bath. Zhao Yi couldn't afford to waste a lot of water to take a bath. He could only wipe his body with a wet towel. Cici had been appointed as the village chief. The management organization of Zhao Village was about to be established. Zhao Yi didn't have much scattered money. He allocated a low-grade magic crystal worth 10 gold as operating funds. After taking the magic crystal, Cici frowned. The magic crystal couldn't be spent in Zhao Village. Eric had some ideas after seeing this scene. He pulled Cici aside. After some discussion, Eric borrowed a sum of money from Cici, and added his own savings to buy the magic crystal with 12 gold. After arranging almost everything he could think of, Zhao Yi only had 2 things left. One was his own archery practice, and the other was to prepare for the next battle. He summoned archers Gary Dunn and Daniel, and other soldiers to go to the southwest corner of Zhao Village. The battle last night broke out outside the southwest corner wall. It was almost certain that the undead that attacked the territory next would come out of the cemetery in the southwest of the territory and attack Zhao Village in a straight line. According to the fixed combat plan of the low-level undead that was unknown to change, Zhao Yi could make tactical arrangements in advance to eliminate the attacking undead more effectively. After some discussion, a simple plan came out. Because the number of skeleton swordsmen attacking tonight will exceed 60, and there are only 9 archers on our side, in order to reduce the possibility of close combat, this time the battle will not go beyond the wall. The wall is 1.5 meters high, and the width is only about the size of an adult's foot. Standing behind the wall will block the attack area, and standing on the wall will not be able to perform. You can hire a few farmers to come and use mud and stones to pad a step behind the wall. The archers stand on the steps and shoot arrows, so that the wall will not be able to block the archer's attack area. Once the skeleton swordsman rushes to the wall, The archer quickly retreats, and the shield warrior moves forward. There will be few skeleton swordsmen left after being shot by the archer, for shield warriors can easily eliminate the remaining skeleton swordsmen. It doesn't matter if you get injured accidentally. A priest will join the territory center. He can perform minor injury treatment and purification. As long as the injury is not serious, you will recover quickly. In addition, you need to dig a deep pit 5 meters in front of the wall, 2 meters wide, 10 meters long, and 2 meters deep. This is a blatant trap, which is very effective against low-level undead without intelligence. Most low-level undead without the command of high-level undead will just rush straight towards living beings, and will not avoid traps. After the battle plan was determined, Zhao Yi personally went to find Cici, and asked Cici to hire farmers to work in the southwest corner of Zhao village. Then it was time to practice archery. Practice archery, eat lunch, take a nap, and continue practicing archery. When Zhao Yi had time, he went to the forum and found that there was a post that was very popular and had hundreds of millions of comments. This post is about evolution stone. A lucky player in the aboriginal city got a level 2 evolution stone from a treasure chest. He took the level 2 evolution stone to the market for auction, attracting many professionals to bid, and finally sold it at a high price of 420 low-grade magic crystals. This is because the evolution stone appeared for the first time, and the effect of the evolution stone could not be guaranteed. If the effect of the evolution stone could be guaranteed, the price would rise. After all, there are too many rich people with poor talents on the origin continent, and they are not short of money. The matter was not over yet. The lucky player left with the magic crystal, but he did not know that he had been targeted. Not long after leaving the market, the magic crystal on his body was stolen by an assassin whose strength was unknown. This lucky but unlucky player had no place to appeal, so he could only write about his experience on the forum. You should be glad that you are still alive. Many players were killed by the natives in secret. Take this as a warning. Don't show off your wealth. There is no order in the game world. Only strength can keep wealth. I hope luck will come. I don't need a level 2 evolution stone. Just give me a level 1 evolution stone. A level 2 evolution stone sold for 420 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi was also very envious. He encountered a bug, but his luck was still a little bad. No, it's not bad. It opened a priest recruitment scroll worth 3,000 points. There are not many lord players who can recruit priests now. Chapter 15. It was almost halfway through the afternoon, and Zhao Yi asked Saishi to arrange for someone to go outside Zhao village to clean up the battlefield from last night. The bones were buried somewhere, and the broken iron swords were collected and made into farm tools by the blacksmith. After being purified by the sun for most of the day, the death aura on the bones and the broken iron swords had basically been purified. After a battle, the only thing that could be considered a trophy was the broken iron sword. The undead were really poor. Of course, the main reason was that other things were useless to the undead. The undead would not collect them, nor would they carry them with them. Without points and treasure chests, it is impossible to support the war by fighting. Fortunately, this is just a game. Not a game but a real alien world. Hundreds of millions, or even billions of players will return to Blue Star overnight. In the evening, all the soldiers gathered together, and Zhao Yi took out half of the cooked pork meat he bought, and shared it with everyone. With meat, the morale of the soldiers was greatly improved. In addition, there was no casualty in the battle last night, so the soldiers were very confident about the battle tonight. The personnel deployment tonight is similar to that of last night. Some soldiers are scattered around the 4 walls of the territory, and the remaining soldiers and Zhao Yi stay in the center of the territory. If something unexpected happens, and the undead appear from other places, the soldiers under his command can gather in one place faster. It is similar to the time of last night. In the 3rd hour after nightfall, more than 60 undead appeared in the southwest of Zhao village. After discovering the undead figure, Zhao Yi led the shield warrior archer priest to gather in the southwest corner of Zhao village, while the assassin, spearman, and 2 swordsmen continued to be on guard in other directions of Zhao village. Village chief Cici walked around the village with a few people, mainly to appease the people. When necessary, Cici, as a swordsman, would also join the battle with a long sword. Soon, the battle started, and one skeleton swordsman after another was eliminated amid the explosion. After 2 days of practice, Zhao Yi was already familiar with the bow and arrow in his hand. He started shooting when the skeleton swordsman was 50 meters away, and he never missed. More than 60 skeleton swordsmen were a lot for 9 archers, but also very few. The expected close combat did not happen, and even the closest skeleton swordsman was at least 10 meters away from the wall, and did not even enter the trap area. You should know that the nearest skeleton swordsman had already rushed within 8 meters last night. There were no skeleton swordsmen who could stand up on the battlefield. For shield warriors climbed over the wall and killed all the skeleton swordsmen crawling on the ground. All the soul fires on the battlefield were extinguished. The battle was over. The archers consumed a total of 75 primary explosive arrows, and there were 15 left. All the archers recruited in the first wave were level 1, and Gary was about to reach level 2. Continuously drawing the bow and shooting arrows, plus using the rapid shooting skill, made the archer's arms a little tired. Zhao Yi and a group of soldiers rested on the spot to prevent accidents. If I have more money, I can buy more tents next time. An idea came to Zhao Yi's mind. Calling out the system panel, Zhao Yi browsed through the 4 options of personal, territory, points mall, and system records. Both skills increased the same experience as yesterday, and the level 0 shooter experience increases from 49% to 94%. The experience of all soldiers in the territory has increased more or less, and the village chief CC's swordsman profession has also increased a small amount of experience, and the territory's people's hearts have increased by 1 point. System record shows that a total of 63 skeleton swordsmen were eliminated, 39 at level 0, 12 at level 1, 6 at level 2, 3 at level 3, 2 at level 4, and 1 at level 5, with a total of 860 points. Zhao Yi eliminated 4 skeleton swordsmen, 3 at level 0, and 1 at level 1. Gary eliminated the most skeleton swordsmen, 9 in total, and only needed a few more experience points to upgrade to level 2. The 4 shield warriors and the second wave of recruited archers are not far from upgrading. Open forum look, many territories have ended the battle, and some posts even describe battles with more than 100 skeleton swordsmen. More than 100 skeleton swordsmen means that the population of the player's territory has exceeded 300, which is a condition for territory promotion. Another condition for territory promotion is to upgrade from a 3rd-class baron to a 2nd-class baron, which can be completed with 2,000 points. It is only the 2nd day since the players enter the game world, and it is almost impossible for players to have 2,000 points in their hands. If you want to upgrade your territory, you have to wait until the novice period is over. Zhao Yi never thought that he could become the strongest lord player just because he had a bug. After all, before coming to the game world, he was just an ordinary person. Just because I am an ordinary person does not mean that others are ordinary people, such as national forces, financial groups, and family forces on Blue Star. Zhao Yi did not dare to recruit players easily, but those big forces could recruit familiar players, and point recruitment provided certain convenience in this regard. Especially for national forces that control the army, as long as they are familiar with the rules of the game world, it is easy to develop. Even other ordinary players can recruit some relatives and friends to have a helper. Zhao Yi, who is alone, can only rely on himself. All players who have finished the battle are looking forward to tomorrow, opening the treasure chest, hoping that they can get out of Africa and enter Europe, and get good things from the treasure chest, so that they can live more easily in the game world. Of course, most players have remembered that wealth should not be exposed, and they do not have the strength to protect too much wealth. Zhao Yi is also looking forward to it, brushing the forum, and resting when he can't hold on any longer. Only when the territory's strength is improved to a certain level in the future, Zhao Yi will give up guarding the night with the soldiers. I closed my eyes, and opened them again, and it was dawn. The system panel appeared out of thin air, and the battle settlement began. You destroyed 63 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle evaluation, D. Points increased by 40%. Professional experience increased by 40%. Obtained a silver treasure chest just when the words professional experience increased by 40% appeared. Zhao Yi felt a little heat flow in his body. He clenched his fists and felt the increase in strength. I've upgraded. Zhao Yi understood. The upgrade will be discussed later. Zhao Yi clicked on the silver treasure chest that popped up on the screen, and 16 cards appeared. He spent 3 minutes looking through all the cards. There were 2 silver cards, 4 bronze cards, 5 black iron cards, and 5 ordinary cards. The 2 silver cards were a storage ring with a space of 1 cubic meter, and 100 gold coins. The 4 bronze cards were 10 black iron bows, 10 gold coins, 1 low-grade magic crystal, and an earth mage recruitment scroll. The 5 black iron cards are a level 1 evolution stone, an assassin recruitment scroll, 100 kilograms of black bread, 10 ordinary iron shields, and 1 square of wood. Zhao Yi directly ignored the ordinary cards. Among the silver cards, bronze cards, and black iron cards, Zhao Yi took a fancy to the storage ring, black iron bow, earth mage recruitment scroll, level 1 evolution stone, and assassin recruitment scroll. However, the silver treasure chest can only select 4 cards. Almost without hesitation, Zhao Yi gave up the assassin recruitment scroll. The assassin recruitment scroll should be the lowest value among the 5, and it is not very useful to Zhao Yi. If it is replaced with the archer recruitment scroll, he will consider it more. Chapter 16. Flip over the 4 cards representing the storage ring, black iron bow, earth mage recruitment scroll, and level 1 evolution stone, and the system panel returns to the desktop. Zhao Yi opens personal and finds that he has indeed leveled up. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 2485. Occupation, 3rd class Baron / level 1 Archer, 8%. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 8, Wisdom 7. Free attribute point, 1. Charm, 7. Command, 17 to 49. After leveling up, the 4 dimensions of Strength, Constitution, Agility, and Wisdom all increase by 1 point, and there is an additional free attribute point. Charm has not changed, but Command has increased from 42 to 49. Players in the forum have long discovered the secret of Command. Wisdom * Charm equals Command. Yes, the commander relies on wisdom to command the army, and the commanders also have personal charm, which can make the soldiers follow. Free attribute points can only be added to the 4 dimensions. Zhao Yi does not plan to add points for the time being. After all, he is a lord, and he mainly commands his subordinates to fight during battles. Perhaps it is more appropriate to increase wisdom and command. The number of commanders is enough at present, and there is no need to increase it now. The score value displayed in points mall has exceeded 1,000, reaching 1208, which is enough to recruit 4 shooters. Points cannot be used to recruit shooters. Zhao Yi still has to think carefully about how to use them. Open the forum, an AC rating higher than D has appeared. You can get a gold treasure chest, and draw a gold card. There are more than one player who got AC rating. A Lord player who got AC rating guessed that if there are more than 100 attacking undead, and all the undead are eliminated without casualties, not counting minor injuries, you can get AC rating. All the players who got AC rating did not reveal the good things they drew from the treasure chest, but the players who drew the advanced stone posted a post to celebrate. In just one day, the advanced stone auctioned by market players, the price of level 1 was at least 50 low-grade magic crystals, and the price of level 2 was over 500 low-grade magic crystals. In the case of lack of money, Zhao Yi would consider putting the level 1 advanced stone on the market for auction. In addition to the level 1 advanced stone, what Zhao Yi wanted to sell more was the storage ring. The storage ring drawn had a space of only 1 cubic meter, and it required 1,000 points to buy it in the points mall. In the origin continent, such a storage item required at least 80 low-grade magic crystals. At present, storage items are optional. It is best to keep the advanced stone for future use or for your subordinates. If you are really short of money, you can also sell the advanced stone. After all, there is still a long way to go before reaching level 9, 100%. After browsing the forum, Zhao Yi kept thinking about one thing in his mind. Should I strive for AC rating? C rating means that the population of the territory reaches 300 people, and the number of attacking undead exceeds 100. It is easy to reach a population of 300. Now, including Zhao Yi himself, there are already 186 people, and there are still 114 people left. If 25 to 30 households are added, the population can reach this number, which requires at least 250 points. The population can easily reach the limit. The key is whether the territory can eliminate all the incoming undead without casualties. The battle that just ended was mainly 9 archers against 63 skeleton swordsmen. According to this ratio, 100 skeleton swordsmen need 14 archers. That is to say, Zhao Yi needs to recruit 5 more archers, which requires 1,500 points, and the points are not enough. By the way, I also drew 10 black iron bows. Zhao Yi thought of the equipment cards in the card pack. At present, the archers are using the worst bamboo bows, which have no special attributes, short range, and poor accuracy. Compared with bamboo bows, the black iron bows drawn have a special attribute of precision, which has a longer range, higher damage, and higher accuracy. Recruit 2 more archers. Zhao Yi himself continues to use bamboo bows, and the 10 archer soldiers are replaced with black iron bows. The strength is greatly increased. Maybe they can eliminate the 100+ skeleton swordsmen who come to attack without melee. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi had almost made up his mind to strive for C rating. Today was the last day of the novice period. He would use the novice period to improve himself as much as possible. Opening Notepad, Zhao Yi began to write and draw. In order to get a C rating, he would use all his points to improve the territory as much as possible. Recruiting 2 archers, minus 600 points, there are still 608 points left. Including the Earth Mage recruitment scroll, about 27 families are needed. The specific number of recruits will be recruited by Zhao Yi one by one beside the teleportation array. The territory population cannot exceed 300 too much. First subtract 270 points, leaving 338 points. As the population of the territory increases, the number of officials also needs to increase, so add 2 more officials, which requires 200 points, and the number of households remains unchanged, leaving 158 points. The territory will soon have an Earth Mage, and there will be a priest who can purify the soil and stone, so the construction of residential buildings can begin. The Earth Mage is an earth wall builder, a professional house and city wall builder. As the basic skill of the Earth Mage, the principle of the skill is not exaggerated. The soil of the earth wall technique is not created out of thin air, but the existing soil on the ground is shaped to achieve the desired shape. It is said that a powerful Earth Mage can build a city with mud in one day. A level 0 Earth Mage has weak magic power, and it is not a problem to build several of the worst houses in one day, and there will be personnel to assist. So it is also necessary to recruit stonemasons and bricklayers. 1 blacksmith is not enough, so recruit 2 more. In this case, Zhao Yi needs to recruit 2 archers for a total of 600 points, 2 officials for a total of 200 points, 2 blacksmiths, 6 stonemasons, 7 bricklayers for a total of 300 points, 5 farmers, and 5 miners for a total of 100 points. A total of 29 households, 1,200 points, and 8 points left. In addition, there is a backup recruitment plan. The number of archers, officials, blacksmiths, farmers, and miners to be recruited remains unchanged for the time being. An additional 150-point shield warrior will be recruited, and stonemasons, bricklayers, and additional farmers and miners will be recruited according to the number of people. The main thing is to increase the number of archers by 10, and the number of shield warriors is still 4, which is a bit small, so the number of shield warriors will be appropriately increased. There are still 24 low-grade magic crystals, and 3 gold coins left in my hand, as well as storage rings and advanced stones that can be sold in exchange for currency. 75 primary explosive arrows are consumed in the battle, and they need to be replenished. According to the fact that 100 skeleton swordsmen need to be eliminated with 150 explosive arrows, 40 more arrows need to be purchased, for a total of 115 arrows, totaling 565 gold coins. 30 multi-person tents also need to be purchased, totaling 90 gold coins. If you calculate it this way, you may not need to sell the advancement stone, and you still have to go to Rhoda City. It would be better if there was a market. It takes 4 low-grade magic crystals to go back and forth, which is a pity. Zhao Yi did not act in a hurry, but used the equipment card first to summon 10 black iron bows, and then found Gary and other archers to discuss tonight's battle. Look at these bows. If there are 10 archers equipped with such bows, can the territory destroy more than 100 skeleton swordsmen without damage in a battle? Zhao Yi asked a group of archers. The archers took the black iron bows. They understood that the Lord would most likely give them the bows to use. This is magic equipment. Even the worst magic equipment is much better than the bamboo bows in their hands. Lord, as long as you equip this bow, even if 150 skeleton swordsmen attack, we will destroy them all. After understanding the properties of the black iron bow, Gary said very confidently. Gary's words were agreed by other archers. As long as they were equipped with this black iron bow, their combat effectiveness would increase a lot, and their confidence would also increase. Okay, you should first master this new bow and prepare for the battle in the evening. This time, there will be more than 100 skeleton swordsmen attacking. Lord, we will definitely destroy all the attacking undead. Chapter 17. After getting the confirmation from the archers, the plan was officially launched. Zhao Yi brought the remaining 2 black iron bows to the teleportation array, ready to recruit personnel first, and then go to Lahel City for procurement. The recruited personnel came to the territory without tents to live in, so they rested there temporarily. It would be great if we could draw a market. Zhao Yi sighed and began to recruit. He first used the Earth Mage recruitment scroll. A few seconds later, the Earth Mage Colin and his family walked out of the teleportation array. Colin's Earth magic talent is only 1 star. There is no time to settle Colin's family. Zhao Yi's first task for Colin is to build his own house first, and then build houses for other officials and professionals. The recruitment scroll is used up, and then the points are used to recruit 2 archers, 2 officials, 2 blacksmiths, 6 stonemasons, 7 bricklayers, 5 farmers, and 5 miners. A total of 30 new households were added, bringing the number of households in Zhao village to 70, and the total population of the territory to 319. The number of skeleton swordsmen attacking tonight will be around 110, requiring 165 primary explosive arrows, 130 additional arrows, and 30 multi-person tents, costing up to 740 gold. The newly recruited people were temporarily settled by Cici, and Zhao Yi took 4 warriors to Lothal City. About 3 hours later, the group returned with a large number of supplies. The main reason was that there were too many tents, so Zhao Yi did not buy anything else. He only sold the storage ring to a local in the market. After deducting the commission, he still had 73 low-grade magic crystals left. He bought 2 more supplies. Now Zhao Yi only had 22 low-grade magic crystals and 6 gold coins. An official led a team of farmers to move the tents and distribute them to the newly joined people. Zhao Yi personally brought explosive arrows to all the archers. Including Zhao Yi himself, there were exactly 15 explosive arrows per person. After distributing the explosive arrows, Zhao Yi asked the archers about their use of the new bows. The archers were all smiling and loved the new bows. After a few hours, the archers had already become familiar with the new bows. By the evening, although they were not as familiar with the bamboo bows they had been using, their combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly improved. Although the ordinary bamboo bow is only 1 level lower than the black iron bow, you should know that the bamboo bow is also relatively poor in the ordinary level. What kind of good equipment can the bow commonly equipped by archer apprentices be? After parting with the archers, Zhao Yi walked around in the territory. There are already 70 households and more than 300 people in the territory. The area of Zhao village is only 10,000 square meters, and it is almost crowded. The main purpose is to impact the C rating in the novice period, otherwise the population of the territory will not increase so much. After tonight, the next step is to recruit soldiers to increase the combat effectiveness of the territory. After all, the population of the territory has reached the upper limit of the 3rd level village. The next step is to prepare for the promotion of the territory level. On the night of the territory promotion, more undead will attack. Moreover, after the novice period, other undead soldiers will appear. This is not enough to rely on the archer flow. It is necessary to appropriately increase other soldiers. Only by combining multiple soldiers can we better protect the territory and eliminate the attacking undead. Walking in the territory, Zhao Yi found that there was an extra courtyard in the residential area for the soldiers' families, which was a little larger than the residential area given at the beginning. From the outside, this courtyard is almost made of mud. The mud wall is a little rough, but solid and reliable, and it will not collapse even in heavy rain. No need to guess, this is the house built by the Earth Mage Colin, and it is also Colin's home. When Colin meditates to restore his magic power, he will continue to build houses. In many cities, Earth Mages are the main force in the construction industry, and Zhao Yi is also planning to use Earth Mages in this way. After Zhao Yi walked around the territory twice, he went back to the Lord's mansion to have lunch, take a nap, and practice archery. Time came to the evening. Take out the remaining cooked pork, heat it up a bit, and share it with the soldiers. Next, wait for the final battle of the 3-day novice period. Open forum collect intelligence. After seeing some popular posts, Zhao Yi was a little surprised that some Lord players have announced the promotion of their territories. It should be those territories that were attacked by 100+ skeleton swordsmen last night. After destroying so many skeleton swordsmen, plus the D or C score bonus, there are almost more than 2,000 points, enough to buy a second-class baron. The conditions for the promotion of both territories have been met, and it is just right to take advantage of the novice period to promote the territory. There are more than 100 posts announcing the preparation for the promotion of territories. Judging from the content of the posts, they are mainly official forces, or military forces of major countries in Blue Star, and a few are chaebol forces and family forces. It seems that there are no ordinary players' territories to be promoted. There are more than 100 official posts, and there are probably thousands of posts without official announcements. Among them, there are very few posts belonging to the official Chen country, but Zhao Yi does not believe that there are really few. Even Chen's neighbor Beach has posted several official announcements. Chen has the largest number of active soldiers on Blue Star, and an even larger reserve force. No other country on Blue Star can compare. Even if it occupies a quarter, Zhao Yi can believe it. However, there is no promotion of ordinary players' territories. This is within Zhao Yi's expectations. He should be the best among ordinary players. This is still under the bonus of BUG. Without BUG, Zhao Yi's territory should be the same as the territories of most ordinary players. It is ordinary. It can hold on for 3 days during the novice period. After the novice period, it will be dangerous. If you are not careful, it will be destroyed by the undead. Envy those territories that are about to be promoted. The novice period is the best time to promote a territory. The only undead soldiers attacking the territory are the skeleton swordsmen. It is easy to eliminate them, such as the sheer flow that is common in player territories now. Dig a trap and pour in fuel, and you can easily kill a large number of skeleton swordsmen. No matter how many skeleton swordsmen attack, they can find a direction to eliminate them. It is expected that most territories will be able to complete the promotion according to these official announcements. Zhao Yi is very envious of these territories that are about to be promoted. He began to think about when his territory can be promoted. It is expected that the fastest time to try to promote the territory is the second day after the novice period ends. Tomorrow, I will have enough points to buy a second-class baron, but I cannot immediately upgrade my territory. No one knows what changes will happen to the attacking undead at night after the novice period ends. It takes 1 night to accumulate experience. Depending on the situation, I will decide to spend a few days to improve my strength to face the more terrifying undead army. Time passed slowly, and some territories have already fought with the attacking undead. Before Zhao Yi's territory saw the undead, the promoted territory eliminated all the attacking enemies. Through the post, Zhao Yi learned a little about the attack of the undead when the territory was promoted. There will be 3 waves of undead in total, with similar numbers. The first wave of undead is about the same number and strength as the normal undead. In the second and third waves, the strength of almost all undead has increased by 1 level, about 1 or 2 levels. The interval between 2 waves of undead attacks is as short as 10 minutes, and as long as half an hour. Even if it is just a skeleton swordsman, it is difficult for those territories that are being promoted to eliminate all the undead attacks without casualties. It takes 1 primary explosive arrow to kill a skeleton swordsman below level 3, and 2 primary explosive arrows to kill skeleton swordsmen from level 4 to 6. I am afraid that all the primary explosive arrows in the player's territories will be used up, and they can only engage in close combat. No matter how much it costs, it will eventually be possible to kill all the attacking undead and complete the territory promotion. There should not be many territories being promoted that will be destroyed by the undead. Chapter 18. Soon, hundreds of burning soul fires appeared in the field of vision of the archers, who were on alert outside Zhao village. Archers, shield warriors, priests, and mages all gathered at the southwest corner of Zhao village. Zhao Yi and 10 archers climbed the thick steps together and looked at the skeleton swordsmen moving in the distance. The bamboo bows used by the archers before had a maximum range of 120 meters and an effective killing range of 80 meters. If you want to kill the enemy accurately, it is best to put the enemy within 50 meters. The black iron bow has a maximum range of more than 250 meters and an effective killing range of 150 meters. The enemy can be killed accurately if it enters within 80 meters. More importantly, the black iron bow comes with precision attributes, can make archers shoot more accurately. The spacious and flat land outside Zhao village is most suitable for archers. As usual, 2 test shots were made at a long distance with ordinary arrows. As the enemy entered the range of 90 meters, 10 archers, under Zhao Yi's command, divided into odd and even numbers, alternately shot explosive arrows at the skeleton swordsman. Amid the explosion, the skeleton swordsmen went forward one after another, turning into piles of bones on the ground. Every time the undead army advanced 10 meters, at least 10 skeleton swordsmen would fall, or their soul fire would be extinguished directly, or they would be severely injured and fall to the ground and continue to crawl forward. Finally, 3 skeleton swordsmen fell into the pit in front of the wall. They tried to climb out of the pit with their hands and feet. As soon as their gray heads appeared, they were smashed to pieces by the shield warrior, who climbed over the wall and came to the pit. Victory! Zhao Yi took a deep breath. There were no more standing undead on the battlefield. The 4 shield warriors surged forward with shields in hand, eliminating the skeleton swordsmen, who were not dead on the ground. Until all the soul fires on the earth were extinguished, the soldiers cheered together, and Zhao Yi cheered too. In order to reach the C rating, Zhao Yi fought hard, and this third night battle attracted more than 100 skeleton swordsmen. Although in the plan, Zhao Yi had a great confidence that he could wipe out the attacking undead without any casualties, but plans are plans after all, and it is easy to change. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the battle, and the undead were completely defeated. As expected, the C rating was obtained, and I don't know what treasures can be opened in the gold treasure chest. Retreating to the wall for rest, 129 of the 165 primary explosive arrows were consumed, and 36 were left, an average of 3 per person. The system records show that a total of 107 skeleton swordsmen were eliminated, 66 at level 0, 22 at level 1, 11 at level 2, 6 at level 3, 3 at level 4, and 1 at level 5. The points have increased to 1473, even if it is only a D rating, it can still exceed 2,000 points. Zhao Yi eliminated 5 skeleton swordsmen by himself, 2 at level 0, 2 at level 1, and 1 at level 3. The archer experience has increased from 8% of level 1 to 55%. Gary, who eliminated the most skeleton swordsmen in this battle, is already level 3. Thinking that tonight's battle is likely to get a C rating and a gold treasure chest as a reward, Zhao Yi is a little excited and wants to post a post to show off. But Zhao Yi stopped this idea in time because of his inner caution and the desire to keep his wealth to himself. Now the right thing to do is to quietly accumulate strength and wait until he is exposed accidentally and then surprise the world. No words were spoken that night. You destroyed 107 undeads. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle evaluation, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Obtain a gold treasure chest. End of the novice period. Zhao Yi's originally calm mood became excited again because of the appearance of the gold treasure chest. Open the gold treasure chest, and a total of 25 cards in 5 rows and 5 columns will pop up, from which you can select 5 cards. It took Zhao Yi 5 minutes to look through all the cards, 3 gold cards, 4 silver cards, 5 bronze cards, 6 black iron cards, and 7 ordinary cards. According to the principle of directly choosing the most valuable card regardless of whether it is useful or not, Zhao Yi selected 5 cards. The 3 gold cards are a picture book of the undead, a 3-star wind mage recruitment scroll, and 100 low-grade magic crystals. A silver card, primary market. A bronze card, for archer recruitment scrolls. The undead illustrated book. The meaning can be roughly understood from the literal meaning. Zhao Yi took out the gold card representing the undead illustrated book from the card pack and summoned a simple book about 3 centimeters thick. The cover of the book depicts a death god holding a giant scythe with red eyes. Zhao Yi dared not look at it. It's just a book. Zhao Yi felt absurd. He opened the book directly, and the undead illustrated book turned into a white light and disappeared. An icon representing the undead illustrated book was added to the system panel. The Undead Atlas introduces the classification of undead races in detail, including ghouls, zombies, skeletons, ghosts, liches, undead, knights, undead, dragons, and the big boss of the undead race, the Grim Reaper. Among them, the Grim Reaper is rarely introduced, and is only mentioned in 1 sentence. After all, the Grim Reaper has not come to the Origin continent, and no living creature has ever seen him. They just know that he exists. Other undead races have been encountered and are understood in detail. For example, the skeleton race that Zhao Yi often fights with is divided into skeleton swordsman, skeleton archer, skeleton knight, skeleton lancer, etc. Skeleton soldiers can also be upgraded to level 1 skeleton warrior, level 2 skeleton captain, level 3 skeleton commander, level 4 skeleton general, and level 7 skeleton king. Zhao Yi understood that in the battle tonight, he would most likely encounter other undead races, such as ghosts that ignore physical attacks. If the Lord player does not have a mage or priest under his command, he can only buy magic scrolls to eliminate ghosts. After only looking at a few contents in the Undead Atlas, Zhao Yi felt that this thing was very useful to him. His subordinates were far from knowing so much about the undead. For him, there are also some information about the undead race that players have learned through various channels, but the total is less than a quarter of the content in the Undead Illustrated book, and most of it is about low-level undead. After closing the Undead Illustrated book, Zhao Yi looked at the bronze cards representing the 4 archer recruitment scrolls, and was a little speechless. He was planning not to recruit archers in the short term, but the treasure chest opened 4 archers, which was equivalent to 1,200 points, which was more valuable than 100 low-grade magic crystals. After that, the 3-star wind mage recruitment scroll, This is the most talented professional Zhao Yi has ever seen, and the 3-star talent can even grow into a powerful 5th-level professional. Zhao Yi can't wait to recruit him, and also wants to quickly set up a market in the territory. Even if it is only a primary one, Zhao Yi will not have to run to Lotus City often in the future. It costs 4 low-grade magic crystals for a round trip, which is painful. Of course, buying and selling things in the market also requires paying travel expenses and deducting commissions, which may not necessarily consume less money than going to Lotus City, but the key is convenience, and the auction items can be hung for a longer time in the future. Chapter 19. While eating breakfast, Zhao Yi was thinking about how to use the 2,206 points in his hand. He would definitely not recruit many civilians this time. At most, he would recruit a few carpenters to prepare to build wooden furniture and so on. Most of the points would be used to recruit soldiers. He had a scroll to recruit wind mages, and a priest who could perform purification. 2 or 3 ghosts could be easily eliminated. More would be more troublesome. However, recruiting a fire mage required 1,000 points, which would use up half of the points. Consider buying magic scrolls to deal with ghosts first. Low-level undead can be easily eliminated by primary explosive arrows. There are also relatively cheap attack magic scrolls that can eliminate ghosts. There are even enchantment scrolls that temporarily enchant ordinary weapons to cause damage to ghosts. There are 4 archer recruitment scrolls in hand. The number of archers does not need to continue to increase. You can add a few assassins, and then add shield warriors and spearmen. Facing the undead race, the assassination skills of the assassin are not very useful. They are mainly reconnaissance, scouting the movements of the undead, scouting the movements of other player leaders, scouting the terrain, etc. As the territory develops, 1 assassin is not enough. Let's recruit 3 more assassins. Send 1 assassin in each direction at night to scout the movements of the undead and reduce the chance of accidents. 1 assassin has 200 points, and 3 assassins will cost 600 points. Compared with the swordsman and shield warrior, the spearman is more suitable for the shield warrior. The shield warrior raises the shield for defense, and the spearman uses the gap between the shields to directly stab the spear. It is a very good offensive and defensive combination. After recruiting spearmen and shield warriors, the number of the 2 is equal. At present, there is 1 spearman and 4 shield warriors in the territory. It takes 150 points to recruit 1 shield warrior. Then I will recruit 7 spearmen and 4 shield warriors, a total of 1,300 points, and I will have some points left for backup. Then I will buy supplies from the market. The 129 arrows consumed in the battle last night need to be replenished, and at least 20 tents for the newly recruited personnel need to be purchased, which requires 705 gold. Adding the 100 low-grade magic crystals from the gold card, I still have 122 low-grade magic crystals, which is equivalent to at least 1,220 gold. After buying arrows and tents, I still have more than 500 gold left. Considering that the first batch of people have joined the territory for 3 days, the little food they have is constantly being consumed, and they are not far from running out of food. Zhao Yi plans to buy a batch of black bread, white bread, flour, meat, coal, etc. These things cannot be distributed directly to the people, and a store needs to be set up in the territory to sell them to the people at a price slightly higher than the cost price. The cost price is definitely not acceptable. After all, there is still travel expenses. Zhao Yi himself does not have much money, but he will not squeeze the people, so a price slightly higher than the cost price will be fine. The store needs a store manager with business talent and literacy. I'm afraid it will take 100 points to recruit him. The remaining points and magic crystals will need to be purchased from the points mall or the market for magic scrolls and enchantment scrolls. This will be left to the end. Breakfast was already finished. After Zhao Yi had a clear idea of the purchase and recruitment, he first asked someone to convey an order to the Earth Mage Colin to stop the task being performed and build a grocery store for the territory first. Then he came to the open space on the right side of the teleportation array. On the left side of the teleportation array was the Lord's Mansion. Zhao Yi took out the card representing the primary market and used it. A small primary market model appeared in his hand. He put it on the ground and stepped back. The model gradually grew larger and became a primary market with only 1 floor. Walking into the market, there was no one inside. The decoration was ordinary, far from being comparable to the advanced market in Lotus City. Moreover, the primary market could only trade with other markets within the province. There were only 6 rooms with screens in the market, a small teleportation array, and an alchemy tool that could take pictures and transmit images to the market trading network. The origin continent seems to be more backward than Blue Star, but in fact, It is just that the people in power or high-level professionals treat civilians like ants and have no idea of changing their lives. Moreover, the cost of implementing that system is very high, and it is impossible to popularize it to civilian families. They don't care how many civilians are killed or injured in natural disasters, and only consider their own interests. If it weren't for the undead disaster, more civilians would starve to death in each city. The market is not only available to Zhao Yi, but also to other natives and players. With the property of the residents of the territory, it is almost impossible for them to come to the market. On weekdays, just arrange a soldier to guard the door. Search the market trading network to determine the prices of various materials, as well as the final attack magic scroll and enchantment scroll. Compared with the primary explosive arrows, the prices of attack magic scrolls and enchantment scrolls are not high. An attack magic scroll is so cheap that it only costs one low-grade magic crystal. As long as it hits a low-level ghost, it can be killed instantly. The enchantment scroll that increases magic damage to weapons. The cheapest one only needs one low-grade magic crystal plus 2 gold coins, and even ordinary arrows can be enchanted. However, the arrow enchantment is almost a one-time item, and its range is longer than that of the magic scroll. If it is enchanted on a melee weapon, it can be used for several minutes, and can destroy several ghosts. In this way, Zhao Yi decided to buy all the supplies through the market, and use all the points to recruit people. After leaving the market, and coming to the teleportation array, Zhao Yi prepared to recruit people first. An official and several subordinates were ready to receive the new people who joined the territory. First use the Wind Recruitment Scroll and 4 Archer Recruitment Scrolls. The teleportation array lit up, and the first to appear in the teleportation array were a pair of siblings. A pair of siblings? This was a bit strange for Zhao Yi. Most of the residents in the territory were families of 4 or 5, followed by families of 3 or 6. The number of family members would only be larger. This was the first time that there were only 2 people in the family, without parents or elders. Moreover, all the soldiers Zhao Yi recruited in the past few days were male, which almost made Zhao Yi think that all the indigenous soldiers were male. The elder sister looked about 20 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, just a little taller than the younger brother. She wore a black robe representing a mage, revealing a delicate little face with a slightly cold expression. Mage Joanna, report to the Lord. Joanna, welcome to join us. The territory is in ruins, and there are not enough houses to live in. You and your brother will live in the Lord's mansion first, and move to the new house after the new house is built. Because of the joining of the Earth Mage Colin, the new house is already under construction. The first new house is Colin's home. 2 more houses were built yesterday. Pastor Eric and Village Chief Cece moved out of the Lord's mansion. Living in the Lord's mansion can feel the Lord's attention to them, but that is the Lord's home. They can't live there forever, so they asked Colin to build a new home for them first, and Colin did not refuse. Joanna hesitated a little when facing Zhao Yi's words. After all, she was an unmarried girl, and she just moved into the Lord's mansion. After hesitating for a few seconds, Joanna accepted Zhao Yi's invitation. Lord, it is my honor to live in the Lord's mansion. After the conversation, the official personally led the way, and sent Joanna and her brother to the Lord to settle down. Chapter 20. Zhao Yi was very curious about the 3-star talent mage, so he opened territory and looked at Joanna's information. Name, Joanna. Gender, female. Age, 18. Occupation, level 0 Wine Mage, 0%. Talent, Wind Mage 3 stars / Command 2 stars. Skills, Blessing of the Wind, Wind Blade. Loyalty, 78. Salary, 1 gold / month. After just one look at Joanna's information, Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel surprised. In addition to the 3-star Wind Mage talent, Joanna also has a 2-star Command talent. According to some posts on the forum, only natives with the Command talent can lead troops to fight alone. In some games on Blue Star, characters with the Command talent are heroes. There are quite a few Lord players with soldiers with Command talents. Most of them are 1-star, and very few are 2-star. I haven't seen any posts with 3-star Command talents. It's not just a matter of talent. Joanna actually has 2 skills. An auxiliary skill, Blessing of Wind, can increase the movement speed of multiple targets. An attack skill, Wind Blade, can easily kill a low-level ghost with 1 wind blade. But what is the loyalty of only 78 points? Isn't the initial loyalty 80 points? Zhao Yi thought of a possibility. Could it be that Joanna thought that he, the Lord, had ulterior motives because he let her live in the Lord's mansion? In all honesty, this is a game world after all. When the game is over, we have to return to Blue Star. Zhao Yi has no idea of falling in love with the natives in the game world. At most, he will carefully find a female player and continue the relationship in reality after leaving the game world. After closing Joanna's profile, Zhao Yi took another look at Joanna's brother, who was also talented. Name, J. Gender, male. Age, 14. Occupation, level 0 swordsman, 0%. Talent, 2 stars. Skill, heavy attack. Loyalty, 80. Salary, none. It's just that he is too young. Joanna will definitely not allow her brother to fight the undead on the battlefield. Recruitment continued, using the recruitment scroll to recruit 4 archers, using points to recruit 7 spearmen, for shield warriors, 3 assassins, 1 official, 1 merchant, 3 carpenters, and 4 miners. Recruitment is over, only 6 points left. Recruiting a few more miners means that Zhao Yi will soon come up with a mining plan, and there must be enough people to mine. After this wave of recruitment, the territory has added 28 new families and 125 people, making the total number of lords almost 100. With Zhao Yi himself, the population of the territory has increased to a very unpleasant number, 444. 444 people means that the number of undead attacking tonight will reach about 150, and there are still multiple arms. It will be another difficult battle, but Zhao Yi believes that with the current strength of the territory, it will not be difficult to win. As the territory grows, the number of recruits will only increase, the number of undeads that attack will also increase, and the combat effectiveness of the territory must be improved as much as possible. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi summoned the village chief Cici and the merchant Haydn to go to the market together to prepare for a large purchase. This time, not only the primary explosive arrows, tents, and magic scrolls are purchased, but also food, fuel, and other daily necessities. The former is decided by Zhao Yi himself, and the latter is discussed with Cici and Haydn before purchase. There will be about 150 undeads coming. Use 225 explosive arrows to kill all the undeads. The territory needs to add 159 more arrows, making a total of 160. 28 new families have been added, so make a total of 30 multi-person tents. Add 5 attack magic scrolls and 5 enchantment scrolls, and a total of 100 low-grade magic crystals are needed. These 3 are all military supplies. Compared with expensive military supplies, food, fuel, and other daily necessities are much cheaper. For example, black bread only costs 3 copper coins per pound, and 1 gold coin can buy at least 3,500 pounds. After discussing with Cici and Haydn, Zhao Yi prepared to buy 1 gold of black bread, 50 silver white bread, 1 gold of refined flour, 1 gold of pork, 2 gold of coal, 1 gold of weeds and rotten wood, 2 gold of ordinary wood, 1 gold of linen, 1 gold of rickshaw, single-wheeled vehicle or double-wheeled vehicle, and so on. The civilian families in the territory had no houses to live in and could not bake bread, so they could only buy baked black bread. In fact, in the indigenous cities, most of the civilian families with low incomes did not have fireplaces for baking bread. They also went to the bakery to buy baked black bread, because black bread could be stored for a long time, and they would buy a lot at a time. Professionals have higher incomes, and their families can afford white bread. Housewives prefer to make their own white bread, which is very soft and tastes better when freshly baked. Military supplies together require 100 low-grade magic crystals, while daily supplies together cost less than 2 low-grade magic crystals. It can be seen that war is really very expensive. You should know that the battles currently faced by the territory are not even small-scale wars. After purchasing all the supplies, there are about 20 low-grade magic crystals left in hand. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and added 10 lighting arrows to the list. Lighting arrows, after being hit, can emit a lot of light within 10 seconds. It can be exaggerated to say that it can turn night into day, but it cannot cause damage to the undead. One needs a low-grade magic crystal. In fact, there are more advanced lighting arrows that can cause damage to the undead, but the high price makes Zhao Yi stay away. Looking for the needed materials in the market, Haydn gave a suggestion to find a chamber of commerce to buy. Although this chamber of commerce may not have the cheapest things, all the purchased materials can be transported at once, which greatly reduces the travel expenses, and if you buy a lot of things, you can bargain. Zhao Yi adopted Haydn's suggestion and purchased all the supplies from a famous large chamber of commerce in the Violet Kingdom, the Rhoda City branch. After bargaining in the trading system, a total of 108 low-grade magic crystals were paid, and the other party gave Zhao Yi a large number of various daily necessities, which were worth less than 5 gold in total. 3 low-grade magic crystals were placed as energy for the market teleportation array. The energy was enough to be used 10 times, and the teleportation array was activated. In less than 10 seconds, a storage box was teleported over, and Zhao Yi put the purchase funds plus the toll, a total of 111 low-grade magic crystals, into the storage box. As a result, Zhao Yi only had 8 low-grade magic crystals left. About half an hour later, a storage box filled with various supplies appeared in the teleportation array. Zhao Yi picked up the storage box and walked to the open space outside the market. Sai had hired all the idle farmers and miners in the territory to come. As Zhao Yi poured the supplies out of the storage box, Sai directed the hired workers to move most of the supplies to the area near the store under construction, and the tents were delivered to the new residents, who also had to help set up the tents. Seeing a large amount of supplies entering the territory, the people's morale improved by several points. Zhao Yi poured out all the supplies in the storage box, returned to the market, and teleported the storage box away. The entire transaction process was completely over. Compared with Blue Star, the only difference was to give the merchant a review. Chapter 21. After recruiting personnel and buying supplies, the next task is to prepare for tonight's battle. There are more and more undeads coming, and they are no longer just skeleton swordsmen. The territory will face more complicated battles and accidents are more likely to happen. The good thing is that the undeads that are coming now are still low-level undeads. They have no wisdom, and can only target living beings. They keep moving forward, climb mountains when they encounter mountains, wade through water when they encounter water, and can't even take detours. Traps are very effective against these low-level undeads. According to the situation in Zhao village, more deep pits can be dug outside the village, and magic traps can be made with more money. However, the magic trap is not as cost-effective as the primary explosive arrow. At present, the most cost-effective fighting method in the origin continent is the warrior melee, followed by the explosive arrow. The primary explosive arrow is a commonly equipped alchemical prop. Using expensive alchemical bombs to destroy the undead is simply a prodigal son. No lord is willing to do this. All 4 assassins were sent out by Zhao Yi to perform exploration tasks, 1 person in a direction, and finding a mineable vein has become the main task. It has not rained yet, and crops cannot be planted. Zhao Yi has no natural magician under his command, and agricultural production is temporarily suspended. At present, the only source of income for civilians is being employed. The people in the territory don't have much money, and the territory needs other sources of funds. Mining becomes a more suitable choice. Zhao Yi has recruited many miners to prepare for mining. Once a suitable vein is found, it will be ready for mining. It's time for lunch, and Zhao Yi tastes Joanna's cooking. Joanna and her brother were temporarily staying in the Lord's mansion. At noon, Joanna prepared lunch. When she saw Zhao Yi, she naturally politely invited the Lord to taste it. Zhao Yi accepted the invitation, ate white bread, and drank the broth cooked by Joanna, which tasted good. However, due to Zhao Yi's joining, Joanna ate less, but Jay happily talked to Zhao Yi about the battlefield while eating. Jay wanted to go to the battlefield to kill the undead to avenge his parents, but he was too young and his sister didn't allow it. During the break, Zhao Yi went to the forum to check, but he couldn't see the official post about upgrading the territory today. No player's IQ would be negative and upgrade the territory on the first day after the novice period. On the contrary, many Lord players were worried about the battle tonight. Many Lord players felt that they could not defend their territory, and they had already made plans to use the teleportation array to escape to the aboriginal city as soon as the battle failed. Few Lord players live and die with their territories. When a person dies, he loses everything. When a person lives, he may have the opportunity to become a strong person or become a lord again. There are not many valuable posts. Zhao Yi looked around and read a few posts describing the promotion of territories. The area of a third-class barren territory is 5 square kilometers. The area of a third-level village is 10,000 square meters, and the population limit is 300. The area of a second-class barren territory is 10 square kilometers. The area of a second-level village is 20,000 square meters, and the population limit is 600. Basically, all data doubled, and the territory remained the same after the upgrade. The only change was the newly added 10,000 square meters of village area. After the upgrade, the land was directly purified and could be directly lived on or cultivated. The walls had to be built by yourself. There was already a second-class Baron Lord player who officially announced that he would be promoted to a territory again the day after the novice period ended. It was easy for the population of the second-class village to reach the upper limit. Zhao Yi could almost reach the upper limit of the second-class village, by recruiting another wave of people. The 4,000 points for the second-class baron to the first-class baron were not too much. In a territory with a population of 600, after one battle, the points gained should exceed 4,000, not counting the battle score bonus. During the day, you can also go to find the undead to fight and gain more points. Ordinary Lord players are definitely far from being able to compare with the Lord players of major forces. The manpower and material resources that can be mobilized are not at the same level at all. The longer the time, the greater the gap between the two sides. Of course, it is not ruled out that a small number of ordinary players get the opportunity to develop the territory to the point where they can compete with the Lord players of major forces. Rest, practice archery, have dinner with the soldiers, and night falls. For assassins were sent out by Zhao Yi again to scout the incoming undead. A small number of soldiers were deployed in the four-walled areas of Zhao village to keep watch, and most of the remaining soldiers gathered in the center of Zhao village. 2 hours later, the assassin who scouts the southwest direction came back to report that more than 100 undead are heading towards the territory. Zhao Yi led the soldiers to gather at the southwest corner of Zhao village. The assassin continued to report. The intelligence he found was only a rough idea. Among the undead, there were skeleton archers, skeleton knights, and ghouls. The assassin dared not approach. Skeleton archers are long-range attacks, and skeleton knights and ghouls move very fast. Once discovered, it is difficult for assassins to escape. Fortunately, assassins are only single targets, and they try to hide their own breath as much as possible, so it is not easy for the undead to find them. It is mainly because multiple creatures gather together that they are easily discovered by the undead. The undead that attack this time are mainly skeleton soldiers, skeleton swordsmen, skeleton spearmen, skeleton knights, skeleton archers, and the only non-skeleton soldiers are ghouls and ghosts. Shooters should first shoot skeleton archers, skeleton knights, ghouls, mages, and priests should pay attention to ghosts. Zhao Yi assigned combat tasks to the soldiers. He was most concerned about the skeleton archers and ghosts. As a long-range attack, the maximum attack distance of the skeleton archers was longer than that of the bamboo bow. If the archers on his side were not equipped with black iron bows, they would probably suffer heavy casualties under the attack of the skeleton archers. As for the ghosts that were immune to physical attacks, it was more difficult to deal with them. Zhao Yi had relatively few magicians under his command, only one wind mage, one earth mage, and one priest. The earth mage was only an auxiliary. Fortunately, he bought attack magic scrolls and enchantment scrolls in advance. 5 attack magic scrolls were given to Colin, and 5 enchantment scrolls were divided between 2 swordsmen and 3 shield warriors. The wall at the southwest corner of Zhao village has been remodeled many times, making it more suitable for soldiers to fight. Zhao Yi and the archers stood on the earth platform, aiming at the undead from a high position. 8 shield warriors stood behind the trap closest to the wall with shields in a defensive posture. 8 spearmen stood behind the shield warriors, and behind them were swordsmen, mages, and priests. Only the assassins did not participate in the battle, and were on guard in other directions of Zhao village. Soon, the soul fire burning in the eyes of the skeleton soldiers appeared in Zhao Yi's vision. The undead were coming, and everyone held their weapons tightly. Because of the skeleton archers, this time the archers will attack the undead at a longer distance. When the undead were still 150 meters away from the city wall, an archer equipped with a black iron bow shot a lighting arrow at the area where the large group of undead were. 2 seconds later, when the lighting arrow hit an undead swordsman and emitted a lot of light, as if turning the night into day, the archers equipped with black iron bows aimed their explosive arrows at the skeleton archers. Amid the explosions, the soul fires of several skeleton archers were extinguished, and several other undead, who were accidentally hit by the explosive arrows, were also eliminated. The day was not over yet. The archers continued to shoot. Because of the attacks of the living, the undead also exploded and sped up their march. The fastest skeleton knights and ghouls directly broke away from the team and rushed towards Zhao village. Even though the range was not enough, the skeleton archers still shot bow and arrows towards Zhao village. Some skeleton archers were hit by an explosive arrow before they could shoot the bone arrows. Some of them had their soul fire extinguished directly, or they were severely injured and fell to the ground, and could only crawl forward. The archers equipped with black iron bows ignored the approaching skeleton knights and ghouls. They wanted to take advantage of the time when the illumination arrows were effective to eliminate as many skeleton archers as possible who were shooting arrows while advancing. The 10 seconds of illumination time was enough for each archer to shoot 5 explosive arrows. The mission of Zhao Yi and the other 4 archers equipped with bamboo bows was to eliminate the skeleton knights and ghouls. Chapter 22. Closer. 11 skeleton knights riding skeleton horses were less than 60 meters away from the wall. It only took 5 seconds for the skeleton knights to charge over. Zhao Yi and 4 archers equipped with bamboo bows shot explosive arrows at the skeleton knights with the help of the light. All 5 explosive arrows hit. Only 2 of them hit the skeleton horses, and 3 hit the skeleton knights. The sole fire of one skeleton horse was extinguished directly, and the other skeleton horse was severely injured and fell to the ground, and the skeleton knights on them also fell to the ground. Of the 3 skeleton knights who were directly hit by arrows, 2 had their sole fire extinguished, and 1 was seriously injured. 2 skeleton horses without masters, and 1 skeleton horse carrying a seriously injured master continued to rush forward with other skeleton knights. The second wave of 5 explosive arrows attacked again, bringing more casualties to the skeleton knights. The third wave of explosive arrows was still being prepared. The skeleton knights were already close. There was no need to worry about a close combat. What was waiting for the skeleton knights was a series of traps. With a plop, the horse stumbled, and the skeleton knight and his mount fell into the trap. The trap was not deep, only about 2 meters, so the skeleton knights could be sent out, but if they wanted to rush up and kill the creatures, they would need to cross at least 3 traps. Low-level undead with little wisdom would not take detours at all, so they could only fall into the trap, climb out, fall into the trap again, and climb out again. Zhao Yi had enough time with 4 archers to eliminate all the skeleton knights. All the skeleton knights died, and no one entered the penultimate trap. They were killed by explosive arrows just after they climbed out of the trap. The archers equipped with black iron bows continued to call out the remaining skeleton archers. When the illumination arrows were extinguished, they shot another one. Zhao Yi and 4 archers equipped with bamboo bows had already changed their target to ghouls. They had human-like hands and legs, but they were on all 4s like dogs. They had human-like faces, but they could not find a trace of reason or emotion. The only thing that drove them was the endless desire for human flesh. Obviously, 4 legs run faster than 2 legs. However, ghouls of the same level had inferior physical defense capabilities to skeleton soldiers. Zhao Yi and his 5 men had already switched to ordinary arrows to shoot at the ghouls. The number of ghouls was even less than that of skeleton knights. More than 10 meters away from the wall, all the ghouls were eliminated. Following the ghouls were groups of empty shadows, about the same number as the skeleton knights. They were ghosts that ignored physical attacks. Ghosts ignored physical attacks, and could not launch physical attacks. They launched mental attacks. The mental attacks of low-level ghosts were very weak. Even ordinary people could not be killed. For low-level professionals, they mainly disturbed their emotions, and made them unable to fight normally. In serious cases, they would drive professionals crazy. Seeing the ghosts approaching, Joanna quickly condensed a small wind blade in front of her body. In an instant, the wind blade flew out, and cut 3 ghosts in half in a row. Then she gave up controlling the wind blade, and let it fly away, and then quickly dissipated. One wind blade after another condensed in front of Joanna, until the 4th wind blade dissipated, and there were no ghosts on the battlefield. Joanna's fighting style stunned Colin and Eric. They had nothing to do with this battle. All 11 ghosts were eliminated by Joanna. It seems that Joanna still has a lot of mana after sending out 4 wind blades. This is the power of 3-star talent. 1-star talent is far behind. The battle is still going on. Skeleton knights, skeleton archers, ghouls, ghosts, and a large number of skeleton swordsmen and skeleton spearmen on the battlefield. Zhao Yi and his archers continue to shoot explosive arrows, harvesting skeleton soldiers one by one. It feels like the battle time is very long, but in fact it is only half a minute. Starting from 150 meters, the undead will change from walking to running. If they are not attacked, the skeleton swordsman only needs 20 seconds to run the distance of 150 meters. If all the attacking undead cannot be eliminated in a short period of time, it means that the undead have already rushed up, and the 2 sides will engage in close combat, and casualties are inevitable. For Zhao Yi, if he wants a higher combat evaluation, he must reduce the possibility of close combat as much as possible. In the future, he will have to add another step. That is, if the skeleton archers are not within the range, all skeleton archers should be eliminated as much as possible. As shield warriors, spearmen, and swordsmen entered the battlefield and eliminated the remaining undead, the battle finally ended. Perhaps they were used to victory. The soldiers who joined at the beginning were able to face victory calmly, with only smiles on their faces. The battle tonight was not too stressful for the territory, and Zhao Yi already had the idea of upgrading the territory in his mind. After returning to the wall to rest, the archers counted the number of explosive arrows consumed. There were a total of 226 primary explosive arrows, 201 of which were consumed, leaving only 25. This battle consumed 1,000 gold, enough to support 1,000 rural civilian families for a year. The consumption of a third-class baron is so terrible. No wonder archers are generally equipped with explosive arrows, but the battles in the native cities are still mainly melee. Looking through the system records, Zhao Yi found that except for the consumption of explosive arrows and 3 illumination arrows, no magic scroll or enchantment scroll was consumed, and all the ghosts were destroyed by Joanna with wind blades. At that time, Zhao Yi was concentrating on fighting, and did not see the scene where Joanna destroyed all the ghosts with 4 consecutive wind blades. This is a treasure. It is both command talent and such strong combat ability. I won't exchange it even if I give it 10,000 gold. This is true. In the Aboriginal city, a 3-star talent wizard is worth far more than 10,000 gold coins. In the battle tonight, a total of 162 undead attacked, including the skeleton horse ridden by the skeleton knight. The number of skeleton swordsmen who attacked was the largest, with 64, and the number of ghouls was the smallest, with only 8. There were as many as 102 level 0 undead, 30 level 1, 15 level 2, 8 level 3, 4 level 4, 2 level 5, and 1 level 6. Eliminating so many undead brought Zhao Yi 2,200 points. When he got AC rating, it would become 3,300 points, and the territory promotion would be more certain. Now Zhao Yi only had to wait until dawn to open the gold treasure chest. As long as he got something worth hundreds of low-grade magic crystals, he would definitely upgrade his territory. The main reason was that too many explosive arrows were consumed in the battle just now. On the night of the territory promotion, more undead would be encountered, and the consumption of explosive arrows would at least double. After a battle, many people upgraded. Zhao Yi's archer profession was upgraded to level 2, and each of the 4 dimensions increased by 1 point. There were also 2 free attribute points that could be added, and the command was increased to 56 people. Joanna, who participated in the battle for the first time, was directly upgraded to level 1, and Gary, the highest level soldier, was already level 4. It is unknown when Colin, the Earth Mage, was upgraded to level 1. There is no record of Colin's killing of enemies. It should be because he built more houses in the past 2 days that he was upgraded. The archers, who are the main force of the battle, were generally upgraded. The melee soldiers did not participate in the battle much, and their experience was not increased much. This situation needs to be changed in the future. Zhao Yi's enemies cannot be only undead. There may be players and natives in the future. Relying only on archers cannot deal with players and natives. Zhao Yi wrote down some ideas in his mind in Notepad, and finally opened forum to see the situation of other Lord players. Chapter 23. The damned skeleton archer caused heavy casualties among my soldiers. I finally killed all the undead. The battle evaluation is expected to be very bad. I am afraid that my territory will be destroyed by the undead next night. The range of the skeleton archer is actually longer than that of my archer, and the ghost makes it impossible for my soldiers to concentrate on fighting. They can't stop the undead at all. My territory is gone, and I can only escape to the Aboriginal city. The rubbish bamboo bow is not as good as the bone bow of the skeleton archer. It seems that I have to spend money to buy better bows for the archers. I don't have a mage to deal with ghosts, but luckily I bought enchantment scrolls in advance. I'm really lucky. In a large number of posts, Lord players complained about the newly appeared skeleton archers and ghosts. They didn't feel much when facing the powerful skeleton knights. As long as the traps were well dug, the skeleton knights couldn't get close at all. Zhao Yi planned to hire more people to continue digging traps outside the village during the day tomorrow. The appearance of skeleton archers and ghosts really made a lot of archer Lord players suffer. Not only ordinary Lord players, but also those Lord players of major forces suffered a lot of casualties. It is expected that most of the Lord players who want to upgrade their villages to the first level tomorrow will give up. The novice period is over, and the cruelty of the game world is truly revealed to all players. The number of Lord players who can still destroy all the attacking undead without damage, like Zhao Yi, may be less than 1,000. The number of players who will get the gold treasure chest in the daytime battle settlement tomorrow may be less than 100. Zhao Yi, who has obtained the gold treasure chest steadily, should be able to close the gap with those big players who are ahead this time. You destroyed 162 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle rating, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Get a gold treasure chest. Zhao Yi opened the gold treasure chest, and a gold card, 3 silver cards, 5 bronze cards, 7 black iron cards, and 9 ordinary cards appeared. Finally, Zhao Yi chose the gold card Legion Skill Movementless Skill Book, silver card Bow, primary mana potion * 10, bronze card level 2 evolution stone, Knight recruitment scroll * 3. When he saw the silver bow for the first time, Zhao Yi felt that he had enough money to prepare supplies, and then started to upgrade the territory today. Bronze equipment can be sold for dozens of low-grade magic crystals, and silver equipment can be sold for hundreds of low-grade magic crystals. However, when Zhao Yi saw that there was a level 2 evolution stone in the remaining cards, an idea came to his mind. He sold the level 2 evolution stone, and kept the silver bow for himself. There is also a level 1 evolution stone in the card pack. Even if you upgrade 1 level a day, it will take 7 or 8 days to use the level 1 evolution stone, and you will have to wait a long time to use the level 2 evolution stone. If you are lucky, you will get it soon. Zhao Yi is a man with a bug. As long as there is an evolution stone in the treasure chest, he will never let it go. After all, in addition to its own importance, the evolution stone can also be sold at a high price in the market. Knight recruitment scroll * 3 valued at 1,500 points. Primary mana potion * 10 valued at 60 low-grade magic crystals. The last Legion Skill Momentary Skill Book. Zhao Yi checked the points mall, and then was stunned. A Legion Skill Book like this actually costs 100,000 points. It turns out that Momentary is the most valuable thing in the gold treasure chest, and it is not sold in the market at all. If Zhao Yi takes it out to sell, it will definitely sell for a sky-high price. The key is that it will be difficult to buy a similar skill book with money in the future. As long as you have ambition, you will naturally not choose to sell mobility. Originally just an ordinary person on Blue Star, Zhao Yi's ambition emerged after entering the game world for several days. He was unwilling to be a small lord and unwilling to go with the flow in the game world, so Zhao Yi tried his best to impact the C rating. Now, on the second day after the novice period, he planned to upgrade the territory. Unmovable as a mountain, I can't sell it, but who will use the skill book is a problem. Unmovable as a mountain, the effect is very simple, that is, when the team is on the defensive, all personnel's defense increases, the primary increase is 10%, the intermediate increase is 20%, and the advanced increase is 30%. Zhao Yi already has a Legion skill, and the arrows never miss. The archer flow can have a significant improvement under the Legion skill. There is no upper limit to the Legion skills a person has. The key is the combination of Legion skills. Zhao Yi positioned himself as a lord, and it was impossible for him to lead troops to fight all the time. However, the only person with command talent in the territory was Joanna, who had just joined, so he had been commanding the battles himself. Compared with the soldiers of Blue Star, and even some players, who were good at playing games, Zhao Yi's battle command was very unqualified, and he could only figure it out on his own. In the future, when there are more people with command talent under his command, Zhao Yi will let them command the battles as much as possible. With high loyalty, there is no need to worry about betrayal. Since there will be few opportunities to lead soldiers in battle in person in the future, there is no need to use Legion skills, like unmovable as a mountain. In the future, you can give it to a general who is good at attacking, so that he can have both offensive and defensive capabilities, or strengthen it to a general who is good at defense. Treasure the gold card representing unmovable as a mountain in the card bag. Put breakfast on hold. Zhao Yi first found Cici and asked him to hire more people today to dig traps outside the village, and adult women can also be hired. Then Zhao Yi used a bronze card to get a level 2 evolution stone while walking towards the market. Looking at the posts in the forum, the price of level 2 evolution stone has exceeded 600 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi felt a pain in his heart when he thought that the level 2 evolution stone in his hand could also sell so many low-grade magic crystals, but he had to pay 10% to the market. He put the level 2 evolution stone on the auction in the market, and set the auction time to 3 hours. After handling the auction, Zhao Yi went to the Lord's mansion, preparing to have breakfast first, continued to rest for a while, and sort out the ideas in his head, mainly the matter of territory promotion. How many new recruits are needed? How many military supplies are needed? These things can only be done by yourself. No one else can help. As soon as he entered the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi found Joanna preparing breakfast in the kitchen. With Joanna's polite greeting, Zhao Yi had breakfast with Joanna and Jay. Zhao Yi didn't notice that Joanna's loyalty, which was increased by the victory in the battle last night, dropped again. Because of the bonus points of C evaluation, Zhao Yi has as many as 3,306 points in his hand, of which 2,000 points need to be used to upgrade the title, and only 1,306 points can be used. The territory is about to be promoted, so he will not recruit civilians for the time being, but recruit soldiers to increase the strength of the territory. At present, Zhao Yi has 39 soldiers under his command, including 18 warriors, 4 assassins, 14 shooters, 2 mages, and 1 priest. There are still 3 knight recruitment scrolls that have not been used. Chapter 24. The territory is mainly lacking mages and priests. Priests can heal and purify. Purification can also be considered an offensive spell when facing the undead. The remaining points are only enough to recruit a mage. Recruiting a 1-star fire mage may not even have a third of Joanna's combat power. It is better to prepare more magic scrolls and enchantment scrolls. The primary mana recovery potion opened from the gold treasure chest can instantly restore mana. Give it to Joanna. A Joanna who can continuously output is equivalent to 10 1-star fire mages. With Joanna as the support, the current magic output of the territory is barely enough. It is better to add 4 more archers, all of whom are equipped with black iron bows, so that the strength of the territory can be increased by at least 10%. The remaining 106 points are not needed. In this way, the territory will add 7 new residents, and the total population will reach about 470 people. The total number of the 3 waves of undead that will attack may reach 500 at most. The strength of the undead will be enhanced to a certain extent than usual, so prepare primary explosive arrows according to the number of undead *2. By 1,000 arrows, which requires 500 low-grade magic crystals. We also need to buy 8 black iron bows, which is dozens of magic crystals. The remaining magic crystals can be used to buy lighting arrows, magic scrolls, and enchantment scrolls. This time, we will only buy military supplies, not daily supplies. After confirming the plan, Zhao Yi did not rest. He walked out of the Lord's mansion, and walked towards the teleportation array to recruit 3 knights and 4 archers. Zhao Yi was very familiar with archers. It was the first time for him to recruit knights. When the people and war horses wrapped in steel armor came out of the teleportation array, Zhao Yi was also a little stunned. Such a heavy armored knight can fight with a shield after getting off the horse, and picking up the shield, and dare to charge at enemies that are several times larger than himself. In a world without extraordinary power, it is simply invincible. In the origin continent, as long as the number of heavy armored knights increases, combined with other arms, it can easily dominate the battlefield. It should be noted that the most expensive part of a heavy armored knight is the warhorse under him, and even the armor on his body that barely reaches the black iron level is not enough. The warhorse of a professional is not an ordinary horse, but a horse with a trace of magic beast blood. Horses with high talent can even be advanced. Before the plague of the undead, a heavy knight usually had 2 to 3 war horses. Under the influence of the plague of the undead, humans were trapped in cities, with insufficient space and food, and could not raise more war horses, so the price of war horses increased greatly. In addition, knights were not required to charge into battle in the city defense war, which greatly reduced the number of newly trained knights, and most ordinary knights could only have 1 war horse. In the points mall, it takes 500 points to recruit a knight, and only 100 points to recruit a swordsman or spearman, a 5-fold difference, and the recruitment points are second only to the magic profession. This shows the status of knights. Zhao Yi now has 3 such heavy knights, but he has not yet had the opportunity to use them. There are 2 main problems. One is that the number of heavy knights is too small, and the other is that the territory is currently mainly defensive. If the knight wants to participate in the battle, he can only abandon his warhorse and fight on the ground. However, if there is a chance, Zhao Yi is still very willing to develop a heavy knight force. With the addition of 7 families, the total population of the territory has reached 476 people. Option level 2 evolution stone. It will take some time before it ends. Zhao Yi summoned the silver bow. Black iron equipment has 1 attribute, bronze equipment has 2 attributes, and silver equipment has 3 attributes. The 3 attributes of the silver bow are precision, wind chasing, and penetration. The precision attribute increases the hit rate. The wind chasing attribute adds wind attribute to the arrow, which can fly at a faster speed. As for the penetration attribute, it is just an ordinary arrow. Under the action of the bamboo bow, it can't cause any damage to the skeleton soldiers. However, the arrows shot by the silver bow can directly penetrate or break the bones of the skeleton soldiers. In addition, the silver bow has a longer range than the bronze bow and black iron bow. With the silver bow in hand, plus the score experience bonus, Zhao Yi feels that his upgrade speed will be accelerated, and it may not take long for him to become the highest level person in the territory. It is reasonable that the Lord is the highest level and strongest person in the territory. While Zhao Yi was getting familiar with the silver bow, he waited for the auction of level 2 evolution stone to end. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhao Yi walked into the market and checked the auction situation on the screen. There were still 3 minutes left before the auction ended, but the auction amount kept jumping, and each jump increased by at least 1 low-grade magic crystal. Players continued to put evolution stones on the market for sale. After the natives confirmed the role of evolution stones, the price of evolution stones would increase a lot every day. Finally, the auction ended, and level 2 evolution stones were auctioned for 652 low-grade magic crystals. The teleportation array lit up, and a storage box appeared. Zhao Yi put the level 2 evolution stone in the storage box. Just 1 minute later, another storage box appeared in the teleportation array. Opening the storage box, there are 586 low-grade magic crystals and 8 gold coins left. Getting so many low-grade magic crystals, but spending them immediately. 1,000 primary explosive arrows, 8 accuracy attribute, black iron bow, 20 attack magic scrolls, 20 enchantment scrolls, 20 lighting arrows. After purchasing so many military supplies from the previous Chamber of Commerce, only 10 low-grade magic crystals and 14 gold coins are left. The Chamber of Commerce gave Zhao Yi a discount and also gave him 1,000 ordinary arrows. Ordinary arrows are very cheap, and it is said that the cost price is less than 1 silver. Compared with the materials purchased by Zhao Yi, the 1,000 ordinary arrows sent out are not worth mentioning at all. The Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money, but Zhao Yi was heartbroken. He thought that he must have an alchemist in the future to build an alchemy workshop and produce primary explosive arrows by himself. The alchemy workshop is a magical building. You can buy blueprints and materials to build it yourself, but there are also players who open the alchemy workshop from the treasure chest, just like the market, and put it on the ground and use it immediately. Buildings are useless. The key is that there is no one. Without an alchemist, the alchemy workshop can only be left there and take up space. The transaction was completed. Before leaving the market, Zhao Yi first exchanged the second-class baron with 2,000 points. Then he opened the system panel and clicked on the territory promotion on the territory page. It is the territory that is promoted to the second-class baron territory, and the third-level village is promoted to the second-level village. After leaving the market, he first delivered 8 black iron bows to the archers, who were still equipped with bamboo bows, so that they could seize the time to become proficient and prepare for the battle in the evening. Afterwards, Zhao Yi went to the battlefield area outside the village to check the situation of digging traps. CC hired more than 150 people to work on the battlefield. Half of them were adult men, a quarter were adult women, and the remaining quarter were teenagers over 12 years old. It cost 30 copper coins to hire an adult man a day, 20 copper coins to hire an adult woman a day, and only 15 copper coins to hire a teenager a day. The total cost of hiring a teenager for a day is less than 40 silver coins, and lunch is also provided, black bread to eat, plus hot soup with a little meat flavor. Even in Lotus City, there are civilians who are eager to do such work. The scope of the trap area will be very large this time, with the farthest distance from the wall being 65 meters, the closest being 5 meters, and the width being 30 meters, a trap area of 1,800 square meters. In the trap area, the hired people dig pits according to the lines drawn on the ground. The traps are generally 2 meters wide, the shallowest being 2 meters, and the length ranging from 2 meters to 6 meters. There is at least 1 meter of space between the traps for people to walk. The land outside Zhao Village was originally cultivated land, and the soil was relatively soft, so the construction progressed quickly. It was expected that at least 3/4 of the project would be completed before dark, which was enough. Back in Zhao Village, Zhao Yi continued to practice archery with the silver bow. With the attribute bonus of the silver bow, even if the silver bow was still being familiarized, the accuracy of archery was not inferior to that of using a bamboo bow. Lunch was still eaten with Joanna and her brother. Joanna's appetite increased a little, and her loyalty also returned to 80. Chapter 25. During lunch break, Zhao Yi opened the forum looking around. Most of the popular posts in the forum were discussing how to resist the incoming undead tonight. Last night, they had seen how powerful the ghosts and skeleton archers were. Today, the Lord players were actively preparing to deal with them. The Black Iron Bow, Attack Magic Scroll, and Enchantment Scroll, the 3 military supplies that Zhao Yi also purchased, had been purchased in large quantities by the Lord players, causing the market prices of the three types of supplies to rise rapidly. There are also lighting arrows and illumination scrolls, and the Lord players all bought a batch. The number of archers under the non-archer Lord players is insufficient, and it is too late to recruit archers now, mainly because the points in hand are not enough to recruit enough archers. For example, Zhao Yi has 18 archers under his command, and they recruit a few every day and accumulate them day by day. There are not enough archers, so some players suggest buying alchemical bombs and burying them on the road where the undead are advancing, and when a large number of skeleton archers walk on them, they will detonate the alchemical bombs. However, if the skeleton archers are scattered, this suggestion will not kill too many skeleton archers. If you want to deal with archers, you have to rely on archers. After lunch break, practice archery, and before dinner, Zhao Yi went to the trap area outside the village to inspect it again. After confirming that there was no problem, he had dinner with the soldiers, and then sent out assassins to wait for the undead army to attack. In the forum, basically no posts about upgrading territories today were seen. I am afraid that there are only a handful of Lord players, like Zhao Yi, who have upgraded territories today. All the players who dared to be promoted to Lords today were extraordinary. Soon, some players' territories fought with the incoming undead. With the help of black iron bows, attack magic scrolls, and enchantment scrolls, a small number of powerful territories once again destroyed the incoming undead without any damage. AC rating is indispensable. But more ordinary players' territories suffered casualties under the attack of the undead, especially the non-African players, who could not get any good things from the treasure chests. The territories lacked funds, and suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the undead. Even if all Lord players are prepared to deal with ghosts and skeleton shooters, they cannot prevent some weak territories from being destroyed by the undead, especially those Lord players who suffered heavy losses in the battle last night. It should be that the victory of tonight's battle gave some powerful Lord players confidence. Many Lord players have posted to announce the promotion of territories tomorrow. Among them are the player territories officially owned by the three major military powers of Blue Star, Eli, Chun, and Los. Analyzing the current situation, the emergence of the game world will not bring much change to Blue Star. There is only one major change, that is, the lifespan of some humans will increase and live longer, which will not bring much change to the situation of the countries in Blue Star. However, the competition among the countries on Blue Star has also shifted from Blue Star to the game world. In the forum, each country has launched a representative player territory for publicity. Don't think about it, there will definitely be a war between players in the future. Zhao Yi is not interested in these for the time being, so it is better to concentrate on developing his own territory. As time goes by, the first wave of incoming undead finally appears, and Zhao Yi leaves the soldiers to prepare for battle. After the assassin investigation, the first wave of incoming undead only consists of skeleton knights and ghouls, with a number of more than 150. Without ghosts and skeleton archers, this is easy. With so many traps dug, we can just let the undead get close to us, increase the archer's hit rate, and reduce the consumption of explosive arrows. Zhao Yi dares to say that among all the players on Blue Star, he definitely handles the most money. Even among those powerful Lord players, there are not many who exceed him. No matter how lucky the European Emperor is, it is impossible to draw all the good things in the treasure chest every time. Zhao Yi can do it, and he always chooses the most valuable things. Most of the time, he will not touch the more common cards and black iron cards. If all Lord players were ranked by the number of primary explosive arrows they purchased, Zhao Yi would definitely be the first, and he would be much higher than the second. Zhao Yi dared to be promoted to a territory the day after the novice period ended, all because of the money. The undead were getting closer and closer, and as the burning soul fire was less than 100 meters away from the wall, an illumination arrow shot over. In an instant, the night was illuminated, and nearly 20 explosive arrows flew over. One of the arrows was obviously flying faster than the others, and it was the first to hit the chest of the leading skeleton knight. With the flames of the explosion, the soul fire of the skeleton knight was completely extinguished. The next moment, with a series of explosions, the undead army, who had lost more than a dozen skeleton knights, charged towards Zhao village. The cavalry charge speed was much faster than the infantry charge speed. At a distance of dozens of meters, Zhao Yi led the archers to shoot the second and third arrows in time to kill more than 30 undead, and then a skeleton knight took the lead and fell into the trap. The low-level undead with low intelligence charged forward very rigidly, and then fell into the trap very rigidly. Only a few undead were lucky enough to step on the ground, but they fell into the second trap just after passing the first trap. There were also skeleton knights in front filling the pit, and the skeleton knights behind stepped on the bodies of their companions in the trap, continued to move forward, and then fell into the trap in front. Zhao Yi led the archers to shoot explosive arrows continuously, shooting the undead, who crawled out of the trap or just showed their heads. There were too many undead, and the explosive arrows were quickly consumed. Fortunately, Zhao Yi prepared 1,000 explosive arrows for this territory promotion. Otherwise, he was really worried that the explosive arrows would not be enough, and he would use human lives to fill the gap. The archer stopped until no more undead crawled out of the trap. Zhao Yi ordered the shield warriors, spearmen, and soldiers to move forward and eliminate the remaining undead in the trap. At the same time, he ordered the assassins to go out and investigate the next wave of undead. The warriors who kept moving forward walked carefully, otherwise they would fall into the trap and be with the undead. At this time, the lighting tools were no longer lighting arrows, but ordinary torches. There were also various alchemical lamps in the mall and market. The price was not expensive, but they needed to consume magic crystals as energy. For the time being, Zhao Yi did not plan to use the limited funds on these alchemical lamps. The warriors eliminated all the remaining undead and returned to the wall to prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, the assassin returned and brought new information to Zhao Yi. In another 5 or 6 minutes, the next wave of undead will appear in the field of vision, mainly skeleton soldiers, skeleton swordsmen, skeleton spearmen, skeleton archers, and dozens of ghosts. Compared with the first wave of undead, the second wave of undead is more worthy of Zhao Yi's attention. The most difficult skeleton archers and ghosts for all Lord players are here. In comparison, skeleton knights are easier to deal with. When the leading skeleton swordsman entered the range of 150 meters, a lighting arrow was shot out. Following the light, Zhao Yi led a group of archers to shoot at the skeleton archer. Although Zhao Yi was not familiar with the silver bow for a long time, with the attribute bonus of the silver bow, Zhao Yi's archery hit rate was no lower than that of other archers. Chapter 26. A wave of explosive arrows flew, and more than a quarter of the 40 skeleton archers were instantly wiped out. Facing the attack, the skeleton swordsmen, skeleton spearmen, and ghosts launched a charge, and the remaining skeleton archers raised their hands and shot an arrow, then walked forward while preparing for the next shot. Zhao Yi didn't care about the skeleton swordsmen, skeleton spearmen, and ghosts getting closer and closer to him, and continued to lead the archers to shoot at the skeleton archers, making sure to eliminate the skeleton archers outside the range and not let the arrows shot by the skeleton archers cause harm to his own personnel. After 3 waves of explosive arrows, there were at least 10 skeleton archers left alive on the battlefield. If they advanced a little further, the arrows shot by the skeleton archers would be able to hit the front row of their own team. Zhao Yi paused for a moment and quickly gave a command to the shield warrior. Shield warrior, raise your shield. The shield warrior was wearing armor. At such a long distance, even if the bone arrows hit him, it would be difficult to penetrate his armor. The shield warrior raised his shield to protect his companions behind him. After 2 more waves of explosive arrows were shot out, there were no skeleton archers standing on the battlefield. The battle was not over yet, and the ghosts that moved faster were already in sight. There were too many ghosts, nearly 30 in total. Joanna kept firing wind blades to harvest the approaching ghosts, but she could not eliminate all of them. Earth Mage Colin used a small fireball magic scroll to devour a nearby ghost with 1 strike. The 2 swordsmen used enchantment scrolls on their long swords, and the swords seemed to be burning with flames. A sword slashed at the ghost, and the ghost was immediately cut in half, and then completely dissipated. Joanna killed at least 2/3 of the ghosts by herself, and her mana was exhausted. She drank a bottle of primary mana potion to quickly restore her mana. The remaining 1/3 of the escaped fish were killed by 2 swordsmen, Colin and Priest Eric, so that the ghosts did not cause any harm to other soldiers. Zhao Yi was still leading the archers to shoot continuously. The number of the attacking skeleton swordsmen and skeleton spearmen added up to nearly 100. Under the continuous attack of the archers, the skeleton soldiers still stubbornly rushed into the trap. Until the number of remaining undead was less than 50, Zhao Yi asked the archers to stop shooting and rest, and ordered the warriors to go forward and eliminate the skeleton soldiers who fell into the trap and climbed over the trap. This was Zhao Yi's opportunity to quickly upgrade the warriors. As long as the warriors were careful, it was almost impossible to be injured by the skeleton soldiers, especially the spearmen using long spears. The assassin was sent out by Zhao Yi again to investigate the situation of the 3rd wave of undead. While watching the warriors eliminate the remaining undead, Zhao Yi took the time to rest. Although the battle time was short, The main force of the two waves of undead was archers. Continuously shooting arrows is a huge test for archers. Even professionals cannot shoot arrows for too long. Now each archer shoots about 15 arrows, and their physical strength is constantly consumed. Before the third wave of undead arrives, they need to take time to rest. Soon, the warriors eliminated all the undead and returned to their original positions. Some unlucky ones were accidentally injured by the undead. With armor protection, the damage of the undead attack is not high. The weapon barely penetrates the armor, and leaves a small wound on the soldier's calf. Within 30 seconds, it was healed by Eric's minor injury treatment, and the breath of death was purified. 12 minutes later, the assassin reported that the third wave of undead was nearly 200 zombies. Zombies are undead with thick skin and flesh, and their defense is slightly higher than that of human warriors of the same level, but lower than that of skeletons of the same level. After all, it is difficult to kill skeletons with ordinary arrows, but zombies can. Not only is their defense lower than that of skeletons, but their attack and mobility are also lower than those of skeletons. They look like a very rubbish undead race. However, there is one thing that makes the original inhabitants of the origin continent most uncomfortable about zombies. That is, zombies carry many germs and even plagues. It is no problem for a soldier to fight several zombies of the same level at the same time. The key is that low-level professionals are easily infected with germs when fighting zombies in close combat. If they are transmitted to ordinary people, the whole city will be doomed. The priest must purify and disperse the germs. The natives would rather face a large number of skeleton soldiers than zombies. Zhao Yi has only one priest under his command, who cannot support close combat with zombies. He must shoot all zombies before they get close to the wall. Don't get close to the zombies after the battle is over. Wait until the sun comes up to purify the zombies and burn them. On the origin continent, compared to the massive skeleton soldiers, the number of zombies is actually much smaller. Skeletons and zombies are both transformed from the bodies of indigenous people after death. The difference is that if they have died recently, they can be transformed into skeletons or zombies, but if they have died long ago, they can only be transformed into skeletons. From the time he came to the game world until now, Zhao Yi has never seen any posts on the forum about players encountering zombies, but today he encountered one. Zhao Yi has a feeling that more and more players will encounter zombies in the future. Facing zombies without long-range attack arms, Zhao Yi once again led his archers to shoot arrows at the undead more than 140 meters away. This time, ordinary arrows were used. Compared with explosive arrows, archers can shoot more frequently when using ordinary arrows, even reaching the point of 1 arrow per second. Of course, such shooting methods cannot last long, and there is no need to shoot arrows at the fastest speed. The number of zombies is not exaggerated, and the movement speed is slow, so there is enough time to eliminate all zombies. From 140 meters to the trap area, there are less than 70 zombies left out of the nearly 200 zombies, many of which have several arrows stuck in their bodies. These are higher-level zombies, and they are more resistant to damage from ordinary arrows. Switch to explosive arrows. Whenever a zombie that has fallen into the trap shows its head, an explosive arrow will be shot at it. After consuming nearly 100 explosive arrows, there are no zombies that can stand on the battlefield. The battle is not over yet, and it is troublesome to eliminate the remaining zombies. Shoot an illuminating arrow into the distance, and use the light to find the zombies that are still moving. No matter how big or small the movement is, as long as you feel the zombies moving, use ordinary arrows to make up a few arrows. Zhao Yi ordered 2 archers to go to the trap area and use explosive arrows to quickly shoot the zombies that are not dead yet in the trap. When all the zombies were shot dead, Eric stepped forward and gave each of the 2 archers a purification spell, and finally gave himself one. After using up 3 purification spells, Eric had very little mana left. Everything was over. Zhao Yi took in all the soldiers on the battlefield through the firelight, then raised his empty right hand, clenched his fist, and waved it vigorously. Victory! Victory! Cheers rang out, and the soldiers were happy that they had killed so many undead at once. Their loyalty increased by several points, and Joanna was no exception. The people in Zhao Village smiled when they heard the cheers. A safe living environment was what everyone wanted. Zhao Yi's face was full of smiles. From the impact of the C rating to the promotion of the territory the day after the novice period, even if he was sure to kill all the attacking undead, it would be a lie to say that he had no pressure in his heart. Now, the battle is won. We have eliminated so many undead without any casualties, serious injuries. AC rating is indispensable. More importantly, the points gained from eliminating the undead. Last night, we got more than 3,000 points in the battle. Today, the number of undeads that attacked us tripled. It is no problem to triple the points. That is 10,000 points, enough to recruit 100 swordsmen, spearmen, 3 priests or 10 mages. The territory will become more powerful. Chapter 27. Retreat to the wall, and count the consumed materials. 427 primary explosive arrows, 8 lighting arrows, 5 magic scrolls, 2 enchantment scrolls, 1 bottle of primary mana potion. Ordinary arrows with lower value are not counted. After a big battle, the cumulative value of consumed military materials exceeds 220 low-grade magic crystals. This battle is really expensive, but the money is worth it, and AC rating is indispensable. If a few people are killed or injured, the rating will drop from C to D, and 1 less card will be drawn, and the value of the best card will also drop by a level. With the good stuff drawn from the treasure chest, Zhao Yi could afford to spend 220 low-grade magic crystals for 1 battle. You should know that in order to fight the territory promotion battle, Zhao Yi prepared military supplies, with a total value of more than 600 low-grade magic crystals, and the remaining supplies would be enough to win another battle of the same scale. Sitting on a big rock to rest, Zhao Yi summoned the system panel to check the specific changes after a big battle. In the process of destroying 3 waves of undead, Zhao Yi felt that his body had changed twice, which should be upgraded by 2 levels. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 2485. Profession, 2nd class Baron/level 4 Archer, 95%. Attributes, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 11, Wisdom 10. Free attribute points, 4. Charm, 7. Command, 46 to 70. The Archer's professional experience has actually jumped from level 2, 83%, to level 4, 95%. When the battle is settled at dawn, the experience bonus should be close to level 6. Each of the 4 dimensions increases by 2 points, and the free attribute points reach 4, and even the number of people under command reaches 70. Zhao Yi wondered if players would have leveled up to level 10 or above if they had leveled up. The soldiers who participated in the battle also generally leveled up. The highest level archer Gary reached level 6, Joanna, who participated in the battle for the 2nd time, was already level 3, the priest Eric was level 2, and the earth mage Colin was level 1. There were less than 10 soldiers at level 0 under Zhao Yi's command, and even the archers recruited today were all upgraded. Archers were the main force in the battle, and most of the undead were shot and killed by archers, so it was not surprising that they could level up. However, the combat effectiveness of archers depends largely on bows and arrows, and upgrading does not improve the combat effectiveness of archers as much as other professions. Swordsmen, shield warriors, and spearmen used to kill fewer enemies and gain experience more slowly, so in tonight's battle, Zhao Yi gave them a chance to kill more undead in traps and upgrade their levels as soon as possible. Level 0. In the battle, archers are very powerful with the accumulation of money, but it is not enough to recruit archers alone. Without other arms to help eliminate ghosts, once the ghosts attack the archers midly, the undead behind them will rush up, and the archers will also be wiped out. When the combat level cap is raised to level 1, there should be changes. Turn off territory open points mall. Zhao Yi sees a 4-digit number very close to 10,000, 9,481 points. Add AC rating, and the points can reach 14,000. Even if it is a priest with 3,000 points, there will be some left after recruiting 4. For a moment, Zhao Yi really had the urge to continue to promote the territory tomorrow, but he quickly suppressed this urge. There is no need to continuously promote the territory. At least 1 or 2 days should be taken to reorganize the territory and accumulate strength. In system records, the battles in the territory tonight are recorded. The undead attacked in 3 waves. The first wave had 56 skeleton knights, 48 ghouls, and skeleton horses, a total of 160 undead. The second wave had 64 skeleton swordsmen, 34 skeleton spearmen, 45 skeleton archers, and 27 ghosts, a total of 170 undead. The third wave had 180 zombies. There were level 0 undead in the first wave. The second wave of undead started at level 1, and the third wave of undead started at level 2. The highest level was a level 8 zombie. Zhao Yi earned nearly 10,000 points by destroying more than 500 undead. If there weren't enough shooters, and a large number of primary explosive arrows, it would be difficult to destroy so many undead without damage. Especially zombies full of germs. Once the warriors fight with zombies in close combat, they will bring the germs back to the territory, and the entire territory will be finished. Thinking about the first appearance of zombies, Xiao Yi planned to post the first post in the forum. However, after opening the forum, Xiao Yi found that his first time could be kept. An anonymous player had already posted about zombies. I am a Lord player, and my territory is quite powerful. Today, I was promoted from the 3rd-class Baron to the 2nd-class Baron. I killed all the attacking undead with less than 10 casualties. However, there are a large number of zombies among the attacking undead tonight. I would like to tell all players to be careful of zombies, and avoid close combat with zombies. Xiao Yi found that his situation was similar to that of the anonymous player. Both were promoted to the 2nd-class Baron today, and both encountered zombies for the first time. Perhaps both of them are ordinary players. This post about zombies is very popular. There are also several anonymous players who said that they also encountered zombies when they were promoted to the territory today. One of the players was almost sickened to death by the zombies. He spent the points he just got to recruit priests and buy purification and dispel scrolls, which was a big loss. Most players who are promoted to a territory are not like Xiao Yi. The territory population exceeds the upper limit of 300, 170 people, and they start to be promoted. Most Lord players are promoted when the territory population is a little more than 300, and the proportion of soldiers is also higher than Xiao Yi's territory. In the territory with the highest proportion, more than 3/4 of the families have a soldier. With a small population and many soldiers, it is not as difficult to promote a territory as Xiao Yi's territory. However, the increase in difficulty means a large number of points, which depends on the Lord's own choice. After closing the system panel, Xiao Yi fell into thinking about which personnel he should recruit with a maximum of 14,000 points. Undoubtedly, the territory is currently most in need of magic professions. Priests are also mages, and their full name is light mages or light mages. Priests can heal and purify, and can also cause a lot of damage to the undead. It takes 3,000 points to recruit a priest. Considering that the territory already has a priest, one more can be recruited. The other 5 mages that can be recruited are fire, water, wind, earth, and nature. The mixed water mage is not needed for the time being. The wind mage already has Joanna with 3 stars of talent, so she is not needed for the time being. The remaining 3 mages are needed. Earth mages represent construction, nature mages represent planting, and fire mages represent output. Recruiting earth mages and nature mages cannot directly increase the territory's combat power, but recruiting fire mages can. However, the strength of a level 0 fire mage is relatively low, and the effect of a battle is only equivalent to a few magic scrolls. However, it is necessary to recruit. Now the strength is weak, and it will be stronger after upgrading and growing. Not recruiting means there is no one, and there is no way to cultivate. After all, cultivation takes time. The sooner you cultivate with more points, the better. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yi prepared to recruit 3 fire mages, 2 earth mages, and 2 nature mages, for a total of 8,000 points. The main role of earth mages is to build houses, and build city walls. Of course, civilians can do these things, but earth mages are more efficient. Colin has no problem building 3 houses a day, and the number of ordinary houses can be doubled directly. In battle, earth mages are also very good assistants, quickly building traps and earth walls on the ground to hinder enemy attacks, and can even quickly build earth walls in front of their own formation to block flying spells and arrows. Recruiting natural mages means the beginning of the territory's agriculture. It is because of the natural mages that the natives can use the limited land in the city to produce enough food, so that too many people will not starve to death. After recruiting mages and priests, only 3,000 points are left. The population continues to increase, and 2 more officials need to be recruited. 1 more merchant can also be added, and a few more archers and shield warriors can be recruited to use up all the points. This is just a preliminary recruitment plan, and the actual recruitment plan will not be released until tomorrow morning. No words were spoken that night. Chapter 28. You destroyed 510 undead. You suffered 0 casualties. A wonderful battle. Battle rating, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Obtain a gold treasure chest. Open the gold treasure chest, and 3 gold cards, for silver cards, 5 bronze cards, 6 black iron cards, and 7 ordinary cards pop out. When Zhao Yi saw the content of one of the silver cards, his eyebrows slightly raised. This silver card was Fire Mage Recruitment Scroll *, for this time my luck is not bad. Zhao Yi said to himself softly. Although Zhao Yi does not need luck to flip the cards, and can move the best things in the treasure chest, what appears in the treasure chest depends on luck. If the least number of gold cards is placed on 100,000 caddies of black bread, it is really speechless. 100,000 caddies of black bread is worth 30 gold coins at most. Select 3 gold cards, namely Lurking Skill Inheritance Stone, Storage Bracelet, 10 cubic meters, Silver Level One-Handed Sword *3. Select a silver card, Fire Mage Recruitment Scroll *4. Select a bronze card, Alchemist Recruitment Scroll *1. Lurking Skill Heritage Stone. Lurking is an assassin skill, and unlike the assassin magical skill of invisibility, lurking is a common skill that all apprentice assassins can learn. The effect of the lurking skill is not very magical. It mainly allows the assassin to better integrate into the environment, so as to better hide himself and reduce the chance of exposure. The Heritage Stone has 100 opportunities to comprehend skills. Generally, it can be comprehended within 10 times of use. Very few people can exceed 10 times. People with good luck or high talent can comprehend skills once or twice. No matter what skill inheritance stone it is, it can be sold at a high price in the market, but as a lord with an assassin under his command, he must not sell the lurking skill inheritance stone, and keep it for the assassin under his command. Storage Bracelet, 10 cubic meters. The storage equipment space is 10 times the size of the storage ring opened from the second treasure chest. A 1 cubic meter storage ring can be sold for more than 80 low-grade magic crystals. With a 10% discount, a 10 cubic meter storage bracelet must be sold for more than 700 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi didn't plan to sell it. He used the card directly to summon a beautiful bracelet with golden and red crystals. After a quick look, he put it on his wrist and put the bow and quiver into the storage bracelet. 10 cubic meters is very large, more than enough to put all the personal belongings in it. Silver Level One-Handed Sword *3, mainly a secondary weapon for archers, swordsmen, and shield warriors can also use it. The price is not high among silver level weapons, but a silver level one-handed sword with good attributes can be sold for 200 or 300 low-grade magic crystals. If all 3 are sold, it can even sell for more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. The territory is not short of money at present. As a shooter, Zhao Yi wants to keep 1 as his secondary weapon, and sell the remaining 2 depending on the situation. The more money you have, the better. The more money you have, the faster the territory will develop. Fire Mage Recruitment Scroll *4. Zhao Yi plans to recruit 3 fire mages today, and now he will directly recruit 4, so he doesn't need to recruit fire mages with points. 2 water mages that are not planned to be recruited, and 1 wind mage, so all 5 mages are complete. Even though the water mage is a mixed bag among mages, with low attack power, weak defense, and relatively poor support, there will always be opportunities to use the water mage. The Alchemist Recruitment Scroll *1 found in the bronze card at the end surprised Zhao Yi very much. Although there is a high probability that the recruited apprentice is a 1-star alchemist, it is also worth a surprise. Establishing an alchemy workshop, recruiting alchemists, and refining a large number of alchemy products, this has always been what Zhao Yi wanted. Now it is a start. There will be an alchemy workshop, and there will be more alchemists. By then, the territory will be fully developed and self-sufficient as much as possible. When the territory is vast, there will be no shortage of raw materials. Well, this is just Zhao Yi's fantasy. After waking up, he needs to focus on the present. For example, the territory that has just been upgraded has expanded to 10 square kilometers, and the area of Zhao Village has increased from 10,000 square meters to 20,000 square meters. The newly added land area has no wall protection. The players who have been promoted in the forum have come up with several solutions, and Zhao Yi is interested in one of them. If the territory does not build a new wall for the time being, it will not be long before the territory is upgraded again, the territory area and the village area will increase again, and the newly built wall will lose its function. You can choose to buy a metal fence in the market and surround the village. The defense of the metal fence is not worse than the village wall, and it can be reused. If the village area is expanded, the metal fence can be moved out directly. While thinking, Zhao Yi walked towards the Lord's mansion, walked a few steps and stopped again, thinking of something. He used the gold card to summon the Lurking Skill Inheritance Stone, and ordered people to call 4 assassins. When the 4 assassins saw the Lurking Skill Inheritance Stone in Zhao Yi's hand, they stared at him. Zhao Yi directly threw the Lurking Skill Inheritance Stone, which was worth hundreds of low-grade magic crystals, to Wayne, and let the 4 assassins use it themselves. The loyalty of the 4 assassins was close to 90 points. Zhao Yi was not worried that the assassins would run away with the Inheritance Stone, and they would be able to obtain more things in the future. Professionals are loyal to the Lord, and the Lord must vigorously cultivate the professionals. The stronger the professionals under his command, the stronger the Lord's power will be. Lurking skill inheritance stone. After getting it, the 4 assassins did not choose to use it immediately, but prepared to return home first, have breakfast, take a short rest, adjust their state, and then use the lurking skill inheritance stone. Zhao Yi didn't care about that. He hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. He went straight to the Lord's house, and had breakfast with Joanna and her brother again. Joanna was also getting used to the Lord, who had breakfast with her. After breakfast, Zhao Yi went to the market and auctioned a silver level one-handed sword. The auction time was set for 3 hours. Zhao Yi didn't have much money at the moment, only 10 low-grade magic crystals and 14 gold coins. He needed to buy some things today, mainly metal fences and some daily necessities. There were enough military supplies, so he could buy them or not. The next step was to recruit personnel. The village chief Cici, 2 officials and dozens of hired men stayed aside. For fire mages, 1 priest, 2 nature mages, 2 earth mages, 2 water mages, 1 wind mage, 5 archers, for shield warriors, for spearmen, 2 officials, 1 merchant, and 1 alchemist. 29 new families were added, bringing the number of households in the territory to 134, and with Zhao Yi himself, the total population reached 618. This was even without recruiting civilians, and the population of the territory exceeded the upper limit of 600 people for a second-level village. Chapter 29. The number of soldiers increased to 71. The recruited alchemists were not counted in the number of people under command. The experience bonus from the battle settlement allowed Zhao Yi to level up again. He only needed 6 more people to reach the full number of people under command. There was no need to worry about the number of people under command. After 2 battles, Zhao Yi was ready to appoint Joanna, who performed well, as the captain of the mage team to command all the mages under Zhao Yi. In this way, the number of people under command occupied by the mages would be transferred to Joanna. 2-star command talent can command up to thousands of people. In addition, among the recruits this time, Shield Warrior Johnson has a 1-star command talent, and Johnson's Shield Warrior talent is 2 stars. Johnson joined Zhao Yi's team, and after several battles, as long as he made some contributions, Zhao Yi could promote Johnson's position. In the same profession, professionals with high talents are more likely to stand out. If 1 or 2 times are not enough, then 3 or 4 times. Those with high talents upgrade faster, and have stronger strength at the same level. It can be said that talent determines a person's upper limit. Among the 29 recruits this time, only Johnson is a special one. Even the alchemist apprenticed him has only 1 star in alchemy talent. Those who can become alchemists are all mages. Tim also has a 1-star fire mage talent. There are 2 ladies among the 29 people who are not special. Pastor Bonnie married. Fire mage Grace, unmarried. The appearance of Grace has attracted the attention of many unmarried soldiers under Zhao Yi. Professionals are more willing to marry professionals, and the children born are more likely to have professional talents. After recruiting all the personnel, Zhao Yi only had 369 points left. The population of the territory was already so large that he did not dare to continue recruiting civilians. The population of the territory increased greatly, and the 3 earth mages were the busiest. Most families in the territory temporarily lived in tents. The 3 earth mages needed to lead people to build more houses, and gradually replace the tents. The 3 earth mages worked together, and could build almost 10 courtyards a day, first for the families of professionals to live in. With the addition of 2 natural mages, the agriculture of the territory also began to take off. Farmers planted seeds in the designated planting area. There was no rain and water was scarce. The water mage was useful. Finally, the natural mage accelerated the growth, shortening the growth time of crops by 1/3 or even 1/2. This is just an apprentice. A high-level natural mage can make crops mature in a few seconds with 1 spell. Agriculture started, and the mining industry also needed to develop. Zhao Yi set assassins out to explore the mineral veins as the main task. At the same time, Zhao Yi remembered one thing. The assassins could only find abandoned mineral veins. Abandoned mineral veins were obviously of low value. Zhao Yi wanted to mine more valuable mineral veins. So I wrote in my notepad that I would recruit 2 prospectors the next time I recruited people. 1 prospector is worth about 100 points. There is also a kind of prospector who is a secondary job and a primary job of an earth magician. They are more efficient in prospecting, but they cannot be recruited directly from the points mall. It depends on your luck that the earth magician you recruit may have such a secondary job, or you may get a prospector recruitment scroll from a treasure chest. Some lucky players recruited such prospectors, and posted in the forum to show off. In the market, the auction of the silver level one-handed sword ended, and 314 low-grade magic crystals were auctioned. Zhao Yi first set out a one-handed sword, and then contacted the second highest bidder in the auction, and successfully sold the second sword for 311 low-grade magic crystals, which saved time. With 562 pieces of low-grade magic crystals, and 5 gold coins in hand, Zhao Yi began to shop for supplies. The first material he bought was the metal fence. The second-level village covers an area of 20,000 square meters, which is a square with a side length of about 142 meters, which requires 710 meters of metal fence. There are also many types of metal fences, including ordinary metal fences that can be used by inserting them vertically into the soil, and metal fences in the style of chevaux de frise, which can be reinforced with soil or placed directly on the ground. In addition, the metal materials of the fence are also divided into many types: light, heavy, sturdy, etc., and there are even alchemical metal fences that increase magical properties. Alchemical products are too expensive and are not within Zhao Yi's current consideration. He plans to choose a more sturdy metal fence. While browsing the merchant's products, Zhao Yi also found something he needed: a high platform composed of a metal frame, which is easy to assemble and disassemble, and can be built up to more than 10 meters high. As the area of the village expands, facing the undead that attack at night, Zhao Village's defense line must also be moved outward to prevent the undead from stepping into the purified land. Then some of the previous fortifications would be useless. Buying a metal frame platform that is easy to assemble and disassemble will help the main archers of the territory to shoot and eliminate the undead from a high position. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi chose to buy 2,000 meters of metal fences, 2 sets of metal frames for building platforms, and replenished the primary explosive arrows to 1,000, the lighting arrows to 30, the magic scrolls and enchantment scrolls to 30, and a purification skill book. Procurement with the Hill Chamber of Commerce, which has cooperated for the third time, discounts, plus some daily necessities as gifts, including travel expenses. Zhao Yi spent a total of 283 low-grade magic crystals, and there were 289 low-grade magic crystals left. With the supplies in hand, the rest of the work was left to Cici. After Zhao Yi inspected the village, he found an open space to practice archery. Lying Eagle Empire, Lindsay Province, Yethim's Second Baron Territory, Lviv Village. In the village, the bearded Lord Yethim was making the final inspection of the fortifications outside the village. Today, under the arrangement of the president, his territory will be promoted again, and he will face more undead at night. Yethim knew that this would be a difficult battle. According to intelligence, there was a high probability that zombies, such disgusting things, would appear among the undead. If he was not careful, the territory would be plagued by diseases. Yethim couldn't help but take it seriously. Yethim was very famous in the forum because his territory was one of the key propaganda targets of Lo's country, and the country also provided great help to the development of the territory. When he was on Blue Star, Yethim was a colonel officer of Lo's country and the commander of the internationally famous Lviv regiment. So Yethim named the village Lviv, and most of the residents were families of active or retired soldiers of the Lviv regiment. Yethim believed that he would lead the boys of the Lviv regiment to eliminate all the attacking undead and make the territory the most powerful territory among all Blue Star players, even surpassing the native countries. Just after dinner, night fell. Yethim sent 2 assassins to conduct reconnaissance in the direction of the undead attacks in the past few days. The other soldiers rested in the fortifications and prepared for the battle. The population of Lviv village was just over 600, which meant that there would be more than 600 undead attacks tonight. It was a terrible number. Yethim knew that each of his soldiers had to kill 6 undead on average. This was not difficult. Among the 100 soldiers, 1/3 were archers, all equipped with black iron bows, and there were so many traps dug in front of the fortifications. If nothing unexpected happens, you can even destroy all the incoming undead without damage and get a gold treasure chest. An hour later, the undead came. The first wave of undead that appeared was the zombies that Yethim had been thinking about. As nearly 200 zombies approached, Yethim discovered something strange. The undead that attacked every night before had basically the same path forward. This habit of the undead made digging traps a good way to deal with the undead. But the zombies that attacked today actually changed. Nearly 200 zombies formed a marching team that was at least 100 meters wide, giving Yethim the feeling that the zombies were about to rush forward. Yethim was not worried about the zombies rushing up. The characteristics of zombies were too obvious. They moved slowly. When the front row of zombies was more than 150 meters away from the fortifications, Yefim gave the order to shoot. A lighting arrow was shot out first, and then the archers used black iron bows to shoot ordinary arrows at the zombies. Under the attack of the archers, zombies kept falling. Watching the zombies that were attacking die continuously, Yefim felt a little uneasy in his heart. The zombies that did not follow the right path. Would there be undead spirits that did not follow the right path next? It shouldn't be. Yefim comforted himself in his heart. The battle to eliminate the zombies went very smoothly. Only the archers shot and eliminated all the zombies 30 meters away. The next step was to wait for the second wave of undead to attack. Chapter 30. More than 10 minutes later, the assassin reported that the second wave of undead were skeleton knights and ghouls, numbering about 130. If in the past, the undead only took the right path, Yefim would not worry about the fast-moving skeleton knights and ghouls, because the traps would teach them to become undead. It was only after the changes in the first wave of zombies that the uneasiness in his heart never stopped. If the skeleton knights and ghouls rushed over from an area without traps, it would not work if they only relied on shooters. Once a close combat occurred, it would be difficult to avoid casualties. Soon, Yefim's anxiety came true. The attacking skeleton knights and ghouls were divided into 4 teams and attacked Lviv village. Only one pair of undead were heading towards the trap area, 2 teams were heading towards the front battlefield, and 1 pair went around to the side. Aren't low-level undead people said to have no intelligence? Would the undead be divided into 4 teams and attack from different directions? Yefim had no time to think about this, so he quickly changed the combat deployment and divided his 100 soldiers into 4 teams, each to stop a team of undead. There are the least soldiers left behind the trap area. After all, there are traps to block the undead. This team of soldiers has the least pressure. There are no fortifications or traps in other directions. It is almost certain that close combat will occur. If you are injured and can't fight, retreat quickly. If you die, you will have nothing. If you live, you can be healed. Let's continue to fight side by side in the game world. Yefim shouted to the soldiers with a long sword. The Los people, who are full of martial virtues, shouted and prepared to attack the incoming undead. The soldiers were eager to rush up and fight the undead. 1 minute later, the battle was over. Yefim led his soldiers to destroy all the attacking undead, but the number of casualties in Yefim's territory was about 1/4. Yefim was very sad about the loss of so many soldiers. The only thing he was thankful for was that none of the archers, who were the main force of the territory, were lost. The losses were mainly soldiers. Yefim had a priest under his command, but the priest only knew how to heal minor injuries, and could not heal the more seriously injured soldiers. Even if Yefim immediately bought an expensive healing scroll from the Points Mall, he could not immediately put the seriously injured soldiers into battle. The most important thing is that the 2 waves of undead that attacked have changed. So what will happen to the 3rd wave of undead? Don't forget that the 3rd wave of undead has the highest average level and the strongest strength. 10 minutes later, the 3rd wave of undead came, mainly skeleton soldiers, mixed with some ghosts, with a number of more than 200. As the undead approached Lviv village, it seemed that under the influence of a big hand, a large group of undead became 3 groups of undead. The number of undead in the 3 groups was about 70, and the skeleton swordsmen, skeleton spearmen, skeleton shooters, and ghosts accounted for almost 1/4 of each group. Under the illumination of the illuminating arrow, a strange undead can be seen in the undead team, covered in a black robe, and his appearance cannot be seen clearly. The 3 teams of undead soldiers are divided into 3 groups, all on the front battlefield. 1 team is targeting the trap area, and the other 2 teams are on the left and right. The undead covered in black robes follows the undead team on the left. As the undead approached, the archers under Yefim were the first to show their power. Their target was the skeleton archers among the undead. However, what was very surprising was that, after killing less than 10 skeleton archers, the skeleton archers actually stuck together with other skeleton soldiers. It was much more difficult for the archers under Yefim to continue to kill the skeleton archers. In desperation, Yefim could only give orders to kill the skeleton archers if there was a chance, and to kill the undead in front if there was no chance. The loss rate of the skeleton archers dropped significantly. As the undead continued to advance, Yefim soldiers also entered the range of the skeleton archers, and the skeleton archers shot bone arrows at the target area. The distance was too far, and it was difficult to injure the soldiers unless they hit Gwulu's vital points directly. In any case, some soldiers were still injured. Although they were all minor injuries, they had to undergo purification after the battle to eliminate the death breath in their bodies. The archers kept shooting arrows, and more undead fell, but the distance between the undead and humans was also getting shorter and shorter, and the power of the bone arrows shot by the skeleton archers was increasing. Finally, a soldier was hit by an arrow and was seriously injured. If he was not treated in time, he would return to the blue planet. Yefim could only use points to exchange for expensive healing scrolls for treatment. As the undead continued to approach, more and more soldiers were injured, and even an archer was shot dead by an arrow. Changes appeared again, and the skeleton archers shooting targets were actually always human archers. As the undead approached, Yefim's face became more and more serious. The fastest ghost stayed in the undead team. Unable to eliminate all the ghosts in advance, these ghosts would be the biggest trouble when they were in close combat with the undead team. The combat power of his subordinates continued to decrease. Yefim could only let an archer whose arm was shot by a bone arrow return to the village to convey his order. All the people who could fight, take up weapons, and prepare to defend our homeland. When the undead and Yefim soldiers engaged in close combat, there were only more than 80 undead left, and there were less than 10 skeleton archers among them. A fierce fight began, and Yefim had to allocate some people to deal with the ghosts mixed in with the skeleton soldiers. But there were too many ghosts, and soon they affected the battle of more than a dozen human soldiers. It was terrible to be distracted in the battle, and the next moment you would be killed by the skeleton swordsman, or stabbed to death by the skeleton spearman. Then, something even more terrible happened. The human soldiers who had fallen to the ground and died stood up again. They raised their weapons with lifeless hands and swung them at their former companions. Those human soldiers were very angry at the companions who stood up again. Unprepared, greater chaos ensued. The battle had already tilted towards the undead, and then a large number of villagers in Lviv village came to support them with weapons, and the battle tilted even more towards the undead. Undead continued to die, and there were more undead on the battlefield. Those newly added undead were humans who had just died. Humans could not react in time when facing these former companions. Yefim chopped down a brother who had been fighting side by side before with a long sword. Seeing more and more dead brothers and rebellious people, Yefim knew that the territory was over. Those who don't want to leave, stay with me to cover the rear, and the rest of you retreat to the teleportation array, retreat to other directions of the village, and escape as many as you can. However, Yefim's shouting did not have much effect. There were more and more undead, and many people who had escaped were killed by the undead, who caught up with them. Yefim couldn't understand why it was a territory promotion battle that he was sure of, and why the undead had changed so much. What Yefim didn't understand was spreading on the forum. Today, more than one territory was going to be promoted. Some territories, like Yefim's territory, were in a tough battle, either paying a huge price to defend the territory or the territory was destroyed. Even if they defended the territory and won the battle, they did not eliminate all the undead. In the later stage of the battle, the undead covered in black robes turned around and ran away. Even if he was shot by several explosive arrows, his speed did not slow down. However, there were also territories that killed the black-robed undead. According to the system records, this black-robed undead was a first-level lich. Liches are former necromancers who actively transformed into undead, but they can retain their wisdom. The undead army commanded by liches can also transform the dead into undead spells. No wonder there are so many changes. Many powerful player territories are either destroyed or suffer heavy losses. Some players who want to upgrade their territories tomorrow have given up, including Zhao Yi. Chapter 31. Zhao Yi was very glad that he did not become blindly arrogant because of the previous impact on the C rating. If he was promoted again tonight, even if the territory was not destroyed, it would suffer heavy losses. I originally thought that the appearance of zombies was a very serious matter, but I didn't expect that the territory that was about to be promoted to the first-level village tonight would actually have a first-level undead, and it was the most difficult lich. For most undead, the lower the level, the lower the wisdom. Even if it is promoted to the first level, the wisdom will not be very high. But the lich is an exception. The lich is transformed from the necromancer. With the wisdom of his previous life, he can control other low-level undead to fight. Under the command of the lich, the undead no longer go straight into the trap, but use some tactics. Coupled with the number of undead, this is very scary. What's more terrifying is that the lich can release spells to transform the humans who just died into undead. The number of undead is increasing, and the morale of humans is greatly reduced. Forum has revealed that a large number of powerful players' territories have been destroyed or severely damaged. The player territories that dare to upgrade to the first level village today are not simple. In the battle commanded by Zhao Yi today, He did not encounter the Lich, but there were already 9th level undead. Although he did not encounter the Lich tonight, he would always encounter it in the future. The territory must be prepared in advance, and the matter of upgrading the territory again will be put aside for the time being. After turning off the system panel, Zhao Yi fell into deep thought, thinking about the future defense layout of Zhao Village, and how to effectively eliminate the undead army commanded by the Lich. As he thought about it, he felt sleepy, so he went into the tent next to him to rest, and slept until dawn. You killed 207 undead. You suffered 0 casualties. A wonderful battle. Battle rating, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Get a gold treasure chest. Open the treasure chest, and a gold card, 3 silver cards, 5 bronze cards, 7 black iron cards, and 9 ordinary cards appear. Finally, Zhao Yi chose a gold card golden crossbow, 2 silver cards bronze earth attribute staff *4, primary life potion *4, 2 bronze cards swordsman recruitment scroll *6, medium horse *30. Bronze earth attribute staff *4, primary life potion *4, swordsman recruitment scroll *6. Needless to say about the 3 cards. Medium horse *30, the attributes of a medium horse are better than those of a nag, but worse than the worst warhorse. It is fine to use it in the territory to pull a cart or even ride it. It is best not to use it as a warhorse, because a heavy knight cannot ride a medium horse anyway. Zhao Yi will not use this card medium horse *30 for the time being, and will take it out when the territory is going to mine the vein. After all, horses are also living beings, which will attract more undeads to come, and consume a lot of food every day. However, the appearance of golden crossbow suddenly gave Zhao Yi an idea. The properties of the golden crossbow are very powerful, with a maximum range of more than 500 meters, an effective killing range of 400 meters, and an accurate killing range of more than 300 meters. It has 4 properties: precision, penetration, explosion, and air braking. Compared with the silver bow, except for the shooting frequency, the other properties are far superior. The air braking property is similar to the wind chasing property, increasing the arrow's flight speed, and the explosion property can make the ordinary arrows burst like explosion arrows when hitting the enemy. However, the explosion property must be used by the archer to enter the first level. The first level archer can even control when the arrows burst, which can be used to eliminate ghosts. With the experience bonus of C score, Zhao Yi leveled up 1 more, and the archer professional level reached level 7, 14%, which was a few levels away from level 1, and the explosive attribute could not be used temporarily. However, Zhao Yi could buy explosive arrows for crossbows, or more powerful intermediate explosive arrows, and use intermediate explosive arrows to eliminate the Lich in advance. After the Lich was dead, it would be much easier to eliminate the low-level undead with little wisdom. Facing the Lich, Zhao Yi felt a little more confident, walked out of the tent, walked towards the Lord's house, and prepared to have breakfast with Joanna and her brother. "Lord, I'm very sorry that I can't prepare food for you anymore. My brother and I have built a new home and will move there in the morning. Before I leave, I give you a little advice. You can hire a butler and servants like other nobles." Facing Joanna's words, Zhao Yi smiled and nodded, and there was an entry for recruiting a butler on the notebook. After the first battle, Zhao Yi's points increased greatly, a full 5,507 points, and he was thinking about which people to recruit with these points. Nobles all have butlers. Zhao Yi follows the local customs. Recruiting a butler should require 100 points. Other chefs and maids that are missing can be hired in the territory. 2 prospectors need to be recruited, which requires 200 points. There are 4 bronze level earth attribute staffs, and there are only 3 earth attribute mages under his command, so 1 more person needs to be recruited, which costs 1,000 points. In view of the possible changes in the undead army in the future, the number of assassins is already insufficient, so 2 more people need to be recruited, which costs 400 points. The remaining points are used to recruit combat main forces and melee main forces. The main force in combat is archers, and the main force in melee combat is shield warriors and spearmen. Recruit 8 more archers to bring the number of archers under your command to 31, appoint Gary with a 2-star talent as the captain, and select 3 more as team leaders. It's a pity that Gary has no talent for command, and the command of the number of people still depends on Zhao Yi. There are 1407 points left. Recruit 5 more shield warriors and 5 spearmen, and there are 157 points left. If the population increases, then another official will be recruited, leaving only 57 points. After confirming the recruits, Zhao Yi did not rest, and left the Lord's mansion to the teleportation array to start recruiting. 6 swordsmen, 5 shield warriors, 5 spearmen, 8 archers, 2 assassins, 1 earth mage, 1 prospector, 1 official, and 1 housekeeper. Without a prospector, a housekeeper actually costs 200 points, which is beyond Xiao Yi's expectation. After this wave of recruitment, the territory has added 30 households and 136 people, bringing the total number of households in the territory to 164 households. With Xiao Yi himself, the total population of the territory has increased to 753 people. Xiao Yi is really worried that the population has reached the upper limit of the first-level village before the territory is upgraded. Including the newly recruited professionals, the number of professionals under Xiao Yi has reached 98, and he is only 2 away from reaching 100. The ratio with the population of the territory is also increasing rapidly. Among the recruited personnel, there is a special one, the swordsman Ted, who has a 1-star command talent, but unfortunately the swordsman talent is only 1 star. What surprised Xiao Yi more was the housekeeper's family. They have 4 people in their family: 40-year-old housekeeper Jim, 38-year-old wife Kelly, 19-year-old son Jimmy, and 14-year-old daughter Eve. With the housekeeper's family, the Lord's mansion no longer needs to hire servants for the time being. Kelly can be a cook, Eve can be a maid, and Jimmy can be a servant, who is also a reserve housekeeper. When Jim gets old, he can take over Jim's job. It can be said that the housekeeper's descendants will serve the Xiao Yi family. Recruited from the Points Mall, with a loyalty of up to 80 points, the housekeeper's family is worthy of Xiao Yi's trust. It is a pity that Yi's appearance is ordinary, and her figure is also ordinary. Xiao Yi can't have any ideas, far inferior to Joanna. Chapter 32. After recruiting personnel, Xiao Yi first gave 4 bronze-grade earth attribute staffs to 4 earth-type mages. The bronze staff in hand can reduce the mana consumption of earth-type mages when casting spells, can increase the mana recovery speed to a certain extent, and can also increase the power of earth-type spells. Even if the levels of the 4 earth-type mages are relatively low, with the bonus of the bronze staff, their strength has been greatly improved, and they can build houses faster. Another point is that the 4 earth-type mages do not have attack spells, but only the earth wall spell is a very good auxiliary on the battlefield. Facing a large number of undead, they use the earth wall spell to dig pits, and build walls to block the undead from advancing. With the presence of the earth mage, many tactics can be formulated to deal with the undead. The 4 earth mages took the staffs with both hands one by one, and they were so excited that they couldn't speak. Their loyalty increased greatly. Colin had already passed 90 points, and the newly joined earth mage increased by 5 points at once. For these apprentice mages, it is very difficult to obtain a piece of black iron equipment, let alone bronze equipment that is 1 level higher than black iron equipment. They have decided to carry the staff with them at all times, never let it leave their bodies, and hold it tightly when sleeping. It is said that this practice can help mages get familiar with their staffs more quickly. After asking the 4 earth mages to build more houses, Xiao Yi walked into the market to purchase supplies. There were only over 200 undeads attacking last night, and they consumed very little supplies, so this part needs to be replenished. The 8 newly recruited archers should be equipped with black iron bows. The intermediate explosive arrows used to destroy the first-level lich cost 5 low-grade magic crystals each, so let's start with 6. Metal fences, another 2,000 meters, plus the ones purchased last time. At least 3 metal fences should be set up outside Xiao Village to block the undead. Compared to digging traps around Xiao Village, it is much easier to set up metal fences. At present, the territory has just started agriculture, and the mining industry has not yet started. There are many laborers that can be hired, and the work of digging traps must continue. The more obstacles to deal with the undead, the better. If necessary, for earth mages can be sent to create obstacles. After all, building a house is a technical job, and digging a pit does not require technology. Farmers and miners are more suitable for digging soil. Xiao Yi couldn't stop buying. After the transaction ended, there were only 46 pieces of 289 low-grade magic crystals in the storage bracelet. There were few things that could be sold. Although he had a golden crossbow, Xiao Yi did not want to sell the silver bow. The golden crossbow was mainly used to kill important targets at a distance, while the silver bow was for rapid shooting. The two had different focuses. Moreover, the archers were the main force of the territory. The silver bow would not be sold. If he did not use it, he could give it to his subordinates. With the new weapon, the golden crossbow, Xiao Yi naturally had to seize the time to practice. After inspecting Xiao Village, he found an open space to practice, and did not return to the Lord's mansion until noon. Eve brought white bread, broth, and roasted meat, 3 foods Xiao was already very familiar with. He ate alone, and Eve served him. It had been 7 days since he came to the game world. Xiao gradually understood some of the rules of the origin continent. Servants would never eat at the same table with their masters. If the master forced them, the servants would feel panic and fear. Eating with Joanna and her brother. Joanna was a soldier under Xiao, not his servant. It was common for the lord and the soldier to eat together. Tasting the food, it was ordinary, but the taste was good. The cooking skills of the cook were much better than Joanna's. Eve was a little worried that the lord would not be satisfied with the food, and whispered that it was because of the limited time that only these foods could be prepared for lunch. Mom could cook whatever the master wanted to eat, and she would learn immediately if she didn't know how to cook. Xiao nodded lightly at this. It was just food. As long as the taste was acceptable and filled the stomach, it was fine. No matter how delicious the food on the origin continent was, could it compare to Blue Star? Xiao could not find out for the time being that the real food on the origin continent far exceeded that on Blue Star. After all, there were magical creatures on the origin continent, and the food was more delicious than one could imagine. For a small noble, the price was also very high. During lunch break, Xiao opened the forum to collect information, and found that in the Lord section, most of the Lord players were discussing how to deal with the army of undead commanded by the Lich, and almost no players chose to upgrade their territory today. Browsing some posts, Lord players generally have 3 tactics: decapitation tactics, offensive tactics, and defensive tactics. The decapitation tactic is to kill the Lich before the battle begins. Without the Lich's command, the other low-level undead with little intelligence will rush forward like before, making it much easier to eliminate them. The offensive tactic is that the Lord leads the soldiers to leave the territory, and take the initiative to fight the incoming undead army. They fight the undead army far away from the village. Without the village to drag them down, they can fight the undead without any scruples. The defensive tactic is the opposite of the offensive tactic. They defend the village to the death. The undead army has a tactic under the command of the Lich, so they set traps around the village to hinder the undead from advancing, and buy more time to eliminate the incoming undead. All 3 tactics are for weak Lord players. Strong Lord players don't need to consider tactics at all. As long as there are not 3 times as many undead as when the territory is promoted, it is relatively easy to eliminate the incoming undead even with the command of the Lich. Weak Lord players need to find ways to defeat the incoming undead. They don't even have the idea of annihilating all the undead. For them, the decapitation tactic is the best of the 3 tactics. As long as the Lich is killed, the next battle will be simple. The key is that the decapitation tactic is difficult to implement. At least the Lich with ordinary wisdom will protect itself well. There is often a circle of relatively advanced undead around the Lich, and it will not always move in a straight line when moving forward. If it encounters an attack, or a relatively strong attack, the Lich will turn around and run away from a certain position to continue commanding the undead army. Xiao saw that one of the methods mentioned by the Lord players more often is to use archers to eliminate Liches remotely. For this purpose, they buy powerful arrows from the market or the points mall, including the intermediate explosive arrows purchased by Xiao. And the bow used by the archer must also be upgraded. The worst is the black iron bow. The best is the bronze bow or even the silver bow. The Lich will not be stupid enough to stay within the range of the human archer. Using a bow with a long range can give the Lich a surprise. As for the remaining offensive and defensive tactics, most Lord players have never thought about offensive tactics. Even the natives are hiding in the city and defending the city. The Lord players have no strength to take the initiative to attack. Taking the initiative will only lead to faster defeat. However, you can try it when there are many Earth Mages. There are many Earth Mages, and they can build fortifications and traps on the battlefield at any time, and they are at home anywhere. Obviously, Zhao Yi is one of the Lord players who has more Earth Magicians. Lord players who cannot use decapitation tactics basically choose defensive tactics, set up more traps around the village, and try to reduce close combat with the undead. When the undead are divided, the Lord players also divide their troops. Before the undead rush over, they try to kill the undead as much as possible, and fight the remaining undead in close combat without causing too much damage to themselves. Facing the Lich, as long as it is not a territory promotion battle, the Lord players will not have much problem repelling the attacking undead if they are prepared, except for those territories that have been severely damaged. There are also weak territories, where there are few attacking undead, and it is difficult for Liches to appear. Chapter 33. The battle on the 7th night of the advent of the game world, was somewhat beyond Zhao Yi's expectations. The most worried lich did not appear, and the most disgusting zombies did not appear. Only skeleton soldiers including skeleton knights and skeleton archers, as well as dozens of ghosts appeared. Without the command of the lich, this battle was very easy for Zhao Yi. He led 98 soldiers to eliminate all the attacking undead without damage, and gave melee soldiers the opportunity to eliminate undead and quickly upgrade. After the battle, Zhao Yi directly appointed the outstanding shield warrior Johnson as the captain of the shield warrior team, and his own command directly dropped from 85/91 to 69/91. After daybreak, the C-rated experience bonus of the battle settlement will increase the level to 8, the upper limit of the number of people under command will increase to 98, and there are several free attribute points, so there is no need to worry about the command problem. In addition, there is the swordsman Ted. After 1 or 2 more battles, he will be promoted to the captain of the swordsman team. Checking the system records, 253 undead were destroyed in one battle, most of which were below level 3, and there was only one level 9 undead. Destroying so many undead also increased Zhao Yi's points by 4815. With the C-rated bonus tomorrow, this is 7,000 points, and another large recruitment can be started. Recruiting is no problem, but the population of the territory is increasing, and the area of Zhao village is limited, and it is gradually becoming crowded. We have to think about upgrading the territory, and we can't delay it for too long. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yi then opened the forum to find information about the lich. Browsing the posts, Zhao Yi found that he did not encounter the lich tonight, but other lord players encountered the lich, but the number of lord players who encountered the lich was relatively small. At present, it seems that there are 2 situations in which you will encounter the lich. The first is that the territory has been upgraded to the first-class Baron territory, and you will encounter the undead army commanded by the lich on a daily basis. The other is that you will encounter the undead army commanded by the lich in the territory promotion battle. There are very few confident lord players who were promoted from 3rd-class baronies to 2nd-class baronies today. They encountered liches. Anyone who posted in the forum suffered more or less losses. However, there was no case of 2nd-class baronies being promoted to 1st-class baronies. Many lord players posted to suggest other lord players to upgrade their territories as soon as possible. The later the territory is promoted, the more likely it is to encounter accidents, and the greater the difficulty. When the novice promoted the territory, only skeleton swordsmen appeared. When the territory was promoted before, zombies were added. Now, when the territory is promoted, liches appear again. After being promoted to the first-class baron, the lich commanding the undead army to attack has become a daily routine, and it is difficult to avoid casualties after a battle. It can be said that among the strongest first-class baron players, there are very few lord players who can get gold treasure chests. Most of them are demoted to silver treasure chests, and some even get bronze treasure chests. Even worse, they get black iron treasure chests and ordinary treasure chests. There is no more misery, which means the destruction of the territory. In particular, the content of one of the posts attracted Zhao Yi's attention. Players level up mainly through fighting. As each night passes, the more undead you kill, the higher your level will be. The strength of the undead that will attack the next night will also increase. Even if the population of the territory remains small, a lich will eventually appear, unless the player's level and strength do not increase. This post seems to be a rule in the game world. Weak players will only be attacked by weak undead, and strong players will be attacked by strong undead. There are very few examples of unexpected players in the forum. Zhao Yi was also moved by what he said. He thought about whether it was feasible to upgrade the territory tomorrow. The balance was already leaning towards upgrading the territory. The current military strength of the territory and 7,000 plus points were Zhao Yi's confidence. As long as the gold treasure chest tomorrow morning can open good things, Zhao Yi will take action immediately. In fact, what Zhao Yi lacks now is money. In a big war, the number of the 3 waves of undeads that come together is almost the same as the total population of the territory. If you want to eliminate so many undeads, you have to prepare a large amount of military supplies, and you must spend a lot of money to buy them. Now Zhao Yi only has 46 low-grade magic crystals. No money means not enough confidence, not enough for Zhao Yi to make up his mind. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and it was dawn. You killed 253 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle rating, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Get a gold treasure chest upgraded. Open the treasure chest, and the same quality and quantity of cards as yesterday pop up. 1 gold card, 3 silver cards, 5 bronze cards, 7 black iron cards, and 9 ordinary cards. If there are rules for the cards opened from the treasure chest, I am afraid that only Zhao Yi himself can summarize this rule. After reading the contents of all the cards, Zhao Yi has made up his mind to upgrade the territory today. Select a gold card silver robe *3. Select 2 silver cards 1 cubic meter space storage ring *1, micro teleportation array *1. Select a bronze card natural mage recruitment scroll *1. Select a black iron card level 1 advancement stone *1. Mage equipment and armor are far less expensive than weapons, but mage equipment is more expensive than all professional equipment. Zhao Yi plans to give a silver level magic robe to Joanna, the captain of the mage team, and auction the remaining 2 pieces. The auction proceeds will be used to purchase supplies. In fact, among the 5 cards, the most valuable one should be Micro Teleportation Array *1. Micro Teleportation Array is the kind of teleportation array in the primary market. It cannot teleport living things, but can only teleport smaller items. A teleportation array has 2 teleportation arrays, array bases, which can be placed in 2 places, and then teleportation can be carried out through these 2 teleportation arrays. You can continue to add teleportation arrays, connect all teleportation arrays of the same model together, and form a teleportation array network, which is the market. A set of micro-teleportation arrays can easily sell thousands of low-grade magic crystals. Above the micro-teleportation arrays, there are small teleportation arrays, medium teleportation arrays, large teleportation arrays, and super-large teleportation arrays. The teleportation array next to the Lord's Mansion in Zhao Village is a small teleportation array. Lotus City has a medium teleportation array and a large teleportation array, and the King of the Violet Kingdom has a super-large teleportation array. The teleportation array is very convenient for transportation, but the key is that the cost of using the teleportation array is too high. Even the Violet Kingdom will only use the teleportation array to transport elite troops, and ordinary troops still rely on walking, riding, and riding. Even low-income low-level professionals will not use the teleportation array. For the time being, Zhao Yi will not use the micro-teleportation array *1. If it is not used, he will not sell the micro-teleportation array *1 at will. It is not easy to obtain such a strategic item. The price in the Points Mall is very high, and the chance of opening it in the treasure chest is also extremely low. The level 1 advanced stone cannot be used for the time being, so it is left in the card pack, and the storage ring is also left in the card pack. If you are short of money, you can sell the storage ring. If you are not short of money, you can give it to your subordinates. It is more convenient to have a storage ring. Chapter 34. At dawn, Joanna finished her meditation, walked out of a female soldier's tent, and prepared to go home. Zhao Yi caught a glimpse of this scene and whispered to Joanna. "Joanna, wait, I have something for you." Joanna stopped when she heard the voice, turned her slightly cold face to look at Zhao Yi, and then walked towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi used up the gold card and summoned 3 silver-level black robes. He put 2 of them back into the storage bracelet, and held one with both hands and handed it to Joanna, who was walking over. Although she hadn't touched the robe yet, Joanna could already feel that it was at least bronze grade. When Joanna touched the robe and input a trace of mana into it, she confirmed that it was a silver grade robe. A smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. "Thank you for the gift, Lord. I like the robe very much. I'm glad you like it. I replace it with a better staff if I have the chance in the future." If it were another more open-minded woman, Zhao Yi would probably throw himself into her arms if he gave her good equipment and made promises. The relatively conservative Joanna couldn't do this. The biggest performance was that her loyalty increased by several points. After sending Joanna the robe, before going to the market, Zhao Yi found the village chief Cici and gave him an important task. There will be more undead attacking tonight. Hire more people, and set up more traps and obstacles around the village. If it is not enough, you can apply for the mobilization of earth magicians. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Cici's face became cautious. The Lord said that there are more undead attacking. Obviously, like the previous night, the number of undead attacking has increased several times. This is a big test for the territory. If you are not careful, there will be casualties. More traps and obstacles must be set up to stop the undead. Entering the market, he put a silver-level robe up for auction, and then returned to the Lord's house for breakfast. While eating breakfast, Zhao Yi thought about how to resist the undead army that attacked tonight. He still had 7,283 points in his hand, but don't forget that he still needs to take out 4,000 points in advance to upgrade the territory. To upgrade the second-class baron to the first-class baron, only 3,283 points can be used. Before the Lich appeared, Zhao Yi considered more about the battles with the player forces and even the indigenous forces. He couldn't let the archer dominate alone, and increased the number of recruited warriors to cooperate with the archer. Now, with the emergence of the Lich, the possibility of fighting with the player forces and the indigenous forces in a short period of time is very small. The most important thing at present is to resist the invasion of the undead every night. When the players become stronger and can change the situation between humans and undead in the game world, they will have the mind to fight internally. Not counting the trip to Lotus City, Zhao Yi has not come into contact with other players so far. He just discovered the territories of several other Lord players. Perhaps his own territory has also been discovered by other Lord players, but no one wants to communicate. When the territory continues to be promoted and the player territories are adjacent to each other, communication will take place. Wars between Lord players are unlikely to occur. After all, they belong to the same indigenous national camp. Whoever strikes first will be punished by the country if discovered by the country. Lord players are fully committed to dealing with the invasion of the undead. Under the condition of ensuring small losses and obtaining high combat evaluations, the archer flow becomes the best choice. Before the Lich just appeared, those player territories were caught off guard. With the understanding and precautions of the Lich, a large number of traps were set up around the territory, and more archers were recruited. Facing the undead army commanded by the Lich, the number of casualties was greatly reduced. In this case, Zhao Yi also planned to continue recruiting shooters, using 3,000 points to recruit 10 shooters, leaving 283 points for backup. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhao Yi walked out of the Lord's mansion and came to the teleportation array to start recruiting. One shooter family after another walked out of the teleportation array. Among the 10 shooters, there was a small surprise, the 2-star shooter Luke. But this surprise was not what Zhao Yi wanted. What Zhao Yi wanted more was a shooter with a talent for command. With the addition of 10 shooter families, the total population of the territory was only one person away from reaching 800, and the number of shooters reached 41, which was more than 1/3 of the total number of soldiers. Practice archery. Practice archery. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi could not wait to run outside the village to practice archery. In the battle tonight, Zhao Yi's importance has greatly increased. Facing the army of undead commanded by the Lich, Zhao Yi needs to hold the golden crossbow and eliminate the Lich before the battle begins, so as to ensure that he can pass the territory promotion battle with less loss. When he is tired of practicing archery, he will take a rest and watch the hired workers, who are digging traps and burying fences under the leadership of officials and soldiers. There are currently 174 households in the territory, and there are 108 soldier families alone. The ratio of soldiers to the total population has exceeded that of most indigenous cities, but there are also players whose territories have a higher ratio of soldiers. The higher the proportion of soldiers, the fewer civilians in the territory, which is very unfavorable for the development of the territory. After all, people are still needed to do ordinary jobs such as farming, ironwork, and home furnishing. Of course, if everyone can become a professional, it will be another development direction. Natural mages farm by themselves, warriors forge iron, and these things that ordinary people can do, professionals can also do, and they are more efficient. The key is that there are too many aboriginals on the origin continent with very poor talents and cannot become professionals at all. Even if they can become professionals, they need to consume a lot of resources, which is not worth it. There still needs to be social division of labor. For example, farmers plant crops, plow the land, and sow seeds. Natural mages come over to cast a spell to make crops grow quickly, and then the crops continue to be taken care of by farmers. It is still farming, but with the addition of natural mages, the amount of food that can be harvested in a year will increase several times. Zhao Yi has already had an idea in his mind to upgrade the territory as soon as possible. Above the Baron, there are Viscounts, Earls, Marquises, and Dukes. According to information learned by some players, the Viscount's fiefdom is a town, with an area of hundreds of square kilometers and tens of thousands of people. The population limit of a first-level village is only 1,200 people. With this population, what can the territory develop? At most, it can develop agriculture and some special industries. Other industries that require a lot of manpower cannot be developed at all. Small-scale mining is okay, but large-scale mining does not have that many people available. Promoted to first-class Baron today, and promoted to third-class Viscount tomorrow. It depends on whether the treasure chest tomorrow morning can open good things, and sell them for a lot of money to buy military supplies. Even if you can't find something that can be sold at a high price, you can sell the micro-teleportation array in your hand. In the past, Zhao Yi could be steady, and not in a hurry to upgrade his territory. He planned to take it step by step. After gradually becoming familiar with the rules of the game world, many Lord players understand that the faster the territory is promoted, the easier it is to upgrade. The later the promotion, the greater the difficulty. This is the reason some Lord players choose to upgrade later, preparing to open more treasure chests, and make their own foundation richer before upgrading. From the forum, we can see that some players' territories are ready to be promoted to the third-class Viscount territory today, and more Lord players are promoted to the first-class Baron territory and the second-class Baron territory. Now Zhao Yi also plans to quickly upgrade his territory. Only by being promoted to the third-class Viscount territory can the development of the territory gradually get on the right track. Chapter 35. Rest, think, continue to practice archery, and wait until the auction time is about to end before Zhao Yi goes to the market. In the end, a silver-level robe was auctioned for a high price of 485 low-grade magic crystals, which is much higher than the price of the previous silver one-handed sword. After that, he contacted the second highest bidder and sold it at the highest auction price of 485 low-grade magic crystals. In fact, during the auction, the difference between the two people's bids was only one low-grade magic crystal. In the last time, the two people kept raising the price, and the competition ended when the time was up. The second highest bidder was regretting not getting the robe, but Zhao Yi contacted him and bought the second robe at the highest auction price. Almost 500 low-grade magic crystals. The mage is really rich, or the mage is worthy of being a noble profession. Once you have the talent of a natural mage, even if you are just a mage apprentice, you will never lack money in the future. 970 low-grade magic crystals, 873 in the end. Zhao Yi started to make large purchases. The number of undead attacking tonight is about 800. Considering the level of the undead, and the undead that can be eliminated with ordinary arrows, Zhao Yi plans to increase the reserve of primary explosive arrows from 1,000 to 1,500. The 6 intermediate explosive arrows I bought yesterday have not been used yet, so I will buy 4 more to make it even. The number of lighting arrows, attack magic scrolls, and enchantment scrolls in stock has been increased to 50. Oh, and I will also equip the 10 newly recruited archers with black iron bows. Another 2,000 meters of metal fences, and 2 more combination platforms. The rest is to buy daily necessities. The population of the territory is about to reach 800, and the daily necessities consumed are increasing. I need to buy more and reserve a batch to prevent accidents. In fact, the territory also has income, mainly from the purchases of goods by the territory residents from the territory store. Zhao Yi did not care about the income from the store, so he asked Cici to take it over, mainly to continue to employ the territory residents with this income. For this reason, Zhao Yi had to give some extra money. After all, the territory residents could not spend all the money they earned, and they would save some money. As for the salary of soldiers and officials, the first salary will be paid on the 15th day after entering the game world, and the second salary will be paid 1 month later. The person with the lowest salary needs 30 silver coins a month. With the current number of people, it will be almost 50 gold coins, which is not much. With the end of another transaction with Il Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Yi only had 116 low-grade magic crystals left. Zhao Yi directly sent the purchase materials to the corresponding locations in storage boxes, so there was no need for a limited number of laborers to move them. They were all busy digging traps outside the village. There were so many undeads attacking this time, and there was also the variable of the Lich. Zhao Yi had no time to rest during the day. From time to time, he would go outside Zhao village to check the placement of traps, metal fences, and platforms. He called 2 meetings of professionals above the level of squad leader to discuss how to deal with the undead army that attacked at night. The rest of the time was spent practicing archery, shooting arrows with the golden crossbow, and deepening the connection with the golden crossbow. As long as the Lich was shot and killed in advance, the battle tonight would be easy. In the busyness, the night finally fell. After dinner, Zhao Yi sent out all 6 assassins under his command. The main reconnaissance direction was still the southwest area, but assassins were also sent in other directions. Prevent the undead from other cemeteries from attacking, and also prevent the undead army attacking the cemetery in the southwest from splitting up and taking a detour. With the undead army commanded by the Lich, it is not surprising that something unexpected will happen. As time goes by, Zhao Yi is also paying attention to the situation in the forum. His territory is not the first to be attacked by the undead army. The experience of those territories that were attacked earlier can help him a lot. For the time being, the players from Blue Star are still compatriots and have a common enemy, the undead, so there are a lot of players sharing information in the forum. Those big forces also have plans to win people's hearts and improve their reputation. They don't mind sharing ordinary information, and occasionally throw out some very important information. The battle in my territory is over. Several soldiers were killed and wounded, and all the attacking undead were eliminated. At the same time, an unexpected situation was discovered. Among the white skeleton soldiers, there was also an iron skeleton soldier. The system record showed that it was a first-level skeleton. Seeing the post, Zhao Yi shook his head slightly. Sure enough, new variables appeared. Regardless of whether the territory is promoted or not, there will be constant variables as time goes by. Only a stronger territory can better resist the attacking undead. It can be seen that the indigenous people all live in cities. The lowest level of the city is a town, and there are almost no village-level indigenous settlements. A village can only hold a small number of people, and it is simply unable to resist the army of the undead. The fact that the player's territory can survive for such a long time is probably determined by the rules of the game world. As time goes by, the player's level continues to rise, and the attacking undead are getting stronger and stronger, and even more and more. Relying only on a small village, the Lord player can't hold on for long. Forum in the newly appeared posts: first-level skeletons, first-level zombies, first-level undead knights, first-level ghosts, and first-level ghouls appeared one after another, even including the exact names of the first-level undead. The name of the first-level skeleton is Skeleton Warrior. The name of the first-level zombie is Rotten Zombie. The name of the first-level undead knight is Dark Knight. The name of the first-level ghost is Wraith. And the name of the first-level ghoul is Ghoul Devourer. With Undead Illustrated Book, Zhao Yi knows the strength of the first-level undead better than other players. A level 9 skeleton soldier can only be eliminated by being hit by 3 primary explosive arrows, and a level 10 skeleton soldier needs at least 6 arrows to be eliminated. If it is replaced with an intermediate explosive arrow, 1 arrow can also be eliminated. However, the price of intermediate explosive arrows is much higher than that of primary explosive arrows, so even Zhao Yi only prepared 10 of them. Compared with 0-level undead, the first-level undead have a slight improvement in intelligence, but without the command of the Lich, the undead army is still rampaging. The layers of traps and obstacles outside the player's territory effectively block the undead army from advancing. When the territory is not promoted, it is easier for the Lord player to lead his soldiers to eliminate the incoming undead, but it is becoming more and more difficult to prevent the soldiers from being killed or injured. Ordinary traps and obstacles can effectively block the zero-order undead, but they are not very effective against the first-order undead. For example, the Dark Knight can continuously jump during the charge, cross the trap obstacles, and even avoid the arrows shot by the bamboo bow to a certain extent during the charge. A Lord player posted a message saying that he did not stop the Dark Knight, causing the Dark Knight to collide with the front-row shield warrior, and 6 soldiers were killed and injured before the Dark Knight was eliminated. If the Dark Knight was eliminated later, the skeleton knight behind would rush over, and it would not be as simple as 6 soldiers being killed and injured. There are also rotten zombies that are more disgusting than ordinary zombies. They will be infected with bacteria and viruses only after contact with ordinary zombies. Rotten zombies spread directly in a wide range. As long as they are 3 meters close to rotten zombies, they will be infected. The stronger the zombies, the wider the range of bacterial and viral transmission. This is an undead race that the indigenous people hate. Chapter 36. The 3rd hour after nightfall, the first wave of undead finally appeared outside Zhao Village. It was a rotten zombie, plus more than 200 ordinary zombies. After the zombies appeared outside Zhao Village, the entire zombie team quickly spread out under the command of the rotten zombies, from a team less than 10 meters wide to a team more than 80 meters wide. There are even signs of continuing to spread and trying to house around Zhao Village. Zombie tactics are arranged in advance by the Lich. If this tactical change of zombies was put in the past, they would only dig traps and set obstacles in fixed areas. Even if the zombies move slowly, they will eventually cause considerable losses to the player's territory. Nowadays, Lord players are actively digging traps and setting up obstacles around the village, so such tactical changes have little effect. The zombies changed their formation, and Zhao Yi also changed his formation. 41 archers were scattered on the defense line south of Zhao Village. There were no skeleton archers among the undead, so they could just shoot arrows directly on the ground. As the zombies entered the range of the black iron bow, Zhao Yi and the archers shot ordinary arrows one after another. On the high platform, Zhao Yi held a golden crossbow in his hand, aimed directly at the most conspicuous rotten zombie in the zombie team, and shot an arrow. The crossbow arrow shot at almost twice the speed of other black iron bows, and hit the rotten zombie in the chest. The crossbow arrow went in front and out from the back, leaving a small hole directly on the rotten zombie. In Zhao Yi's vision, the rotten zombie wanted to dodge the crossbow arrow, but the zombie reacted slowly and moved slowly, and the body only moved a little to the side, and could not dodge the crossbow arrow at all. However, an ordinary crossbow arrow could not cause much damage to the rotten zombie. The rotten zombie, who was somewhat intelligent, roared angrily because he was attacked, and other zombies also roared. Amid the roars, ordinary zombies were shot and fell. Zhao Yi did not stop shooting. He changed the arrows to primary explosive arrows for the second shot. One arrow was shot, and hit the head of the rotten zombie directly. Under the explosion damage of the primary explosive arrow, the rotten zombie was blown up. The rotten zombie, which was seriously injured, roared even more angrily and rushed forward at a faster speed. However, with the movement speed of zombies, even rotten zombies were not fast enough to allow Zhao Yi to shoot primary explosive arrows one after another steadily. The third, fourth, fifth, until the fifth primary explosive arrow exploded on the face of the rotten zombie, and the rotten zombie finally fell down, but it was not completely dead. Through the light brought by the illumination arrow, Zhao Yi could feel that the hands and feet of the rotten zombie were still moving slightly. Ignoring the rotten zombie for the time being, Zhao Yi turned to use ordinary arrows and his archers to shoot those low-level zombies. About a minute later, the battle ended. Each archer shot about 10 arrows, most of which were ordinary arrows, and rarely shot primary explosive arrows. Many low-level shooters were upgraded directly because of this battle. Zhao Yi's level is relatively high, already level 8. It is expected that after the battle tonight, plus the battle settlement score experience bonus, his level will reach level 9 100%. In fact, there have been first-level professionals among the players, mainly Lord players, who control the attacking undead through traps, and the Lord players go forward to eliminate them one by one, and quickly upgrade. Whether it is a player or a native professional under the player, it is faster to upgrade at level 0. After all, it is only an apprentice stage. Once it enters the first level, the upgrade speed slows down. The higher the level, the slower the level up. This is the rule of all games. After destroying the first wave of undead, Zhao Yi and the shooters took the time to rest. Next, as long as there are no zombies among the undead, the main shooters will be more relaxed, and let other professional soldiers go to kill the undead to level up. Perhaps the zombies moved too slowly. After only 10 minutes, the second wave of undead appeared in the field of vision. It was a large group of undead knights, followed by some ghouls. The Death Knight and the ghoul are both the fastest moving units among the undead, and they usually move together. The first wave of the undead attacked with rotten zombies, and this wave of the undead also saw the Dark Knight and the ghoul. The Dark Knight was particularly conspicuous among a large group of skeleton knights. The other skeleton knights were all skeletons, and with a weapon, the Dark Knight was covered in black armor, and even the mount and the person were wrapped tightly. He was completely a heavily armored knight. As the undead approached Shao Village, they quickly split into two teams, seemingly wanting to attack Shao Village from both wings. The human professionals of the same low level were not as fast as the undead knights and ghouls, but fortunately there were a lot of traps and fences to block the undead, giving humans enough time to move positions. Especially the combined high platforms placed around Shao Village, where the archers on them did not need to run around, but could attack the undead in the distance from a high position. This time, Zhao Yi and the archers no longer used ordinary arrows, but directly used primary explosive arrows to shoot. The first explosive arrow hit the target. The Dark Knight, who was slightly injured, paused slightly, and continued to charge forward. Zhao Yi could feel that the Dark Knight was charging faster. The second explosive arrow passed by. It was not that Zhao Yi missed the target, but that the Dark Knight dodged the explosive arrow. Zhao Yi immediately ordered the two archers around him to attack the Dark Knight together. If the first-level Dark Knight rushed over, it would definitely cause some casualties to his side. The next moment, 3 primary explosive arrows were shot at the Dark Knight from front to back. In the end, only one explosive arrow hit, and it was not a vital point, but the explosion still caused some damage to the Dark Knight. The first-level Dark Knight was indeed powerful. Zhao Yi and the two archers continued to shoot, consuming a total of 16 primary explosive arrows before they eliminated the Dark Knight and his mount that had entered the trap area. Mainly because the Dark Knight's injuries increased, he could no longer dodge the explosive arrows in time. The value of 16 primary explosive arrows has exceeded that of one intermediate explosive arrow. One intermediate explosive arrow can eliminate the Dark Knight, but it cannot guarantee a hit in one shot. First-level archers can learn tracking arrows, but tracking arrows are not so easy to dodge. Zhao Yi continued to shoot arrows at the undead, while thinking about getting a tracking arrows skill book after entering the first level. The remaining first-level undead ghouls were almost surrounded and killed by the archers on another high platform at this time, consuming more than 10 primary explosive arrows, mainly because the wisdom of the undead ghouls was not as good as that of the Dark Knights. As the second wave of undeads almost entered the trap area, the archers' attacks gradually stopped, and the swordsmen, spearmen, shield warriors, knights and other warriors slowly moved forward, reducing the number by at least half and continuously killing the undead, who were injured in large numbers. If a soldier is injured, the priest will treat him if the injury is minor. If the injury is serious, Zhao Yi still has healing potions. Even if the injury is serious, half a bottle of primary life potion can save his life. For high-level professionals who are injured, the primary life potion is not very effective, but for apprentices, who have not yet reached the first level, the effect of the primary life potion is very good. Of course, the price of the primary life potion in the market is also relatively high. The 10 life potions in Zhao Yi's hand were opened from the treasure chest. Chapter 37. The battle with the second wave of undead ended, and the soldiers retreated to rest and wait for the arrival of the third wave of undead. If the assassin who went out to scout had not returned half an hour later, Zhao Yi would have thought that the assassin was discovered and sacrificed by the undead. According to the assassin report, Zhao Yi understood the situation of the third wave of undead, which was similar to the previous ones, mainly skeleton soldiers, plus some ghosts. There are first-level existences among the undead, not only liches, but also first-level black iron skeleton soldiers, and there are also first-level ghosts among the ghosts. The appearance of the lich and the ghost made Zhao Yi feel pressured. The command of the lich made the army of undead difficult to deal with, and the attack of the ghost was also terrible. The mental attack of low-level ghosts was very weak, and even low-level professionals could not be injured. The mental attack of the ghost was greatly improved. With one mental shot, the surrounding low-level professionals would lose their combat effectiveness. We must destroy the ghost before it approaches our defense line. Zhao Yi gave an order to Joanna. Yes. Joanna's face was full of caution. She was already a level 6 mage, the highest level mage under Zhao Yi, but the first level ghost was at least level 10. The gap between level 9 and level 10 is much larger than the gap between level 6 and level 9. However, Joanna is not fighting alone. She leads a team of mages, including herself, with a total of 14 people, and there are also priests, who can cause great damage to the undead. At that time, only half of the number of mages will be needed to launch a wave of attacks on the ghosts, attack spells or attack spell scrolls, and one wave will be able to take away the ghosts. The magic defense of the ghosts is stronger than that of ghosts, but not much stronger. This is because Zhao Yi has many mages under his command, while other players' territories have few mages, and the player mages are useless, and there are not many attack spell scrolls prepared. When the soldiers use enchantment scrolls, they are knocked down by the range attack and mental shock of the ghosts before they can fight with the ghosts in close combat. After Zhao Yi adjusted the deployment of soldiers, he quietly waited for the arrival of the third wave of undead. About an hour and a few minutes after the second wave of undead was eliminated, the third wave of undead appeared in Zhao Yi's vision from a distance. Before Zhao Yi could prepare for the battle, an accident occurred. The assassin who was lurking in the north of the territory suddenly came back to report to Zhao Yi that a group of undead appeared in the north, with about 30 skeleton soldiers, including a black iron skeleton swordsman, and they were not far away from Zhao village. After hearing the assassin report, Zhao Yi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the third wave of undead came so late. It turned out that they wanted to attack behind Zhao village by splitting up their troops. In order to wait for the undead, who came around, the large group of undead moved so slowly. After just a few seconds of thinking, Zhao Yi issued a mobilization order, splitting up 10 archers, 5 shield warriors, 5 spearmen, 3 mages, and 1 priest to the north of Zhao village, commanded by shield warrior Johnson, to eliminate the undead who came around. As more than 20 soldiers led by Johnson quickly walked towards the north of Zhao village, the large group of undead on the front battlefield was getting closer and closer. It can be felt that compared with the previous skeleton soldiers, the skeleton soldiers this time are moving much slower. Zhao Yi held a golden crossbow and loaded an intermediate explosive arrow, ready to shoot the lich as soon as possible. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. The undead continued to advance, and the marching column gradually became wider. Just as Zhao Yi was waiting for the Lich to move forward, he suddenly encountered a situation similar to the description in the post in the forum. Under the dim moonlight, other undead continued to move forward, and the Lich and several guards of the Lich advanced. The undead stopped. The Lich seemed to see that there were many archers in the territory, and was unwilling to get close to risk his life. Zhao Yi didn't care about this. At a distance of nearly 180 meters, even a silver bow could shoot accurately, not to mention a golden crossbow. After waiting for a while, as the skeleton archer entered the archer's shooting range, a lighting arrow illuminated the battlefield, and dozens of primary explosive arrows were shot out at the same time. At this time, Zhao Yi also took advantage of the light brought by the lighting arrow, aimed, and shot. The intermediate explosive arrow rushed towards the Lich like lightning. The Lich sensed the danger and turned sideways while giving orders to the high-level undead guarding it to block the attack. The next moment, a mid-level explosive arrow arrived and directly killed a black iron skeleton guarding the Lich. The Lich was also affected by the explosion damage of the mid-level explosive arrow, and was seriously injured. At this moment, all the undead on the battlefield went crazy and rushed forward madly, while the Lich wanted to escape under the protection of several high-level undead around him. Not long after the Lich turned around, another mid-level explosive arrow exploded next to the Lich, killing a level 9 skeleton soldier, and the Lich and another black iron skeleton were both seriously injured. The seriously injured Lich was still struggling desperately, trying to survive. The high-level undead guarding him stood in front of him, but they all died under the attack of the third intermediate explosive arrow. It's worthy of being a Lich. It took 3 intermediate explosive arrows to kill it. Zhao Yi shook his head helplessly, put the golden crossbow back into the storage bracelet, took out the silver bow, used the primary explosive arrow, and shot the skeleton soldiers with other archers. As the Lich died, the undead on the battlefield seemed to become more crazy. When attacking the Lich for the first time, the Wraith left the team with the Ghost and charged at a faster speed. As the Lich died, the Ghost was getting closer and closer to the human defense line. Target the Wraith, small fireball, release. The cold female voice reached the ears of the remaining 3 fire mages. They obeyed Joanna's order, and condensed a small red fireball in front of him. The next moment, they all flew towards the Wraith. The 3 small fireballs hit the Wraith accurately. Under the attack of the 3 small fireballs, the Wraith's body became dim, and it was obviously seriously injured, but it did not dissipate, and was still rushing forward. 2 wind blades had already condensed in front of Joanna. Under Joanna's control, the 2 wind blades flew towards the Ghost. 1 second later, the Ghost was cut into 3 parts by the 2 wind blades, and quickly dissipated in the air. The mage's attack had not yet ended. There were still dozens of ghosts coming. Spells flew out one after another to destroy the ghosts. Joanna continued to condense wind blades in front of her. 1 wind blade flew out, and could destroy at least 3 ghosts. Until the mages consumed all their mana, and threw out nearly 10 attack spell scrolls, there was no ghost left on the battlefield. As the skeleton soldiers rushed into the trap area, the frequency of the archers' attacks continued to decrease. When all the skeleton soldiers rushed into the trap area, and the number was less than 70, the archers' attacks completely stopped and the warriors went forward to kill the enemies. On the high platform, Zhao Yi watched the warriors kill the enemies, took a few deep breaths, and relaxed his body and mind. The overall situation has been decided. If nothing unexpected happens, he will get another gold treasure chest tomorrow. Many players in the forum speculated that only when the number of incoming undead exceeds 1,000 can it be possible to get a higher evaluation and a better treasure chest. A few minutes later, an assassin ran over from the north of Zhao village and reported to Zhao Yi that the battle in the north of Zhao village had ended, all the incoming undead had been eliminated, and 1 soldier was slightly injured and had been healed by the priest. A few minutes later, the battle on the front battlefield also ended. Chapter 38. On the battlefield, the cheers of victory rang out again. When the sound reached the ears of the civilians in the territory, they all understood that the territory had won another great victory. After the cheers, the soldiers retreated to the defense line and rested on the spot. After a while, they could take turns to rest in the tents. Before resting, it is necessary to count the consumption of military supplies. Before the war, Zhao Yi prepared 1,500 primary explosive arrows, 10 intermediate explosive arrows, 50 lighting arrows, 50 attack spell scrolls, 50 enchantment scrolls, 9 primary mana potions, and 10 primary life potions. After the battle, there were 524 primary explosive arrows, 7 intermediate explosive arrows, 19 illumination arrows, 41 attack spell scrolls, and 8 primary life potions left. Enchantment scrolls and primary mana potions were not consumed. 700 pieces of low-grade magic crystals of military supplies were consumed in a battle. It was really a waste of money. In order to quickly promote the territory, it had to be burned. The military supplies consumed in this battle need to be replenished as soon as possible if there is enough money in hand. The more military supplies are stored, the more peace of mind. It is mainly consumed on primary explosive arrows. When archers are promoted to the first level, the number of times they use primary explosive arrows will be greatly reduced. The magic profession has mana. After entering the first level, warriors, assassins, and archers will have fighting spirit. Strong archers don't even need bows and arrows. Fighting spirit can directly turn into bows and arrows. Low-level archers can't do it, but the integration of fighting spirit into ordinary arrows can greatly increase the power of ordinary arrows and achieve similar effects to primary explosive arrows. Resting on the spot, Zhao Yi opened the system panel to check various changes. First of all, the level. Zhao Yi has already reached level 9. When the battle score experience bonus is added at dawn, he will be able to reach level 9 100%. Using the level 1 advancement stone, he will become a first level shooter, which can also be called a primary shooter, a black iron shooter. Following Zhao Yi, Gary, who has the fastest upgrade, has also reached level 9. Joanna, who is high talent, has caught up and is already level 8. After that, it is the other shooters. The level of shooters is generally higher than that of other professional soldiers, which is an advantage as the main force in combat. Upgrade as soon as possible. After upgrading, the strength will be improved so that you can face the increasingly powerful undead. 3 waves of undead were eliminated in succession, with a total number of more than 800. There were 10 first-level undead alone, including the Dark Knight's mount. The Lich was level 11, and the other first-level undead were all level 10. The undead with the largest number of levels is no longer level 0, but level 2, a total of 195. It is expected that in future battles, there will be more and more high-level undead, and fewer level 0 and level 1 undead. In general, the level 0 undead are cannon fodder in the undead army. The status of the massive cannon fodder will not change. It would be strange if there were no level 0 undead in the undead army. After destroying so many undead, Zhao Yi's points directly broke through the 20,000 mark. When the points of the battle score are added, there will be 30,000 points, which can recruit 100 shooters. With so many points, Zhao Yi's heart was slightly up and down, but he was not too surprised. He was mentally prepared. After all, he got 14,000 points when the territory was promoted last time, and this time it was almost doubled. How to use these points still needs to be carefully considered, and then see how the treasure chest opens tomorrow. If it is feasible, the territory will continue to be promoted tomorrow. Upgraded to the 3rd class Viscount territory. With a large enough territory to accommodate enough people, the territory can begin to develop and build. In the forum, many well-known Lord players have posted to announce that they have eliminated the undead that attacked tonight, and tomorrow, the territory will be promoted to the 3rd class Viscount territory. These Lord players also shared the undead situations they encountered in the territory promotion battle. Among the attacking undead, there are dozens of first-level undead. Even under the command of the Lich, the first-level undead are concentrated to charge, and if you are not careful, the first-level undead will break through the defense line. The number of intermediate explosive arrows is still too small, and the reserve should be increased. Looking at the post, an idea flashed through Zhao Yi's mind, and he directly opened Notepad and wrote it down. Browsing forums, resting when sleepy, until the first ray of sunlight shines on the earth, Zhao Yi has become accustomed to waking up early. Not long after, the light screen popped up by itself, and the battle settlement page appeared. You destroyed 811 undead. You suffered 0 casualties. A wonderful battle. Battle rating, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Obtained a gold treasure chest. After opening the gold treasure chest and looking through all the cards, Zhao Yi's face changed with various expressions: surprise, excitement, and speechlessness. Surprisingly, this time there were 5 gold cards out of the 25 cards in the gold treasure chest, the most gold cards ever. In addition, there are 5 silver cards, 5 bronze cards, 5 black iron cards, and 5 ordinary cards. Zhao Yi was surprised by the number of gold cards. After all, gold cards can open things with higher value. But this time, the things in the 5 gold cards made Zhao Yi very speechless. 3 of the gold cards were 10,000 gene of white bread, 1,000 gold coins, and 1000 gene of copper. It would be better to choose the second level silver cards than these 3 gold cards. Ignoring the 3 garbage gold cards, there are still many good things in the gold treasure chest, which is the best treasure chest Zhao Yi has ever opened. Finally, Zhao Yi chose 2 gold cards, namely double 3-star swordsman and golden shield. He chose 2 silver cards, namely primary smelter and knight recruitment scroll *15. A bronze card, assassin recruitment scroll *4. When Zhao Yi saw the gold card double 3-star swordsman, he felt his heart beat faster. Double 3-star swordsman refers to the swordsman who has 3-star command talent and 3-star swordsman talent. With double 3-star talent, this is like giving Zhao Yi a general, who will be able to lead an army of 10,000 people in the future. Even a 3-star talent in commanding a battle, who has just been released, is much better than Zhao Yi in commanding a battle. After recruiting this 3-star command swordsman, Zhao Yi plans to let him serve as a staff officer for a few days, raise his level, experience a few battles, and increase the number of soldiers in the territory before giving him a new appointment. The gold shield is a good thing, which can be sold for thousands of low-grade magic crystals in the market. With this gold-level shield, Zhao Yi is confident to continue his territory promotion today. Like the 3-star command swordsman, the primary smelting plant also surprised Zhao Yi. The primary smelter is an alchemical creation. It only needs a small amount of magic crystal as the starting energy. The magic array of the smelter absorbs the chi between heaven and earth as the main energy source, and then provides ore as raw material, so that metals can be smelted continuously. Taking iron as an example, the primary smelter can smelt up to 1,000 tons of iron a year, which is 2 million kilograms. The smelter can not only smelt ordinary metals, but also magic ores. Originally, the mining industry that Zhao Yi wanted to develop in the territory was just to mine ores, and then try primitive smelting technology, and develop step by step. Unexpectedly a modern smelter. Zhao Yi had also seen this kind of smelter in the forum, only a few times, and it was very rare compared to the billions of Blue Star players. With the primary smelter, the territory had an industry that could develop rapidly, but if the primary smelter was to be fully operational, it would still require an alchemist. Including the alchemist apprentices that had already been recruited, there were still 2 alchemist apprentices to be recruited, and some ordinary workers were also needed. Alchemists were not a big problem. If they could not be recruited, they could go to Lothal City and hire one. Although all the people in Zhao Yi's territory were recruited from the Points Mall, it did not mean that it would be like this in the future. As the population of the territory increased, it would not be a big problem to integrate some foreign population. Chapter 39. After exiting the battle settlement page and returning to the system panel desktop, Zhao Yi unexpectedly discovered that there was an extra ranking icon on it. Without opening the ranking, Zhao Yi could guess the content inside. This was the same routine as some games on Blue Star. Ignore the ranking for now, take a look at the personal first. The shooter level has reached level 9 100%. Upgrade first. Take out a black iron card level 1 advanced stone from the card pack, use it, and summon a fist-sized regular dodecahedron, emitting a soft white light with a bit of sacred breath. The advancement stone is not something that can be made by native professionals, but a creation of gods. It is not surprising that it has a sacred aura. He held the advancement stone tightly in his right hand. After a few seconds, the advancement stone turned into a ball of light and disappeared. This light quickly merged into Zhao Yi's body, and then a stronger feeling than usual spread throughout his body. It was very comfortable, as if he was taking a bath after being tired. After that, a breath appeared in his body. In martial arts novels, it is internal force, and in the current game world, it is the fighting spirit of the physical system. According to some posts in the forum, when you buy and learn fighting skills and practice them, your combat professional experience will also increase, but it is far from comparable to the experience gained by destroying the undead. The refreshing feeling came and went quickly. Knowing that the advancement was over, Zhao Yi reopened personal. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 24/100. Profession, First Class Baron/Level 10 Archer, 0%. Attributes, Strength 18, Constitution 18, Agility 18, Wisdom 17. Free attribute points, 11. Charm, 8. Command, 79/136. Active skill, Rapid Fire, primary 8%. Legion skill Arrow without missing target, primary 3.1%. Equipment. Compared with before, personal attributes have changed a lot. The upper limit of lifespan has increased from 85 to 100, the Archer professional level has been increased to level 100%, The four-dimensional attributes have increased by 2 points each, and the free attribute points have also increased by 2 points. After entering the first level, each level up will increase the 4 dimensions by 2 points, and the free attribute points will also increase by 2 points. The most amazing thing is that the charm will also increase by 1 point. According to the indigenous people, high-level professionals are basically handsome men and beautiful women, and there are very few high-level professionals with the image of old people. The improvement of strength and physical fitness can also be said to be the continuous optimization of the body, and becoming beautiful is the most basic thing. The improvement of charm and wisdom has brought the number of people under command to 136. However, Do Chi did not appear in the skill list, and there will be skills that consume Do Chi in the future. Take another look at the territory page. First Class Baron Territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory Area, 20 square kilometers. Organization, Zhao Village, First Level Village, covering an area of 40,000 square meters. Population, 799/1200. Military, 108. Public Opinion, 82. Public Security, 85. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, Teleportation Array Market. The territory of the first-class Baron Territory is as large as 20 square kilometers. The area of the first-level village has increased to 40,000 square meters. The upper limit of the population upgrade has reached 1,200 people, and there are still 401 people short. The territory needs to add about 90 more families to reach the upgrade limit. Fortunately, the points obtained from the battle last night are enough, a full 30,718 points. However, if the territory is upgraded today, 10,000 points must be deducted for the promotion of the title. It takes 4,000 points for a second-class Baron to be promoted to a first-class Baron, but it takes 10,000 points for a first-class Baron to be promoted to a third-class Viscount. It's painful, so many points are enough to recruit 100 soldiers. The recruitment page of Points Mall has also changed a lot. The soldiers recruited before were only level 0, but now they can recruit level 10 soldiers. All the Lord players who have reached level 10 in the forum have experienced this change, but almost no one will recruit a first-level professional. The reason is that the points required to recruit a first-level professional are too high. A level 0 swordsman only has 100 points, and a level 10 swordsman actually requires 1,000 points. The points of all professions have increased tenfold. With that amount of points, it is better to recruit 10 0-level professionals and train them yourself than to recruit a first-level professional. Anyway, it is faster to kill the undead and upgrade. However, recruiting first-level professionals also has several advantages, such as better equipment and at least one more skill. Zhao Yi closed the Points Mall and shifted his attention to the rankings. With so few points in hand, he dared not recruit first-level professionals. Opening the rankings, multiple sub-ranking options appeared: Lord Level List, Territory Combat Power List, Mercenary Group Level List, Mercenary Group Combat Power List, Comprehensive Professional Level List, Warrior Professional Level List, Assassin Professional Level List, Shooter Professional Level List, Mage Professional Level List, Priest Professional Level List. Opening the Lord Level List, a large number of third-class Viscounts are ranked in front, and Zhao Yi's first-class Baron is ranked 3,581st. It's not that there are more than 3,000 third-class Viscounts. In fact, there are only 526 third-class Viscounts at present, and it is estimated that they have just completed the promotion. The information displayed in the Lord Level List is mainly the Lord's name, Lord's title, and territory. Main City. These three information, a large number of Lord players have chosen to hide the information on it, leaving only the title information that cannot be hidden. Zhao Yi found the Hide button on the lower left of the screen. There are two buttons, one for hiding individual ranking information, and the other for hiding all ranking information. Zhao Yi hid all ranking information directly. He thought that he had some strength at present, but he was still far inferior to those big forces. After all, Zhao Yi was fighting alone. Those big forces had more than 1 or 2 player territories, but dozens, hundreds, even thousands, tens of thousands. At least with the population of Qin State and the strong official power, it was no problem to have tens of thousands of player territories. Compared to the Lord Level List, the Lord Combat Power List is more interesting and can more intuitively show the strength of a territory. The combat power of many first-class Baron territories is even higher than that of a small number of third-class Viscount territories, including Zhao Yi's territory. The Lord Combat Power List converts the number and strength of the soldiers under the Lord into combat power values, regardless of occupation. Level 0 has 10 points of combat power, and level 1 has 15 points of combat power. It seems to be similar to the algorithm for obtaining points by destroying undead. Zhao Yi saw that his territory ranked 613th with 2,990 points of combat power, and there were some first-class barren territories ahead. The combat power value does not represent the actual combat power of the territory, it is only a reference, but it can also show that Zhao Yi's territory is one of the best among all the players' territories. A sense of accomplishment arises spontaneously. You know, Zhao Yi is just an ordinary person on Blue Star, but he can become one of the top people in the game world, and his ranking will continue to rise. Looking at the ranking list, Zhao Yi has made up his mind to take the first place as his goal. Lord, after the territory ranking list is the Mercenary Group ranking list. The Mercenary Group belongs to the Mercenary Guild, which is a professional organization established by the indigenous people. Basically, the Mercenary Guild branch can be seen in every city. Many combat players, who have not been recruited by player lords, can register as mercenaries in the Mercenary Guild, and then establish a mercenary group. Current player mercenary groups are relatively weak and basically will not leave the native city. If they want to upgrade quickly, they can only participate in night city defense battles, which will cause heavy casualties. Currently, if combat players want to upgrade quickly, the best choice is to accept the recruitment of player lords, and the second choice is to choose a smaller native city, and leave the city to hunt the undead hiding in the mines. There are many people in big cities, and there are many malicious native professionals. If you are not careful, players who leave the city will suffer. In the final professional level ranking, there are tens of thousands of players who have entered the first level, among which the archer profession is the most, followed by swordsman, assassin, various magicians, and priests are very rare. Assassins are not the main force in combat, and lord players often do not choose assassin professions. The magic profession is more difficult to play. Most magician players are still wandering below level 3, and many player mages can't even cast a spell. There are simply few priests. According to the natives, if you want to be a priest, you must have a pure heart. Even if the requirements are lowered for Blue Star players, there are not many qualified people, including Zhao Yi, who is not qualified to be a priest. Chapter 40. Zhao Yi read posts about lords on the forum. Players analyzed the most suitable combat profession for lords, and the first one is the archer. Currently, lord players are mainly archers. Archers are the main combat force. In order to reduce combat losses and get high evaluations, they try not to engage in close combat with the undead. In this case, the lord's combat profession is the archer, and the upgrade is naturally fast. The number of first-level archers on the ranking list is the largest. The archer has the best vision, and can also learn the eagle eye technique reconnaissance skill. Standing at a high place, you can have a panoramic view of the whole scene, which is convenient for the lord to command the battle. Of course, the most important thing is safety, and there is no need to charge into battle like melee professions. The second is the priest profession. Priests can cause huge damage to the undead, and can also heal. When priest players serve as lords, the public will often be a few points higher. Mage, warrior and other professions should be ranked behind, and assassin is the least choice profession. Swordsman or all warrior professions have the simplest assessment, and the most people take up the job, resulting in the largest number of warrior professions among lord players. In order to upgrade quickly, warrior lord players eliminate the severely injured undead in the trap under the protection of soldiers. Among the aboriginal nobles, the warrior profession is the most common, followed by the archer, and the third is the mage. Moreover, the mage nobles have less time to manage the territory, and it is difficult for the mage to get a job. In addition, knowledge is power. It is the foundation of the mage. If you want to improve your strength, you must keep learning. The same is true for mage players. In the early stage, they only have problems in casting spells. After entering the first level, they need to buy a lot of books to study. It can be said that the mage is the most suitable combat profession for academic masters. After closing the ranking, Zhao Yi stood up and walked towards the market, preparing to put the golden shield up for auction first. Today, he was going to continue to upgrade his territory. Originally, Zhao Yi planned to let CC hire people to move the defense line outward and continue to dig traps and set up fences. On second thought, now that Zhao village has expanded in area, the defense line has also expanded, increasing the difficulty of defense. It would be better to fight the undead once more with the current defense line, and then rearrange it after the territory is promoted to the third-class Viscount territory. A small defense line is obviously more powerful for the defender, and there are enough troops to defend everywhere. As the defense line expands, the troops are more dispersed. However, we need to recruit a wave of personnel today. The population of the territory has increased, but the living area has not increased. Zhao Village will become very crowded. Endure for a day, and after a day, Zhao Village will become Zhao Town, with a large enough area to accommodate more people. Gold-level equipment is worth thousands of low-grade magic crystals, which is considered mid-range equipment in the market. Zhao Yi was discovered and bid as soon as he put it on the shelf. Perhaps it is not the warriors who lack equipment who are bidding, but those people in the equipment store who are waiting day and night to see if they can buy the equipment in the market at a slightly lower price, and then sell it at a high price in their own equipment store. There are many such merchants in the entire Origin continent. Back to the Lord's mansion, under the service of the maid Eve, while eating breakfast, I thought about which personnel to recruit with 20,000 points. There are a total of 30,718 points, of which 10,000 points are used to promote the third-class viscount, and the remaining 20,718 points are used to recruit 90 people, so that the territory will add 90 families and reach the population limit of 1,200 people in the first-level village. 718 points can be used first, which is enough to recruit 71 farmers and miners, especially miners. With a primary smelter in hand and an alchemist apprentice, all that is left is to determine the ore vein for mining. The more miners, the better. Of course, with only one alchemist apprentice, the primary smelting plant cannot operate at full capacity. It is good enough to be able to operate at 10%. 20,000 points are used to recruit soldiers. Zhao Yi feels that the number of priests under his command must be increased, but the points for recruiting a priest are too high, and he can't even recruit a first-level priest with 30,000 points. Recruit at most 2 priests. Previously, when I opened the treasure chest, I drew out Knight Recruitment Scroll *15. Assassin Recruitment Scroll *4. These 2 professions definitely do not need to be recruited with points. The main recruits are archers and mages. At least 20 more archers will be recruited. Among the mages, natural mages and water mages will not be recruited for the time being. If there is a need, they will be recruited tomorrow. Fire mages, wind mages, and earth mages can each recruit 2. Fire mages are the main attackers, wind mages can assist others to speed up their movement, and earth mages can speed up the creation of traps and obstacles. When the battle begins, they can also quickly cast spells to fill in the unexpected vacancies. 2 priests, 6 mages, and 20 archers will consume 18,000 points, leaving 2,000 points. The Knight Recruitment Scroll recruits heavy knights, who don't ride horses. Compared with shield warriors, they only lack a shield, and the knight's equipment is better than that of shield warriors. As long as the knights are equipped with shields, they can basically be used as shield warriors. Shield warriors are not needed for the time being. You can recruit 10 more spearmen to match the knights with shields. The population of the territory has increased sharply, and officials are lacking. It is necessary to recruit more officials and merchants. After breakfast, Zhao Yi wrote and drew on the notepad, and decided on the recruits. Then he walked out of the Lord's mansion, first summoned a few officials and a dozen clerks, and came to the teleportation array together to start recruiting. 1 swordsman, 15 knights, 4 assassins, 2 priests, 20 archers, 2 fire mages, 2 wind mages, 2 earth mages, 10 spearmen, 3 officials, 3 merchants, 1 prospector, 5 blacksmiths, 5 carpenters, 5 stonemasons, 5 bricklayers, 5 miners. Zhao Yi consumed double 3-star domination swordsman, Knight Recruitment Scroll *15. Assassin Recruitment Scroll *4, and 20,150 points to add 90 new families to the territory, making the total population of the territory just exceed the upper limit of 1,200 by 7 people. Among the 90 recruits, the one that surprised Zhao Yi the most was undoubtedly the double 3-star domination swordsman Elliot, who had his own legion skill Siege, which increased his attack power by 10% at the primary level when leading his army to attack a city. Elliot had just walked out of the teleportation array with his family and swore allegiance to Zhao Yi, who appointed the 22-year-old Elliot as a staff officer on the spot. Obviously, this was a sign of his respect for Elliot, which increased Elliot's loyalty, which was already 80 points, by another 2 points. In addition to Elliot, the double 1-star domination knight Fred also surprised Zhao Yi a little. You should know that after this recruitment, Zhao Yi's command has reached 131/136, which is almost reaching the upper limit. After tomorrow's recruitment, he should add points to wisdom. There has been no archer with command talent. Zhao Yi has been thinking about mixing soldiers of various professions. Then, there is Bill with a 2-star earth mage talent. After the recruitment, there are only 568 points left. No farmers were recruited, only 5 miners were recruited. Now Zhao Yi has figured it out. It doesn't matter whether to recruit farmers or not. Planting is just a very simple technology. Civilians generally plant ordinary crops, and the land that can be used to plant crops is relatively limited. It's okay not to recruit full-time farmers. Zhao Yi practiced archery until the auction of the Golden Shield was about to end, and then he went to the market. In the end, the Golden Shield auction sold 36 pieces of medium-grade magic crystals, equivalent to 3,600 pieces of low-grade magic crystals, 36,000 gold coins. A piece of gold equipment could actually feed 36,000 farmers for a year before the undead disaster, which shows the gap between professionals in the origin continent and the lower-class civilians. In the end, he got 32 pieces of medium-grade magic crystals and 40 pieces of low-grade magic crystals, plus the remaining 116 pieces of low-grade magic crystals in his hand, which was the money for Zhao Yi's large purchase this time. As long as the attacking undead can be eliminated at a relatively low cost tonight, it doesn't matter if all the magic crystals are spent. Only if we win tonight, and the territory is promoted to the third-class Viscount territory, can we develop better. Chapter 41. Although Zhao Yi purchased more materials this time, he still chose Hill Chamber of Commerce. As a large chamber of commerce in the Violet Kingdom, it can easily provide all kinds of materials Zhao Yi needs. It is rare for a big store to bully customers. After all, Hill Chamber of Commerce is not the only one in the Violet Kingdom. It needs to compete with other chambers of commerce for customers. Every time Zhao Yi buys materials, he gives discounts to keep him as a potential small customer. Yes, Zhao Yi purchased thousands of low-grade magic crystals from Hill Chamber of Commerce. He is just a small customer to Hill Chamber of Commerce. First, we need to buy equipment. We need 20 black iron bows and 35 black iron shields. Ordinary shields are not worth buying. Knights all use black iron shields, and shield warriors need to change shields, so there are 35 shields. Then, there are consumables, primary explosive arrows, intermediate explosive arrows, lighting arrows, and attack spell scrolls. We don't plan to buy other consumables, such as enchantment scrolls, which are used less frequently. The number of undeads attacking tonight will reach 1,200, so Zhao Yi will increase the reserve of primary explosive arrows to 2,000, and he needs to buy about 1,300 more. The number of first-level undead that will attack tonight will increase greatly. If the primary explosive arrows hit more, they can also destroy the first-level undead, but they are not strong enough to face the charge of the first-level undead group. Each of the 60 archers under his command prepares an intermediate explosive arrow. Zhao Yi prepares 20 for himself. Including the remaining ones from the battle last night, he needs to buy another 73. This requires nearly 400 low-grade magic crystals. The reserve of lighting arrows increases to 200, and the reserve of attack spell scrolls increases to 100. For the 2 newly added priests, each of them will receive a purification skill book. If you have more money in the future, it is more cost-effective to buy inheritance stones. When the territory has a large population, you can start training priests from the basics and buy the most common books for people to learn. Buy another 5,000 meters of metal fences. When Zhao Village is promoted to Zhao Town, it is expected that metal fences will be used as city walls. Buy 2 more combined platforms. The highest platform can be combined to 10 meters. Archers stand on it and shoot arrows from a high position. They do not need to move their positions on the ground according to the movement direction of the undead, and can face the incoming undead more easily. In addition to other miscellaneous things, Zhao Yi also bought a Dou Qi Gongfa. Dou Qi Gongfa is a simple book, but it is not like a skill book that can be learned by just one click. However, learning Dou Qi Gongfa is relatively simple. The main reason is that Dou Qi Gongfa is too expensive. First, buy a cheap ordinary Dou Qi Gongfa for the shooter profession to practice. This Dou Qi Gongfa can not only be learned by oneself, but also by other shooters under his command. In the forum, there are players who show off that they opened a special profession from a treasure chest and changed their profession directly. As long as the level reaches a certain level, they will automatically learn new skills and have exclusive techniques. Obviously, it is very rare for players to get special professions from treasure chests. Zhao Yi, who has a bug, has never seen special professions in treasure chests. What appears in the treasure chest also depends on luck. For Zhao Yi, as long as a special profession appears in the treasure chest, he will definitely get it. Now he will learn a common fighting skill, and wait for a special profession to appear in the future. Moreover, the current player upgrades mainly by destroying the undead. Even if a lot of time is spent on practicing fighting skills, the experience of upgrading is very little. After purchasing all the military supplies, Hill Chamber of Commerce gave a lot of daily supplies and a little discount. In the end, Zhao Yi had to pay 20 medium-grade magic crystals, equivalent to 2,000 low-grade magic crystals. This was the most money Zhao Yi spent, and he didn't feel much pain. Purchasing a large amount of military supplies can effectively improve his strength and better face the undead army that attacked at night. It can be said that a large amount of military supplies and 60 shooters under his command are the confidence of Zhao Yi to eliminate the attacking undead army. At least 1,200 undeads will attack in 3 waves. Each shooter can kill 20 on average. They will still be shot in 3 waves. In the later stage of each wave of battle, the shooter basically stops attacking and lets the warriors go forward to kill the enemies and level up. The battle is not difficult. Of course, the traps and fences on all sides of Zhao Village are also one of the reasons. It is their existence that prevents the undead army from effectively attacking Zhao Village, leaving enough time for the shooters to kill the undead. Soon, the purchased supplies were sent over through the storage box of the teleportation array. Zhao Yi took the storage box to send the supplies to the warehouse first, and then distributed them. Once again, Zhao Yi had spent 10,000 points, and his title was upgraded from first-class Baron to third-class Viscount. Tomorrow, his territory would become a third-class Viscount territory. After a busy morning, Zhao Yi took a short break and browsed the forum, and soon found some useful information. Dozens of Lord players from major forces posted official announcements, saying that they received a B rating in the battle last night, and the treasure chest they received became a higher-level platinum treasure chest. Among them, many Lord players were lucky enough to draw platinum cards. Of course, there are good and bad things in platinum cards, and these Lord players will not say what they have drawn specifically. However, these official announcements have aroused the envy of a large number of players, not only other Lord players, but also combat professional players and life professional players. You should know that all players can get a treasure chest every day, but the treasure chests obtained by Lord players are generally better than those obtained by combat professional players, and the treasure chests obtained by combat professional players are better than those obtained by life professional players. Lord players have obtained platinum treasure chests at most, and only a very small number of combat professional players have obtained silver treasure chests. A considerable number of combat professional players, like the larger number of life professional players, only get an ordinary wooden treasure chest every day. There is only one ordinary card in the wooden treasure chest, and there is no choice at all. Usually, what you draw is a little black bread, rat meat, clean water, a few silver coins, etc. Only if you are lucky can you draw an ordinary weapon. A better ordinary weapon is worth more than a gold coin. Relying on a wooden treasure chest every day, the bottom players, who occupy the largest number, barely survive in the game world. A small number of players cannot bear such a difficult life and choose to leave the game world, but more players hope to take root in the game world first, and then look for opportunities to develop, and wait until they return to the blue star to gain more life and return to youth. There is a huge gap between nobles and commoners among the natives, and the same is true among the players. It is not that if you are good at playing games, you can develop well in this game world. After all, this game world is also an alternative real world. Many players who are good at playing games are just talking on paper. When it comes to the real thing, they are all out of the game early. Only by being cautious can you live longer, and with more people, you can develop faster. Compared with the platinum treasure chest, Zhao Yi is more concerned about another change, the change of the territory being promoted to the third-class Viscount territory. First, the main city is upgraded to the third-level town level, with the area increased to 100,000 square meters, the territory area increased to 50 square kilometers, and the upper limit of the territory population increased to 5,000. The most important thing is that a third-level town can build up to 3 subsidiary villages far away from the town, and the land occupied by the village will also be purified. The emergence of the subsidiary village gave Zhao Yi an idea. There is no mineable vein near Zhao village. If a mineable vein is found far away from Zhao village, a village can be built on the spot, mainly inhabited by miners and soldiers guarding the village, and the smelter can also be placed next to the village, which is convenient. Chapter 42. After a short break, Zhao Yi found Elliot and walked around Zhao village with him. At the same time, he introduced the situation of Zhao village to Elliot, mainly the combat power of Zhao village and the situation of the undead attacking at night. Elliot, 22 years old, is relatively young, but as a dual-control swordsman, he is obviously extraordinary. During the communication between the two, Elliot was able to find the key points every time. As a staff officer, With his understanding of Zhao Village, Elliot checked for omissions and found several problematic areas for improvement. The improved defense system of Zhao Village will become more perfect. Even Zhao Yi sighed in his heart, this is what a professional does. In the future, commanding troops and fighting should be left to professionals, and he should just be a good lord. Like a king, a lord only needs to know how to use people to make the territory better. If you are not good at civil affairs and military affairs, then recruit civil officials and military generals to manage the territory and lead troops to fight. Zhao Yi can be responsible for making decisions on major events in the territory, which will make him feel more relaxed. It was afternoon, and the battlefield outside Zhao Village was almost purified by the sun. CC hired people to clean up the battlefield and redig traps, and set up metal fences. Last night's battle, many trap fences were damaged. Not long after, a soldier brought a storage ring, a tattered robe, and a damaged staff to Zhao Yi. These three things were the spoils of last night's battle. The other low-level undead with little wisdom were all poor ghosts, but the Lich, who retained the wisdom of the living, had a lot of things with him. Zhao Yi ignored the tattered robe and the damaged staff. They were equipment that only Liches or Necromancers could use, and they were all broken or damaged, so they didn't have much value. Now it depends on how much is in the storage ring. Low-level storage equipment is not bound. Zhao easily opened it and checked the contents of the storage space. The storage space is not small, it is 3 cubic meters, and the valuable things in it are mainly 5 low-grade soul crystals, 12 low-grade magic crystals, and some materials with the smell of death. These materials with the smell of death are not valuable, and can basically be ignored. The most valuable things are 5 low-grade soul crystals. The volume of low-grade soul crystals is slightly smaller than that of low-grade magic crystals. Compared with the milky white magic crystals, soul crystals are gray. Soul crystals are actually the trading currency for liches and mid and high-level undead. They are also an important cultivation resource. The pure soul power in soul crystals can strengthen the soul, which is reflected in the player's system panel as wisdom. Pure soul crystals are also a very good cultivation resource for living beings. 1 low-grade soul crystal can be sold for at least 10 low-grade magic crystals, and are deeply loved by magicians. However, it should be noted that soul crystals are related to the souls of dead creatures. Once you use impure soul crystals for cultivation, you will easily become a madman. The value of 5 low-grade soul crystals is not small. Of course, the most valuable thing is the storage ring itself. The 3 cubic meters of storage space can be sold for at least 200 low-grade magic crystals. The undead swept across the entire Origin continent, and countless professionals were killed by the undead. The price of storage equipment is relatively expensive, but for the Lich among the undead, it is still relatively easy to obtain a storage equipment, even if it is only a first-level Lich. It seems that we can also get loot from the undead in the future. Zhao Yi consumed 3 intermediate explosive arrows to eliminate this Lich. The loot obtained from the Lich earned back the money for buying the explosive arrows, which is not bad. Zhao Yi now has 3 storage equipments in his hand, a 10 cubic meter storage bracelet for his own use, a 1 cubic meter storage ring in the card bag, and a 3 cubic meter storage ring he just got. Next, he can look for opportunities to reward the 2 storage rings. Before the dark, Zhao Yi convened 2 meetings of officers above the level of squad leader to formulate a battle plan. The soldiers soon learned that more undead would attack tonight. Only the soldiers who had just joined would feel worried. The soldiers who had experienced so many battles with Zhao Yi were full of confidence that the territory would be able to eliminate all the attacking undead without many casualties. Killing the undead is only one of them. They can also improve their strength by killing the undead. Compared with the slow upgrade in the past, the upgrade speed is really great now. Gary, who has the highest level, will soon become a first-level shooter. In fact, before being recruited by the player lord, the professionals all have different levels. The level 0 soldiers recruited were all below level 10 before. Refers to point recruitment only. Joining the player lord can get the opportunity to kill the undead and improve their strength. Before that, they have to lose something and return their strength to level 0. This is something that only gods can do easily. The game world in the mouths of Blue Star players is a real world in front of the natives. All the rules of the game world have a relatively reasonable explanation in front of them. Anyway, they believe it. Today, Zhao Yi is not the only player lord who chooses to upgrade his territory to the 3rd class Viscount. The number of people who choose to be promoted to the 3rd class Viscount is probably in the thousands. Among them, there are player territories belonging to large forces, as well as territories of small and medium forces, and even individual players. Most of the stronger lord players reached a consensus that as long as they have the strength, They should be promoted to the territory as soon as possible. Only when they reach the third-class Viscount territory can the territory have enough population to start development. Those Lord players, who were promoted to the territory later said that they were accumulating strength and increasing their foundation, but in fact they were still weak. The gap between the strength of these Lord players and the previous Lord players will only get bigger and bigger. But it is not absolute. If you are lucky and have an opportunity, you can rise all of a sudden. The power of Krypton gold is everywhere. The fact that Zhao Yi's territory can develop so quickly can also be regarded as Krypton gold. As night falls, the undead attack. Every day that passes, the player's strength increases, and the strength of the undead attacking them also increases. There are more and more first-level players, and more first-level undead attacking them. Looking at the post in the forum, Zhao Yi feels that there will be no less first-level undead attacking tonight. He is a little worried that the intermediate explosive arrows will not be enough, and he needs to reserve more intermediate explosive arrows in the future. About 2 hours later, the first wave of undead appeared outside Zhao village. Nearly 400 undead of various arms were mixed together, including skeleton soldiers, ghouls, undead knights, and ghosts. There were no zombies, and zombies and ghouls were generally not grouped together. There were so many undead attacking, and there were 9 first-level undead among them. At present, there was only one first-level professional in Zhao Yi's territory, Zhao Yi himself. Although there were few first-level professionals, Zhao Yi prepared enough intermediate explosive arrows, and a large number of primary explosive arrows could kill first-level undead. As the undead continued to approach Zhao village, a lighting arrow lit up the sky and the earth, and the undead continued to fall in the dense explosions. Facing Zhao village's iron barrel-like defense, even if the number of undead in a batch doubled, it would be difficult to cause many casualties to Zhao village. Chapter 43. The second wave of undead, a mixture of undead knights, ghouls, and ghosts. The third wave of undead, a mixture of skeleton soldiers and ghosts, commanded by a lich. Especially in the third wave of undead, there were more than 30 first-level undead, among which more than 20 first-level skeleton soldiers and first-level ghosts formed a small team and charged forward. Luckily, Zhao Yi shot the lich in advance, allowing the undead army to resume its rampage, and finally eliminated all the undead after paying the price of many injuries. With the priest and the primary life potion, the injured soldiers recovered quickly. After 3 battles, Zhao Yi led the soldiers to eliminate more than 1,200 undead, including 62 first-level undead. Just eliminating these first-level undead provided Zhao Yi with at least 7,000 points. The points in hand have exceeded 30,000. If the battle tonight gives a higher evaluation, the points will exceed 50,000. With so many points in hand, I am more or less excited. Next, I can recruit more natural mages and earth mages to speed up the development of the territory. Of course, in order to eliminate more than 1,200 undeads, the consumption is also very large. There are less than 10 intermediate explosive arrows, more than 600 primary explosive arrows left, and a quarter of the illumination arrows and attack spell scrolls are consumed. A rough calculation shows that the value of the consumed military supplies has exceeded 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. Although the money consumed is so much, Zhao Yi feels that many Lord players consume more money than him in a battle. Perhaps those Lord players are not as good as him in terms of money acquisition ability, but they basically belong to a certain player force. A player force has a varying number of player territories. When the money of each player territory is gathered together, it becomes an unimaginable huge number. At present, Zhao Yi's territory is still ranked in the top 1,000 in terms of combat power, but Zhao Yi also knows that he is really fighting alone, while most of the other territories ahead are not. There are still many territories catching up or even surpassing behind. After a day, Zhao Yi's territory's combat power ranking dropped to more than 800. Occasionally, Zhao Yi would comfort himself that the territory was small in the early stage, and the gap was easy to widen. When the territory was large in the middle and late stages, it would be difficult to pile up a territory. This was the opportunity for his own territory. More than 1,200 undeads were destroyed, and the soldiers in the territory were generally upgraded. Gary has already reached level 0, and it is unknown when he will complete the breakthrough. Joanna, who has the talent of a 3-star wind mage, did not encounter any bottlenecks and directly upgraded to level 10, becoming the first-level mage in the territory. There is also Elliot, a double 3-star ruling swordsman who Zhao Yi values, and his swordsman level is about to reach level 3. In the 3 battles, Elliot often stayed by Zhao Yi's side as a staff officer, and when a soldier was needed, Zhao Yi would let Elliot participate in the battle. Although Elliot is only level 0, with his 3-star swordsman talent, he kills undead quickly and accurately, and his level rises rapidly. As for Zhao Yi himself, he will be able to reach level 11 by the experience bonus of the battle score at dawn. If these experiences are put into level 0, he can at least level up by 3. The sun completely dispels the night, and the moment Zhao Yi has been patiently waiting for finally arrives. You kill 1235 undead. You kill 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle evaluation, B. Points increased by 60%. Professional experience increased by 60%. Get a platinum treasure chest. The archer profession has been upgraded. Zhao Yi opened the platinum treasure chest that popped up on the light screen. The next moment, a total of 36 cards in 6 rows and 6 columns jumped out and were neatly arranged on the light screen. Based on Zhao Yi's previous experience of opening treasure chests, the first time a platinum treasure chest is opened, there will be more platinum cards in it. Quickly looking through all 36 cards, as Zhao Yi guessed, there are indeed 3 platinum cards, 4 gold cards, 5 silver cards, 7 bronze cards, 8 black iron cards, and 9 ordinary cards. But then Zhao Yi frowned slightly and fell into a dilemma. 36 cards, 6 can be selected, 5 of which Zhao Yi has already selected, namely, 2 platinum cards, bronze spear *99, primary mage tower. 2 gold cards, first level natural mage recruitment scroll *4, primary mana potion *100. 1 silver card, first level archer recruitment scroll *4. The remaining one is more hesitant, and the choices include platinum card low grade magic crystal *1000, bronze card 0 level swordsman recruitment scroll *5. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Yi gave up the 1000 inferior magic crystals that could buy the worst gold equipment, and chose 5 0-level swordsman recruitment scrolls. The loyalty of the people recruited by the recruitment scrolls starts at 80 points. 1000 inferior magic crystals can be used to recruit more professionals in the native cities, but the loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Zhao Yi is now most worried about people with ulterior motives sneaking into the territory, because he is too weak now. More than once in the forum, I have seen examples of players' territories being destroyed by native professionals. The territory is indeed short of money at the moment. Although there are still 12 middle-grade magic crystals, and hundreds of low-grade magic crystals in hand, the military supplies consumed in the battle last night must be replenished. The territory will develop greatly in the future and must purchase more supplies. So Zhao Yi turned his attention to bronze spear *99. A bronze-grade spear can be sold for dozens of low-grade magic crystals in the market. There are only 27 spearmen in the territory for the time being. The spearmen are all 0 level, and are not the main force in the battle. There is no need to equip them with bronze spears for the time being. However, if they are short of money, they can choose to take out some bronze spears and sell them in the market. So in the end, Zhao Yi chose 0-level swordsman recruitment scroll *5. Primary mage tower. This is something Zhao Yi has never seen in the forum. It can only be drawn from the Perkin treasure box, and there is a high probability that he is the first player to draw primary mage tower. The rank of primary mage tower alone made Zhao Yi feel unusual, and in the case of uncertainty about the value, he directly selected primary mage tower. In addition to primary mage tower, the appearance of the first level recruitment scroll surprised Zhao Yi very much. You know, the points used to recruit a first level professional are 10 times that of a 0-level professional. Recruiting a first level natural mage requires 15,000 points, and recruiting a first level shooter requires 3,000 points. Even if loyalty is guaranteed, this is a very high score. 15,000 points can be exchanged for 15,000 gold coins, and at least 10 first-level natural mages can be recruited in the aboriginal city to serve for more than 10 years. Anyway, Zhao Yi will not recruit directly in the points mall. If it is replaced by a recruitment scroll opened from a treasure chest, it must be selected. After selecting the 6 cards, Zhao Yi stood up and caught up with Joanna, who was walking home in front. Feeling that the Lord was chasing after her, Joanna stopped and saluted Zhao Yi slightly. "Lord." "Joanna, do you know the mage tower?" Hearing the Lord's question, Joanna replied without thinking, "Every mage wants to have a mage tower of his own. In his own mage tower, the mage's strength will increase several times or even 10 times, and the spells he releases will be more powerful and farther. The defense array of the mage tower can also release a magic shield, with enough energy, which can completely cover a city." As she spoke, Joanna's face was full of envy. As a mage, she also hoped to have a mage tower of her own. However, it was impossible at present. Most mages had to reach the 4th level before they could start preparing to build a mage tower. Only those mages, with the help of major forces, could have a mage tower earlier. Chapter 44. After listening to Joanna's explanation, Zhao Yi had a preliminary understanding of the mage tower, and could feel the importance of a primary mage tower to the newly promoted Zhao Jun. It's just that it is temporarily impossible to judge how much Zhao Jun's combat power will be improved. Joanna has the highest talent and the highest level among the mages under Zhao Yi. After the mage tower is taken out, Joanna must be the main user. Wait for a while, and give Joanna a surprise after sorting out the things at hand. Summon the village chief Cece, who was promoted to the mayor, and summon the staff officer Elliot. The 3 of them sat around a table to discuss the next large-scale recruitment. Zhao Yi currently has 53,813 points. If all of them are used to recruit civilians, he can recruit 5,381 households, nearly 25,000 people. Certainly not all of them can be used to recruit civilians. The army of the undead will attack every night, and the soldiers and the total population need to maintain a certain ratio. At present, it cannot be less than 1/10. In other words, if the territory has a population of 1,000, the number of soldiers cannot be less than 100. The ratio of soldiers to the total population is 1. Next is the industry that the territory needs to develop. Agriculture must be developed. Food is very important for a territory, and food should be self-sufficient as much as possible. Secondly, Zhao Yi intends to develop the mining and smelting industries. With a primary smelting plant in hand, and an alchemist apprentice under his command, the smelting industry can start smoothly. A smelting plant alone is not enough. There must be raw material ores for smelting. Don't think about magic or materials for the time being. No matter how low the value is, it is more precious than ordinary or materials. Generally speaking, it will not be abandoned by the natives. Even if they want to abandon it, they will carry out destructive mining before leaving, digging out as many magic or materials as possible. Zhao Yi's current target is the small iron mines abandoned by the Aborigines. He mines the iron or smelts steel, and then makes farm tools and equipment. Except for the knights, the equipment commonly used by the 0-level warriors is made of steel. With the capacity of the primary smelter, it will be completely self-sufficient in the future. Zhao Yi's assassins go out to explore with tasks every day. They have identified 2 mines abandoned by the Aborigines. One of them is a micro-iron mine, with an iron ore reserve of less than 500,000 tons. The territory was only acquired after it was promoted to a 3rd-class viscount territory. Zhao Yi's idea is to first build a road directly to the area where the small iron ore is located, and then find a suitable place in the iron ore area to build a village and place the primary smelter next to it. The village is mainly inhabited by miners' families, smelter workers' families, and soldiers guarding the village. All places where living beings gather will be attacked by the undead every night, and the newly built village is no exception, and must be stationed. The newly built village develops mining and smelting industries, and the main city, Zhao Town, just needs to develop agriculture. First level natural mage recruitment scroll asterisk for the first level natural mage recruited can speed up the agricultural development of Zhao Town. A new village cannot be built all at once. There are many things to do in advance. The first is to determine whether the target iron mine meets the mining requirements. This requires further exploration of the iron mine. There is a high probability that the undead are hidden in the dark mine caves of the iron mine. Even if there are undead, their level will not be very high. Only low-level undead with low intelligence will stay outside the cemetery. Next, we need to form a team, including professionals and prospectors, to explore the iron ore together. After the exploration, the iron ore meets the mining requirements, and then determine the location of the village, and then build a road from Zhao Town. After the road is built, the 2 places can be quickly connected by the road, and the village can be established and the population can be moved there. The price of the teleportation array is high, and the teleportation fee is also very high. The teleportation array cannot be used as a means of transportation for Zhao Town and new villages in the future. Ordinary roads are too difficult for Zhao Yi. Thinking about the knowledge on Blue Star, Zhao Yi came up with an idea to build a railway. In ancient times, the Blue Star country had built wooden tracks. Special carriages ran on wooden tracks, and the speed was much faster than driving on ordinary roads. Using more wear-resistant iron tracks to replace wooden tracks, you can run carriages first, and maybe you can make steam trains or alchemical trains in the game world in the future. However, this is all for the future. What is most needed now is to form an exploration team to explore the iron ore. The number of people does not need to be too large. A dozen or so will be enough, including a prospector and an assassin. The rest of the personnel must have a main combat shooter, and the second choice is knights. We should add a priest who can heal and cause a lot of damage to the undead. The assassin movement speed is fast, but not as fast as the horseman. The knights all have horses, and Zhao Yi has a bronze card horse *30. To summon a horse, not everyone needs to know how to ride a horse. There are also single-wheeled and double-wheeled carriages purchased before in the territory, and there are double-wheeled carriages that can be pulled by horses. There are few horsemen in the territory, so a few knights can temporarily drive the carriages. The matter of exploring the iron ore was decided. After the meeting, Zhao Yi arranged for someone to go. With the carriages, they will definitely be able to return before dark. Although the situation of the iron ore is still uncertain, we can recruit some farmers and miners first. They can do farming, digging traps, building roads, etc. The territory also needs these civilians to fill the population. As the population of the territory increases, officials and merchants must continue to be recruited. Finally, the recruitment of professionals. The focus is on priests, earth mages, natural mages, and archers. As the population of the territory increases, it is normal for the people to get sick. At this time, priests are needed to treat the people. Earth mages are architects who build houses by themselves, and can also be used to build roads. Natural mages develop agriculture. It is expected that in a few days, the vegetables produced by the territory will be on the table. Some vegetables grow fast, and with the rapid growth of natural mages, the growth time of vegetables is shortened. After some discussion, Zhao Yi carefully calculated, and the number of recruits was determined. First, use the recruitment scroll to recruit 4 first-level natural mages, for first-level archers, and 5 zero-level swordsmen. Then use the points to recruit 3 priests, 10 earth mages, for natural mages, for fire mages, 2 water mages, 2 wind mages, 30 archers, 34 shield warriors, 24 spearmen, 11 swordsmen, 12 officials, 6 merchants, 111 farmers and miners, and 20 craftsmen. A total of 53,810 points were used, and 3 points were left. More than 50,000 points were spent at once, which was a little painful for Zhao Yi, but more of a relief, as the points spent were equal to the improvement of the territory's strength. With so many people to recruit, Zhao Town will add thousands of people, and the total population will double directly. Fortunately, loyalty is guaranteed. With so many people added, as long as they are well arranged, there will be no chaos. The most important problem at present is that the territory's living area is too small. The third-level town covers an area of 100,000 square meters, and it is no problem to live in a few thousand people. Before recruiting people, CC needs to arrange people to arrange the living area. The fence used as a wall needs to be pushed to the outermost edge, and some earth pits used as traps need to be refilled. The original native mages worked hard to build houses, so that many families could move into new homes, leaving many tents empty. However, with so many families coming this time, the tents are not enough, and another batch needs to be purchased. A multi-person tent is only 3 gold. For Zhao Yi, purchasing 100 is just a small amount of money, and it is easy. Chapter 45. After the meeting, Cici left first to make arrangements for Zhaozhen's residential area. Recruiting personnel would take a while. And Zhao Yi summoned 30 horses first. As 30 horses appeared in the teleportation array in batches, the knights who took off their heavy armor stepped forward and took the horses away. Among them was the servant Jimmy, who carefully selected a white horse from the 30 horses and led it back to the Lord's mansion. He was already a third-class viscount. How could the Lord not have his own horse? Although there are horses, Jimmy thinks the number is still too small and the quality is too poor. In the future, the Lord's mansion needs better horses or monsters suitable for riding. In the future, Zhao Yi can ride a horse or a carriage when traveling long distances. Riding a horse is also a technical job, and Zhao Yi needs to learn it next. The horses are summoned, and the exploration team begins to be formed. The captain of the exploration team is Johnson, the shield warrior, who is also the only shield warrior in the team. A prospector, an assassin, a priest, 5 shooters, and 8 knights are included. 5 knights rode horses, 3 knights drove the carriage, and the other 9 people were divided into 3 carriages. Because it was a single-person carriage, it could not carry too much weight. Including the driver, there were only 4 people in one carriage, and the driver was not wearing heavy armor. The horses of the other 5 knights were not wrapped in steel, mainly to reduce the physical consumption of the horses. The 5 archers were the main force of the battle. Zhao Yi had not purchased supplies today. There were only 9 intermediate explosive arrows left, but each person was assigned one. Each person carried 20 primary explosive arrows, and each person only carried 10 ordinary arrows. Bring a few extra bottles of mana potions and life potions. Elliot also participated in the formation of the exploration team. Elliot believed that there could not be too many undead hidden in a micro-iron mine. This kind of exploration team with combat power was enough to eliminate all the undead in the mine. Among the people recruited today, there are first-level shooters. If equipped with explosive arrows, zero-level shooters are enough. Elliot is a professional, and coupled with Elliot's high loyalty, Zhao Yi chose to trust him. Soon, the exploration team set off. The recruitment of personnel had to wait for a while. Zhao Yi went to the market to prepare to auction some bronze spears and purchase supplies on a large scale. In the market, Zhao Yi auctioned the bronze spears in groups of 10. In this case, it was almost impossible for a single person to bid. But Zhao Yi didn't want to auction them one by one. If there were too many of them in the market at once, the average auction price would definitely not be as good as the auction price of a single one. Not wanting to waste time, but wanting to auction at a high price, Zhao Yi chose to auction 10 bronze spears in a group. When the time came, he could find the second and third highest bidders, and continue to sell the bronze spears. The bronze spear was put up for auction. Zhao Yi found the Hill Chamber of Commerce, and started to make large purchases. The primary explosive arrows, intermediate explosive arrows, lighting arrows, and attack spell scrolls consumed in the battle last night all needed to be replenished. Purchases were made according to the reserve quantity before the war. The military supplies reserve quantity before the war was already sufficient. After all, more undead would be encountered when the territory was promoted. If it was not promoted, the attacking undead would only be about 1/3 of the territory population. However, there were fewer attacking undead, and it was expected that the evaluation would drop to C tomorrow morning, and only a gold treasure chest could be obtained. The consumed military supplies need to be replenished, and the newly recruited archers and shield warriors need to buy black iron equipment, which is another cost of money. A large number of people are about to be recruited, and the most needed thing at present is tents. Almost 200 multi-person tents need to be purchased, which requires 600 gold coins, and the cost of money is not small. There are also food, coal, and other daily necessities that need to be purchased in large quantities until the territory is self-sufficient. Originally, Zhao Yi had 12 medium-grade magic crystals and 158 low-grade magic crystals. After the purchase was completed, only 34 low-grade magic crystals were left. It seems that the bronze spears in my hand need to be sold more to obtain enough money to support the development of the territory. Halfway through the morning, Cici finished the preliminary planning of the residential area inside the expanded Zhao town, gathered laborers and some soldiers, moved the metal fences outside, and filled the traps with soil. Recruitment can finally begin. With Zhao Yi's recruitment, families walked out of the teleportation array one by one. Under the arrangement of officials, they were led by hired civilians to the designated location for temporary placement, waiting for the allocation of houses in the future. After this big recruitment, Zhao Yi's territory added 286 households, and the total population of the territory has reached 2,522 people. I didn't think of recruiting too many people, but after the recruitment, I found that the territory population just exceeded half of the population limit of the third-class Viscount territory, which is 2,500 people. However, it will take 2 or 3 days to fill the 5,000 people. If you want to upgrade from the third-class Viscount territory to the second-class Viscount territory, you have to prepare 20,000 points for upgrading the title. For the time being, Zhao Yi has not seen any post in the forum where a Lord player officially announced that he would be promoted to the second-class Viscount territory. It is impossible to hide it. If there is a promotion, the ranking list will be directly displayed. There are also many surprises among the 286 people recruited this time. Most of them have 1-star talents, and 3 of them have 2-star talents, a first-level natural mage, a 0-level spearman, and an official. Farmers, miners, and craftsmen with 1-star talents or above are temporarily ignored. There are also 2 people with command talents. One is a long-lost archer, and the other is a 0-level fire mage. Even if you have command talents, it is impossible to immediately upgrade from a soldier rank. You must at least go through 2 or 3 battles, and perform well before you can be promoted to a squad leader. Unless someone like Elliot, a double 3-star ruling swordsman, is recognized as having extraordinary talent and is promoted to a staff officer, it seems that no soldier's loyalty has dropped because of this. If other professionals with double 1-star talents are immediately appointed to positions after joining the territory, I am afraid that the loyalty of many soldiers will drop a little. Because the Lord is unfair, the loyalty has dropped. After the recruitment, the number of professionals under Zhao Yi has reached 302. On average, 1 in 8 or 9 people in the territory is a professional, which is a relatively high ratio. It can drop to 1/10 at most. Among the professionals, warriors account for nearly half, reaching 145 people, including 51 shield warriors and spearmen, 25 swordsmen, and 18 knights. There are 94 archers, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the total number of soldiers. There are 10 assassins. No new assassins were recruited this time, which is almost enough. There are 46 mages, with the largest number of earth mages, a full 16 people, followed by nature mages and fire mages, each with 10 people, wind mages with 6 people, and water mages with 4 people. Finally, there are 7 priests. In every battle, the priest is the object of protection of all soldiers, even though the priest can cause great damage to the undead. With so many professionals under his command, a problem arises. Zhao Yi's command value explodes. Before, Zhao Yi was very nervous about the command value. As players understand, insufficient command value has become a small problem, at least for Zhao Yi, and he doesn't even plan to add points to wisdom. The command value exploded, which does not mean that Zhao Yi cannot command the extra soldiers, but that he cannot apply the Legion skill effects to them. Zhao Yi's Legion skill is shoot without missing a target, which is effective for archers. He has only 94 archers under his command, and the command value is 152, so there is still a lot of room for improvement. In the future, when the number of archers exceeds the command value, they will still be led by others. When Zhao Yi leads the army to fight, the Legion skill effect can still be covered. It should be noted that archers, who are also counted in the number of people commanded by Zhao Yi, but do not participate in the same battle, will not enjoy the Legion skill effect. As for the command talent of the natives, a 1-star talent can command 100 people at most, a 2-star talent can command 1,000 people, a 3-star talent can command 10,000 people, a 4-star talent can command 100,000 people, and a 5-star talent can command 1,000,000 people. Talent means potential. It is impossible for a 5-star talent to be able to directly command 1,000,000 troops in battle right after the appearance. It needs to grow step by step, and eventually have the ability to command 1,000,000 troops. Chapter 46. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi took a look at the territory. 3rd class Viscount territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 50 square kilometers. Organization, Zhao Town, a 3rd level town, covering an area of 100,000 square meters. Population, 2522/5000. Military, 302. Public support, 75. Public security, 77. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, Teleportation Array Market. Public support and public security are at their lowest point ever, but after a few nights of smooth sailing, both will rise. After all, there is high loyalty. I have been busy since morning, holding meetings, forming exploration teams, purchasing at market auctions, and recruiting personnel. As the population of the territory increases, there will be more and more things to do. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, and now it's time to prepare for lunch. In order to make himself feel more relaxed, Zhao Yi had some ideas in his mind, transferring some of the non-essential things he did to his subordinates. Things like recruitment obviously have to be done by Zhao Yi, the Lord himself. But things like market auctions and purchases can be completely handed over to subordinates. After all, anyone can enter the market. With high loyalty, Zhao Yi can rest assured to hand over large sums of money and high-value items to his subordinates. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi found Cici, who was busy. At Cici's recommendation, Zhao Yi chose an old official Benson and an old businessman Kino. The two were responsible for managing the market and completing the tasks assigned by Zhao Yi, mainly listing items for auction and purchasing materials. The 10 bronze spears that were listed before had been auctioned off, and the price was 542 low-grade magic crystals, an average of 54 low-grade magic crystals per bronze spear, which is much lower than the price of the bronze sword that was auctioned for 87 low-grade magic crystals at the beginning. As can be seen from the name of the spearman profession, spearmen are mainly in the army, and the number of spearmen outside the army is far less than that of swordsmen. Spearmen in the army are generally equipped with ordinary spears and black iron spears, and bronze spears are only equipped by elite spearmen. Leaving 100 low-grade magic crystals and 40 bronze spears, and handing the auction of bronze spears to the two, Zhao Yi finished his morning affairs and returned to the Lord's mansion to prepare for lunch. While eating lunch, he thought about what to do in the afternoon. There were two main things left. One was to place the magician tower, and the other was to patrol outside Zhao Town. From Zhao Village to Zhao Town, the area has expanded several times. The newly added area covers many of the original traps and fortifications. In order to resist the more than 800 undeads that will attack tonight, it is necessary to continue to set up traps and metal fences as soon as possible. This requires as many hired laborers as possible. Fortunately, more than 100 civilian families were recruited today. In most cases, professional families will not do hard labor, unless the territory is in crisis. In order to defend their homes, everyone must do their part. There was no need to build houses for the time being with the 16 earth magicians under his command. With them, digging traps and building earth walls became very easy. In one afternoon, 2/3 of the planned project could be completed. Completing 2/3 today was almost enough. After all, the territory's combat power had improved significantly. After lunch, he took a short break and browsed the forum. An hour later, Zhao Yi got up and came to Joanna's house. The arrival of the Lord surprised Joanna. She didn't know what the Lord wanted to talk to her about at this time. When the Lord said, "I got a primary mage tower and want to find a place to put it," Joanna, who usually kept a cold expression, couldn't help getting excited. That's a mage tower. Now the Lord has found her, and she is the most talented and highest level mage in the territory. In just a few seconds, all kinds of distracting thoughts came into Joanna's mind, and she wanted to drag Zhao Yi out to put up the mage tower right now. Zhao Yi's mouth curled up slightly. It was the first time he saw Joanna so happy and excited. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. No matter how cold she usually behaved, there would be times when her defense would be broken. Without letting Joanna wait any longer, the two walked out of Joanna's house and found Elliot. The three of them discussed where to put the mage tower. Zhao Town is about to start a major construction. Some of the planned roads and houses have been planned. They can find vacant places to place the mage tower, and at the same time, the mage tower can play its role to the maximum. Zhao Town covers an area of only 100,000 square meters, which is equivalent to a square with a side length of 316 meters. In this case, the mage tower can be placed in the center of Zhao Town. The magic shield released by the mage tower can cover the entire Zhao Town with the most energy saving, and the attack spells released can also attack targets 300 meters away in a straight line. Besides, this magic tower is not a fixed building. It can be enlarged and placed on the ground, or it can be reduced and moved. The magic tower has more functions than just releasing magic shields and powerful attack spells. The magic tower has its own magic array that absorbs magic elements, which can be used as the energy source of the magic tower. The magician meditating in the magic tower can greatly improve the speed of mana recovery, and can also improve the speed of cultivation. The importance of the magic tower to the magician can be imagined. Joanna even wants to move to the magic tower to live. The mage tower also has a professional talent detection array. Even though Zhao Yi, as a player, can see the talents of all the people, as the number of people increases, it is impossible for Zhao Yi to see them one by one. The best way is to use the talent detection array to make a rough selection first, and then Zhao Yi will make a detailed selection and arrange according to the talents of the people. After selecting the position, Zhao Yi summoned the primary mage tower. Holding the primary mage tower in his hand, Zhao Yi felt like the tower-bearing heavenly king in the mythology of Qin State. In addition, at the moment he encountered the mage tower, some knowledge about the mage tower appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. As the mage tower appeared, Joanna's eyes were completely attracted by the mage tower. Zhao Yi placed the mage tower in the selected area and activated the mage tower. As Zhao Yi retreated, the mage tower quickly grew larger, and part of the tower was buried in the soil. The primary mage tower has a total of 7 floors, 5 floors above ground and 2 floors below. It is frustum-shaped, grayish-white in color, and is made of a magical material. The height above ground is about 16 meters, and the largest floor above ground has a diameter of 30 meters. The mage tower suddenly became the tallest building in Zhao Town, and with the sudden appearance of the mage tower, it attracted the attention of many people. Some knowledgeable people immediately recognized it as the mage tower, and their loyalty and people's hearts increased. Especially when they saw the other mages in the mage tower, they wanted to fly over directly. Soon, except for the Earth-type mages who were busy outside Zhao Town with tasks, other mages gathered around. As the only owner of the mage tower, Zhao Yi automatically obtained the first authority of the mage tower and could transfer it. Tower spirit, open the door. Zhao Yi shouted to the mage tower. Yes, my master. As a voice that could not be distinguished between a man and a woman sounded, the first floor door of the mage tower opened. Everyone, Come with me to take a look. Zhao Yi said to the excited mages around him, and walked into the mage tower first. The first floor of the mage tower is the hall, the second floor is the apprentice room, the third floor is the study, the fourth floor is the laboratory, the fifth floor is the master's room, the basement is the storage room, and the second basement is the energy pool. The entire mage tower was decorated in a gorgeous and simple style, and it had quite a few things, including some commonly used experimental instruments, some general and simple books on mage knowledge, various alchemical lamps everywhere, and alchemical creations with functions similar to refrigerators and air conditioners. Zhao Yi could no longer estimate the value of this elementary mage tower, and even had the idea of moving from the Lord's mansion to live in the mage tower. Chapter 47. Tower Spirit, grant Miss Joanna the second level of authority. Yes, my master. Joanna was a little overwhelmed after suddenly obtaining the second level authority of the mage tower. Joanna, the mage tower will be managed by you from now on. After hearing what Zhao Yi said, Joanna tried to calm herself down and replied word by word. Lord, I, Joanna, will definitely manage the mage tower for you and train more mage apprentices for you. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. There are only two places on the Origin continent to train mage apprentices. One is the Mage Academy, and the other is the Mage Tower. It is also possible that the two are combined. Many Mage Academy have Mage Towers. A Mage Academy can train mages on a large scale, and a Mage Tower is more of an elite education than a Mage Academy. A Mage Tower usually has several or dozens of students, who can see their teacher almost every day and receive instruction from the teacher. Zhaozhen's Mage Tower does not need to do this yet, and is mainly used for the mages to practice and quickly restore their mana, as well as to participate in the battle against the undead. Today is the 10th day since the Blue Star players arrived on the Origin continent. In the past 9 days, too many changes have occurred. However, no matter how fast or how many changes there are, the Lord players cannot quickly train a large number of indigenous mage apprentices. This requires a lot of time, calculated in years. Zhao Yi already has a plan to build a school in his mind, and even wants to popularize basic education for all children of school age in the territory. The time is too short, and he has to do it step by step. After giving the second authority of the Mage Tower to Joanna, Zhao Yi and Elliot left the Mage Tower and prepared to inspect outside Shao Town. There are only Joanna and a group of mages left in the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower is very large, and there is still a lot of space for so many mages in the Mage Tower. However, after taking over the Mage Tower, many things have not been done. Joanna let most of the mages go out first, leaving only Grace, Bonnie and other female mages. You need to get familiar with the Mage Tower first before you can arrange the next things, such as assigning rooms. Zhao Yi and Elliot just walked outside Zhao Town, and a soldier presented the spoils of last night's battle to Zhao Yi. It was similar to the spoils of the last time, storage rings, robes, and staffs. Zhao Yi still ignored the magic weapon and staff, and only checked the storage ring. The space of the storage ring is smaller than the previous storage ring, less than 2.5 cubic meters, but the soul crystals and magic crystals in the storage space are 2 more than the previous storage ring, making the number of low-grade soul crystals in Zhao Yi's hand reach 12. With 3 extra storage equipment in hand, Zhao Yi plans to put a storage ring in the market when he returns. It is better to put a storage ring with a large space in the future to facilitate the transfer of supplies. The inspection work continues. At present, there are more than 400 people busy outside Zhao Town under the command of officials, and there are 16 earth magicians and some warriors joining them. The metal fence and combined platform outside Zhao Town were the first to be placed. The metal fence starts from the outermost part of Zhao Town, and a total of 4 layers are laid to form 4 lines of defense. Combined platforms, 1 at each of the 4 corners of the first line of defense, 1 in the center of each of the 4 sides, used as arrow towers, and 2 combined platforms placed in the south, which is the main attack direction of the large group of undead. At present, the land between the first and second lines of defense is full of traps, and people are continuing to dig traps on the land between the second and third lines of defense. Before dark, the land between the third and fourth lines of defense will be almost full of traps, and tomorrow we will continue to dig traps on the land outside the fourth line of defense. The densely packed traps and metal fences can effectively hinder the charge of the undead army. If the enemy is not the undead, the bottom of the trap should be covered with sharp blades, and living beings falling into the trap will easily get hurt. Most of the undead are skeleton soldiers, and such simple traps cannot cause much damage to skeleton soldiers, and using magic traps is very worthless. More than 400 laborers are employed, of which adult men account for nearly half, and women and nearly adult teenagers account for a quarter each. More than 400 laborers may seem like a lot, but in fact, their labor efficiency is not as good as that of 16 Earth magicians, especially since the appearance of the Magician Tower, which can help Earth magicians with exhausted mana recover their mana faster, and they will be even worse off in the future. It can be said that with the appearance of the Magician Tower, the efficiency of mages in building houses will also increase, and the number of families living in tents will decrease rapidly. Zhao Yi and Elliot inspected the area and found only a few minor problems, which were quickly resolved. Before returning to the town, Zhao Yi looked south. The sky here is still clear, and black clouds have appeared in the far south, spreading to the north. It seems that Zhao Yi's territory is about to usher in the first rainfall, and the shortage of water resources will be alleviated. If the rainfall is heavy, more rain will be received, and they can take a good bath. However, Zhao Yi and Elliot are a little worried. They are worried about fighting with the attacking undead in rainy weather. The undead don't care about the weather, and attack places where there are living beings at regular times every day. Bad weather has less impact on the undead, but more on the living. We can only hope that it will rain later. After returning to the town, Zhao Yi went to the market and put the storage ring he had just received in the market for use. All the bronze spears that had been left in the market were sold. With the ones in his hands, Zhao Yi now has more than 2,300 low-grade magic crystals and plans to purchase some things. Archers are the absolute main force of the territory. Except for the 4 newly recruited first-level archers, the other 0-level archers only have 1 skill. Even first-level archers usually have only 2 skills. A quick shot that is essential for a 0-level archer, and a tracking arrow that can only be learned by the first level. Zhao Yi has not yet learned the tracking arrow. If a first-level archer learns the tracking arrow, his combat power can be greatly improved, and the consumption of explosive arrows can also be reduced. Among the 5 professions, only looking at common skills, the priest's skills are the most expensive, followed by the mage, and the archer can be ranked 3rd. Zhao Yi plans to buy 1 skill book and inheritance stone for the 0-level skill of multiple arrows, and 1 skill book and inheritance stone for the first-level skill of tracking arrows. Zhao Yi used the skill book himself, and the inheritance stone was used by his archers. Each person comprehended it once in order. There would always be someone who was lucky or had high comprehension and could comprehend it successfully in one go. Buy another skill inheritance stone in a few days to allow the archers who had not comprehended to continue comprehending and continue. Give the purchasing task to Benson and Kino. In less than 10 minutes, they bought almost the cheapest skill book and inheritance stone in the Loda province area. Only 3 were bought, and the inheritance stone of the tracking arrow was not purchased. The price exceeded 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, and the territory's financial resources could not support it for the time being. Besides, only Zhao Yi needs to learn the tracking arrow's skill. Gary has reached the perfect level 0, and it is not known when he can break through. It should not be stuck for too long. After all, Gary's archer professional talent is 2 stars. If it is a 1-star talent, it may take a very long time to break through the bottleneck, and some archers may not break through the bottleneck in their entire lives. After purchasing 3 skill books and inheritance stones, the territory funds still have 1,883 low-grade magic crystals left. Zhao Yi thought about it, and put 40 of the remaining 49 bronze spears in the trading market, and continued to auction them to exchange funds for the territory. For a territory that has just started, the more money, the better. Spearmen are not the main force in combat. The black iron spears are mainly suitable for large-scale deployment. The remaining 9 bronze spears are reserved for rewarding outstanding spearmen. Chapter 48. He walked out of the market with the skill book and the inheritance stone. He learned the 2 skill books directly, and gave the inheritance stone of the multi-arrow skill to Gary, who led the archers to learn the skill one by one. Before dark, all 94 archers under his command, including the first-level archers, were able to learn it once. I wonder how many of them can learn it successfully in one go. Multi-arrow is a skill that can be learned by 0-level archers. The primary level can do 2 arrows at a time, the intermediate level can do 4 arrows at a time, and the advanced level can do 8 arrows at a time. Generally, skills are divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. In fact, above the advanced level, some skills have a realm level that cannot be described in words. For the multi-arrow skill at the level of the advanced level, more than 8 arrows can be shot at a time. However, the skill upgrade is very slow. It has been the 10th day in the game world, and Zhao Yi's rapid shooting skill has only 9% of the elementary experience, and the arrow is only 4% of the elementary experience. It is not known how long it will take to upgrade to the intermediate level. At the current speed, it may take 100 days. For the time being, don't even think about the advanced level, and ignore the advanced level. The multi-arrow skill is more important for territories with few archers. Even if it is just a basic multi-arrow skill, one archer can be used as 2 archers, including the skill cooldown time. Especially when a large number of enemies suddenly rush up, the archer has little time to shoot and kill the enemies. At this time, use the multi-arrow skill to instantly double the firepower. However, the multi-arrow skill also has a small disadvantage. The hit rate of shooting 2 arrows at the same time is lower than that of shooting 1 arrow alone. The closer the distance, the more this disadvantage can be ignored. Zhao Yi has many archers under his command, but they also need to learn to fire multiple arrows. It is not difficult for the undead to attack in daily life. Once the territory is promoted, 3 times the number of undead will attack, or if there is any accident, firing multiple arrows can effectively save the situation. Of course, that is when a large number of archers have the skill of firing multiple arrows. If there are fewer archers who can fire multiple arrows, the effect on the battle is not so obvious. Zhao Yi did not think that all archers would learn to fire multiple arrows immediately, because that would be too difficult for Zhao Yi. A skill book requires 30 low-grade magic crystals, and 94 people are nearly 3,000 low-grade magic crystals. There is only so much money in hand, and a lot of military supplies and daily necessities need to be purchased, but there is not enough money to buy skill books, so buying inheritance stones is the most cost-effective. As for the tracking arrow, archers can only learn it when they enter the first level. This is a skill that consumes fighting spirit. After the arrow is shot, the archer can adjust the direction of the arrow. Adjustment is adjustment, but it is not like a missile on the blue planet, chasing the target. The tracking arrow can only be fine-tuned. At least the arrow shot at the primary level will not turn back, but this is enough to attack the undead, who like to rush around. There is also a very important point. The 2 skills of tracking arrows and multiple arrows can be used at the same time, increasing the hit rate of shooting multiple arrows. The cost is that the cooldown time of the 2 skills increases, and the consumption of tracking arrows increases. In addition, it should be noted that when holding a single crossbow, you cannot use multiple arrows. A single crossbow can only shoot 1 arrow at a time, but there are giant crossbows that can be operated by multiple people, which can shoot multiple arrows at a time. To learn how to shoot multiple arrows and tracking arrows, Zhao Yi needs time to practice, and he kept practicing until there was less than an hour left before dark, and the exploration team returned. All members of the exploration team returned, and no one was injured. In fact, they encountered undead while exploring the mine, and a soldier was accidentally slightly injured and healed by the priest. The exploration team killed a total of 37 undead, including zombies, skeleton soldiers, and ghosts in the mine, all of which were level 0, and Zhao Yi's points also increased by 510. However, Zhao Yi never opened the points mall, so he didn't notice that the points increased little by little during that period. The prospector reported to Zhao Yi that the iron ore found was a micro-iron ore, and the preliminary judgment was that the iron ore reserves would not exceed 500,000 tons. Although it is a micro-iron mine, it is worth mining in the territory because the iron ore of this micro-iron mine is of high quality, with an iron content of more than 60%, making it a rich mine. Such a small iron mine is mined by the indigenous people, so it must be a rich mine, but the iron ore reserves are too small, and the indigenous people have no intention of building a city and garrisoning troops here. 500,000 tons of iron ore multiplied by 60% can produce 300,000 tons of iron. The primary smelter in Zhao Yi's hands can only smelt 1,000 tons of iron a year at most. The iron ore mined from this micro-iron mine is enough for the primary smelter to smelt at full power for 300 years. After listening to the prospector's report, Zhao Yi felt that the plan to establish a subsidiary village to develop mining and smelting industries could begin. When the exploration team went back and forth to the iron ore, they observed the surrounding terrain. At least 2 places were suitable for building villages, which could even be upgraded to towns in the future. It was unnecessary to upgrade from a town to a small city. Villages were originally built for mining and smelting. With the reserves of iron ore, the development of villages to towns was the upper limit. It was even possible to relocate the only smelter there, because other ore veins were discovered, and there was no new smelter. The exploration mission is over. The next step is to build roads and affiliated villages. It will be dark soon. These things will be done tomorrow, but Zhao Yi can discuss with Cici after dinner. Soon the night fell. This night was the darkest night, since the establishment of Zhao Yi's territory. The moon and stars could not be seen. The sky was covered with dark clouds. It was unknown when it would rain. I don't know how many people in the territory prayed, hoping that it would rain later, preferably in the second half of the night, so as not to affect the territory soldiers fighting against the incoming undead. After dinner, behind the first line of defense, Zhao Yi, Cece and Elliot gathered together again to discuss the road construction and the establishment of the subsidiary village tomorrow. The subsidiary village cannot be established just like that. To establish the subsidiary village, the population must be relocated. At night, the inhabited subsidiary village will attract the undead to attack. The subsidiary village must be stationed to resist the undead. How many workers are needed for the newly opened primary smelting plant? How many workers are needed for the remined iron ore? How many people are needed to live in the subsidiary village? And finally, how many soldiers are needed to guard the village? These problems about people need to be solved, but building roads and villages are relatively simple. With earth magicians and a large number of laborers, building roads and villages will be faster. The iron mine is about 4 kilometers away from Zhao Town. The exploration team took most of the day to go back and forth, plus the exploration of the mine. A flat dirt road was built, and a carriage loaded with goods could run a trip in half an hour, and a horse could run a trip in 10 minutes. The road and village were built in one day, and the houses in the village could wait and live in tents first. With earth magicians as the main force of construction, earth magicians were divided into several groups to take turns back and forth, and return to the magic tower to restore their magic when their mana was exhausted. With the magic tower, constantly consuming and restoring mana is also a good way for mages to practice. Chapter 49. 2 hours after nightfall, the Lich led 800 undead to the outside of Zhao Town. Under the command of the Lich, the undead were divided into 3 groups, with at least 400 undead attacking from the front, and even more than 40 first-level undead charging in front. 2 teams of 200 undead were divided and attacked from the left and right sides of Zhao Town. There were many undead attacking, and even more first-level undead, but Zhao Town was well prepared. Only 4 lines of defense and traps within the lines could greatly hinder the undead charge. More importantly, the number of professionals under Zhao Yi has reached 302, with 94 archers alone. Including Zhao Yi, there are a total of 5 first-level archers. The Lich, who commands the army of undead, is handed over to Zhao Yi himself, and the main targets of other first-level archers are also first-level undead. As the illumination arrows illuminate the sky and the earth, Zhao Yi first shoots a mid-level explosive arrow to injure the Lich, and then uses the tracking arrow skill, and the second mid-level explosive arrow directly blows the Lich to death. The Lich is dead. The situation is decided. Facing the madly charging army of undead, the archer shot arrows one by one in an orderly manner, making sure that each arrow hits an undead, preferably a vital position. Joanna led the mages to prepare for battle, and used spells to welcome the arrival of ghosts. The Mage Tower did not participate in this battle. After all, the Mage Tower was just obtained, and could not be used immediately in a short period of time. In addition, the Mage Tower needs a lot of energy to use spells. The energy accumulated in the energy pool is not even a thin layer. If you want to use the Mage Tower, you must consume a lot of magic crystals, which can be called a money-eating monster. The battle came and went quickly. 10 minutes later, the battle was over, all the undead were destroyed, and only a dozen of our side were injured in close combat. Those with minor injuries were quickly healed by the priest, and those with more serious injuries drank the primary life potion directly. It was another lossless battle. However, Zhao Yi also knew that with the increase in the number of soldiers under his command, and the increase in the number of attacking undead, casualties would be inevitable in the future. B rating can barely be achieved, and the difficulty of obtaining a rating may be 10 times higher. According to the judgment of the Blue Star players, in the battle that just ended, Zhao Yi's territory killed more than 800 undead in total, and it is expected that the maximum rating is C, and a gold treasure chest is obtained. Of course, gold treasure chests are different from gold treasure chests. After killing so many undead, the number of gold cards in the gold treasure chest will definitely be more. This is a little experience summarized by Zhao Yi. After the battle, Zhao Yi led the soldiers back to the defense line to rest. The tent that can accommodate 300 soldiers to rest has been built. If it rains, most soldiers will go into the tent to rest. Zhao Yi was very lucky. At least it didn't rain during the battle with the undead. If it had, the battle would have been much more difficult. After counting the consumption of military supplies during the battle, Zhao Yi opened the system panel to see the changes after this battle. The level is still 11. Even with the experience bonus from the battle settlement tomorrow morning, it is estimated that it will be a little short of level 12. Upgrading is becoming more and more difficult. The levels of Joanna and Gary have not changed. I don't know when Gary will be able to break through the bottleneck and become a first-level shooter. Elliot, one of the two with the highest talent, is already level 5. After destroying more than 800 undead in one battle, Zhao Yi already has 26,000 points, and this number will increase to nearly 40,000 tomorrow. Not counting the promotion of the territory, the points obtained every day are increasing. In addition, as the strength increases, Zhao Yi can also send soldiers out to find and destroy the undead hiding in the dark. When the strength increases to a certain level, he can even conquer the cemetery. The cemetery is the home of the undead, but cemeteries are different. Some cemeteries have high-level undead, and some cemeteries have only low-level undead. High-level undead are usually in the cemeteries near the aboriginal cities. There are some small cemeteries outside. It is unexpected to have 4th-level undead. Although there are no high-level undead in the small cemeteries, the number of low-level undead is unimaginable. Think about it, billions of players on Blue Star are easily consumed by the origin continent, and the population of aboriginals is several times that of players on Blue Star. Before the undead disaster, the population of aboriginals was even larger. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, countless creatures have died. These dead creatures have now become undead, launching attacks on the creatures on the origin continent again and again. It is really hard to imagine how the indigenous people have managed to survive until today. Perhaps it is the gods behind the living and the dead who are wrestling. There are 2 gods in the world where the origin continent is located. One is the god of creation and life, who controls the world of life, and the other is the god of destruction and death, who controls the world of death. The players from Blue Star were sent to the origin continent by the god of creation and life. Zhao Yi shook his head slightly, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and turned to open the forum to see the situation of other players. There is no post in the forum about the promotion of the 3rd-class Viscount to the 2nd-class Viscount, and there is no 2nd-class Viscount in the ranking list. It takes 20,000 points to upgrade from a 3rd-class Viscount to a 2nd-class Viscount. Players will not waste points easily. They will only upgrade their rank when preparing for a territory upgrade, as is the case with Zhao Yi. There is no case of a 3rd-class Viscount territory being promoted to a 2nd-class Viscount territory, but there are many cases of lower-level territories being promoted, and most of them are territories under the power of various players. A considerable number of ordinary Lord players are still struggling in the 3rd-class Baron position. The strength of their territories is increasing slightly every day. The key is that the strength of the undead is also increasing. If they are not careful, their territories will be destroyed by the undead. Only ordinary Lord players, who are more fortunate, can get good things from the treasure chest and rely on the power of Krypton gold to catch up with the footsteps of the powerful Lord players. Very few have already caught up. After browsing the forum for a while, I went into the tent to rest when I felt sleepy. At midnight, the rain dripped from the sky, getting heavier and heavier, almost reaching medium rain. It rained, and the people woke up from their sleep and smiled at the rain outside. Especially the first batch of people who joined Zhao Yi's territory. They have been waiting for this rain for 10 days. Finally, there is enough clean water to use. You can even take a good bath. No one wants to go for months or even half a year without a bath. A rain fell intermittently in the middle of the night, until the light screen automatically appeared in front of Zhao Yi. There was still light rain in the sky. It would stop in an hour at most. You killed 861 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle evaluation, C. Points increased by 50%. Professional experience increased by 50%. Get a gold treasure chest. Open the gold treasure chest, and 25 cards pop out, including 4 gold cards and 4 silver cards, 5 bronze cards, and 6 black iron cards and ordinary cards. There are 4 gold cards, but the only one that can be chosen is Silver Dagger *5. However, 3 of the 4 silver cards were chosen, namely 1,000 Civilian Recruitment Scroll, 1 Gene of Mithril, and multiple arrows Inheritance Stone. The remaining one is the bronze card 0 Level Priest Recruitment Scroll. Chapter 50. The appearance of 1,000 Civilian Recruitment Scroll surprised Zhao Yi very much. He didn't dare to use it now. The territory currently has only 2,500 people, and 1,000 civilians are almost 5,000 people. According to the ratio that soldiers account for at least 1/10 of the total population, 1,000 civilians are best matched with 1,000 professional families, which add up to almost 10,000 people. It may take the earldom to bear such a large increase in population at once. Multi-arrow simultaneous inheritance stone. I bought and used one yesterday, which is worth 300 low-grade magic crystals, just in time for the archers to comprehend their skills for the second time in a few days. Mithril, a precious magic material, is added to a large number of magic equipment, including black iron equipment, but the amount added is very small. The higher the level of the equipment, the more mithril is added, and there are even high-level equipment made of mithril as the main material. A full pound of mithril is worth at least 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, and it is one of the commodities with a price but no market. The silver dagger can be thrown into the market for auction if you are short of money. In fact, there is also a level 1 advancement stone in the gold treasure chest this time, and Zhao Yi did not choose it. In today's market, the advancement stone is also a commodity with a high price but no market. The higher the level of the advancement stone, the more it is sought after. The highest level of advancement stone has appeared. Among them, the price of the level 1 advancement stone exceeds 100 low-grade magic crystals. The level 1 advancement stone of this price will be sold out immediately after entering the market, leaving only the level 1 advancement stone with a high offer. Seeing that Gary, a 2-star shooter talent, was trapped by a bottleneck, Zhao Yi understood the importance of advancement stones more and more. Players need advancement stones, and the natives also have a demand for advancement stones, especially the Lord players, who still recruit natives. Currently, the territory has a population of 2,500, with only 2 people with 3-star talent, and less than 10 people with 2-star talent. Most of the territory's people have 1-star talent. Level 1 is the upper limit of these 1-star talented professionals. Only a very small number of people accidentally rise to level 1 or above, and many people even stay at level 0 for their entire lives. Level 0 is cannon fodder among the undead, and the same is true for the indigenous people. Level 0 cannon fodder, level 1 is ordinary, and the army form based on level 2 professionals can be considered elite. Zhao Yi also wanted to have more first and second level professionals under his command to form a strong army to protect the territory. The proportion of aboriginals with 1-star talent was too large. The ability of aboriginal lords to form a large army of first and second level professionals depended on time. The time for Blue Star players to descend on the origin continent was too short. Blue Star players wanted to catch up with the aboriginals, and wanted to form a strong enough army as soon as possible. Advancement stones became a very good choice. But there were too few advancement stones. Zhao Yi opened 10 treasure chests in total, and 4 of them had advanced stones, 1 level 2 advanced stone, and 3 level 1 advanced stones. It seems that the ratio is quite high, but it still depends on luck to draw from multiple cards. You should know that the lowest level 1 advanced stone can only be drawn from black iron cards, but a considerable proportion of the billions of Blue Star players only get 1 wooden treasure chest every day, and can only open 1 ordinary card, without having to choose at all. In 10 days, the Blue Star players did not get many advanced stones, perhaps less than 10 million. Some were sold to the natives in exchange for money, some were used by themselves, and some were given to the players under their command by the Lord players. Now there are Lord players, like Zhao Yi, who are preparing to use them for the native professionals under his command. Level 1 advancement stones are still quite abundant, and advancement stones after level 1 are becoming increasingly rare. To a certain extent, advancement stones are similar to the talents of the natives, and they all depend on luck. If you have good luck and good talents, you will be lucky enough to draw advancement stones. Zhao Yi has an idea in his mind. As long as the funds are sufficient, he will continue to purchase advancement stones in the market. Of course, the price of advancement stones cannot exceed the market price by too much. The 5 silver daggers I just got can all be sold, no need to hesitate. You can even use all your funds to buy advancement stones. The price of advancement stones has been rising. With the demand for advancement stones from Lord players, the price will further increase. If you are short of money, just sell a batch of advancement stones. Advancement stones have become an excellent financial product. Zhao Yi guessed that the big forces among the players may have been purchasing advancement stones. After all, he is just one person, with a short mind, and is a step slower than the previous lord, and his reaction is also a step slower. Zhao Yi wrote down what he thought of in the notebook, and in the light rain, he left the tent and walked towards the market. Recruiting personnel and purchasing materials have become daily tasks. Today, the territory has 2 more important tasks: building roads and establishing affiliated villages. As long as the rain stops as soon as possible, a flat dirt road that can accommodate 2 carriages side by side can be built today, and the village can be initially established. Tomorrow, the population can be quickly transferred to the village through the road, and several lines of defense can be established outside the village to block the attacking undead at night. Arriving at the market, Xiao Yi left behind 5 silver daggers and doubled the amount of military supplies consumed in the battle last night, asking Benson and Gino to purchase them at the market. As the number of incoming undead became more and more numerous and stronger, the military supplies and grain reserves would naturally increase. Xiao Yi had delegated the purchase of daily necessities to Cici, who would come to the market to let Benson and Gino purchase them based on the population of the territory and the consumption of daily necessities. There was no need to ask Xiao Yi again, as the money for purchasing daily necessities was far less than that for purchasing military supplies, and Cici could decide on this by herself. Xiao Yi, Cici and Elliot had discussed the road construction and the construction of the affiliated villages last night. As long as the rain stops, Cici can dispatch personnel to start the road construction. First, we will focus on the road construction. After the road construction is completed, we can quickly travel to the place where the village is built through the road, and the affiliated villages can be built in a shorter time. I stayed in the market for a short while. When I left the market, the rain had become much lighter and was about to stop. While the rain had not stopped yet, Xiao Yi sat with Cici and Elliot again to determine the number of people to be recruited today. Xiao Yi was not satisfied after getting a platinum treasure chest before, and now he got a gold treasure chest again. He planned to make the population of Zhao Town reach more than 3,000 today, so that the number of undeads attacking at night would exceed 1,000. Only by killing 1,000 undeads can he get a platinum treasure chest. Even if there is only one platinum card in it, Xiao Yi can accept it. The lower limit of population has been set. Another issue that needs to be considered is the population that will be moved to the affiliated village tomorrow. There will be more recruitment tomorrow, but the newly recruited soldiers cannot be sent to the affiliated village. A group of old people must be selected to go there. Then, there are the points that can be used to recruit people, and the population that Zhao Town can accommodate. All points can be used to recruit people. Zhao Yi currently has 39,271 points, so it is no problem to increase the population of the territory to more than 3,000 people. However, the population that Zhao Town can accommodate needs to be carefully considered. The third-level village covers an area of 10,000 square meters, and the upper limit of the territory population is 300 people. The second-level village covers an area of 20,000 square meters, and the upper limit of the territory population is 600 people. The first-level village covers an area of 40,000 square meters, and the upper limit of the territory population is 1,200 people. The third-level town covers an area of 100,000 square meters, and the upper limit of the territory population is 5,000 people. When upgrading from a first-level village to a third-level town, the area is increased by 2.5 times. If the upper limit of the population is increased by 2.5 times, it will be 3,000 people, and the actual upper limit is 5,000 people. The population upper limit represents a moderate degree of crowding in the city, to a certain extent, and the families of the people in the territory also have moderate living space. The more the population exceeds the upper limit, the more crowded the city will be, and the public sentiment, public security, and sanitation will continue to decline. The actual upper limit of the population of a third-level town should be 3,000 people, and the extra 2,000 people should be counted in the 3 affiliated villages. Zhao Town must not force the population in. A little crowding is allowed in a short period of time. If the crowding lasts for a long time, it will have many negative effects. Under the influence of various factors, the recruitment situation today is gradually becoming clear. Chapter 51. The 3 of them discussed briefly and initially decided to recruit 120 people. The territory would add 120 new families, bringing the total population of the territory to over 3,000. The 120 families were divided into 60 professional families and 60 civilian families. But if the division continued, the number of professionals would soon exceed 60. There was a 0th level priest recruitment scroll in hand, and 2 more were recruited with points. 3 mages of each of the 5 types were recruited, and even the mixed water mages now had 1 more use. We will start repairing the road when the rain stops. The ground is quite wet, and there is water in many places. Although it has little impact on the earth magicians, who cast spells to repair the road, there are more water magicians, who can provide considerable help in repairing the road. Of course, the saying that water magicians are slackers is mainly at level 0 and level 1. No matter how bad the profession is, it cannot be underestimated after the level is improved. Then, there are the archers who have the largest number of recruits, 30 in total, and 15 shield warriors and spearmen each. A simple calculation shows that there are 78 recruits, and there are 42 places left. About 5 officials need to be recruited, the territory population increases, and an affiliated village is built. 2 more merchants need to be recruited, and at least 10 craftsmen need to be recruited. The final number of farmers and miners to be recruited is set at 40. In this way, 135 people need to be recruited, which will cost 36,550 points, and there will be a lot of points left. An additional earth mage and a natural mage will be added. On paper, there are 221 points left. Seeing that the weather outside is cleared up, the meeting is over. Cici will mobilize personnel to repair the road, and Zhao Yi will also start recruiting. At the same time, he will purchase a batch of supplies in the market, including black iron bows and black iron shields. As families walked out of the teleportation array, Zhao Yi's territory added 137 new families, and the total population of the territory has increased to 3,145 people. The number of undead attacking tonight will definitely exceed 1,000. As long as we fight this battle well, we will be able to get the platinum treasure chest for the second time tomorrow. The number of professionals under his command has also increased to 382 people, including 175 warriors, 124 shooters, 10 assassins, 63 mages, and 10 priests. When recruiting tomorrow, assassins need to be included in the recruitment list. The territory is getting bigger and bigger, and it is about to border other players' territories. Other players' territories around need to arrange assassins to keep an eye on them. There are no big surprises in today's recruitment. There is only one 2-star professional, a shooter. Including Gary and Luke, Zhao Yi has 3 2-star talented shooters under his command. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi returned to the Lord's mansion and ate a breakfast that was not considered breakfast. Then he came to the east side of Zhao Town, where a straight dirt road with a length of hundreds of meters and a width of at least 4 meters had appeared. Zhao Yi already has 20 earth mages under his command, 10 of whom are gathered here, as well as 3 water mages and more than 150 hired laborers. As the road repair team moves away from Zhao Town, they will have to add guards to prevent the appearance of enemies. Next, as the earth mages run out of mana, there will not be so many earth mages appearing at the same time. The 20 earth mages will be divided into 5 groups, with 4 people in each group. When the mana is exhausted, they will return to the Zhao Town Mage Tower to recover their mana, and another group of mages will come over. Road construction also requires methods and efficiency. The construction area of the affiliated villages has been determined, and the shortest road connecting the affiliated villages should be built as much as possible. After the general route is determined, 2 parallel lines are drawn on the land to determine the specific location of the road. Each class of 4 earth mages is divided into 2 groups. 2 sections are cut off from the outlined road. 1 group of earth mages is responsible for repairing 1 section of the road, and 2 earth mages cast spells to repair the road one after the other. It is best to ensure that this section of the road can be repaired when the mana is exhausted. It can be said that the earth magician is the absolute main force in building this approximately 4-kilometer long land, and the others are auxiliary. Earth magicians can make great contributions to the construction of the territory, which is why Zhao Yi has 63 magicians under his command, and the number of earth magicians accounts for nearly 1/3. Earth magicians are the main force in construction, archers are the main force in combat, and natural magicians are the main force in agriculture. If you think about it carefully, the magicians have made the most contributions to the development of human civilization on the origin continent. Various plant seeds have been planted in many places in Zhao Town. With the efforts of natural magicians, it won't be long before Zhao Town will have more green areas. Earth mages are also working hard to build roads and houses. Zhao Yi wants to recruit more mages, but unfortunately he has limited points and has to face the undead that attack every night. He has only more than 60 mages under his command, but he can rank among the top 100 among all Lord players. In the future, if he really takes root in the game world, Zhao Yi will definitely build more mage academies and train as many mages as possible. The road is getting farther and farther, and Zhao Yi doesn't continue to look. After the road is built, he will go to the affiliated village to build a location. Zhao Yi has done a careful study on the establishment of affiliated villages, mainly based on the little information displayed on the system panel, and no useful information was found on the forum. Currently, there are very few player lords who are establishing affiliated villages. Perhaps Zhao Yi will be the first player lord to establish an affiliated village. Most other lords should be working hard to promote their territories. The 3rd level town only covers an area of 100,000 square meters, so it is no problem to squeeze in 5,000 people. Especially since most of the territories at the top of the list are populated by players. The two values of public opinion and public security are not very useful. Only territories with a large population of indigenous people need to seriously face public opinion and public security. Once public opinion and public security drop rapidly, they need to be restored. According to some posts in the forum, once public opinion or public security drops below 60 points, the loyalty of the people will also decline. Zhao Yi cannot cross the river by feeling the stones when building a subsidiary village, so he can only explore it himself. Subordinate villages are very different from the main city of a territory. A third-level town has 3 quotas for subordinate villages, and there is no limit on the village level. You can directly build a first-level village, or you can first build a third-level village and upgrade to a first-level village step by step. Only when the territory is promoted will it attract 3 times the undead, and upgrading the subordinate village will not attract 3 times the undead. In this case, Zhao Yi feels that the third-level village is too small, and the 600 population limit of the second-level village seems to be insufficient, so it is better to directly build a first-level village. The population limit of a first-level village is 1,200, about 260 households, half of which must be professional families, and 1/10 of the village population is soldiers to guard the village against the undead. The remaining 130 households are civilian families, and there is almost enough labor to mine iron and work in the smelter. After all, adult men are laborers, and some non-pregnant adult women are also laborers. There is no law prohibiting the employment of child labor on the origin continent. In the case of limited population, child labor must exist, but child laborers cannot be used as adult laborers. Even though all Blue Star players perceive this world as a game world, and all the natives are NPCs, it should be noted that this game world is more like the real world. In the perception of all Blue Star players, the NPCs are flesh and blood, with their own thoughts and personalities. If you want to play well in this game world, you have to treat the natives as real people. If you deliberately exploit the natives, and don't care about their life or death, such a territory will not last long. Chapter 52. A third-level village with a population of 1,200 people, the mining and smelting industries have started. A primary smelter can produce up to 6,000 kilograms of iron a day, and up to 2 million kilograms of iron a year. It doesn't seem much, but in fact, this production capacity can not only meet the needs of a Viscount territory, but even the needs of an Earl territory. A first-class Earl territory has a population of only 200,000 or 300,000, and an average of 10 kilograms of iron per person per year. The consumption of steel by civilians in the origin continent is similar to that of the ancient Blue Star. They don't use much iron at all. It is mainly used in farm tools. Not much iron is used for a farm tool, and the farm tools can be used for a long time. At least 2/3 of the steel in a territory is consumed in the military field. However, there is another problem here. Under full efficiency operation, the primary smelting plant can only smelt 2 million kilograms of iron a year, with a standard configuration of 1 alchemist and 3 alchemist apprentices. Currently, there is only 1 alchemist apprentice in the territory, who can barely start the primary smelting plant, and can smelt a maximum of 500 kilograms of iron a day. A 2-handed longsword used by a swordsman apprentice requires about 10 kilograms of iron. The daily output can make 50 longswords, which are worth 50 gold at the worst. This is still the one that uses the least iron. There are also iron shields and armor for shield battles, and the consumption of steel is directly up to 100 kilograms. In any case, after the establishment of the affiliated villages, the iron ore mining, and the start of the smelting plant, the mining and smelting industries in the territory have a relatively good start, which can lay a foundation for the development of the 2 industries in the future. The alchemists and alchemist apprentices that the smelting plant lacks may need to be hired from the indigenous cities, which is not something difficult to accept. Zhao Yi was thinking as he walked around Xiao Town. There were still people working in other directions outside Xiao Town. 2/3 of the planned project was completed yesterday, and 1/3 was left to be completed today. It was also because the territory had a large population and many mages that it was able to carry out multiple big projects at the same time. Finally, Zhao Yi came to the Mage Tower. As the first authority of the Mage Tower, Zhao Yi could enter and exit the Mage Tower at will. At this moment, there were more than 30 mages in the Mage Tower, including Joanna. Mages without tasks will gather in the Mage Tower to practice, or speed up the recovery of mana. The appearance of the Mage Tower has increased the loyalty of all the mages under Zhao Yi by several points, and several people have directly increased by more than 5 points. Single female mages even want to throw themselves into his arms. Well, Joanna is an exception. After arriving at the Mage Tower, Zhao Yi's mind has something new about school. There are two types of schools. One is an ordinary school that teaches reading, literacy, and arithmetic, and the other is a special school that trains professionals. On Blue Star, schools are everywhere. Peaceful countries have popularized 9-year, or even 12-year education. To a large extent, it is because of the popularization of education that the development speed of human civilization on Blue Star is getting faster and faster. There are professionals on the Origin continent. There is already a huge gap between professionals and civilians. Before the calamity of the undead, this gap was even greater. Most civilians never had the opportunity to test whether they have the talent of professionals in their lifetime. The wizard undoubtedly greatly improved the productivity of the indigenous people. A fast growth spell can reduce the growth time of crops to a fraction, and some spells can increase the yield of crops. A high-level earth mage can build a city, including the houses in the city, by himself in a short time. In this case, the professionals don't care about the civilians, who occupy a larger population on the Origin continent, let alone the education of the civilians. Many professionals regard the civilians as slaves, only fit for rough and dirty work. If it weren't for the disaster of the undead, the upper class wouldn't care about the lives of the civilians. Players in some cities have witnessed the official forces of the indigenous peoples gathering some civilians, who can no longer make contributions, starving them to death, and then burning their bodies in a fire, not wanting these bodies to turn into undead. Only civilians who have detected a certain professional talent can receive education and prepare to become professional apprentices. After becoming an apprentice, they are also cannon fodder to resist the undead, and may be abandoned at any time. Obviously, from the perspective of a normal Blue Star human who has received university education, the Origin continent has undoubtedly fallen into a misunderstanding. Compared with before the undead disaster, the proportion of professionals in the total population has greatly increased, even if most of them are 0 level and 1st level. But there are more non-professionals, and the proportion of professionals is only about 1/10, and the professionals are mainly mages who can promote the development of human civilization in the Origin continent. Although the rules of the game world are different from those of Blue Star, the humans of Blue Star have been able to develop to this point today. A mushroom egg is comparable to the powerful spells cast by the top wizards in the game world. Obviously, the professionals suppress the creativity of non-professionals. If the civilians were not suppressed and had the opportunity to receive education, no one could judge what kind of power these non-professionals would burst out. Of course, this takes time, and there is a high possibility of resistance from the upper class of the indigenous people. However, Zhao Yi is sure that there are thousands of Lord players who will try to give civilians the opportunity to receive education. Just like what a group of players in the forum often say, "We are here to change this world, not to follow the crowd." It takes time to change the world, and it is only after the players have a certain strength. When the strength is weak, only a little change can be made. If the sudden change is big, even if the loyalty is as high as 80 points, it is possible to betray the player lord in the next moment. Some important ideas were recorded by Zhao Yi in the notebook. If there is a chance, he will definitely try it. Now, it is better to develop the territory first. With the efforts of 20 earth mages, 7 water mages, and hundreds of civilians, the 4-kilometer road was completed just 1 hour into the afternoon. Jimmy drove the carriage to take Zhao Yi, Cece, Elliot, and the selected village chief Ian to the selected location for the establishment of the affiliated village. Ian's management talent is only 1 star, and because he was the second official recruited by Zhao Yi, he was selected as the village chief of the affiliated village. In just 15 minutes, the carriage drove the 4-kilometer road. The carriage was driving on a straight road with little bumps. Arriving at the destination, the terrain is just as the exploration team said, a small plain. At most a town can be built, there is not enough land to build a small city, and there are mountains to the east and north. If you build a first-level village directly, the iron mine is less than 300 meters to the north, and then you will continue to build a road to the iron mine. After walking on the small plain and confirming the location of the village and the smelter again, the earth magician, water magician, and civilian hired workers, who also came by carriage, began to work. Some lines have been drawn in the target area, and the layout of the village and smelter will be on the blueprint. The mages and hired workers need to follow the lines to build walls, houses, and traps. The remaining time today will be used to initially build the village, and the population will be moved in tomorrow. They will mainly live in tents for the time being, and then houses will be built to replace tents. At the same time, at least 3 lines of defense need to be built outside the village tomorrow. As people move in, the undead will attack tomorrow night. Without traps and fences to stop them, the troops deployed in the village must at least double. Chapter 53. There was only 1 hour left before dark, and the people from the affiliated village began to return to Xiao Town. After dinner, the soldiers gathered at the first line of defense. In tonight's battle, the mage tower still could not be used, and there was no need to use it. It can be confirmed that the number of incoming undead will exceed 1,000, and the number of soldiers in the territory will also increase. There is no need to worry at all. As a staff officer, Elliot has been following Xiao Yi. The two discussed how many soldiers to station in the affiliated village, and the combination of soldiers' professions. The scale of the affiliated village will reach the level of a first-level village, with a maximum population of 1,200 people, and an army of about 120 people. Based on the situation of the cities of the indigenous peoples of the origin continent, and the situation of Xiao Yi's territory, Elliot came up with a plan. The 120 soldiers stationed there will be 1/3 archers, 1/3 shield warriors and spearmen, and the remaining 1/3 will be priests, mages, assassins, and swordsmen. Compared to Elliot's plan, Xiao Yi has an idea, and it is something that many players' territories at the top of the rankings have done. In the army on Blue Star, a squad is equipped with several rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, etc. This is a standard squad. 3 squads form a platoon, and 3 platoons form a company. The company and platoon will have additional weapons and equipment, such as mortars. On the origin continent, shield warriors are 1 unit, spearmen are 1 unit, and shooters are 1 unit. When needed, the various arms are gathered together. It is entirely possible to bring the army organization method on Blue Star to the origin continent, and many player territories have already done so. According to the descriptions of some posts in the forum, Xiao Yi can reorganize his soldiers according to his own situation. The name of the military organization of Blue Star is adopted. The basic organization is the platoon. There are squads and groups under the platoon, but a platoon can perform tasks independently. A squad has 10 people, and the squad leader and deputy squad leader plus 8 soldiers can be divided into 2 groups. You can set up a shield squad, a spearman squad, and a shooter squad. 1 squad of each of the 3 arms forms a platoon, equipped with 3 assassins, 1 priest, 1 magician of each of the 5 systems, plus the platoon leader and deputy platoon leader. A platoon has 41 people. Such a platoon can perform tasks independently, including garrisoning a 3rd-level village. 3 platoons form a company, with additional knights, mainly light cavalry, to pursue the enemy or pass information. Such a company has about 130 people, and can garrison a 1st-level village. The battalions, regiments, and brigades that follow each add additional troops, such as heavy cavalry, light cavalry, archers, and even wizards and priests. Elliot was very interested in the Lord's idea. The two discussed it in detail and felt that 41 people in a platoon were still a bit too many. A squad could be reduced from 10 to 9, with a squad leader, a deputy squad leader, and a group leader, and 9 people could be divided into 3 groups. There are too many mages in a platoon. There is only 1 earth mage for 5 types of mages. You can add an extra mage class in the company, with 2 mages each for fire, water, wind, and nature. When needed, assign the mages to the platoons that are performing tasks. For example, if a platoon is stationed in a 3rd-level village, it can be equipped with an extra nature mage. When performing a pursuit mission, a wind mage can be assigned there. The number of assassins is reduced from 3 to 2. In this way, a platoon is streamlined to 33 people, which is barely suitable for stationing in a 3rd-level village of about 300 people. A 2nd-level village of 600 people can barely be stationed with 2 platoons. A company has about 120 people, just right for garrisoning in a 1st-level village of 1,200 people. At the town level, a town with a population of 3,000 can garrison 2 companies plus 1 or 2 platoons. Similarly, after the army is reorganized, what tasks can be performed directly according to the number of troops at the corresponding level, without the need to select personnel back and forth. The army reorganization plan has been initially finalized. Since the occupation ratio of the soldiers under his command does not match the occupation ratio of the soldiers in the army reorganization plan, a company will be temporarily organized, and it will be carried out after the battle tonight. The organization will start tonight, and tomorrow morning we will take our families to the affiliated village. Although the loyalty is above 80 points, there are definitely soldiers who are unwilling to leave Zhao Town and go to the village, and they may think that they are being demoted and alienated. Therefore, after the soldiers are drawn and organized into a company, Zhao Yi will make a promise that as long as the soldier's professional level reaches the 0 level, he can be transferred back and given the advancement stone in order to assist in the promotion to the first level. It is not so easy for a 1-star talented professional to be promoted to the first level. Gary, a 2-star, is still stuck there. I don't know what will break through. Maybe I have to use a level 1 advancement stone for Gary. With Zhao Yi's promise, most soldiers would not be dissatisfied with being transferred to the village. More than 10 minutes after Zhao Yi and Elliot finished discussing the organization, more than 1,000 undead rushed toward Zhao Town under the command of the Lich. When they arrived in front of Zhao Town, the undead stopped, and the front undead was more than 200 meters away from their own shooters. The Lich, who had retained his wisdom before his death, saw so many traps and obstacles outside this human gathering point, and was a little worried. There were many shooters on the opposite side. If they rushed over like this, all the undead might die, and could not break through the human defense line. What to do? Just when the Lich was having a headache, a lighting arrow was shot out first, and then Zhao Yi used the golden crossbow to activate the tracking arrow's skill, shooting an intermediate explosive arrow at the Lich 270 meters away. Feeling the danger, the Lich dodged and controlled the skeleton soldiers to block in front of him, but the explosive arrow directly blew the Lich into a serious injury under Zhao Yi's fine-tuning, and the second explosive arrow that followed killed the Lich. The Lich was dead, and the undead army rushed towards Xiaojin without command. As the undead entered the range of the archers' bows and arrows, more than 80 archers on the front line shot arrows at the skeleton archers in the undead army. The front battlefield was fighting, the Lich was dead, and no undead were found on the other 3 sides. Zhao Yi directly summoned most of the soldiers on the other 3 lines to the southern line to attack the undead together. Without the undead army commanded by the Lich, even if the number of undead exceeded 1,000, it was too easy for Zhao Yi to eliminate them under the blockage of the trap metal fence. Zhao Yi had only one requirement: no deaths, retreat if injured, receive treatment, and get the second platinum treasure chest. The battle came and went quickly. 10 minutes later, there was no undead left standing on the battlefield, and the dead could not die again. As a result, nearly 20 soldiers in Zhao Yi's territory were injured, and some were even seriously injured. They were saved by life potions, and soon recovered from their injuries. They could return to the team after half a day to a day of recuperation. During the battle, Zhao Yi and Joanna were upgraded, and the first-level shooters under their command were also upgraded. Gary still did not advance. At present, there are as many as 6 soldiers who have reached the perfect level of 0, all of whom are shooters. In the future, more soldiers will reach the perfect level of 0, relying on time, talent, and even luck to break through the previous levels. Entering the first level is a real professional, and the 0 level is just an apprentice. Chapter 54. After all the soldiers returned to the defense line to rest, Zhao Yi and Elliot got busy and set up the first company as soon as possible. First, the captain and deputy captain were determined. The captain was the shield warrior Johnson, with a 2-star shield warrior talent and a 1-star command talent, and the deputy captain was the double 1-star command swordsman Ted. Jensen's professional talent was slightly higher, already level 8, while Ted was only level 6. In fact, with Johnson's current ability, he was not qualified to command a company of 100 people. Zhao Yi also did not have the ability to command nearly 400 soldiers under his command. Elliot had talent, but he had not grown up. Fortunately, the mission of Johnson's company is to guard a village. Zhao Yi has no command ability, but he can make the territory go smoothly to this day. Johnson has no problem guarding a village with his soldiers. After the captain and deputy captain are selected, the level of the soldiers below will not exceed Johnson. Many soldiers will not be willing to be commanded by someone who is not as strong as themselves. Not only will the level be less than level 8, the soldiers' talents will only be 1 star. There are relatively few 2-star talents, and they all have to stay in Zhao Town. There are 1 squad of archers, shield warriors, and spearmen, 2 assassins, a priest, an earth mage, and a platoon with the captain and deputy platoon leader, a total of 33 people. 3 platoons, 1 mage squad with 2 mages of each of the 4 types, 1 knight squad with 9 people, plus the captain and deputy captain, form a company, a total of 118 people. The knight squad should be light cavalry, but the territory only has heavy cavalry, so the heavy cavalry will be arranged first, and then the light cavalry will be dispatched when there are light cavalry. Zhao Yi checked the list of soldiers, and selected the soldiers one by one according to their level and talent. While selecting, he read out the names and professional levels. Elliot took paper and pen to record, and finally selected most of the soldiers in a company. There are only 3 vacancies for assassins, because Zhao Yi has only 10 assassins under his command, and one company needs 6 assassins. He cannot take away more than half of his old assassins. He will recruit new assassins tomorrow, and assign 3 more. After selecting the personnel, Zhao Yi and Elliot directly divided the squads and platoons according to the occupations and ranks of the soldiers, and the ones with higher ranks were the platoon leader and deputy squad leader. The ranks of the soldiers in each squad should be more even, and there should not be obviously strong and weak squads. In fact, Zhao Yi wanted to appoint people with command talents as platoon leaders, so that they could better lead their platoons to perform tasks independently. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi had too few people with command talents, and he barely selected 2 people to serve as company commanders and deputy company commanders. However, if a platoon is stationed in a 3rd-level village in the future, it is best to arrange someone with leadership talent to serve as the platoon leader. According to the names recorded on the paper, Zhao Yi began to gather people, and soon, more than 100 people gathered in an open space behind the defense line. Johnson and Ted, who were called first, already knew their tasks. The 2 will lead a company of more than 100 people to garrison in the village to be established. As the first company commander and deputy company commander in the territory, Johnson and Ted felt very honored, and their loyalty increased by 1 point, and they did not think of being demoted. As the people gathered, Zhao Yi did not rush to organize them, but gave a speech first. The first affiliated village of the territory is about to be built. It is 6 kilometers to the east, very close. This village will be a large village with a population of more than 1,000. Some people need to be dispatched to defend it. In the end, I chose you. Of course, you will not stay in the affiliated village forever. As long as your profession reaches the apprentice level, you can be transferred back. According to the order, I will give you a magical object called the Advancement Stone, which will 100% promote you to the 1st level. When mages have no missions during the day, they can go to the Xiaozhen Mage Tower to practice. After hearing the Lord's first words, more than 10 of the selected soldiers showed a drop in loyalty, but it only dropped a few points. After hearing the second sentence, their loyalty rose back, and even increased. Obviously, only talented soldiers care more about promotion. After Zhao Yi finished speaking, the company was officially established. The personnel of each squad and platoon had been determined. Half an hour later, the Taishar village garrison was officially established, with 115 people and 3 vacancies. Taishar village is the name of the affiliated village to be established. It is a random name. The first company to be established is named Taishar village garrison. It can be seen that the mission of this company. In the future, there will be more garrisons in the territory. There are no first-level professionals in these garrisons, or there are very few first-level professionals. The main task is to guard the villages scattered throughout the territory. In the future, as the number of first-level professionals under his command increases, Zhao Yi will also establish a main combat force composed of at least first-level professionals, or even an elite force composed of at least second-level professionals. The newly established Taishar village garrison will go to Taishar village tomorrow to garrison, and the undead will attack Taishar village tomorrow night. In order to prevent accidents, Zhao Yi and Elliot discussed and decided that Elliot would lead a team to support Taishar village, mainly adding archers and mages, including 2 first-level archers, to enhance the garrison of Taishar village. With Elliot in charge of Taishar village, Zhao Yi felt more at ease. After the Taishar village garrison was established, Zhao Yi came to his tent to sit down and rest, and see the level and points changes after the first battle. In the battle that just ended, a total of 1,078 undead were killed, and the proportion of first-level undead is getting higher and higher, approaching 1/10. Zhao Yi also gained a lot of points by killing so many undead. When the score bonus is added tomorrow morning, there will be at least 45,000 points. The shooter level has reached level 12, and it takes 2 to 3 days to upgrade 1 level, which is much slower than when it was level 0. Thinking about tomorrow's recruitment, Zhao Yi finally opened the forum and looked at the posts on the homepage. Zhao Yi's eyes widened. What's going on? On the front page of the forum, Zhao Yi saw news that several well-known player territories at the top of the rankings were severely damaged or even destroyed, including player territories under the official forces of major countries. When Zhao Yi had some free time today, he also opened the forum and learned that a small number of powerful player territories were going to be promoted to second-class discount territories today. Now, the news that player territories were severely damaged and destroyed on the forum are about these territories that were promoted to second-class discount territories today. In order to be promoted as quickly as possible, these territories have at least 5,000 people in the main city of a 3rd-level town. The undead attacked at night. Although the number of undead exceeded 5,000, the undead army attacked in 3 waves, and the number of undead in one wave was less than 2,000. These player territories should be able to withstand it. An unexpected situation occurred. For the first time, a second-level undead appeared in the undead army. The traps and metal fences outside the player's main city can effectively block 0-level undead, but the effect is greatly reduced for first-level undead. The number of first-level undead is limited, so they are quickly killed. These traps and metal fences are useless to the second-level undead. The more powerful second-level undead have higher defense, attack, and speed. A large number of first-level undead led by the second-level undead launched a charge, and the defense lines of many territories were broken. Some territories spent a huge price to eliminate the first-level and second-level undead that broke into the defense line, and then struggled to resist the large group of 0-level undead that rushed up from behind. There were also territories that did not have time to eliminate the first-level and second-level undead that broke into the defense line. The large group of 0-level undead rushed up, and there were liches that transformed the dead into undead, directly led to the destruction of many powerful player territories. A few player lords temporarily spent a lot of points to buy props from the points mall to successfully save their territories. Chapter 55. The main reason is that the player's territory that encountered the undead first suffered heavy losses. As the news spread, the situation in the territories of the players behind was much better, and the forces to which the players belong mobilized supplies, and even personnel to come over. There is a river ahead, and the depth of the river is unknown. If the river is deep, the people in front, who are not well prepared, will definitely drown when crossing the river, while the people behind are well prepared and cross the river smoothly. Zhao Yi is glad that he is not the first person to cross the river. After being promoted to the second-class Viscount, even the second-level undead appeared, so he must be more prepared. Primary explosive arrows are suitable for killing 0-level undead, intermediate explosive arrows are suitable for killing first-level undead, and advanced explosive arrows are suitable for killing second-level undead. But the price of advanced explosive arrows is too high, 10 times that of intermediate explosive arrows. Using an advanced explosive arrow is 50 low-grade magic crystals. The Aboriginal lords are reluctant to use it, and they don't need to use it. Before the arrival of the Blue Star players, the Aboriginals can rely on the city to resist the undead army. They have professionals of all levels, and generally human professionals are stronger than the undead of the same level. The second-level archers do not need advanced explosive arrows. They can directly inject their fighting spirit into the arrows to severely injure or even kill the undead. The indigenous lords can only prepare primary explosive arrows at most, so that the cannon fodder level archer apprentices can shoot the skeleton soldiers. The Blue Star players, who have only been in the origin continent for 10 days, are no match for this. A few players are rushing to the second level, and the first level is only over 100,000. In this case, the player lords need to rely on the power of Krypton gold to resist the undead. It goes without saying that the lord players, who are about to be promoted or are preparing to be promoted to the second level Viscount, will have to invest a large amount of money to purchase and reserve weapons and equipment at the advanced explosive arrow level. Zhao Yi also had to prepare some trump cards for his territory. Even if he had not been promoted to the second-class Viscount, he was not sure when the second-class undead would appear in the attacking undead army. You killed 1078 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. A wonderful battle. Battle evaluation, B. Points increased by 60%. Professional experience increased by 60%. Get a platinum treasure chest, open the treasure chest, and a platinum card, 3 gold cards, 5 silver cards, 7 bronze cards, 9 black iron cards, and 11 ordinary cards will pop out. Before opening the treasure chest, Zhao Yi had expected that there would be fewer platinum cards in the platinum treasure chest. After all, this was the second time to open the platinum treasure chest. Only 1,078 undead were killed last night, which was just enough to get the standard for a platinum treasure chest. Perhaps killing more than 10,000 undead can get a better treasure chest. The closer to 10,000, the more platinum cards there are in the platinum treasure chest. For the time being, don't think about the treasure chest above the platinum treasure chest. The platinum treasure chest alone is enough to surprise Zhao Yi. Choose a platinum card, magic gun. Select 2 gold cards, black iron bow asterisk 166, leading the way skill book. Select 3 silver cards, first level spearman recruitment scroll asterisk 4, primary life potion asterisk 10, good horse asterisk 30. Among these 6 cards, Zhao Yi values magic spear and leading the way skill book the most. Leading the way is a Legion skill. This is the second time Zhao Yi has opened a Legion skill from the treasure chest. The last time he opened the Unshakable skill book, this time he got another Leading the Way skill book. Just from the name of the skill, we can tell something. The commander who uses the skill of leading the troops needs to charge ahead. At the initial stage, the soldiers' attack, defense, and speed will increase by 5%, and their morale will also rise. The skill of leading the troops is suitable for commanders with strong warrior professions. Zhao Yi is not suitable for it anyway, so maybe he can give it to Elliot in the future. Platinum Card Magic Gun. Zhao Yi has seen the magic gun by chance. The magic gun is an alchemical creation and can be regarded as equipment. It can be used not only by shooters, but also by other professions and even non-professionals. There are few restrictions on users. However, compared to its father, the city-guarding artifact, the magic cannon, the status of the magic gun does not match its cost, and few people use the magic gun. The cost of a magic gun is as high as tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals, and the cheapest platinum equipment only costs 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. The key lies in the power of the magic gun. Consuming 10 low-grade magic crystals at a time can kill the skeleton soldiers, who have just entered the second level, and consuming 100 low-grade magic crystals at a time can kill the skeleton soldiers, who have just entered the third level. Consuming 100 low-grade magic crystals at a time is the maximum power of the magic gun. There is no more. Using too many low-grade magic crystals at a time will cause the magic gun to explode and kill itself. The cost of a magic gun exceeds that of many platinum equipment, but it cannot cause much damage to 4th level professionals or undead, making the magic gun unattractive to middle and high-level professionals. Low-level professionals feel that the magic gun is powerful, but the price of the magic gun blocks most low-level professionals. There are only a few magic guns on sale in the market, all of which are second-hand goods, and there are almost no new ones. The price is also lower than the cost price, but no one buys them. There are many things on the market that are more cost-effective than the magic gun, and no one will buy an impractical magic gun. Even if Zhao Yi had money, he would not buy a magic gun. But now, he got one from the treasure chest. If he could choose, Zhao Yi wanted to sell it. If the price was too high, no one would buy it. If the price was too low, he would feel that it was better to use it himself. After all, it was from the treasure chest. Using a magic gun to kill the second-level undead was more economical than using high-level explosive arrows. Of course, this was only for players. Before, Zhao Yi was thinking about buying something that could deal with the second-level undead. Now that he had a magic gun, he had to continue buying it, and the purchase volume could be reduced. So the magic gun became Zhao Yi's third weapon. If necessary, it can be temporarily handed over to other shooters. Use the platinum card to summon the magic gun directly. The magic gun looks a bit like the heavy machine gun on Blue Star without the bracket. The barrel is round, the barrel is slightly thin, the gun body is thick, and the whole body is black. There is a switch on the side of the gun body. Turn it on to enter the magazine, which is a small storage space of about 0.3 cubic meters. The power of the magic gun is average for Zhao Yi, but the firing rate of the magic gun is okay. When only 10 low-grade magic crystals are consumed, it can almost fire one shot per second. The more magic crystals consumed at one time, the longer the charging time. It takes about 10 seconds to consume 100 low-grade magic crystals at one time. This is also a disadvantage of the magic gun. If it is replaced with a more powerful magic cannon, the disadvantage of long charging time is not a big deal. After all, the magic cannon can blast a large area with one shot. The magic gun can only attack a single target. After opening the treasure chest, Zhao Yi stood up. Just as he walked out of the tent, Elliot came over. The two met up with Cece again and discussed the recruitment of personnel. There are two main points to consider for today's recruitment. One is the total population of the territory after the recruitment is completed. There are 3,000 people in Zhao Town and 1,200 people in Taisher Village, with a total of at least 4,200 people, and now there are 3,144 people. Zhao Town and Taisher Village have reached the population limit, so it is also good to build the next subsidiary village. The establishment of the second subsidiary village will make the total population of the territory exceed 5,000. After reaching the population limit of the territory, it will be decided whether to promote the territory based on its own strength. Another point is the population composition. The number of professionals must reach at least 1/10 of the total population. Chapter 56. If you want Zhao Town and Taisher Village to reach the population limit, you need to add at least 1,056 people, which is about 240 households. There are 45,833 points in hand, all of which are used for recruitment. Final recruitment: 40 archers, 20 shield warriors, 20 spearmen, 10 swordsmen, 12 assassins, 2 mages of each of the 5 categories, a total of 10 people, for priests, plus 4 first-level spearmen recruitment scrolls, a total of 120 people. 7 officials, 3 merchants, 20 craftsmen, 90 farmers and miners, a total of 120 people. A total of 240 households, 133 points left. After the recruitment personnel were determined, the population that needed to be relocated to Taishar village was discussed again. After the meeting, Zhao Yi went to the market first and asked Benson and Jinhua to purchase supplies. Among them, the black iron bows used by archers did not need to be purchased for the time being, and 166 were opened from the treasure chest. As the guides gathered near the teleportation array, Zhao Yi began to recruit, and 240 families came out of the teleportation array one after another, and finally there were 30 good horses. Good horses can barely be used as war horses, but they cannot be used as war horses for heavy knights. Zhao Yi's territory currently has some demand for horses, mainly because with the establishment of the annexed territory, it is more convenient to travel with horses and carriages. The price of horses in the market is very high, and Zhao Yi is reluctant to buy them because he does not have much money. 2 batches of horses were opened from the treasure chest, a total of 60 horses, all of which are adult horses, half male and half female, and they can give birth to many foals in a few years. Officials and merchants have been recruited all the time, and 1 low-level official is required for every 150 people. Merchants are also very important to the development of the territory. Ordinary civilians can also do business, but they can't read a single word, and they need to use their fingers to count. At most, they can be a peddler. If they want to open a store in the territory, they must be merchants who can read and do arithmetic. They open various stores in the territory, including bakeries, grocery stores, farm tool stores, etc. Before, these stores belonged to the private property of the lords, and Zhao Yi needed to pay the merchants. Soon, Zhao Yi changed his method, renting the stores to merchants, and then selling ordinary goods to merchants at a slightly higher price, and the merchants sold them to the people in the territory. Of course, Zhao Yi also has regulations that the prices of various commodities are not allowed to rise arbitrarily and affect people's livelihood, otherwise they will be punished. Zhao Town needs to open shops, and Taishar village also needs to open some shops, so merchants have been recruited. 120 new professionals are recruited, most of them are 1-star, 2 shooters, 1 water mage, and 1 assassin with 2-star talents. Among them, the assassin also has a 1-star command talent, and another 0-level spearman also has a 1-star command talent. With these 120 people, the number of professionals under Zhao Yi has exceeded 500, reaching 502. The strength improved rapidly, and the name on the list kept moving forward. Zhao Yi didn't pay much attention to the list, nor did he care about his own ranking. He just wanted to be the first one day. Now, his goal was to develop the territory to resist the undead. Elliot and Cece were both Zhao Yi's assistants, but there were many things that Zhao Yi needed to do personally, and the two of them could only share some things. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi had breakfast at the Lord's mansion and took a carriage to Taishar village. Standing outside Taishar village, Zhao Yi operated in the territory page, and Taishar village, a first-level village, was officially established. The next moment, the sunlight shining on the 40,000 square meters of land in Taishar village became scorching hot. After a minute, the land was completely purified, and the smell of death was completely eliminated, allowing creatures to live for a long time. As Taishar village was officially established, dozens of carriages carried families to Taishar village. New tents were erected, and the residents lived in tents temporarily. Next, houses will be built in batches, and everyone will be able to live in houses. As families moved into Taishar village, after quickly handling their housework, many laborers accepted employment and went outside the village to dig traps, place metal fences, and set up combined platforms with professionals. It is not possible to determine from which direction the undead attacking Taishar village will come. A total of 8 combined platforms are placed at the 4 corners, and in the middle of the 4 sides of the first line of defense. Then 3 lines of defense are arranged outside with metal fences, and more traps are dug between the lines. Wait until night. All assassins leave Taishar village for reconnaissance, determine the direction of the attacking undead in advance, and then mobilize soldiers to defend one side according to the location of the undead. With the strength of a company of the Taishar village garrison, it should be no problem to defend Taishar village. However, There was one thing Zhao Yi had forgotten, but fortunately Elliot reminded him. Lord, with the population of Taishur village, the attacking undead may be commanded by a lich. The undead army commanded by a lich is completely different from the undead army without a lich. The latter can only rush around, while the former can use some tactics. Given the number of undead, they can change tactics. Such undead are very difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, Taishur village will be severely damaged. The solution is very simple, which is what Zhao Yi does every night when fighting, and eliminates the lich from a distance before the battle begins. Suddenly Zhao Yi felt that the magic gun came at the right time. At that time, a first-level archer could carry a golden crossbow to support Taishur village. Now the first-level archer has begun to master the golden crossbow. With the first-level archer's many years of experience, he can use the golden crossbow better tonight. With a few more intermediate explosive arrows, it is no problem to destroy the lich. Zhao Yi himself switched to using the magic gun. Compared with the golden crossbow, the magic gun has a longer range and a certain improvement in hit rate. It is no problem to use the magic gun to destroy the lich at a long distance. However, Zhao Yi has not used the magic gun yet, and he needs to be familiar with it. The magic gun consumes at least 10 low-grade magic crystals for each shot. If he uses it too many times, it will definitely hurt Zhao Yi. Of course, Zhao Yi will only use the magic gun to deal with liches and second-level undead. When dealing with first-level undead and zero-level undead, he can switch back to the silver bow, and he does not need to use explosive arrows to shoot zero-level undead, and can directly use fighting spirit. Taishur village is busy with construction, and Zhao Yi returns to Zhao Town to get familiar with the magic gun. After several test shots, Zhao Yi felt that this magic gun was really good for low-level professionals. Even if they were not shooters, they could use the magic gun to attack distant enemies. The key point was that the price of the magic gun was too unfriendly to low-level professionals. The price of tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals was simply not affordable for low-level professionals. In addition to being proficient in the magic gun, Zhao Yi was also thinking about one thing, about destroying the lich. If Taishur village encountered the undead army commanded by the lich tonight, the subsequent establishment of the subsidiary villages would also encounter it. However, Zhao Yi had some doubts. Liches are transformed from necromancers, and zombies are transformed from creatures that have died not long ago. Today, the number of zombies in the undead camp is limited. The undead that attack Zhao Town every night are mainly skeletons, and there are relatively few zombies. Before the disaster of the undead, the number of professional mages was small, and the number of undead mages, who were almost hated by everyone, was even smaller. Are there really so many liches in the undead camp that they can allocate manpower to command the undead army to attack the larger affiliated villages? It depends on tonight. If Taishur village encounters the undead army commanded by the lich, then every affiliated village will be equipped with at least silver-level bows or crossbows in the future. Chapter 57. As night fell, Elliot, who had been with Zhao Yi for the past few days, was already in Taishur village. He was a little worried about Taishur village, and with Elliot around, Zhao Yi could feel more at ease. While waiting for the arrival of the undead, Zhao Yi opened the forum to see what other players were like. With the changes last night, no player lord should be promoted to a second-class viscount today. At least no relevant posts were seen in the forum. The appearance of the second-level undead has increased the pressure on the territories at the top of the rankings. Without making full preparations, they dare not be promoted to a territories now. It is almost predictable that the territories that have been promoted to the second-class viscount territory will inevitably have second-class undead among the undead that will attack tonight. The battle last night caused many territories to suffer heavy losses. After returning to XX overnight, the points obtained on that day are far from making up for the losses of that battle. However, these territories that suffered heavy losses will not decline. Their reputation is still there, and the territories still have some strength. The player forces behind them will not give up so easily. However, it will take some time for the territory's strength to recover, and those player forces have launched other subordinate territories in the forum. There are relatively few useful posts in the forum, so you need to look carefully and browse the forum. Time flies, and the undead army is coming. The total population of Zhao Town today is a little less than yesterday. The number of undead attacking should be a few less than yesterday, but it will definitely exceed 1,000. Zhao Yi couldn't tell whether the number of undead killed by obtaining the platinum treasure chest was only counted in the main city battlefield, or in the entire territory. Standing on the high platform, Zhao Yi watched the undead army slowly advance. The undead army was mainly composed of skeleton soldiers, mixed with some other types of soldiers, and no second-level undead were seen. With the undead atlas, Zhao Yi can easily distinguish the ranks of the undead. Huh? Zhao Yi was surprised. Although it was dark, there was a moon in the sky, and the faint moonlight enveloped the earth. In addition, as the professional level increased, the night vision ability was enhanced, and in the future, it would even be possible to see the night as day. Zhao Yi's eyes were always on the Lich. What surprised Zhao Yi was that the Lich, who commanded the undead army tonight, actually stopped 400 meters away, surrounded by dozens of skeleton soldiers. It seems that the Lich wants to stay there, and command the undead army to attack the city. This is the first time Zhao Yi has encountered such a situation. The Lich is so far away from Zhao Town, and there seems to be no similar posts in the forum. In just a few seconds, some guesses appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. Not all player territories can kill Liches as easily as Zhao Yi's territory. Even the territories in the top 1,000 of the rankings cannot kill Liches every night. Some Liches ran away directly when they saw the situation was not good, and even fled with some undead. In most cases, players will not chase the fleeing undead. Zhao Yi was able to destroy the Lich with the help of the silver bow and the gold crossbow. Other players' territories also had weapons and equipment of the same level, or even disposable items. The price of silver equipment was lower, requiring hundreds of low-grade magic crystals, and the price of gold equipment was more than 10 times that of silver equipment. Few players were lucky enough to get the Lich-destroying items from the treasure chest, and not many players could spend money to buy the Lich-destroying items from the market. The main reason was that many players had a lot of money in their hands, but they could not equip every territory under their control with the Lich-destroying items. It can be said that because of the appearance of the Lich, it is difficult for many players' territories to maintain a high rating. On Zhao Yi's side, the Liches that attacked every night were eliminated. These Liches all came from a cemetery. The Liches that went out to attack a certain direction did not come back. The Liches behind must have ideas. So the accident happened today, or maybe it happened yesterday. Yesterday, the Lich stopped 270 meters away and was shot by Zhao Yi. Today, the Lich stopped directly 400 meters away. Are you worried about accidents when you are close to Zhao Town? Zhao Yi was afraid of accidents, and the Lich was also afraid of accidents. The Lich, who retained his wisdom in life, wanted to continue to live even if he was already an undead, and did not want to return to the arms of the god of death. 400 meters was not far for Zhao Yi. The maximum range of the golden crossbow was 500 meters. Although the hit rate decreased when the range exceeded 300 meters, consuming a few more intermediate explosive arrows could also eliminate the Lich. The golden crossbow was in Taishar village at the moment. Zhao Yi had a new weapon in his hand, which was not better or worse than the golden crossbow, the magic gun. After returning from Taishar village today, Zhao Yi spent a lot of time getting familiar with the magic gun. Now Zhao Yi will use this magic gun to destroy the Lich. The maximum range of the magic gun is even greater than that of the golden crossbow, but it consumes the same number of magic crystals. The longer the range, the weaker the power. In order to have enough power to destroy the Lich 400 meters away, Zhao Yi directly consumed 20 low-grade magic crystals at a time. Aim. Fire. The next moment, a light blue beam slightly thinner than the muzzle shot out from the muzzle and shot straight at the Lich that was staying in place. The Lich felt the danger coming and wanted to dodge, but it was useless. The speed of the magic beam was too fast, twice as fast as the arrow shot by the golden crossbow, and it hit the Lich's chest directly. The magic beam did not penetrate the Lich's chest, but after gathering more magic energy, it exploded directly and shattered the Lich. Before the Lich died, he couldn't believe that he was killed so far away from the living creature. The light blue beam was somewhat familiar, but it was too thin compared to the beam in his memory. What is that? With the question before his death, the Lich returned to the arms of the god of death. The Lich had attacked the indigenous city under the command of a high-level undead, and had seen the magic cannon firing on the indigenous city, but today, he was hit by the son of the magic cannon, the magic gun. In addition, the magic beam fired by the magic gun is called a beam, but it is far from the speed of light, but the speed of the magic beam is fast enough. It is difficult for the first level and second level undead and professionals to dodge. The Lich who commanded the undead army died, and the war officially began. More than 1,000 undead rushed towards Zhao Town frantically. Zhao Yi replaced the magic gun in his hand with a silver bow, and with the light of the illumination arrow, he and his archers attacked the skeleton archers in the undead army. The warriors and mages behind the defense line had already prepared for battle, waiting for the fish that slipped through the archers' attack to approach. 15 minutes later, the battle on the battlefield of Zhaozhen was completely over. There was no living undead on the battlefield, and another platinum treasure chest was obtained. Zhao Yi's eyes turned to the direction of Taisher village, wondering what was happening there. Then Zhao Yi sent 2 assassins to Taisher village. The 2 assassins who could hide their own breath well would not attract the undead. Through the assassins coming and going in Taisher village, Zhao Yi learned about the situation in Taisher village. It was expected that the battle would break out in Taisher village after the first assassin came back. The assassin of Zhao Town brought back the reconnaissance intelligence of the assassin of the Taisher village garrison. There were no liches among the undead attacking Taisher village. The number of undead was about 400, and the number of first-level undead was less than 10. After listening to the assassin report, Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a problem for Taisher village to eliminate all the attacking undead, and it was difficult to cause casualties. The 2 battles totaled 1,400 undead, which was more than the undead attacking when the territory was promoted last time, and the number of first-level undead also exceeded. It was expected that the points in hand would exceed 60,000 tomorrow morning. Chapter 58. You won 2 battles. You killed 1463 undead. You suffered 0 casualties. Zhao Town Battle Rating B, Taisher Village Battle Rating D. Points increased by 64%. Professional experience increased by 64%. Obtained a platinum treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. Zhao Yi was a little dazed when he looked at the battle settlement page on the light screen. 2 treasure chests. Zhao Yi never thought that a person could get more than 1 treasure chest a day, and it seemed that as the territory expanded and more affiliated villages were built, more treasure chests could be obtained. As a man with a bug, Zhao Yi can get more treasure chests. He feels that his goal should be to surpass the first place in the Lord rankings, relying on the power of his own territory to compete with those powerful players, even the indigenous countries. Zhao Yi can also find a lot of things from the battle settlement page. From the battle in Taisher village last night, the number of undeads destroyed exceeded 400. According to past experience, destroying so many undeads should get AC rating and a gold treasure chest. Now, with only AD rating, you will get a silver treasure chest, and both the rating and the treasure chest have been downgraded by 1 level. Interestingly, the points and career experience bonus have been slightly improved, and a D-level rating will add 4% points and 4% career experience. This means that the more affiliated villages you have, the more points and career experience you will get. The more points you have, the faster the territory will develop, the more career experience you will have, and the stronger the Lord will be. Sure enough, the Lord profession is much better than a single combat profession. Fortunately, I chose the Lord profession first. After the battle settlement page, no treasure chest pops up. Close the battle settlement page, and a treasure chest icon appears on the system panel. Open the treasure chest, which contains a platinum treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. First open the platinum treasure chest and select a platinum card, low-grade magic crystal * 1000. 3 gold cards, stone skin skill inheritance stone, light attribute gold staff, advanced alchemy workshop construction drawings. 2 silver cards, first level swordsman recruitment scroll * 4, bronze leather armor * 5. Open the silver treasure chest again and choose a silver card, double 2-star domination shield warrior recruitment scroll. 2 bronze cards, 0 level archer recruitment scroll * 5, primary antidote potion * 10. A black iron card, level 1 advancement stone. Both treasure chests are the worst kind. There is only 1 platinum card in the platinum treasure chest, and only 1 silver card in the silver treasure chest. However, Zhao Yi is quite satisfied with the things selected from the 2 treasure chests. Stone Skin Skill Inheritance Stone. Stone Skin is a spell that can only be learned by first-level earth magicians. It is an auxiliary skill that improves the target's defense. Light Attribute Golden Staff. Good stuff. Golden weapons can be sold at the price of platinum equipment. If Zhao Yi is not short of money, he will not sell this staff, and will not give it to his priests for the time being. The low level cannot use the golden staff at all. Advanced Alchemy Workshop Construction Drawings. Zhao Yi was a little speechless. He wanted an alchemy workshop, but he directly got a construction drawing, and it was a construction drawing of an advanced alchemy workshop. In the future, as long as there are enough construction personnel and resources, advanced alchemy workshops can be built continuously. The key is that the requirements for construction personnel and resources are too high. Zhao Yi can't even meet 1% of the demand now, and it's the bottom of the box. This is the first time that the archer recruitment scroll appears. The heavy cavalry is used by Zhao Yi as a shield fighter, and this archer is also used as a shooter. At least at this stage, the undead have the upper hand, and humans can only defend the city. Most of the time, they dare not send cavalry to chase the undead. Zhao Yi called Elliot and Cece to the Lord's mansion. The three of them ate breakfast while discussing some things. The first thing Zhao Yi proposed was not the recruitment of personnel today, but the establishment of a second affiliated village as soon as possible. Cece and Elliot did not ask the reason. The current situation of the territory can also find a second affiliated village, but as the number of affiliated villages increases, the number of things to consider will also increase. Taisher village was built 6 kilometers east of Zhao Town. The undead that attacked last night also came from the cemetery 15 kilometers southwest of Zhao Town. According to this situation, the new affiliated villages established in the territory are likely to encounter undead from the same cemetery every night. Don't build the affiliated village in the southwest of Zhao Town. When the two groups of undead move northeast together, the undead army that originally attacked Zhao Town will crush the affiliated village first. If the affiliated village is built in the northeast of Zhao Town, the undead army will be blocked by Zhao Town, and the village will not encounter undead, no battle will occur, and there will be no more treasure chests. Another thing to consider is whether the newly built village can develop special industries. At present, it seems difficult. In the land full of death, except for minerals, there is no special industry at all. For the time being, it is only confirmed that there are 2 abandoned mines within the territory. Only the iron ore is suitable for mining, and the other one has been mined destructively and has little value. Perhaps there are other mines under the territory, but prospectors need to spend a lot of time to find them. It would be great if there were earth mages who were part-time prospectors. Compared with non-professional prospectors, earth mages are simply prospecting masters. In this case, the newly established village is simply to increase the population of the territory. Select a few places suitable for establishing villages as soon as possible, and start construction once they are determined. The new subsidiary village will be established and people will move in within 2 days at most. The assassins under Zhao Yi have already traveled through most of the territory several times and hand-painted a rough map. If the speed is faster, the road construction can be started this morning, and the second affiliated village of the territory can be established tomorrow, and the undead will attack tomorrow night. Let Cece prepare for the establishment of the second affiliated village, and select the location of the third affiliated village by the way. The second thing to discuss is today's recruitment of personnel, which is a bit troublesome. At present, the population of Zhao Town and Taisher village in the territory has reached the upper limit. If the population is increased, Zhao Town or Taisher village will become crowded. After discussing, the three decided to recruit only 125 people today, including 3 officials, 2 merchants, and 120 professionals. The newly added population all live in Zhao Town. With the upper limit of 3,000 people in Zhao Town, it is no problem to temporarily accommodate these 125 families. Some people will be relocated to the second affiliated village tomorrow. Among them, the first level swordsman recruitment scroll *4, 0 level archer recruitment scroll *5, and double 2-star command shield warrior recruitment scroll opened in the treasure chest today occupy 10 recruitment quotas. Refer to the personnel recruited yesterday: 40 archers, 20 shield warriors, 20 spearmen, 6 swordsmen, 10 assassins, 2 mages of each of the 5 categories. For priests, a total of 110 people. A total of 42,600 points were used, and 21,851 points were left. After the first recruitment, there are still so many points left. It is estimated that the total population of the territory is only 100 or 200 away from the upper limit of 5,000. How about trying to upgrade the territory? Chapter 59. From the third-class Viscount territory to the second-class Viscount territory, many powerful territories were severely damaged or even destroyed the night before yesterday. They are all territories at the top of the list, and their strength is even stronger than Zhao Yi's territory. The main reason is that they were not well prepared and did not expect the appearance of the second-class undead. The territories that learned the news later quickly obtained the support of their own forces, and the losses they suffered were much smaller. Zhao Yi's own territory is also in the top 1,000 on the list. After the recruitment ends today, it can even enter the top 500, which is not much different from those territories. Those territories have the support of the players behind them, while Zhao Yi can only fight alone. In this case, can he be promoted to the second-class Viscount? Zhao Yi's goal is to be promoted to the second-class Viscount, and he has no losses or small losses. One of the very important issues is the affiliated village Taisher village. After the construction of Taisher village, 1 more treasure chest can be obtained every day, but the strength of the Taisher village garrison is still weak. On the day of promotion, the number of attacking undead is about the same as the population of the territory. In order to defeat and eliminate so many undead, all professionals must devote themselves to the battle and exert their full strength. With the help of money, Zhao Zhen can easily eliminate the incoming undead, but Taisher village cannot guarantee that. If the affiliated villages had not been established, Zhao Yi would have made up his mind to upgrade the territory now. But think about it again, the undead attacking Taisher village last night was not commanded by the Lich, and the territory promotion is also the promotion of the territory's main city. Will Zhao Zhen encounter more undead, and Taisher village will not change? Now the first person to cross the river is himself. Zhao Yi can only roughly feel the depth of the river. There is no guarantee that he can cross the river. Maybe he will encounter a place with deep water. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yi made up his mind to upgrade the territory today. Zhao Yi thought he was more cautious, but he still had to take action when it was time. Many territories have been promoted to second-class Viscount territories, and some more territories will be promoted to second-class Viscount territories today. Zhao Yi's goal has been placed on the top of the list. One step slow, must keep up with the pace of other territories. The stronger, the higher the level of the territory, the more people, the more points can be obtained every day, and the strength of the territory will increase rapidly. If you are one step slower, the strength may be lagging behind. Even if there are bugs, the strength will not be pulled apart, which is not what Zhao Yi wants. Light attribute gold staff, don't keep it, sell it. Sell it for a few hundred medium-grade magic crystals, buy a lot of military supplies, and enhance strength. Recruitment personnel also changed, recruit more shooters. Currently, there are 4,272 people in the territory, 728 people short of the upper limit of 5,000 people, about 160 households, minus 10 recruitment scrolls, and 150 people need to be recruited with points. The total points in hand are 64451, and the points that can be used for recruitment are 44451. The 20,000 points are used to promote to the second-class Viscount. The points are just a little short of recruiting 150 archers directly, but this cannot be done. We will recruit 100 archers for the time being. After calculation, Zhao Yi decided to recruit 100 archers, 20 shield warriors, 20 spearmen, 3 fire mages, 2 priests, 2 assassins, and 3 farmers, a total of 150 people, with 21 points remaining. This breakfast took a long time. After breakfast, Cece and Elliot went about their own business. The work of building a subsidiary village had to continue, and it would not be delayed by the promotion of the territory. As the guides gathered, Zhao Yi began to recruit. A total of 160 families entered Zhao Town, bringing the total population of Zhao Town to 5,039 people, completing one of the conditions for promotion to a territory. Without paying attention to the talents of the recruits for the time being, Zhao Yi walked to the market, first put the light attribute golden staff on the auction, and then directly used the more than 3,000 low-grade magic crystals in his hand to purchase a batch of military supplies. As soon as the light attribute golden staff was put on the shelf, it attracted many buyers to bid, and the highest auction price rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it exceeded 200 medium-grade magic crystals. If possible, Zhao Yi does not plan to sell this staff. When the territory becomes stronger, and the priests under his command are of higher level, the priests will be equipped with it. The increase in light spells will be significant, and the healing ability will be improved. When it comes to the undead, the damage will also be increased. Sell it, it is open from the treasure chest anyway. As long as it appears in the treasure chest in the future, it will not be let go. Moreover, as the territory becomes stronger, and has more affiliated villages, and even affiliated cities, more and higher level treasure chests can be obtained. All the efforts today are for the future of the territory, and it is worth it. When leaving the market, Zhao Yi has spent 20,000 points, and become a second-class Viscount. As long as he can get through tonight smoothly, the territory will be promoted to a second-class Viscount territory, and the main city Zhao Town will be promoted to a second-class town. Next, Zhao Yi has one more thing to do, which is to add points to himself. Recruiting 100 new shooters. The total number of shooters under Zhao Yi has reached 264, including 4 first-class shooters and 260 zero-class shooters. The Taisher village garrison has 30 archers, 27 soldiers, and 3 platoon leaders and deputy platoon leaders. The command value is counted on the company commander Johnson, but the remaining 234 people must occupy Zhao Yi's command value to be covered by the Legion skill arrow without expectation. The primary arrow without expectation increases the hit rate by 10%, which is a significant improvement for archers. Now Zhao Yi's command limit is only 168, and he needs to add points to wisdom to increase the number of command. Zhao Yi is a shooter profession, so he should add points to strength and agility, so that he can improve his own strength. If there is no command talent under his command, who can take on the appointment of commanding most of the professionals, Zhao Yi does not need to add points to wisdom. Adding points to wisdom will only improve Zhao Yi's own strength very little. Elliot is about to reach level 0. As long as he is promoted to level 1, Zhao Yi will give Elliot a new appointment. In the future, as more command talents appear and grow, Zhao Yi will no longer need to care about the command value. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 24/100. Occupation, 3rd class Viscount/level 12 Archer, 98%. Attributes, Strength 22, Constitution 22, Agility 22, Wisdom 21. Free attribute points, 15. Charm, 8. Command, 168/168. The Archer level is about to reach level 13, and he has never added points once. The main reason is that Zhao Yi's weapon is relatively good. Relying on the weapon, his strength has been greatly improved. It doesn't matter whether to add points or not, so the free attribute points have been accumulated. Now we need to add some wisdom. Add 15 points to wisdom, and the command will directly reach 288. Finally, all the shooters are included in the command. Zhao Yi did not hesitate too much after adding all the free attribute points to wisdom. Being a shooter is just his preference. Now it seems that there is not much problem with the shooter lord, as long as it is not an assassin profession. For many players have already appeared on the internet and believe that the wizard who adds wisdom points is the most suitable to be the lord, but they have not noticed that the wizard does not have much time to manage the territory, and needs to spend a lot of time to learn and practice. On the contrary, the mage lord is not as good as the warrior lord and the archer lord. The warrior lord is easy to get a job, has high defense, and grows relatively fast, which makes the warrior lord the most among the natives. The reason why Zhao Yi did not worry too much about adding all the free attribute points to wisdom is also very simple, because he can change his job, and the free attribute points will be returned after the job change, and he can add points again. If possible, Zhao Yi wants a quadrilateral profession with comprehensive development of 4-dimensional attributes, high defense, melee, and spells, and does not need to have little free time like those mages, and it is best to be able to use crossbows. There are such professions on the Origin continent, and there is more than one. Next, it depends on luck, whether you can get a job change scroll from the treasure chest, or find an aboriginal professional mentor to change your job. Chapter 60. The territory was promoted today, and now Zhao Yi needs to do his best to improve the territory's combat power. He sold the very valuable light attribute gold staff. With the power of Krypton gold, the territory's combat power will be greatly improved. Then Zhao Yi turned his eyes to the card pack, and put all the unused cards from the treasure chest into the card pack. There are currently 10 cards left. They are 4 gold cards, Move Like a Mountain, Lead by Example, Stoneskin Skill Inheritance Stone, Advanced Alchemy Workshop Construction Blueprint, for silver cards, Micro Teleportation Array, Primary Smelting Plant, 1000 Civilian Recruitment Scroll, 1 Gene of Mithril, and 2 Black Iron cards, 2 Level 1 Advancement Stones. The ones that can be used now are Move Like a Mountain, Leading the Way, and Level 1 Advanced Stone. Both Legion skills are for people with command talents. Given the value of Legion skills, they should at least be used by people with command talents above 2 stars. Currently, the most suitable person to use Legion skills under Zhao Yi is the double 3-star command swordsman Elliot. Of course, Zhao Yi himself can also use it. Zhao Yi put the 2 Legion skills in front of Elliot, and let Elliot choose. Elliot hesitated for a long time, and chose leading the troops. This is more in line with Elliot's profession, as warriors charge in the front. The remaining mobility was used by Zhao Yi himself. This is a Legion skill that is more suitable for defense. Given the current situation of the territory and his own positioning, it is suitable for use. Then, there are 2 level 1 advancement stones. Except for Joanna, who has a 3-star talent, who quickly advanced to the first level, all the other people who have reached the perfect level 0 are stuck there. When it comes to giving his subordinates the advancement stones, the first person Zhao Yi thinks of is Gary. Zhao Yi put the advancement stone in front of Gary, and let Gary choose. Gary said without hesitation, "Lord, I don't need it. I feel that I can be promoted after 1 or 2 more battles. It's best to be promoted by yourself, and save the advancement stones." Yesterday, Zhao Yi ordered Benson and Gino to buy advancement stones in the market, but they didn't buy a single one in a day. Either someone else got it first, or the price was too high and they gave up. Now that he can get more treasure chests by adding subordinate territories, Zhao Yi has put the main channel for obtaining advanced stones on treasure chests. If you can buy advanced stones that do not exceed the market price in the market, you should continue. 2-star talent Gary does not need advanced stones, and 2-star shooter talent Luke does not choose advanced stones. In the end, Zhao Yi gave 2 1-star talent shooters advanced stones, and the territory had 2 more first-level shooters. 2 tracking arrows skill books will be sent from the market later. Zhao Yi just promoted the 2 shooters here, and not long after, Cici came over. He had already selected 2 places suitable for building new subordinate villages. One is at the western end of the territory, about 4 kilometers away from Zhao Town, and the other is 5.6 kilometers southeast of Zhao Town, also south of Taishur village. After a brief discussion, the 2 decided to build a second affiliated village to the west of Zhao Town, one east and one west of Taishur village. The undead that attacked the 2 villages and 1 town all came from the cemetery in the southwest, and there would be no situation where 2 groups of undead merged. After making the decision, Cici began to dispatch personnel to first determine the road and then repair it. The road to the second affiliated village is not much longer than the road to Taishur village. With the Earth Mage here, it is not difficult to build roads or even bridges. The road can definitely be built today, and the village can be built a little bit. Tomorrow, the second affiliated village will be completed, and there will be no problem for people to move in. In order to promote the territory, to build roads and villages, the entire territory is busy. Taking the carriage driven by Jimmy, Zhao Yi came to Taishur village. The primary smelting plant has not been taken out yet. Zhao Yi plans to place it next to Taishur village tomorrow. Taishur village also has a mission today. Under the command of the alchemist apprentice Tim, dozens of miners are cleaning up the abandoned mines of the indigenous people in preparation for the resumption of work. If the smelter wants to start work, how can it work without iron or... Zhao Yi reminded Tim that when mining, safety comes first, and safety issues cannot be ignored in order to increase the amount of ore mining. Lord, your words are my code of conduct. With me here, there will be no problems, Tim repeatedly assured. With the establishment of Taishur village, the territory system is gradually being improved. Taishur village has 1 government and 1 army. The village chief Ian is responsible for managing the village, and the captain of the garrison, company commander, Johnson is responsible for protecting the village. In the aboriginal city, one is called the governor, and the other is called the garrison officer. Although Zhao Yi is certain that the undead attacking tonight will be similar to last night, he is still a little worried. Tonight, Elliot will continue to lead the reinforcements to stay in Taishur village, and the number of archers in the reinforcements will increase by 20. Recruiting a full 100 archers today, and transferring another 20 archers to Taishur village is not a problem. The addition of 20 archers, even though most of them are level 0, with the black iron bow, primary explosive arrows, and intermediate explosive arrows, their strength is not much different from that of the first-level archers. Zhao Yi has 264 archers under his command, and various arrows purchased at a huge cost, which is the confidence of his promotion to the territory today. Just to buy 3 levels of explosive arrows, Zhao Yi spent at least 100 medium-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi's large-scale purchases also made Hill Chamber of Commerce feel that this customer is really very potential, and the things he buys from the Chamber of Commerce are getting more and more every day. Hill Chamber of Commerce made more money from Zhao Yi, and became more generous with discounts and gifts. Basically, Zhao Yi's territory did not need to purchase daily necessities, and all the daily necessities needed were donated by Hill Chamber of Commerce. Because there were too many daily necessities donated, and they could not be used up in a short time, Zhao Town built several new warehouses to store various daily necessities. Compared with the military supplies purchased by Zhao Yi, the total value of the daily necessities donated was less than 1%. From this, we can also see that the upper class of the human race in the origin continent really has a lot of supplies in their hands, which can meet the living needs of all the indigenous people. But for their own benefit, they will not sell these materials at a low price, but maintain a certain price or even increase the price, not wanting to lose their interests because of the undead disaster. Zhao Yi is not used to this situation. He is weak and cannot control other places, but he can make appropriate changes in his territory. At least all civilians should be able to eat enough and have the opportunity to receive education in the future. After inspecting Taishur village, Zhao Yi returned to Zhao Town and continued to familiarize himself with the magic gun so that he could maximize the performance of the magic gun. Among the undead that will attack tonight, there must be second-level undead and liches that command the undead army. Zhao Yi's main task is to eliminate them all. If there are more second-level undead, other archers will have to use high-level explosive arrows to fight against them. High-level explosive arrows are mainly distributed to first-level archers. First-level undead can often dodge the arrows, not to mention second-level undead. Facing the arrows shot by first-level archers with tracking arrow skills, it is much more difficult for second-level undead to dodge. Chapter 61. Today is the 13th day since the Blue Star players came to the Origin continent. From the 3rd class Baron territory, 2nd class Baron territory, 1st class Baron territory, 3rd class Viscount territory, to the current 2nd class Viscount territory. The Lord players upgrade their territories very quickly, basically once every 2 or 3 days. Of course, this is something that only a very small number of players can do, mainly the top 10,000 lords on the rankings. Most of these lords belong to a certain player force, and have the support of the player force behind them. As long as they mobilize a lot of financial resources, the points obtained by killing the undead are only used to recruit personnel, and the territory is upgraded very quickly. A small number of players are individual players, mainly families and close relatives and friends. The Lord players are lucky, and can get something good from the treasure chest, and sell it in exchange for funds for territory development. This allows the territory development to keep up with the pace of the top Lord players. Most of the Lord players after them are currently struggling in the 3rd class Baron territory or the 2nd class Baron territory. Their luck is average, and they can't get anything good from the treasure chest. They can only use points to buy what they need for the territory, or use points to buy gold coins first, and then buy what they need. As a result, there are not many points available for recruiting personnel, and not many professionals can be recruited. The territory is weak and constantly struggling under the disaster of the undead. It is unknown when the territory will be destroyed. In fact, most of the territories under the player forces are also like this. The extra money is taken away by the upper level to support the development of important territories, and other territories can continue to be maintained. Some people have complaints, especially in the official forces of countries such as Eli and Keeley, and there are even player lords who have cut off ties with the forces. However, most people dare not do so. After all, they still have to return to Blue Star after the game ends. At that time, their lifespan will increase a little, and they will still be ordinary people, but they cannot be hostile to the country. It is also because of the clamping of national forces in the game world that a new force of scattered forces has emerged in the forum, and a large number of players have declared to join it, just for a declaration. Games are games, and reality is reality. It means that they can do whatever they want in the game world, and no one is allowed to interfere, not even the country. This seems to be a big trend that directly swept the entire Blue Star player group. It is expected that in the future, major forces can only use practical benefits to attract players. There are also a few exceptions, such as Chin Kingdom and Beach Kingdom, which have too many determined people who are willing to give everything for their country. Zhao Yi also has a patriotic heart. If necessary, he will also give some help to the official forces of Chin Kingdom. The top Lord players are currently upgrading their territories more frequently. In fact, there is also a reason why the territories are simple to upgrade at the beginning. The Baron territory has only one village with a maximum population of 1,200, and the Viscount territory has only one town with several affiliated villages. When you become an Earl above the Viscount, it is expected that the population limit of the territory will reach more than 100,000. As the territory expands, even if the points you get every day increase greatly, the help that the player forces behind you can provide will decrease, and the points must be used everywhere. Skills, equipment, buildings, etc. If you don't have enough money to buy them, you can only buy them with points. Especially the advancement stone, which is not available in the points mall, you can only get it from the treasure chest, or by the advancement stone sold by other players in the market. Without the advancement stone, players can only be trapped at level 0. No matter how many level 0 players there are, they are just cannon fodder. Facing level 1, level 2, or even level 3 undead, the top players can't hold on. If the top Lord players were not promoted, Zhao Yi would not have promoted his territory with them. In order to deal with the undead army that attacks every night, the Lord needs to improve the quality of his soldiers, not the quantity. Zhao Yi guessed that the top Lord players would stop and improve the quality at most when they were promoted to the 3rd class earldom, or maybe they would stop at the 1st class viscountdom. No one could guess what would happen if he was promoted from a 1st class viscount to a 3rd class earl. Now Zhao Yi's goal is very simple, to keep up with the territory level of the top Lord players, and then to build a subsidiary village with all his strength to get a few more treasure chests every day. If he can't get many advancement stones from the market, Then he can get them from the treasure chest himself, which is obviously more suitable for Zhao Yi. After lunch, Zhao Yi came to the Mage Tower and asked Joanna about the energy storage of the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower has been placed in Zhao Town for 4 days, and it should be able to accumulate some energy. Lord, in 4 days, the Mage Tower has accumulated just 1,000th of its energy. The magic shield release covers the entire Zhao Town, and can last for about 10 minutes. This energy can release up to 3 second-level attack spells. Accumulating 1,000th of the energy in 4 days made Zhao Yi speechless. This is just a primary Mage Tower. It takes at least 10 years to accumulate full energy. With less energy, the Mage Tower can't exert much power at all. It's not that it can only exert its maximum power when it accumulates full energy. When it accumulates more than 10% of the energy, it can exert its maximum power, but the duration is slightly shorter. It is not unacceptable for a mage to take 10 years to store up energy. After all, as the level increases, the lifespan also increases. Non-powerful mages must at least reach the 4th level to have their own Mage Tower. The lifespan of a 4th level mage is up to 300 years. Of course, in addition to relying on the Mage Tower to accumulate energy, you can also use magic crystals or other methods to increase energy reserves. Even if it is just a primary Mage Tower, the consumption of magic crystals is an unimaginable number for Zhao Yi now, so let it slowly accumulate energy. Zhao Yi asked Joanna to be ready. The Mage Tower would also participate in the battle tonight. Releasing 3 second-level spells to the undead army could effectively reduce the pressure on the soldiers. However, Joanna needed to command other mages on the front line, and she needed to arrange another mage to control the Mage Tower to release spells. Joanna recommended the natural mage Dylan. There were currently 5 first-level mages in the territory, including Joanna and the 4 first-level natural mages she directly recruited. Dylan was one of them, and had a 2-star natural mage talent. Dylan was practicing in the Mage Tower at this time. When the two met, Zhao Yi gave Dylan the 3rd authority of the Mage Tower. Knowing that he would control the Mage Tower to release spells to attack the undead tonight, Dylan was a little excited. For a first-level natural mage, the daily use of rapid growth magic makes plants grow faster. A low-level profession that tends to be auxiliary, Dylan has the heart to kill the enemy, and now he finally gets the chance. Dylan, will kill everyone tonight. Zhao Yi didn't know Dylan's inner thoughts. If he knew, he would need to think more about giving Dylan the 3rd authority. Chapter 62. At night, Elliot took the reinforcements to Taishur village. Most of the assassins in Zhao Town and Taishur village were sent out to investigate the movements of the undead. For a war, intelligence is very important. Take tonight's battle as an example. If Taishur village encounters more undead attacks, Zhao Yi will send all the cavalry in Zhao Town to support Taishur village. If Taishur village only encounters a normal number of undead attacks, Zhao Yi can concentrate on defending Zhao Town. If nothing unexpected happens, according to the territory's preparations, he can even be promoted to the 2nd-class viscount without damage. Soon, 2 hours passed, the assassin had not come back to report, but the undead had already appeared in Zhao Yi's vision. It was not that the assassin died and could not come back to report, but the speed of the undead was faster than the assassin, because the attacking was the undead knight. The assassin with 2 legs could not outrun the 4-legged one. More than 600 undead knights split into 2 groups when approaching Zhao Town, and each team had more than 300 undead knights, rushing towards the left and right sides of Zhao Town. Zhao Yi was very calm about the tactics of the undead knights. Zhao Town was surrounded by traps and metal fences. Even if it could only block the 0-level undead knights, it would also have a significant hindering effect on the undead army. The soldiers were also rapidly moving to the left and right sides of Zhaozhen. More importantly, as the undead knight entered the archer's range, the archers on the high platform took out intermediate explosive arrows and shot at the 1st-level dark knights, who were charging in front. Zhao Yi also took the magic gun and aimed at a dark knight and fired. The opponent was only the 1st level, and Zhao Yi did not find the 2nd-level undead in this wave of undead army. As the explosion sounded, the dark knights fell to the ground one by one, especially Zhao Yi and the other 4 archers who reached the 1st level, who were the main force to eliminate the dark knights. The other 2 1st-level archers were in Taishur village, one of whom was temporarily holding Zhao Yi's golden crossbow. The knights charged very quickly, and the dark knights could even charge forward across traps. But there were too many archers in Zhao Town, more than 200, while there were only more than 600 attacking undead knights. An archer could complete the task by shooting 2 undead knights, and the remaining undead knights were left to the warriors to eliminate. Under the attack of so many archers, when the undead knights rushed to the fourth outermost line of defense of Zhao Town, there were less than 10 dark knights left, and after a few seconds, the remaining dark knights were also killed. After easily destroying the first wave of undead, Zhao Yi's archer class was upgraded to level 13, and the assassin reported that Taisher village had not encountered undead yet. Half an hour later, the second wave of undead finally arrived. The second wave of undead was mediocre. Although the number was close to 1,300, the quality and the types of soldiers were not good. They were mainly skeleton swordsmen and skeleton spearmen, with dozens of first-level skeleton soldiers, and no other undead soldiers. The situation of the second wave of undead made Zhao Yi a little worried about the third wave of undead. The second wave of undead was just cannon fodder, and the third wave of undead was the real tough opponent. More than 10 minutes after the second wave of undead was easily wiped out, the third wave of undead appeared. There were 1,400 undead, more than 300 skeleton archers, more than 200 ghosts, more than 100 first-level undead, and 9 second-level undead, including a second-level lich. With such a powerful lineup, plus the command of the lich, if the territory of players after the 1,000th place in the ranking list, I am afraid it will be swept away. Looking at the formation of the third wave of undead, it seems that they don't intend to use any tactics, and want to directly sweep Zhao Town from the front battlefield. Who is afraid of whom? Zhao Yi picked up the magic gun and directly consumed 100 low-grade magic crystals to charge it. As long as the lich entered within 500 meters, he would shoot the lich and most of the surrounding second-level undead. 800 meters. 700 meters. 600 meters. 500 meters. Before the lich stopped, Zhao Yi had a headache. It seemed that he had really guessed it right. Every time the lich came to attack the territory, they died. None of them went back. The lich that came again stayed farther away each time. Fortunately, it was still within the range of the magic gun. Aim, fire. A light blue beam shot straight at the lich. The second-level lich reacted faster, moving to the side, while letting the second-level skeleton soldiers guarding him block the beam. The next moment, the beam hit a second-level skeleton soldier, and as the energy gathered, it exploded directly. The huge power generated by the explosion blew the skeleton soldier to pieces, and also seriously injured the nearby lich and other first-level and second-level skeleton soldiers. The lich screamed and tried to escape, and the undead army in front rushed towards Zhaozhen frantically. A few seconds later, a light blue beam that consumed 30 low-grade magic crystals took away the seriously injured lich. The overall situation has been determined. Although the lich was dead, and several second-level undead were killed by the way, there were still other second-level undead on the battlefield, and without the lich's command, the strength of this third wave of undead was also very strong. The zero-level shooters attacked the skeleton shooters one after another, and the first-level shooters and Zhao Yi specifically attacked the second-level undead first. After the second-level undead were dead, they attacked the first-level undead. Not long after, a large red fireball was sent out from the primary mage tower in Zhao Town, and it quickly hit the center of the undead army and exploded. The violent explosion directly devoured hundreds of undead. There will be a second super-large explosive fireball later. The energy of the mage tower can support the third one, but Zhao Yi gave up. The energy accumulation is too slow. If it is all used up tonight, if you want to use it again tomorrow night, you must consume magic crystals to replenish energy. Tonight, 2 super-large explosive fireballs destroyed more than 200 undead, and the difficulty of destroying the remaining undead was greatly reduced. It's a pity that the experience of the undead destroyed by the attack of the mage tower does not count on anyone, but fortunately, the points for destroying the undead are still there. The battle in Zhao Town continued, and the battle in Taisher village also began. The archers of the Taisher village garrison, and the archers of the support team shot at the attacking undead. This time, the undead army attacking Taisher village still had no lich to command, which was good news. When the archers had almost eliminated the attacking undead, Elliot, who had just obtained the skill of the Legion of leading the way today, rushed forward and smashed the head of the skeleton soldier, who was about to crawl out of the trap with one sword. Under the leadership of Elliot, and the effect of the skill of leading the way, the soldiers fought bravely and ended the battle earlier than the battlefield in Zhao Town. After destroying the second-to-last undead, Elliot was successfully promoted to the first level, becoming the second professional in Zhao Yi's territory to break through by himself. After the battle, Elliot immediately sent assassins to Zhao Town to find out the situation in Zhao Town. Zhao Yi was worried about Taisher village, and Elliot was also worried about Zhao Town. Only a little worried, Elliot could see that his lord had poor talent in military command, But with Zhao Zhen's strength, plus being on the defensive and preparing enough military supplies, destroying the incoming undead was not a problem. He had already been promoted to the first level, and he would get a new appointment next. Elliot didn't know how many soldiers the Lord would assign to him. Chapter 63. The battle is finally over. After 3 waves of undead were eliminated, even though each battle lasted for a short time, Zhao Yi and all the soldiers were exhausted and needed to rest. The news that Taishur village successfully eliminated the attacking undead made Zhao Yi finally relieved. Although the battle in Taishur village did not affect the promotion of the territory, Taishur village was also a part of the territory. Zhao Yi would also feel distressed if there were casualties in Taishur village. After returning to the defense line to rest, Zhao Yi opened the system panel to check the changes after the battle. The archer's occupation level has reached 86% of level 13, and it will be able to reach level 14 tomorrow night. The upgrade speed is not slow. With the establishment of more affiliated villages in the future, the upgrade speed will not be slow. Among the professionals under his command, 2 were promoted to the first level tonight. One is Elliot, and the other is Gary. Gary finally advanced. Zhao Yi sighed in his heart. It is so difficult for a 2-star talent professional to be promoted to the first level. The difficulty for a 1-star talent professional to be promoted to the first level is probably more than 10 times. However, a 3-star talent professional can be promoted to the first level without any pause. Without the arrival of blue star players, a person's talent really represents everything on the origin continent. Let's look at the points again. Tonight, more than 4,000 undeads were killed in the 2 battlefields, and Zhao Yi's points exceeded 120,000. After the evaluation points are added tomorrow morning, this number should be able to reach 200,000, which is more than 3 times the points obtained yesterday. The points are really too many, but Zhao Yi is not surprised. You know, with 200,000 points, if you recruit 0-level shooters, you can recruit more than 600, which is almost the same as the number of professionals under Zhao Yi's command. But what if there are more level 0 professionals? Recruiting level 0 archers, with the help of black iron bows and explosive arrows, can destroy level 1 and level 2 undead. Because there is no tracking arrow skill, the higher the level of undead, the lower the hit rate. When Zhao Yi was just promoted to level 1, the points mall could recruit level 1 professionals, and the points required were 10 times that of level 0. At that time, Zhao Yi felt that it was not worth it. He would rather recruit 10 level 0 professionals than 1 level 1 professional. As long as there is enough time, he can train level 0 professionals into level 1 professionals. In addition, you could also get a first level professional recruitment scroll from the treasure chest, which feels enough. But the changes came too fast, and the attacking undead became stronger and stronger. If the shooter did not shoot the first level and second level undead in advance, most of the warrior professionals of the 0 level could not fight the undead in close combat, and would be killed instantly if they were not careful. In addition, the talents of most professionals are that even if the upper limit is the first level, many professionals are directly stuck at the 0 level perfection and need advancement stones to advance. The advancement stone is a scarce item, and other things that assist advancement in the market are also priced relatively high, and there are also side effects of varying degrees of difference. In this case, as the points gained every day skyrocket, you can choose to directly recruit first-level professionals. It takes 300 points to recruit a 0-level shooter, and 3,000 points to recruit a first-level shooter. 200,000 points can only recruit more than 60 first-level shooters. In the future, when recruiting professionals, we must change from quantity first to quality first. After recruiting a predetermined number of people, spend all the points and recruit as many first-level professionals as possible. What is more interesting is that the residents of Zhao Yi's own territory are mainly indigenous people, while the residents of other lord players at the top of the rankings are mainly players. Players must use evolution stones to advance. Player lords have so many points in their hands, and other first-level players cannot be recruited at will. Most of those first-level players are cultivated by various player forces and have owners. Many territories will not choose to recruit indigenous first-level professionals. The only choice is to purchase advancement stones from the market. The points in the hands of the lord players must also be used to buy the most cost-effective items from the points mall and sell them in the market, and then exchange them for money. In order to buy as many advanced stones as possible, a group of player forces have come up with various operations, and there are 3 mainstream methods. The first method is to directly purchase from the market with money. The second method is to purchase from the market with blue star money. The third method is amazing. For the sake of national justice, the official forces of various countries in blue star stand up and call on the players in their country to sell the advanced stones in their hands to the country. The country can purchase them with the market price of the origin continent money, or Blue Star money, or a mixture of the two. The effect of national justice is very good. Official forces of various countries have obtained a lot of advancement stones from their own players. Players who sell advancement stones to the country mainly consider that they will return to reality eventually, and they can't take things in the game back. Real money is very important, and can improve their lives. In addition, patriotism makes them choose. Among them, Chun State, which has the largest population, is the official force that has obtained the most advancement stones. However, Eli State, which ranks third in population, is not even in the top 10. Official forces can use national justice, while those financial groups, family forces, and corporate forces can only purchase advanced stones by raising prices. The number of advanced stones they finally purchase is far from comparable to that of official forces. In this magical game world, it is still the official forces of various countries that are playing games. There are too many conflicts between the countries on Blue Star. The big countries cannot easily go to war. The emergence of the game world can be regarded as an opportunity for the countries to vent. Now there is still the common enemy of the undead on the origin continent. It can be expected that when all the undead are eliminated, the war between players will break out. Even now, conflicts often break out. Zhao Yi closed the forum and stopped thinking about the affairs between countries. Instead, he thought about the personnel to be recruited tomorrow. As he was thinking, he felt sleepy and fell asleep. You won 2 battles. You eliminated 4,286 undead. You suffered 0 casualties. Zhao Town Battle Rating B, Taishur Village Battle Rating D. Points increased by 64%. Professional experience increased by 64%. Get a platinum treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. First open the platinum treasure chest and choose 2 platinum cards, Tree of Life Seed, platinum armor. 2 gold cards, level 4 advanced stone, first level priest recruitment scroll * 3. 2 silver cards, first level archer recruitment scroll * 4, primary market. Open the silver treasure chest again and choose a silver card, storage necklace. 2 bronze cards, 0 level assassin recruitment scroll * 5, primary mana potion formula. 1 black iron card, 0 level shield warrior recruitment scroll. The same as a platinum treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. Today's treasure chest is 1 level higher than yesterday's treasure chest. There are 2 platinum cards in the platinum treasure chest, and there are 2 silver cards in the silver treasure chest. Of course, compared to the cards, the more important thing is the stuff. The value of the platinum card is not even as good as the silver card. The 2 treasure chests this time, the platinum treasure chest is definitely a big hit for Zhao Yi. The 2 platinum cards and 2 gold cards selected are all good stuff. If others know about it, they will definitely be envious and jealous. Chapter 64 Tree of Life Seed. Zhao Yi remembered browsing the relevant information a few days ago. The Tree of Life is a treasure of the 9th level, legend, on the origin continent, and it is also a plant. The Tree of Life is full of treasures. Its branches can be used to make high-level magic wands, crossbows, and arrows. Its leaves can be used to make high-level spell scrolls, and it can also produce Water of Life. The Water of Life is the best life potion. The principle of most other life potions is to promote the accelerated division of wound cells to achieve the purpose of rapid wound healing at the cost of reduced lifespan. The effect of the priest's healing spell is roughly the same. But the Water of Life is different. The Water of Life contains the power of life. When recovering from injuries, it will not consume one's own life. However, Zhao Yi got the seeds of the Tree of Life. At least, he can get a little Water of Life after the seeds germinate, and the growth time of each stage of the Tree of Life is thousands of years. But there is also good news. If you use 10 level 1 advancement stones for the 0 level Tree of Life seeds, you can be promoted to the first level seedling state and produce a small amount of Water of Life. After that, you can continue to use 10 corresponding level advancement stones to advance the Tree of Life. Now Zhao Yi only has 1 level 4 advancement stone that he just opened, and no other level advancement stones. For the time being, Tree of Life seed will be kept in the bottom of the box. Level 4 advancement stone, also kept in the bottom of the box. The territory is short of money. It would rather sell platinum armor than the advancement stone. All the advancement stones cannot be sold in the future, and they will be kept for their own use. First level priest recruitment scroll * 3. It takes 30,000 points to recruit a first level priest in the points mall, which is equivalent to earning 90,000 points, almost half of the points in hand, a big profit. Primary market. can also be sold, it is better to keep it for yourself and put it in other important villages and towns in the territory, so that the materials can be quickly transferred through the market. Storage necklace. The storage space is the same as the storage bracelet Zhao Yi uses. Both are 10 cubic meters, but this storage necklace is for women. Zhao Yi plans to give it to Joanna. How can a first-level mage not have a storage equipment? Now Zhao Yi has a lot of storage equipment in his hands, some of which can be opened from the treasure chest, and can also be obtained from the eliminated lich. Each lich must have a storage device. As the number of storage devices in hand increases, Zhao Yi plans to use all of them. The place that needs storage equipment the most is the army. Putting supplies in the storage equipment can reduce the weight, and all company commanders and officers above the company commander level can be allocated storage equipment. If there are too many storage equipment in the future, the storage equipment will be delegated to the platoon level. Finally, I took a look at the changes in the territory. Second class Viscount territory. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 100 square kilometers. Main city, Zhao Town, second level town, covering an area of 200,000 square meters. Subsidiary, Taishur village, first level village. Population, 5039/10,000. Army, 659. Public opinion, 78. Public security, 73. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, Teleportation Array Market. The area of the second level town has increased to 200,000 square meters, and it can accommodate 6,000 people while maintaining a certain space without appearing crowded. If those players' territories don't build subsidiary villages and continue to crowd people into the main city, with a population of 10,000, that's seen tut-tut. The public sentiment has risen by several points because of the victory in the battle last night, and the public security has not improved for the time being. Now that the area of Zhao Town has expanded and can accommodate more people, the public security will soon improve. Zhao Yi got up and left the tent. Joanna was nowhere to be seen. I will give her the storage necklace when I have time. Returning to the Lord's mansion to prepare for breakfast, Cece and Elliot, who rushed back from Taishur village, entered the Lord's mansion one after another, had breakfast with Zhao Yi, and discussed some things at the same time. The road leading to the second affiliated village has been completed, and some buildings have been built in the second affiliated village. Today, this village can be established and enough people can be moved here. The next step is to recruit people. There are 3 main things to consider. The first is to obtain the treasure chest level. The more people there are, the more undead will attack, and it will definitely be better to obtain treasure chests. The second thing is to consider the establishment of the third affiliated village of the territory. The second affiliated village is established today, and the third affiliated village will be established in 2 days. It is best to make the territory population reach the upper limit of the second-class viscount after the third village is established. If there are territories that are promoted to the first-class viscount, they need to be promoted according to the situation. Third, the territory cannot increase its population too much at once, which will have a great impact on public sentiment and public security. A population recruitment plan for several days can be directly formulated. In this case, the 3 of them discussed for a while, and decided that the population of the second affiliated village should reach the upper limit of 1,200 people, and the population of Zhao Town should reach more than 5,000. After today's recruitment, the total population of the territory will exceed 7,400. Currently, there are 5,039 people in the territory. Today, 2,400 people need to be recruited. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, at least 2,600 people need to be recruited, reaching the upper limit of 10,000 people for the second-class viscount territory. 2,400 people, about 540 families, including 270 professional families. Most of the 200,000 points can be used to recruit professionals. This time, we will also recruit first-level professionals. First, we will assign the professions of the 270 professionals, and then upgrade the 0-level professionals to first-level professionals according to the remaining points. One advantage of first-level professionals over 0-level professionals is that they have a first-level skill. When a 0-level professional is upgraded to the first level, he still needs to learn the first-level skill, which is another large expense. After discussion and careful calculation, Zhao Yi decided the number of recruits for today. 90 archers, 45 shield warriors, 45 spearmen, 21 swordmen, 10 archers, 20 assassins, 6 mages of each of the 5 systems, a total of 30 people, 9 priests, a total of 270 people, including 14 first-level archers, 10 first-level shield warriors, 10 first-level spearmen, 6 first-level swordmen, 5 first-level assassins, 2 first-level fire mages, 1 first-level earth mage, and 3 first-level priests. Except for 3 first-level priests, for first-level archers, 5 0-level assassins, and 1 0-level shield warrior, who were recruited using the recruitment scrolls opened from the treasure chest today. The rest were recruited using points. For non-professionals, 15 officials, 10 merchants, 3 prospectors, 42 craftsmen, and 200 farmers and miners were recruited, totaling 270 people. After recruiting everyone on paper, Zhao Yi only had 451 points left. 200,000 points are enough to recruit more than 600 0-level archers. Now half of the recruits are civilians, and the total number of recruits is only 540. The number is small, but the quality has been effectively improved. After the recruitment is completed, the number of first-level professionals under Zhao Yi will reach 72, and the number of first-level undead that attacked last night did not exceed 200. Zhao Yi is very satisfied with this recruitment plan. Chapter 65. Zhao Yi formally gave Elliot, who had already entered the first level, a new appointment, the Zhao Town garrison officer, nominally commanding all the soldiers in Zhao Town. In this way, the number of people Zhao Yi commanded would be greatly reduced. In fact, the task Zhao Yi gave Elliot was to reorganize the 0-level professionals in Zhao Town, and to reorganize the company as quickly as possible, and move with his family to the second affiliated village to be established. Because the first affiliated village had an iron mine, it was directly named Taisha Village. I don't know what name to give to the second affiliated village, so it is temporarily named. Second Village. The village chief is Nick, an old official with 1-star management talent. Nick will be in charge of the affairs of the second village from now on, and Cece will focus on Zhao Town. The name of the second village will definitely be changed, and it will be left to the villagers to choose in the future. As for the industry to be developed in the second village, there are no mineral veins to be mined around, so agriculture can only be developed. There are also choices for agriculture. Zhao Yi decided to plant grain crops in half of the planting area of the second village, and plant hemp crops in the remaining half. Hemp crops are the raw materials for weaving linen cloth. The clothes of the indigenous people of the origin continent are mainly made of linen cloth, and the demand is very large. Looking at the situation in the second village, if it is feasible, the textile industry can be developed in the future, which is a very good industry. After breakfast, Zhao Yi went to the market to determine the purchase volume of military supplies for today before the guides came to gather. There are only 146 pieces of medium-grade magic crystals left in his hand, and thousands of low-grade magic crystals. There is no need to sell items for money today. After handing over the military material procurement task to Benson and Kino, Zhao Yi came to the teleportation array, and the guides were almost gathered. As Zhao Yi used the recruitment scroll and points to recruit, 540 families came out of the teleportation array one after another. Zhao Yi did not have time to look at the talents of the newly recruited professionals one by one. As the territory army was reorganized, talented people would sooner or later show up. Because of their outstanding performance, they would soon be able to become officers without special training. Now only those with 3 stars and above talents can be specially taken care of by Zhao Yi. Such talented people can only appear in treasure chests for the time being. The recruits in the Points Mall are mainly 1-star talents, with very few 2-star talents. Including today's recruits, the territory has more than 900 soldiers, most of whom are recruited from the Points Mall, but there has never been a 3-star talent professional recruited. The only 2 3-star talent professionals in the territory, Joanna and Elliot, were recruited by Zhao Yi through the recruitment scrolls with designated talents. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi immediately went to the second village, and just like what he did in Taisha village that day, he officially decided to establish the second village on the land planned in the second village. The sunlight shining on the land of the second village suddenly became strong, quickly purifying the breath of death contained in the land, making this land allow living beings to live for a long time. When the sunlight returns to normal, the civilian families will move to the second village first, and the civilian families moved to the second village will be mainly the newly recruited civilian families today. In Zhao Town, Elliot is establishing the second village garrison, a company organization, and the company commander is Leslie, a double command shooter. There are really few people with command talent under Zhao Yi. If a third garrison is established, Ted, the deputy company commander of the Taisha village garrison, may have to be transferred. The second village garrison is the same as the Taisha village garrison, which is a standard company, equipped with archers, shield warriors, spearmen, mages, and priests. As for the cavalry, a company is equipped with a 9-man cavalry squad, and Elliot transferred 9 archers. There are a total of 15 archers in the territory, and the remaining 6 archers will also be transferred to the Taishar village garrison today, and the 6 heavy cavalry from the Taishar village garrison will be transferred back. Heavy cavalry is not suitable for the organization of the village garrison. At least the regiment-level organization must have heavy cavalry troops. The most suitable for the village garrison is the archer. The archer dismounts and acts as an archer. Archers are the main force to resist the undead, and can effectively improve the combat effectiveness of the garrison. At present, there is a shortage of archers in the territory. When recruiting tomorrow, Elliot will remind the Lord to recruit more archers. 0-level archers are enough. After the second village garrison is established, and the team is disbanded, they will move to the newly established second village with their families. The soldiers have no complaints. As long as their level reaches the 0-level perfection, they will return to Zhao Town and wait for promotion to the first level. It is enough to have the opportunity to be promoted to the first level. They have seen too many 1-star talented professionals stuck at the 0 level, and they may not have the opportunity to be promoted to the first level in their lifetime. Elliot's work is not over yet. He will continue to reorganize the 0-level professionals in Zhao Town. Since there are not many professionals with commanding talents, although they are still established as companies, the company commander has not been appointed, and the platoon leaders are ready to compete. Platoon leaders with good performance will have the opportunity to become company commanders, and it is not ruled out that a company commander will be transferred from outside, such as Ted from Taishar village. The territory is developing rapidly, and the professionals are also growing rapidly. It is expected that all companies will have a captain in a few days, and the captain will be a talented leader. The 0-level professionals will be reorganized, and the number of first-level professionals is relatively small. They will be placed in a separate team, with Joanna as the captain. This is also the decision Zhao Yi made this morning. There are a total of 929 professionals under Zhao Yi. In addition to the 2 companies that have been organized, 3 more companies can be organized. Mainly shield warfare. The number of spearmen is insufficient, the number of archers is greatly exceeded, and the number of archers is also insufficient. When recruiting personnel for the territory tomorrow, we must consider the reorganization. We need to recruit more shield warriors, spearmen, and archers. It is no problem to keep more archers. After all, when the territory is promoted, only the main city will encounter more undeads. The extra archers are a separate unit. Zhao Yi returned to Zhao Town, and only summoned officers above the platoon leader of the second village garrison to meet with him. He said some words of advice, and then left Zhao Town, and went to Taishar village. Today, the primary smelter will be opened. With the participation of the Earth Mage, the iron mine will resume work faster, and trial mining can be carried out tomorrow. The smelter also needs to be prepared. As Zhao Yi placed a primary smelting plant model on the ground, the model expanded rapidly, and eventually turned into a smelting plant covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. Tim excitedly followed Zhao Yi into the smelting plant. As an alchemist apprentice, being able to manage a primary smelting plant was something he could not imagine. Even if he was only in charge for a period of time, Tim was so excited that he could not sleep for several days. Zhao even promised that if Tim's alchemist profession was promoted as soon as possible, the word agent could be removed. However, it is not so easy to become a real alchemist from an apprentice. Combat professions can also quickly upgrade by destroying the undead. Alchemists can only rely on learning and practice to advance. The interior of the smelter is very different from the smelter on Blue Star that Zhao Yi has seen. After all, it is a magical creation. There are many magic circles in this smelter, some for accumulating energy, some for burning and smelting ore, and various functions. Finally, pure iron with very few impurities can be produced, and steel can be directly smelted. The premise is that a steel formula is needed. Tim has several relatively simple steel formulas. The weapons made from smelted steel are worse than the weapons that professionals bring with them. Chapter 66. After returning to Zhao Town from Taishar village, it was already noon, and it was time for lunch. During the lunch break, Zhao Yi opened the forum to collect information. As the demand for advancement stones in the player territories increased greatly, the most discussed topic among players in recent days was advancement stones. If players want to advance, they must use advancement stones, but advancement stones are not so easy to obtain. Many players were lucky enough to get advancement stones from treasure chests, and posted them on the forum to show off, attracting a lot of envy and jealousy from other players. Even if the price of a level 1 advancement stone in the market continues to rise, it is currently only about 100 low-grade magic crystals. If it is converted into Blue Star currency, it is at least 100,000 Shinhua coins. 100,000 is not a high number, but it is more trustworthy. If the price is ridiculously high, players with advancement stones will doubt whether they will be refused after returning to Blue Star. After all, there is no written receipt. Zhao Yi is not interested in the post about advancement stones. He has already placed the channel for obtaining advancement stones on a large scale in the future on opening treasure chests. Compared with advancement stones, Zhao Yi is more concerned about the situation of other players' territories. There is no official post about the promotion to the first-class Viscount territory. The player territories at the top of the rankings have also become much more cautious in the face of increasingly powerful undead. The surge in demand for advancement stones is one of the manifestations. Some player territories no longer focus on recruiting players, but start recruiting natives and directly recruiting first-level professionals. The player territories at the top of the rankings all chose to change from emphasizing quantity to emphasizing quality. After closing the system panel, Zhao Yi thought about what he had to do in the afternoon. It seemed that there was nothing to do. He had finished what he had to do in the morning. In the afternoon, he mainly inspected inside and outside Zhao Town and practiced archery. Soon, Zhao Yi thought of something he hadn't done yet, which was to distribute storage equipment. After lunch break, Zhao Yi's first stop was the Mage Tower. Arriving at the Mage Tower, Zhao Yi learned from the tower spirit that Joanna was practicing on the top floor. The top floor was also the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, which belonged to the Mage Tower owner's personal room. Zhao Yi was the first person with authority in the Mage Tower, so this room should belong to Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi was not a mage and rarely came to the Mage Tower, so he gave the top floor to Joanna. Since the territory had a Mage Tower, Joanna was in the Mage Tower except for the mission time, and even ignored her younger brother Jay at home, so Jay had to find a way to solve the food problem by himself. It's so pitiful for a child without a father or a mother. Now his sister, who depends on him for life, doesn't care about him anymore. He has a miserable life. It's also because of his sister's status that Jay has some privileges in the territory. He can go to train with the warrior soldiers, and is expected to join the territory army in the future. Arriving at the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, although he can open the door directly with his own authority, Zhao Yi still knocks on the door with his hand. Nearly 10 seconds later, the door was opened by Joanna. Joanna's robe was a little messy. It seemed that because someone came suddenly, she put on the robe in a hurry, and just tidied it up a little before coming to open the door. "Lord, what can I do for you?" Seeing that it was Zhao Yi, Joanna asked softly. "Nothing, just come to the Mage Tower to take a look. By the way, I give you a piece of equipment I just got." "Equipment?" Joanna was a little confused. Zhao Yi summoned the system panel, and selected the silver card storage necklace from the card pack. After just a few seconds, a circle of light sent a beautiful sky sapphire necklace to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi took the necklace and handed it to Joanna. As a mage, Joanna could feel that this was not just a necklace, but also a storage equipment. From the appearance, it could be felt that this was not the lowest level storage equipment. At least for her, a first level mage, this storage equipment was very precious and beautiful. What's more, this equipment was a necklace, and it was given to her by the Lord. In an instant, many messy thoughts came into Joanna's mind, and some of them even made Joanna feel a little shy. Seeing that Joanna didn't take the necklace for a long time, Zhao Yi said, "Do you need me to put it on you?" No, thank you, Lord." Joanna hurriedly took the necklace. The gift had been delivered. Zhao Yi was about to say goodbye, and when he saw the Lord going downstairs, Joanna retracted her gaze, holding the necklace tightly with both hands, her face slightly flushed. The time she met Zhao Yi was very short, but it brought great changes to Joanna's life: the Mage Tower, the silver robe, and storage equipment. Seeing the Lord leading the professionals to eliminate the attacking undead again and again, the Lord's figure had unknowingly been deeply left in Joanna's heart, and even a little more affection. However, due to Joanna's very conservative personality, their relationship has not made much progress. Joanna is conservative, and Zhao Yi has no time to think about personal feelings because he is busy with territory affairs. Even if he considers personal feelings, Zhao Yi prefers to find a girlfriend who is also a Blue Star player, hoping to continue to develop after returning to Blue Star. On the forum, Zhao Yi has seen many male players and indigenous women, or female players and indigenous men, develop a relationship. There are also those who are just playing for fun or for money, such as the nobles among the indigenous people, who are very curious about the heroes from other worlds summoned by God, and want to taste the taste of heroes from other worlds. For money, there are really a lot of players who are willing to do it, regardless of gender. More importantly, the body in the game world is not your real body. No matter what this body becomes, it will not affect the real body, so all kinds of tricks appear. For the content that is easy to 404, Zhao Yi only tasted it briefly. After leaving the Mage Tower, Zhao Yi wandered around Shao Town, and even visited the people in the territory to express his condolences. Zhao Yi's move increased the loyalty of many people in the territory, and even after Zhao Yi finished his inspection, the people's hearts and public security in the territory increased by 1 point. Almost all the people in the second village had moved there. Zhao Yi was a little worried about the newly established second village, and planned to go there to take a look. Elliot and a support team also went to the second village with Zhao Yi. The situation in Taisher village has stabilized. No lich appeared in the undead army that attacked in the past 2 days. He was more confident about Taisher village, but there might be accidents in the newly established second village, so it would be more stable with Elliot in charge. In the carriage, Zhao Yi and Elliot continued to discuss the situation of the garrisons of the 2 affiliated villages. Zhao Yi had an idea to equip each garrison with a first-level archer equipped with a silver crossbow, and a certain number of intermediate and advanced explosive arrows to prevent accidents. The shooting frequency of the silver crossbow is not as good as that of the silver bow, but the range of the silver crossbow is longer than that of the silver bow. Generally, only 1 lich will appear. The purpose of equipping the silver crossbow is to eliminate the lich. Elliot agreed with the Lord's idea. Considering the level of the garrison personnel, the first-level archer can serve as the deputy captain, deputy company commander of the garrison, and the captain of the garrison in the future is preferably a first-level professional. Chapter 67. At night, most of the assassins in the territory went out. 2/3 of them were investigating the movements of the undead, and 1/3 were traveling between Zhao Town and the 2 affiliated territories. There was only 1 player, Zhao Yi, in the territory, and there was no communication method, so they could only rely on manpower to transmit information. Although it was more difficult for players to upgrade than for the natives, players all had systems, which was a very important advantage. The natives of the origin continent also had various communication methods, such as the market. The market not only had a teleportation array, but also a network system of the market, which could achieve the 2 major functions of online shopping and instant messaging. It's just that other forces are worried about the secrets being stolen by the forces behind the market, so they will not transmit important information through the market, or use a unique set of codes to transmit information. Major forces generally have their own way to quickly transmit information, mainly through teleportation arrays. With the productivity of the human race on the origin continent, they can also use magic arrays to create a system similar to the Blue Star communication mobile phone, and the Magician Tower is the best signal tower. The key is that the cost of building this system is very high, but not many people will use it. At least most non-professionals will not use it, and some professionals will not use it because they hate their privacy being discovered by outsiders. So some technologies just showed signs, and soon they were hidden in the bottom of the box. After browsing forum and waiting patiently for more than 2 hours, the undead finally appeared in Zhao Yi's vision. Zhao Yi carefully looked for the figure of the lich in the army of undead. Where is the lich? After searching once, Zhao Yi did not find the figure of the lich. He was very confused and asked other first-level shooters to follow him to search. A few minutes later, the army of undead was about to enter the range of the shooter, and the figure of the lich was finally found, which made Zhao Yi a little amused. This lich actually disguised himself as a slow-moving 0-level zombie. There were only a few high-level undeads guarding the lich. With the insight of a professional, he could still find some differences. This also shows that although the lich still retains the memory and wisdom of his life, the wisdom of low-level liches has declined a little, and they will do some stupid things. Magic gun, charge, aim, and fire. After consuming 100 low-grade magic crystals, the lich disguised as a 0-level zombie was shot away by Zhao Yi. The undead army, which was able to advance steadily under the command of the lich, rushed madly toward Xiaozhen, who was emitting a strong breath of life as the lich died. The illuminating arrows illuminated the battlefield, and the archers shot arrows at the undead. Zhao Yi and the first-level archers were responsible for destroying the first-level undead, and the 0-level archers were responsible for destroying the skeleton archers. If it were 2 human armies fighting, the total number of troops on both sides would exceed 2,000. Unless one side had an overwhelming advantage, it would be difficult to end the battle in a short time. The undead army, numbering more than 1,700, had an overwhelming advantage over Xiaozhen, who had less than 700 soldiers. More importantly, there were second-level undead in the undead army, while Xiaozhen's side had none, and the number of first-level undead in the undead army was almost twice that of Xiaozhen's side. The main advantage of Zhao Zhen's side was that as the defender, they had prepared fortifications, traps, and obstacles in advance. However, with the death of the Lich, who commanded the undead army, the battle ended in just 15 minutes. The army of undead rushed towards Zhao Zhen, as if committing suicide, giving experience to the professionals, and points to Zhao Yi, even without consuming points for the last second-level attack spell in the Mage Tower. Zhao Zhen's battle was over. About half an hour later, through system records, Zhao Yi judged that the battle in Taisher village was also over, and the battle in the second village was even earlier than Zhao Zhen's. After 3 battles, the number of undead eliminated was estimated to exceed 2,500. Zhao Yi's points have exceeded 70,000, and it is expected that the points will reach 120,000 after the bonus tomorrow. During the battle, Zhao Yi leveled up again, and was already a level 14 shooter. Zhao Yi looked at his combat professional experience growth. If the territory was promoted, he could get almost 1 level of experience with the battle settlement score bonus. On a daily basis, it would take about 3 days to level up. This is also why Zhao Yi has no pursuit of level for the time being. It is useless for a lord to be strong alone. All the soldiers under his command need to be strong to face the increasingly powerful undead. Most of the player territories at the top of the rankings are like this. They do not pursue level and strength too much. On the contrary, the weaker the player territory, the more they pursue level and strength. Maybe he thought his territory would not last long, so he upgraded his level and strength as soon as possible. When his territory could not hold on any longer, he would flee to the native city or other players' territories, so as not to be lost in the crowd. However, there is a statement generally recognized by players that the highest level of the attacking undead will change according to the level of the highest person in the territory. The Lord level is the highest level person in the territory. As the Lord level continues to increase, the attacking undead will be stronger. Zhao Yi did not pursue the level too much, but because of the temporary advantage of the shooter profession, plus the good weapons in his hands, his level ranked first in the territory. For player territories that mainly recruit natives, the Lord can pursue a rapid level increase. When it reaches level 10, it can recruit first-level professionals. When it reaches level 20, it is expected that second-level professionals can also be recruited, even though the points for recruiting second-level professionals will be very high. You win 3 battles. You kill 2,614 undead. You kill 0 soldiers. Zhao Town Battle Rating B, Taisher Village Battle Rating D, Second Village Rating D. Points increase 68%. Professional experience increase 68%. Obtain a platinum treasure chest and 2 silver treasure chests after opening 3 treasure chests. Zhao Yi selected a total of 14 cards. Select 1 platinum card, intermediate life potion *10. Select 2 gold cards, golden dagger, first level fire mage recruitment scroll *4. Select 5 silver cards, first level assassin recruitment scroll *4, silver shield, primary mana potion *10, first level heavy cavalry recruitment scroll *4, natural attribute bronze staff *4. Select 3 bronze cards, common 0 level spells detailed explanation, 0 level lancer recruitment scroll *5, 0 level alchemist recruitment scroll. Select 3 black iron cards, level 1 advanced stone, horse *30, 0 level assassin recruitment scroll. Select 14 cards, 6 of which are recruitment scrolls, and there is also an alchemist recruitment scroll that is in short supply in the territory. Even if you can only recruit 1 alchemist apprentice, it can effectively improve the production efficiency of the primary smelting plant. Intermediate life potion is a good thing to save life for low-level professionals. Common 0-level spells detailed explanation. This is a book that records the common 0-level spells of the 5 elements of fire, water, wind, earth, and nature. This kind of book is just an ordinary book that can be copied manually, and mages can read it to learn spells. A mage with high talent may be able to learn a spell in 1 day, while a mage with low talent may not be able to learn a spell in a year. Similar books are also sold in the market. The price is very high, and they are all copyrighted. If you buy a book, copy it yourself and then sell it, especially through the market, you may encounter sanctions from high-level mages in the next moment. The book that Zhao Yi got is also limited to use in his own territory, and is not allowed to be sold. If the copy can be sold, it is expected that most mage players will pay to buy it. Forum, it is not a lawless place. If the content of the book is uploaded to the forum, some players will report it to the natives and search according to the information, and they will also be punished. Regardless of the copyright of the book, having this book in hand is very important for the territory to train mage apprentices. For an ambitious lord, its value is far more than a platinum equipment. Chapter 68. Because of the appearance of common zero-level spells explained, on the way back to the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi's mind was mainly thinking about the establishment of a school. Mage, apprentice, it is not that you can train it. The territory now has more than 7,000 people. If we recruit again today, the total population will almost reach 9,000. With such a large population, even if the probability of a civilian family having a mage talent is small, there will always be some. However, mage, apprentice, it is not that you can train it. The most important point is that before learning the knowledge of mages, you need to be literate, and most civilians are illiterate. Miners in the Aboriginal city also have the opportunity to learn to read after they have been tested for a certain professional talent. Universalizing basic education is a simple matter for the upper class of the Aboriginals, and the cost is not too high. It just depends on whether it is necessary. So far, they have not seen this necessity. For the Blue Star players, as long as there are conditions, they will try. The Blue Star players understand the power of ordinary people the most. Even if the civilians on the origin continent cannot burst out much power after receiving education, it is also a very necessary supplement for a society dominated by professionals. The two are just different in social division of labor. Moreover, they start educating children from a young age, and when it comes to testing their talents, they can quickly enter the training stage. They cannot be used as cannon fodder like the high-ranking indigenous people, and they must be eliminated and retained in the battles with the undead. For Zhao Yi, who has always lived in a peaceful era, every life is precious and cannot be wasted at will. After coming to the game world, facing this real world that cannot be more real, Zhao Yi holds the same idea. The population of the territory is already quite large, and the population of Taishur village and the second village has stabilized, and the population of Sumjiao town has also stabilized, so schools can be established to popularize basic education. Recruiting a qualified teacher to teach students Chinese and mathematics also requires 100 points. A teacher can teach about 2 classes a day, with a maximum of 100 students. A subordinate village has a population of 1,200, and about 1/5 of the population are minors who need basic education. 3 to 4 teachers are needed to impart knowledge, and the garrison soldiers serve as physical education teachers. However, due to the limited area of the village, the school consists of several classrooms, and there is no playground. Then, there are textbooks, paper, pens, chairs, etc., which are unaffordable for civilian families, but only a small amount of money for Zhao Yi, less than 1% of the money for purchasing military supplies. Even knowing that Zhao Yi wants to purchase these things, the Hill Chamber of Commerce will directly give a batch of them. In order to purchase military supplies to resist the undead, the territory spent money like water. Zhao Yi no longer cares about the food problem that was very concerned at the beginning. The territory will definitely not lack food. But the territory still needs to develop agriculture and produce food, linen, and other necessities of life by itself, just for the self-sufficiency of the territory. This is the only way for a territory to grow and develop. As a citizen of Qin country, Zhao Yi is very clear about what Qin country experienced on Blue Star. Qin country has always been self-sufficient, so its economy can still develop rapidly under the sanctions of Eli country. You should know that before Qin country, many other countries were sanctioned by Eli country, and economic collapse was only the lightest outcome. Although the players and the indigenous people on the origin continent get along well, the indigenous people hope to eliminate the undead because of the participation of the heroes from another world. When the undead are eliminated, the natives will inevitably clash with the players who have occupied a large amount of land on the origin continent. If all the materials in the player's territory depend on the natives, once the natives cut off the player's material source, the player's territory will be ruined. This is not only something that Zhao Yi can think of, but also something that all the major forces on Blue Star can think of. There are even many posts with relevant information in the forum. As Cece and Elliot, who came back from the second village, arrived one after another, the 3 of them ate breakfast while discussing today's affairs. Lord, among the recruits today, the proportion of shield warriors, spearmen, and archers needs to be increased, Elliot suggested. Hearing Elliot's words, Zhao Yi nodded and understood why the proportion of soldiers of these 3 professions should be increased. It was mainly for the reorganization of the zero-level professionals. One of Cece's tasks today is to prepare for the establishment of the 3rd village attached to the territory. Today, the road and village will be built initially, and the migration population will be completed tomorrow. Building a village in 2 days, and the village should not be far from the main city. Such a task is not difficult. Zhao Yi also told the 2 of them an idea. Today I plan to recruit a few teachers to build a school in the territory to let all minors learn to read and do arithmetic. Zhao Yi's words surprised Cece and Elliot. Both of them were professionals, and were no longer in the same class as the common people. Suddenly, the Lord wanted to let all minors, including the common people, learn to read and do arithmetic. This was enough to surprise the two. Lord, I'm afraid that common people's families cannot afford the cost of schooling, Cece reminded. It's free to study in school, and the school even provides students with a free lunch. Compared with the territory's military expenses, the territory's expenses on school are almost negligible. Since the Lord said so, as a subordinate, Cece will do it. Giving civilians the opportunity to receive education is just a small matter. No matter how much education civilians receive, they can't overthrow the rule of professionals. Professionals have absolute force. Things like giving civilians the opportunity to receive education have happened in the origin continent. Cece and Elliot also thought of one benefit of educating all minors in the territory, that is, after testing a certain professional talent, they don't need to waste time reading and learning to read, and can immediately start learning the knowledge of a certain profession. From the time they join the territory to today, they can also see that their lord is not like most lords on the origin continent, who use zero-level professionals as cannon fodder. Once they are seriously injured, they will use precious life potions to treat them. Compared with the cruel and dictatorial lords, they are more willing to follow the kind lords. Although the lords are not very capable, they are willing to give up power. Only in this way can the territory develop better, instead of being messed up by the lords. While chatting and eating, the three of them decided on the approximate number of people to be recruited today. The current population of the territory is exactly 7,500 people. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, 2 recruitments will be held to fill the remaining 2,500 vacancies, so that other players' territories can be promoted and Zhao Yi's territory can keep up. About 1,250 people will be recruited a day, which is about 280 families, of which 140 are professional families. 140 professionals need to be recruited, and the number of shield warriors, spearmen, and archers recruited this time will increase. The final list was finalized, and the recruiting professions were 30 archers, 20 at level 0, and 10 at level 1. 30 shield warriors, 20 at level 0, and 10 at level 1. 30 spearmen, 20 at level 0, and 10 at level 1. 20 archers, all at level 0. For heavy cavalry, all at level 1. 10 assassins, 6 at level 0, and 4 at level 1. 12 mages, 1 at level 0 water mage, 2 at level 0 wind mages, 1 at level 0 earth mage, 2 at level 0 nature mages, 4 at level 1 fire mages, 1 at level 1 earth mage, and 1 at level 1 water mage. 3 priests, all of them are level 0. 1 alchemist, level 0. A total of 140 people, including 4 first-level fire mages, 4 first-level assassins, 4 first-level heavy cavalry, 5 0-level spearmen, 1 0-level assassin, and 1 0-level alchemist, recruited by recruitment scrolls. Non-professional recruitment, 8 officials, 8 merchants, 28 teachers, half male and half female, 26 craftsmen, 70 farmers, a total of 140 people. 2 of the officials were recruited using 1,000 points each. The recruited officials have 2-star management talents and are also professionals, mainly swordsmen. Even before the outbreak of the Unday Calamity, all the governors above the town level on the origin continent were professionals. It was impossible for a non-professional to serve as a city governor. Only the village chief would be a non-professional. After recruiting these 280 people, Zhao Yi had 127,335 points, and finally 7,415 points were left, which would be the most points left after the recruitment in these days. Chapter 69. Another important thing in the breakfast meeting is to pay the subordinates. First-level mages and priests get 5 gold coins, or half a low-grade magic crystal per month, and other first-level professionals get 3 gold coins per month. 0-level professionals, mages and priests only get 1 gold coin, and other professionals get 30 to 50 silver coins. For civilian families with an annual income of only about 1 gold, the income of professionals is already very high, especially for first-level professionals. The gap between the two is dozens of times. In addition, the town chief's salary is 1 gold per month, and the village chief's salary is 30 silver. If there is a combat profession, the salary will increase accordingly, and the same is true for officers. A primary explosive arrow normally costs 5 gold, which is about the same as the monthly salary of a first-level mage. It seems that the income of professionals is relatively low. But the actual situation is not calculated like this. If there is no explosive arrow, the player's territory cannot resist the attack of the undead at all. It can be said that all player territories can persist. Even if they do not consume explosive arrows, they also consume other military supplies, relying on the power of Krypton gold to resist the undead. There are no player territories that do not rely on Krypton gold to resist the undead. Only the indigenous cities generally do not need to rely on Krypton gold. Zhao Yi's salary to his subordinates is at a standard level on the origin continent, and will not affect his subordinates' loyalty. Although the salary does not seem to be much, it is only the living expenses of the professional's family. Zhao Yi spends more on his subordinates than this. For example, he changes to better equipment, and buys skill books or skill inheritance stones for his subordinates to learn skills. In the Aboriginal city, books are directly distributed to professionals to learn and comprehend by themselves. People with poor talents may not be able to learn a skill in a year. There are also subordinates with poor talents, who have reached the zero-level perfection. Zhao Yi will find a way to help them advance. Mages can practice in the mage tower for free, etc. There are more than 1,000 subordinates, so Zhao Yi naturally does not need to pay salaries in person. The matter is left to Cece and Elliot. They are highly loyal, and do not need to worry about buying people's hearts. The total money needed to pay salaries today is expected to be no more than 100 low-grade magic crystals. After the breakfast meeting, Zhao Yi went to the market to determine the purchase volume of military supplies for today, and then recruited personnel. He suddenly found that he had very little to do today. He mainly inspected the territory, especially the iron ore in Taishur village, where he had to conduct trial mining. If there were no problems with the trial mining, the smelter would also start operation as the iron ore was continuously mined. It was expected that the territory would first achieve self-sufficiency in steel. Zhao Yi also had a level 1 advancement stone in his hand. After upgrading a shooter in order, he thought about it for a while, and summoned 8 of his 9 first-level assassins to give them a task. Conduct reconnaissance on other territories around. Zhao Yi's territory is constantly expanding, and the territories of other players are also expanding. When it comes to the Baron territory, there is no border, but when it comes to the Viscount territory, the territory area has greatly increased, and it is possible that it will border. It is necessary to have a deep understanding of other players' territories around to prevent accidents. In fact, it is best to send player assassins to conduct reconnaissance. Compared with the natives, players can more easily distinguish the situation of other players' territories. Among them, the territories of military forces in various countries are the easiest to distinguish. The army composed of soldiers, when placed in the game world, gives people a different feeling, especially the army of Qin country, whose spirit is even better than the ordinary army of the natives. Zhao Yi sent a first-level assassin to carefully investigate the surrounding player territories, in order to identify the background of these player territories. The territories of individual players were easy to deal with, but the territories of players under the control of large forces were much more troublesome. However, the possibility of conflict was relatively small. After all, if the lords of the Violet Kingdom fought with each other, they would be punished by the kingdom. Today's players are not yet able to fight back against the indigenous countries, and at most, the players would secretly fight against each other. As the player territories continue to expand, many lord players in the forum have a question. When the territory is surrounded by player territories, how should the territory be expanded next? Lord players made speculations. Maybe the territory was replaced to another place without a lord. Maybe the added territory was in a place closest to the player's main city, and without a lord. Or maybe the territory could not be promoted further. No matter which speculation, it was not good news for the lord players. They really wanted to expand their territory without being disturbed by other lord players. If not, they could only promote their territory as quickly as possible, and surround other players' territories with their own territories, before their own territories were surrounded by other players' territories. The first move is very important. As a lord in the top 1,000 of the ranking, Zhao Yi's territory must be among the top 10, and it is even possible to be among the top 3 in the Violet Kingdom. With such a ranking, Zhao Yi does not believe that there is a player's territory with a similar strength around his territory. As long as the other territories around are relatively weak, Zhao Yi can always take the first move, and does not need to worry about the expansion of the territory. At the same time, Zhao Yi is also worried that there are territories belonging to the official forces of Qin State around his territory. After all, Zhao Yi is a citizen of Qin State, and he does not know how to deal with the territories of the official forces of Qin State. It was already halfway through the afternoon, and 8 first-level assassins returned one after another to report to Zhao Yi the details of their exploration. East, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. 8 first-level assassins each found other players' territories in one direction, but now they were not bordering a player's territory. Through the exploration of the territory area and population, the assassins roughly determined the level of other players' territories. There was no Viscount territory. The highest should be a first-class Baron territory, 2 were second-class Baron territories, and the others were third-class Baron territories, and even one of the territories was a female lord. The number of territories where residents are mainly players and indigenous people is almost half and half, and assassins can easily judge. In player territories, where the main residents are heroes from another world, even civilians can chat and laugh with professionals, which is difficult to happen in territories where the main residents are indigenous people, such as Zhao Yi's territory. Zhao Yi attaches the most importance to the first-class Baron territory in the northwest of the territory. The residents of this first-class Baron territory are mainly players, but unlike other player territories, it has some military atmosphere. It is very likely that it is a territory under the official power of a Blue Star country. From the hair color and skin color of the residents of the territory, it can be further judged that it is a Western country of Blue Star. This is easy to deal with. As long as it is not the territory of the official power of Qin country, it will be fine. The territory of other countries can be dealt with as it should be. If you want to destroy a territory without doing it yourself, there are still some ways to do it, such as using the undead, who attack every night to destroy the competitors. Although everyone is a Blue Star player, everyone is also a competitor and an enemy. On Blue Star, you cannot kill people casually when you are hostile. You can do whatever you want in the game world. Anyway, dying in the game world will not affect reality. Many players have already done this, and many even posted to show off that they have directly or indirectly destroyed players or player territories of hostile countries. In the native cities and outside player territories, the 2 major player groups of Chun and Eli are the most competitive. The economic war has never stopped on Blue Star, and the war has continued into the game world, and even because it is in the game world, it has become more intense. The number of players in Eli is relatively small, but there are many younger brothers. Although the younger brothers have their own ideas, they often follow the leader and fight against Qin together. The huge number of players is the advantage of Qin country. Eli country does not want Qin country to have an advantage in the game world and compete everywhere. Moreover, there are huge benefits here. Who doesn't want to live longer? As for Hongsan country, which has a smaller population than Qin country, Eli country does not care. After all, there are only 100 million people in Hongsan country who can be considered as people. Such a country has no future anywhere. At night, behind the defense line of Zhao Town, Zhao Yi and Elliot sat together. Elliot did not need to be in the second village tonight. Zhao Yi and Elliot discussed how to deal with the surrounding competitors. Elliot, there are other territories around our territory, many of which are enemies of my country in another world. How should we deal with them? Lord, we can kill with a borrowed knife, and the undead are our knife. When saying this, Elliot's loyalty did not fluctuate at all. He was completely advising the Lord, and did not show mercy to those territories just because they were all under the rule of the Violet Kingdom. Zhao Yi's territory belongs to the Violet Kingdom, and it can be said that Zhao Yi is loyal to the king of the Violet Kingdom, while Elliot is loyal to Zhao Yi, but it cannot be said that Elliot is loyal to the king. There is no direct relationship between the two. Elliot made great contributions in the war against the undead, and the king could not directly reward Elliot without Zhao Yi. If Zhao Yi wants to betray the kingdom, Elliot, and all his professionals, and even all the people under his command must follow Zhao Yi to betray the kingdom. Chapter 70. It is not difficult to perform the trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife. Zhao Yi can think of several ways with a simple thought. First, determine the location of the main city of the territory that needs to be dealt with, and then determine the direction of the undead's attack at night. After that, you can send a team to hide on the other side of the main city of the territory. The closer to the main city, the better. The best choice is an assassin who can hide his own breath. After night falls, he will not hide his breath and attract more undead. When the undead start to attack the city, the assassin hides his own breath and retreats. You can also buy items with a strong breath of life from the Points Mall or the market. It is best to place them in the opponent's main city. If not, place them in the area near the main city to attract more undead to attack. Zhao Yi doesn't do this kind of thing, but other players will do it. They are all Blue Star players, but they belong to different countries. What's more, the game world is very real, but most players still play it as a game. Returning to Blue Star after death is not really death. Players can attack their original enemies without any scruples. Next, Zhao Yi will arrange a large number of professionals to patrol the territory every day to guard against other players' attacks on their own territory. After discussing the reorganization of the territory professionals with Elliot, the undead finally came. On the high platform, Zhao Yi carefully observed the situation of the undead army, trying to find the trace of the Lich. After a rough search, the Lich was not found, and the archers on the high platform all joined the task of finding the trace of the Lich. After searching again and again, the Lich was not found until the undead army entered the range of the archer. Is the Lich hidden in the undead army or hiding in the distance? Zhao Yi couldn't judge, but seeing that the undead army in front of him was advancing in an orderly manner and not charging blindly, he knew that there must be a Lich behind them. Forget it, no matter what, let's start the fight. Zhao Zhen has enough strength to destroy the attacking undead. He is not afraid of the Lich behind him. At most, he will consume more military supplies. Lighting arrows illuminated the sky and the earth. Zhao Yi held a magic gun and aimed at the second-level undead in the undead army to launch an attack. Zhao Yi had 32 first-level archers under his command, 2 of whom were equipped with silver crossbows and served as deputy captains of the garrison teams of Taishar village and the second village respectively. There were 30 first-level archers left in Xiao Town. The first-level archers held black iron bows, equipped with intermediate or even advanced explosive arrows, and used tracking arrow skills to kill the first-level and second-level undead in the undead army. The zero-level skeleton archers were left to the zero-level archers to deal with. For a while, there were continuous explosions on the battlefield, and more than 200 undead were eliminated in the first wave of archers' attacks. Zhao Yi had too many archers under his command, 384 archers alone, and 35 archers who could be used as archers. About 80 of them were in Taishar village and the second village, and the rest of the archers and archers were concentrated in Zhao Town. More than 200 undead were eliminated at a time, and this was because the archers on the southern defense line of Zhao Town showed their power. The population of Zhao Town has exceeded 6,000, and there are more than 2,000 undead attacking tonight. There are too many archers in Zhao Town. The key is to prepare sufficient explosive arrows of various levels. The undead are no match for humans. At this time, Zhao Yi is determined that the Lich is not in the undead army, and should be commanding the battle from a distance. However, the long distance has reduced the control of the Lich over the undead army, and made it impossible to use any tactics. It is already very difficult to maintain the current formation to attack Xiao Town. Under the attack of human archers, the undead army paid a heavy price, and finally advanced to the trap area. The Lich was a little impatient, and ordered the ghosts mixed with other undead soldiers to charge at the human defense line. Once the ghosts broke through the defense line and affected the humans, the victory would still belong to the undead. Seeing the ghosts charging, the mages and priests behind the defense line were ready for battle. 80 mages and 15 priests gathered on the front battlefield. Even if many mages did not have attack spells, they held attack spell scrolls in their hands. As the ghost approached, Joanna quickly condensed 2 huge wind blades in front of her and attacked the only second-level ghost. Joanna was only a first-level mage, and it was a bit difficult to quickly eliminate the second-level ghost. The 6 first-level fire mages around her followed closely behind, condensing a fireball that was larger and hotter than the 0-level fireball in front of them, and smashed it at the second-level ghost. After a wave of attacks, the second-level ghost disappeared, and Joanna and a group of first-level mages did not stop attacking and continued to cast spells at the first-level ghost. Only 3 minutes had passed since the battle began, and the battle entered the second half. All ghosts were killed, all skeleton archers were killed, all first-level undead and second-level undead were killed, and the remaining undead were advancing slowly due to the obstruction of traps and metal fences. The archers and mages stopped attacking, and the warriors went on stage to eliminate the remaining undead in front. An accident happened again, and the remaining undead did not choose to continue attacking, but turned around and fled. The warriors quickly moved forward, but only had time to eliminate some of the undead that were blocked by traps and metal fences. The archers once again shot arrows at the undead, who left the trap area. In the end, less than 100 undead managed to escape the archers' attack range. Zhao Yi had cavalry under his command, including 22 heavy cavalry and 35 archers, including 4 first-level heavy cavalry. Except for 18 archers in 2 affiliated villages, the rest were in Zhao Town. The cavalry was strong enough to chase the fleeing undead, but the key was that the cavalry were not prepared to chase the undead, and they were also worried that there would be traps set by the undead in the distance. After all, the Lich was not dead yet, and there must be other undead guarding the Lich. Looking at the less than 100 undeads going away, Zhao Yi sighed. It was a pity that he didn't kill all the undeads. A lot of points and experience were lost. There were many surprises tonight. The Lich did not appear on the battlefield. At the end of the battle, the Lich ordered the undeads to flee. This already felt a bit like a battle between humans. Elliot returned to Zhao Yi and noticed the change in Zhao Yi's face. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "Lord, this kind of thing is very common in other places. Being able to repel the attacking undead without losing yourself is a great victory." Hearing Elliot's words, Zhao Yi nodded, understanding that Elliot was talking about the situation of the aboriginal city. But Zhao Yi was a little dissatisfied because he did not destroy the Lich. Destroying a Lich can at least obtain a storage equipment, and the storage equipment also contains magic crystals, soul crystals, etc., which can more or less make up for some military supplies. What happened tonight was only the first time, not the last time, and such situations will often occur in the future. Liches with memories and wisdom from their previous lives are not so easy to deal with. For now, it is enough to defend the territory without much damage. In addition, the battle settlement evaluation is mainly related to the number of undead eliminated and the casualties of the individual. Failure to completely destroy the attacking undead does not affect the evaluation. Chapter 71. Zhao Yi was a little helpless for not destroying the Lich for the first time, but thinking about the experiences of other Lord players, he had destroyed a lot of Liches. No, we have to find a way to destroy the Lich. There are always ways to destroy the Lich far away from the battlefield. Chasing with cavalry may encounter an ambush, and even the native cities will not chase the retreating undead. Zhao Yi turned his attention to the assassin, an assassin who could hide his own breath. Most of the time, assassins were used by Zhao Yi as scouts, but don't forget that from assassin. The name shows that one of the focuses of this profession is assassination. The highest level of assassins under Zhao Yi is only level 1. It is difficult for assassins to assassinate a Lich protected by multiple level 1 and level 2 undead. There are solutions to the difficulties. Assassins usually use 2 weapons, a dagger for close combat and a crossbow for medium and short distances. Compared with normal crossbows, crossbows of the same level have a shorter range and less power, but are very suitable for assassins to use. Zhao Yi plans to buy a few silver crossbows for assassins to equip, and choose explosive arrows for crossbow arrows, so that there are not many disadvantages except for the shorter range. Assassins can also use normal crossbows, and with storage equipment, the crossbows they carry will not hinder the assassin actions. Now Zhao Yi has a golden crossbow in his hand that he can use. Assassins should try to eliminate the Lich before the battle. Although the number of undead on the battlefield has not decreased, the threat of the undead army without the command of the Lich has greatly decreased, and no undead will escape. Zhao Yi feels that there are still a few assassins under his command, so he decided to recruit more assassins in the future, especially first-level assassins. During the break, Zhao Yi opened the forum and browsed it, and soon found what he was looking for. After the Lord players at the top of the rankings eliminated the undead that attacked tonight, they were officially promoted to first-class Viscounts tomorrow. What is coming will eventually come. It is expected that more than 100 territories will choose to be promoted to first-class Viscounts tomorrow. Zhao Yi guessed that most of these territories will have casualties, and it will be difficult to eliminate the undead without damage. More importantly, the people in these player territories are mainly players, and the number of first-class professionals is limited. Only with the support of the forces behind them, and enough military supplies, can they be promoted to first-class Viscounts tomorrow. Now Zhao Yi also has to face a choice, whether to keep pace with these territories and be promoted to the first-class Viscount. Meeting the conditions for promotion to the first-class Viscount is relatively simple for Zhao Yi's territory. If he recruits similar personnel tomorrow, he will meet the promotion conditions. However, because the promotion requires points, the number of first-class professionals recruited tomorrow will be greatly reduced. The promotion conditions are easy to meet, and there is enough strength to resist the undead attacking tomorrow night. But thinking of what happened in the battle just now, Zhao Yi feels that if he is promoted tomorrow, there will be a high probability of casualties in the battle tomorrow night. The reason is that the Lich did not appear on the battlefield. The number of undead attacking on the day of promotion tripled. It is expected that there will be more first-level undead and second-level undead. Under the command of the Lich, the undead army will be very difficult to deal with. In addition to the increase in its own troops, it is difficult to avoid casualties in a battle of thousands of people. Zhao Yi plans to wait for a day and let more than 100 player territories explore the way ahead. At the same time, he will send a first-level assassin tomorrow night to try to assassinate the Lich. If the assassination of the Lich is successful tomorrow, Zhao Yi's confidence in being promoted to the first-class discount will be greatly increased. You won 3 battles. You killed 2,917 undead. You suffered 0 casualties. Zhao Town Battle Rating B, Taishur Village Battle Rating D, Second Village Battle Rating D. Points increased by 68%. Professional experience increased by 68%. Obtained a Platinum Treasure Chest and 2 Silver Treasure Chests with the bonus of Battle Rating points, plus the remaining 7,415 points from yesterday. The points in hand have reached 142692. It's a pity that I didn't kill all the attacking undead, especially the Lich and several second-level undead. A level 20 undead can provide 1,000 points. After opening 3 treasure chests, Zhao Yi selected a total of 14 cards, namely, 1 platinum card, middle grade magic crystal * 10, 2 gold cards, Ice Mage Job Change Scroll, silver leather boots * 3, 5 silver cards, first level priest recruitment scroll, first level swordsman recruitment scroll * 4, first level wind mage recruitment scroll, purification inheritance stone, fire attribute silver staff, 3 bronze cards, first level archer recruitment scroll, 0 level earth mage recruitment scroll, black iron shield * 10, 3 black iron cards, 0 level spearman recruitment scroll, golden pheasant * 60, primary explosive arrow manufacturing drawing. Among the 14 items, Zhao Yi focused on the Ice Mage Job Transfer Scroll and Primary Explosive Arrow Manufacturing Blueprint, both of which are good stuff. On the Origin continent, mages are mainly divided into 5 categories, namely fire, water, wind, earth, and nature. The reason is that there are many people with the talent of these 5 categories of mages, so they can become the mainstream. In addition, there is an independent light mage priest. Priests have faith, but they don't believe in God, or in other words, almost all human races on the Origin continent believe in the God of creation and life. In addition, priests also believe in light. Priests believe that light is the source of their power, and use light to sweep away darkness. In addition to these 6 types of mages, there are also dark mages who are opposed to light. The dark mages branch Necromancer, Ice Mage, Lightning Mage, Space Mage, and even the legendary Prophet Time Mage. Among all mages, Time Mage is the rarest and most valuable, followed by Space Mage, which is absolutely at the national strategic level. Ice Mage and Lightning Mage are a little bit special. You may see a few of them in any aboriginal city. Ice Mage Job Transfer Scroll players can use it, and a very small number of aboriginals can also use it. The player's body is shaped by God. Except for the priest, basically any profession can be employed. For the natives, they must have corresponding talents to be employed. Ice Mage Job Transfer Scroll, this kind of thing is slightly less valuable to the natives, but it is very valuable to the players. However, Zhao Yi has no intention of using it. Zhao Yi wants to do dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. A simple Ice Mage is not worth it. If other players get the Ice Mage Job Transfer Scroll, they should specialize in it as soon as possible. Only Zhao Yi has to choose carefully. Since the first Job Transfer Scroll has appeared, there will be more Job Transfer Scrolls in the future. There is no need to rush. Moreover, the current archer profession allows Zhao Yi to maintain a high upgrade speed, and he is also the main force in battle. The stronger the lord is, the more loyal his professionals will be. People always admire the strong and are more willing to submit to the strong, not to mention that this is the Origin continent, where the strong are respected. Ice Mage Job Transfer Scroll, it can be sold at a high price among players, but Zhao Yi does not plan to sell it, and keeps it in the bottom of the box. As for Primary Explosive Arrow Manufacturing Drawing, after the alchemy workshop is opened in the future, the raw materials and personnel are prepared, the primary explosive arrow can be produced, and another important material can be self-sufficient, and the cost is lower than the cost of purchasing from outside. There are also golden pheasants * 60, which are just ordinary livestock. They are not used for direct consumption, but for breeding and farming. After all, people cannot always be vegetarians, and they also need to eat some meat. Commoners improve their diet by buying some meat, and making a big pot of broth. Commoners do not have extra food to raise livestock, and most professional families are unwilling to do such hard work. It is expected that a breeding farm will be established in Zhao Town to hire commoners to raise livestock. For the time being, livestock cannot be raised in the affiliated villages. Livestock are also living beings, and they will attract the dead at night. According to the size of the livestock, the breath of life increases or decreases. Chapter 72. Using the gold card silver leather boots * 3, Zhao Yi got 3 pairs of silver leather boots. The silver leather boots that didn't fit him well, but they fit him well after he put them on. He felt that he could run faster and jump higher after he put on the silver leather boots. Compared to that, the bronze leather armor he was wearing was not good. It was slightly ill-fitting, and he could barely wear it. So, Zhao Yi's equipment included bronze leather armor, silver leather boots, magic gun, gold crossbow, silver bow, primary explosive arrows, intermediate explosive arrows, advanced explosive arrows, lighting arrows, ordinary arrows, etc. Although he still carries the primary explosive arrow, Zhao Yi rarely uses it. The ordinary arrows with fighting spirit are no less powerful than the primary explosive arrows. This is basically the case for first-level archers. They save money if they can. After all, buying a primary explosive arrow from the Hill Chamber of Commerce costs 4.5 gold coins after discount. At the breakfast meeting, many matters were determined, including the third village, school, golden pheasant breeding farm, and recruitment. In terms of recruitment, the current population of the territory is 8,785, and another 1,215 people need to be added to make the territory population reach the upper limit of 10,000 people. At the same time, the third village officially established today will reach the upper limit of 1,200 people for the first-level village. The third village has no special industries to develop. Zhao Yi stipulates that the industry developed in the third village is also agriculture. Half of the land is planted with food crops, and the other half is planted with fast-growing trees to provide wood for the territory. Normal fast-growing trees, no matter how fast they grow, can only be cut down in about 5 years. However, with the presence of a natural mage, the growth rate of fast-growing trees has accelerated again. Under the care of a first-level natural mage, they can be cut down in 2 years at most. The industry of the third village is also for the future. The origin continent is so vast, but except for places where people gather, there is still green. The land in other places has been contaminated by the breath of death. All plants are dead, and at most some death realm can grow. Plants. The recruitment is similar to yesterday. Both recruited 280 people, and 280 new families were added to the territory. The specific recruitment personnel are also based on yesterday. Including the personnel recruitment scrolls obtained from the treasure chest today, a total of 30 archers, 30 shield warriors, 30 spearmen, 13 archers, for swordsmen, 20 assassins, 2 mages of each of the 5 systems, a total of 10 people, 3 priests, a total of 140 people. 8 officials, 8 merchants, 24 craftsmen, 100 farmers and woodcutters, a total of 140 people. Among them, there are 10 first-level archers, 10 first-level shield warriors, 10 first-level spearmen, for first-level swordsmen, 3 first-level assassins, 1 first-level mage of each of the 5 categories, 1 first-level priest, plus 2 2-star management talent officials, and 2 2-star business talent merchants. After the breakfast meeting, Zhao Yi went to the market and started recruiting. By the end of the recruitment, he only had 1,712 points left. The territory had added 280 families. The total population reached 10,102 people, and the territory's military strength had reached 1,208 people. After the recruitment, Zhao Yi immediately took a carriage and went to the third village under the escort of a team of knights to officially confirm the establishment of the third village. In the carriage, Zhao Yi, who had nothing to do, opened the forum and found that something unexpectedly became widely known. When Zhao Yi's territory was about to build the third subsidiary village, it was also the 4th day after the establishment of the first subsidiary village. Finally, another player's territory built a subsidiary village, and after a battle, more treasure chests were obtained. Maybe someone else built a subsidiary village earlier, but Zhao Yi felt that he would be the first lord to build a subsidiary village. As the first lord player said that he would build a subsidiary territory to increase treasure chests, increase professional experience and points, the lord players became excited. Only 1 treasure chest is obtained every day. Even though the treasure chest level obtained by the lord is generally higher than that obtained by combat and life professional players, the lord players are not satisfied with only 1 treasure chest every day, especially the very few European lord players. Because they can open treasure chests and get good things, they can make the territory develop rapidly. If they get more treasure chests, they can get more good things and catch up with the lord players at the top of the list. It is already the 16th day since I came to the game world. The lord players are the most ambitious group. They want to expand their territory and increase the strength of their territory. Maybe they are just ordinary people on Blue Star, but now they want to dominate the game world, and it is possible to achieve it. The benefits of establishing a subsidiary village are too obvious. You can get more treasure chests, and your points and career experience will also increase by a certain percentage. Many player lords are preparing to establish subsidiary villages, and the lord players at the top of the rankings are no exception. The territories at the top of the rankings have long been overcrowded. In order to advance as quickly as possible, these territories have not built any affiliated villages, and all the population is crowded in the main city. Fortunately, the residents of the territories at the top of the rankings are basically players, so they can still hold on. If the residents were mainly indigenous people, the public sentiment and public security would definitely decline seriously. Although there is only one post about building an affiliated village to get more treasure chests, according to the analysis of major player forces, it is believed that the authenticity of this post is relatively high. Even if it is fake, it doesn't matter. In the future, we will always build subsidiary villages to share the crowded population of the main city. Building subsidiary villages now will only consume more resources and money, which can be easily borne by large forces. The time for territory promotion will not be delayed because of the establishment of subsidiary villages. If necessary, a subsidiary village can be built directly in one day. Zhao Yi doesn't care much about this matter becoming widely known. After all, the third subsidiary village of the territory is about to be built. At least in building the subsidiary villages of the territory, Zhao Yi has already taken a big lead. After a little thought, Zhao Yi decided to post a thread, introducing the advantages and disadvantages of establishing a subordinate village in more detail than the first post, mainly about the situation of the subordinate village when the territory is promoted, and the things that need to be paid attention to when establishing a subordinate territory. Some Lord players have already noticed these 2 points, especially the former, but there is no experience to speak of. Now Zhao Yi has sent the experience. After editing the post, Zhao Yi gave himself a foreign name Lucky Sun 413 and sent the post out. You definitely can't send it with your real name. You will always come into contact with other players in the future. If other players know that you are Lucky Sun 413, something might happen. First post on the forum as Lucky Sun 413, accumulate popularity, and then link it with your real name when necessary. This is very simple for the owner of Lucky Sun 413. In the future, it is very likely that Zhao Yi's territory will also need to recruit players. After all, the creativity of Blue Star players is extraordinary. Accumulating popularity in advance and becoming famous in the forum will be very helpful for the territory to recruit players in the future. Recruiting players is a matter for the future. No matter when, the natives are still the main force of the territory. Most of these players from Blue Star have no loyalty. As long as the benefits are high enough, there is a possibility of betrayal. On the contrary, the natives are much better in this regard and more trustworthy. Chapter 73. The post Zhao Yi sent out was soon discovered by other Lord players. Because the previous post about establishing a subsidiary village was popular, Zhao Yi's post also attracted more and more attention from Lord players. The main reason was that there were more contents about the subsidiary village in the post, and some of them were the same as the first post. This is definitely a post from a hidden boss. I think the boss's territory can be ranked in the top 1000 or even the top 500. I feel that this boss may be a casual player. Sure enough, more than one lord established a subsidiary territory. After the first lord spoke, the second lord stood up. It seems that the establishment of a subsidiary territory can obtain more treasure chests. I will build a subsidiary village immediately. The subordinate villages of the territory will not encounter more attacks from the undead. This information is very important. Just leave a certain number of defense personnel in the subordinate villages. The focus is still on the main city. Zhao Yi only glanced at the rapidly increasing comments under the post and stopped paying attention. There were many comments in the comment area asking for friends, sponsorship, cooperation, and acquisitions, so he ignored them directly. This is Zhao Yi's first post on the forum. I will post more valuable posts in the future to increase the popularity of Lucky Sun 413. As the carriage entered the third village construction area, Zhao Yi opened the territory and officially established the third affiliated village of the territory. Tomorrow morning, he will be able to obtain 4 treasure chests at once. Even if 3 of the 4 treasure chests are silver treasure chests, they are still very important to Zhao Yi. It would be best if he could get more advanced stones. As more and more zero-level perfect professionals come under his command, Zhao Yi urgently needs a large number of level 1 advancement stones. Today, Zhao Yi's territory officially established a school. The Earth Mage led people to work on some open spaces in the main city and affiliated villages. The school was built at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 1 villages cover an area of 40,000 square meters, with a maximum population of 1,200 people, and Level 2 towns cover an area of 200,000 square meters, with a maximum population of 6,000 people. It seems that the area is small, with only 33 square meters per person, but 33 square meters of space is very spacious for the people in the territory. The people in the territory actually occupy less land, and they are usually in units of families. The total area of a civilian family's house and yard will not exceed 80 square meters, and the area of the house and yard is divided in half. The house is generally divided into 2 or 3 rooms, and usually the whole family sleeps in one room. In the 40 square meter yard, minus a small part of the space occupied by the path, toilet, etc., most of the remaining space should be used to grow crops. The space on the roof should also be used to place some potted vegetables, and water containers should be placed on rainy days. In this way, the residential area and roads of a village will occupy about 2/3 of the total area. The remaining 1/3 of the area will be used to build shops, barracks, training grounds, etc. The remaining unused land will be used to grow crops. Now a small piece of land can also be used to build a school. The ability of a first-level natural mage is still a little poor. If there are third-level or even fourth-level natural mages in the territory, there will be so many areas for growing food in the territory. With the blessing of third-level and fourth-level natural mages, the territory can almost achieve self-sufficiency in food. The indigenous cities are able to achieve self-sufficiency in food. There is a more obvious feature that there are still a large number of taverns in the indigenous cities, and alcohol requires a lot of food to brew. If there is not enough food, obviously a large amount of food will not be used to brew alcohol. The territory is building a school, which is just a small matter for professionals and their families in the territory. With the income of professionals, it is no problem to let their children read and read. Even if their children do not have any professional talent, they can still find a job to support themselves and their families by relying on their ability to read and read. But it was a big deal for the civilian families in the territory. Originally, the establishment of the school had nothing to do with them. After learning that the territory was building a school and requiring all underage citizens to go to school, it became a matter of concern to all families in the territory, including these civilian families. There is a very famous saying in Shin country on Blue Star, reading changes destiny. The opposite of the origin continent is talent changes destiny, but for civilians without any professional talent, there is only one way to change their destiny: reading and learning to read. Reading and writing cannot help you master the military, but you can earn more money, at least more than farming, which is enough. For people who come from civilian families and have no professional talent, it means changing their fate. Schools are not rare. Before the Undead disaster, there were schools in all towns and a small number of villages, but there were very few children who could go to school to learn to read and write. Civilians, who make up a larger population, do not have enough money to send their children to school to learn to read and write. They work hard every day to have enough food and clothing. Once a natural disaster occurs, people often starve to death, but the professionals do not care at all. They are just civilians everywhere. If one group dies, another group will appear soon. They can never die all. Many professionals come from civilian families, but as they become professionals, they are soon separated from the civilian class and think they are superior to civilians. Now, the territory is building a school and requires all miners to go to school. Not only is reading and learning free, but lunch is also provided. The generosity and kindness of the Lord are beyond the imagination of the civilians. It is the first time they have met such a good Lord. After the news reached all the civilians, the general loyalty increased significantly, and the public sentiment and public security in Zhao Yi's territory increased rapidly by 3 points and 2 points. This is just a preliminary improvement. With the completion of the school, the children of civilians will officially enter the school for free, and the public sentiment and public security will be greatly improved. Even the professionals and their families have a slight increase in loyalty because of the free education. The income of professionals can support their children's education, but the living conditions of the family will definitely be affected. After all, in the Aboriginal city, only those with a certain professional talent can study for free and acquire relevant professional knowledge for free. After becoming an apprentice, they must be loyal to a certain force and become a qualified cannon fodder. Just a professional apprentice, the income is several times that of a civilian family, but it is still a little less, and it is also a big expense to provide children with education and literacy. Now the children of professionals, without professional talents, can also go to school for free to reduce expenses. Even if their children study with those civilian children, professionals can accept it. Zhao Yi saw the improvement of public sentiment and public security on the territory page, and smiled slightly. This change was within Zhao Yi's expectations, but the main purpose of establishing a school is to allow civilians, who account for a larger proportion of the population, to contribute more strength. Chapter 74. Night fell again. Elliot did not appear beside Zhao Yi, but led a support team to guard the third village, and together with the third village garrison, they resisted the undead that attacked the third village tonight. Basically, every subsidiary village would be set up with a support team on the first day of establishment, fearing accidents. Zhao Yi was not too worried about Elliot, who was in charge of the third village. Now Zhao Yi was more concerned about the 8 first-level assassins, who had been sent to the southwest of Zhao Town. 8 first-level assassins, 1 equipped with a gold crossbow, 3 equipped with silver hand crossbows, and the remaining 4 also equipped with bronze hand crossbows. Each of them carries 3 high-level explosive crossbow arrows. 24 high-level explosive arrows are worth 1,200 low-grade magic crystals. In addition, there are 16 invisibility scrolls, 2 for each person. Even if it is just the lowest level invisibility scroll, the price of one is as high as 20 low-grade magic crystals. With the blessing of invisibility, the second-level ghouls, who are sensitive to the breath of living creatures, cannot discover the first-level assassins, who are closer. Fortunately, Zhao Yi could not use the high-level equipment from the treasure chests that he opened every day after establishing the subordinate territory, and he used it to exchange for money. It can be said that Zhao Yi's territory has never lacked money since its establishment. Investing thousands of low-grade magic crystals in 8 first-level assassins is for the purpose of destroying the Lich. Spending more money is also for more thorough preparation. It is impossible to use up all arrows and invisibility scrolls to destroy a Lich. There is a high possibility that only a small amount of arrows and invisibility scrolls can be used to successfully destroy the Lich. The spoils obtained from the Lich can make up for some losses. Open the system panel, pay attention to the newly added information in the system record, and browse the content in the forum. It won't be long before the territory promoted to the first-class Viscount today will fight against the undead. This kind of information is difficult to conceal. Those soldiers can keep it strictly confidential, but the soldiers' families may not, especially some teenagers who like to show off. Of course, they did not participate in the battle, so they can't know the specific situation, only the victory or defeat of the battle. For the purpose of propaganda, the territories under the official forces of various countries generally publicize the victory over the undead in the territory promotion war. If it is a miserable victory, it will basically not be mentioned in the forum. Through those propaganda posts, we can learn some information about the battle, which is enough. Zhao Yi mainly wants to know whether the incoming undead army will be unexpectedly powerful. An hour and a half after nightfall, posts describing the territory promotion war gradually appeared in the forum. These posts all express that the strength of the undead that attacked this time has increased to a certain extent. The proportion of first-level undead and second-level undead has increased significantly, and there are no third-level undead. The absence of third-level undead is the best news for Zhao Yi. At present, there are no second-level professionals among the players. Zhao Yi is the highest-level combat professional in his territory. He is only a level 14 shooter, and can be upgraded to level 15 after tonight. Regardless of level 14 or 15, they are all first-level professionals. It is acceptable to deal with second-level undead with good weapons, but it is much more difficult to deal with third-level undead. The difference in the four-dimensional attributes is too big, and it is impossible to hit. Now it depends on whether the Lich can be eliminated tonight. As long as the Lich is eliminated, Zhao Yi can immediately make up his mind and be promoted to the first-class Viscount tomorrow. In the southwest direction of Zhao Town, 8 first-level assassins dispersed, and each looked for a place to hide. As time was about to enter the second hour of the night, the figure of the undead appeared in the vision of the first-level assassin in front. As the undead army approached, the first-level assassins who were close to the distance used the invisibility scroll for fear of being discovered by the second-level undead. The nearest undead was only a few steps away, passing by in front of them. The undead could not imagine that a human could hide so close. Soon, an assassin observed the Lich who commanded the undead army. The Lich was in the middle of the undead army, protected by the undead army, and surrounded by many second-level undead and first-level undead. The assassin with the golden crossbow was able to attack the Lich at this time, but after thinking for a while, he did not choose to attack. Now is not the best time to attack. If the first arrow fails to injure the Lich, it is very likely to alert the enemy and fail to eliminate the Lich, which will also lead to the death of the comrades hiding around. The best chance to attack is to wait until the Lich is separated from the undead army. Sure enough, when the undead army was at least 1,500 meters away from Zhao Zhen, the Lich and the 20 or so guards around him stopped, and the undead army continued to advance, wanting to flatten the human gathering place in front of them under the command of the Lich. The assassins approached the Lich carefully. The first-level assassin carrying the golden crossbow could stay a little further away. The assassins holding the silver crossbow and 2 bronze crossbows around him continued to approach the Lich under the effect of invisibility, because the crossbows had limited range. As the first-level assassins approached, the cautious Lich seemed to sense something. He sensed the surroundings, but found nothing, and continued to devote all his efforts to commanding the undead army. The farther away from the undead army, the Lich's ability to command the undead army decreased. It was a huge effort for the Lich to make the undead army advance according to the predetermined tactics. Finally, 3 first-level assassins holding crossbows brought the Lich into the range of their shooting. On the other side, Zhao Yi had already led the army to fight the undead army. The first-level assassin holding a golden crossbow took the lead and shot a high-level explosive arrow at the Lich. Immediately afterwards, 3 first-level assassins holding hand crossbows also shot a high-level explosive arrow at the Lich. The Lich was fully devoted to the battle command, and was slow to react before he felt the danger. He was about to dodge, and let the guards block the danger. The next moment, the first crossbow arrow hit the Lich, and the high-level explosive arrow exploded, almost killing the Lich. The Lich on the verge of death could no longer make any other reactions. The 3 high-level explosive arrows that followed killed the Lich, and most of the Lich's guards. With the death of the Lich, the undead on the battlefield could no longer maintain their formation and advance. Their hatred for living beings made them rush towards Zhao Zhen frantically, not caring about the attacks from humans. Seeing the changes in the undead army in front, Zhao Yi knew that the Lich, who commanded the undead army, must have had an accident. It was not possible to determine whether the Lich died or was attacked but not injured, which led to the changes in the undead army. Zhao Yi hoped that the Lich would be eliminated by the assassins. Even if the assassin Lich was not dead, Zhao Yi could lead his soldiers to deal with the crazy undead army calmly. Under the attack of Zhao Yi and the first-level archers, the first-level and second-level undead were greatly reduced. Under the attack of the zero-level archers and archers, the skeleton archers were killed and injured. The mage and the priest eliminated the ghosts that rushed up together, and it was time for the warriors to appear. Chapter 75. The battle in Zhao Town has not yet been completely over. A first-level assassin, who was responsible for assassinating the Lich, returned first and reported to Zhao Yi that the assassin team had completed the task. The assassin team eliminated the Lich without any casualties, and did not consume much military supplies. Zhao Yi was very satisfied with the performance of the assassin team, and made up his mind to upgrade the territory to a first-class viscount territory tomorrow. The territories at the top of the ranking list will temporarily stop at the first-class viscount territory. It is speculated that when they are promoted to the third-class earl territory, they will encounter third-level undead. There are no second-level professionals among the players, and the situation of fully promoting the territory will stop. Work hard to accumulate strength, and when you feel that you are strong enough, sprint to the third-class earldom. After all, the first-class viscountdom is just a larger town, and the population limit of the territory is only 20,000. With this population, it is difficult for the territory to develop greatly, let alone be self-sufficient in all materials. The third-class earldom is almost a small county on Blue Star, and the population is enough to support the vigorous development of a certain industry. Those player forces are different from Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi needs to achieve all-round development of the territory, and achieve self-sufficiency in the future. As for the player forces, there are so many subordinate territories, that they do not need to be self-sufficient in individual territories. Instead, they can develop industries according to the regions where the subordinate territories are located, and eventually the entire force will be self-sufficient. Or if the force is too large, there are too many subordinate territories, and they are scattered all over the origin continent. They can be divided into several regions according to the map or even the indigenous countries, and the subordinate territories in these regions can each achieve self-sufficiency. When it comes to Zhao Yi, a new subordinate village will be built to develop the mining and smelting industries, and another subordinate village will be built to develop the agricultural textile industry. The third subordinate village will develop the agricultural forestry industry. Without other players as Zhao Yi's staff, Zhao Yi can only refer to the opinions of his subordinates, and some posts in the forum for the future planning of the territory. There are billions of players on Blue Star, and there are many capable people. Some capable people post various opinions in the forum, such as territory development, mercenary group development, combat professional player development, etc. Most of the posts are unrealistic, but there are also a few posts with extremely high value, and valuable posts will soon attract the attention of a large number of players. This is also a way to improve your reputation. You may be recruited by a certain player force, or even have better development when you return to Blue Star. You won 4 battles. You eliminated 3,528 undead. You killed or injured 0 soldiers. Jiao Town Battle Rating B, Taishur Village Battle Rating D, 2nd Village Battle Rating D, 3rd Village Battle Rating D. Points increased by 72%. Professional experience increased by 72%. Obtained a platinum treasure chest and 3 silver treasure chests. Upgrade the archer profession. Zhao Yi opened 4 treasure chests one after another and selected a total of 18 cards, namely, 1 platinum card, Wind, Forest, Fire and Mountain Skill Book, 2 gold cards, 100 level 0 Lancer recruitment scrolls, intermediate alchemical bombs *10, 6 silver cards, level 1 shield warrior recruitment scrolls *4, level 0 priest recruitment scrolls *4, level 1 natural mage recruitment scrolls, silver magic storage ring, silver bow, primary life potion *10, 5 bronze cards, level 2 advanced stone, level 1 assassin recruitment scroll, level 0 archer recruitment scroll *5, level 0 water mage recruitment scroll, light attribute bronze staff. For black iron cards, level 1 advanced stone, level 0 shield warrior recruitment scroll, level 0 heavy cavalry recruitment scroll, body forging technique, wind, forest, fire and mountain skill book, legion skill. Platinum card is enough to explain the level of this legion skill. Wind, forest, fire and mountain has a total of 4 skill effects: swift as wind, quiet as forest, fierce as fire, steady as mountain, which increase movement speed, morale, attack power, and defense power respectively, and increase by 10% at the primary level. However, of the 4 effects of the skill, only one can be effective at the same time, and the skill effect can be switched without a cooldown. If the 4 effects can be effective at the same time, it is definitely a magical skill, which cannot appear in a platinum card. If only one effect is effective at the same time, the level of the skill will be lowered. In addition, Zhao Yi's skill of immovable as a mountain is similar to that of steady as a mountain. In the points mall, there are 3 legion skills of swift as wind, slow as forest, and aggressive as fire. Originally, these legion skills only cost 100,000 points each, but as Zhao Yi's level is upgraded, it has now risen to 300,000 points each. The prices of many items in the points mall will change as Zhao Yi's combat profession upgrades, which makes Zhao Yi and other Lord players very speechless. Zhao Yi is better. For the time being, he only recruits people from the points mall and does not buy other things. The points of recruiting people have not changed. Some Lord players even suggested that the Lord himself should not upgrade, or upgrade slowly, so that the points obtained every day will continue to increase, and the prices of the points mall will not change, which is more beneficial to the territory. Zhao Yi simply ignored this point, especially in territories where the residents are mainly indigenous people. When the Lord is upgraded, he can spend more points to recruit professionals of the same level from the mall, and the treasure chest can also open the recruitment scrolls of professionals of the same level. Even in other territories where the residents are mainly players, how many lords are willing not to upgrade? After all, the level is linked to lifespan, and even the player forces will not force their subordinate lords to do so. Fenglin Huashan is a good skill. The territory will be upgraded tomorrow. At present, the only people in the territory who are suitable for using Legion skills are Elliot and Zhao Yi himself. Considering that Elliot would have to go out to the affiliated villages from time to time, while he would stay in the main city, Zhao Yi decided to use the skill book himself. The skill effect of Fenglin Huashan would not conflict with the 2 Legion skills of arrows and unmovable as a mountain, but the effect would be superimposed. Even if the main city's troops do not change today, the combat power will be greatly improved compared to yesterday, and there will be no problem in destroying the undead army that will attack tonight at a small cost. Alchemical bombs and explosive arrows are both alchemical products. The explosion produces spell damage, but the explosive arrows are generally used as single target attacks, while alchemical bombs are range damage. A primary alchemical bomb has a maximum explosion damage radius of 3 meters. Almost all the 0-level undead within a radius of 3 meters will be blown to death. The center of the explosion can kill the first-level undead with good defense. The explosion damage radius of the intermediate alchemical bomb is directly increased by 3 times, and the center of the explosion can kill the second-level undead. Above that, there are advanced alchemical bombs and even super alchemical bombs. It is said that a super alchemical bomb can destroy a first-level village. The first-level village covers an area of only 40,000 square meters. The explosion area of a super alchemical bomb exceeds 20,000 square meters. The center of the explosion can kill the fourth-level undead or unprepared human professionals. It seems that the alchemical bombs with range damage are more powerful than the explosive arrows with single-target attacks. Some Lord players grit their teeth and buy 1 or 2 alchemical bombs as a killer. Alchemical bombs are good, but the price is too high. Zhao Yi and most Lord players are unwilling to spend a lot of money to buy alchemical bombs as daily consumables. It is far better to train archer troops to consume explosive arrows to eliminate undead. 100 zero-level spearman recruitment scroll, like 1000 civilian recruitment scroll, put it aside for the time being. The latter can probably be used after being promoted to earldom, while the former can be used after being promoted to first-class viscountdom. With an additional 100 households, they are professional families, and first-class viscountdom can barely afford it. Chapter 76 Silver Magic Storage Ring, Exclusive Equipment for Mages. Storing magic power. Magic power is the earliest name for magician's magic power, now called magician mana. The function of the magic storage ring is to store the excess mana of the mage. When the mana is insufficient, the mana stored can be directly extracted from the magic storage equipment. It is your own mana, and the effect of restoring mana is higher than other methods of restoring mana. However, it should be noted that the stored mana can only be used by the mage himself, and other mages cannot use it. It is impossible for 2 mages to have the same magic power. Joanna's figure appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. Joanna was the chief mage in the territory. This magic storage ring was suitable for Joanna. Fortunately, there was no tradition of giving rings as a token of love in the origin continent. Zhao Yi had already felt that something was wrong with Joanna in the past 2 days. When they occasionally looked at each other, Joanna would dodge. Although Zhao Yi had no practical experience, he had accumulated a lot of theoretical knowledge. Maybe Joanna liked him. There were more than one woman in the territory who liked him. Some even took the opportunity to boldly give him a hug, such as when they won a battle. Zhao Yi did not refuse the hug. After the hug, Zhao Yi protected himself well. Bodybuilding Technique, a book, from the name, it can be seen that it is for physical training. Under the condition of ensuring food, it can very slowly improve physical fitness. Bodybuilding technique is from easy to difficult. For the simple part, civilians in the territory can practice it. The most difficult part can only be practiced by warriors. Strong warriors need to practice bodybuilding technique, and weak magicians need to practice bodybuilding technique even more. Without the appearance of this book Body Forging Technique, the professionals under Zhao Yi also have their own ways of exercising, but the effect is not as good as practicing body forging technique. In fact, there are countless versions of body forging technique on the origin continent, and the effects of physical training vary. The effect of the body forging technique that Zhao Yi drew is slightly above average, suitable for promotion in the territory, especially in schools. Due to the copyright of the book, body forging technique is not allowed to spread outside the territory. There are also 2 advanced stones. Yesterday, one of the 3 treasure chests was not opened, and today 2 of the 4 treasure chests were opened. There is 1 more first-level shooter in the territory, and Zhao Yi's promotion to the second level is not hindered. After confirming the card he drew, Zhao Yi stood up and left the tent, walking towards the Lord's mansion. While walking, he used the Platinum card Wind, Forest, Fire and Mountain skill book to learn the Legion skill Wind, Forest, Fire and Mountain. Now Zhao Yi has 3 Legion skills. With the coverage of 3 Legion skills, the strength of the soldiers has been effectively improved. Back to the Lord's mansion, with Cece and Elliot sitting down one after another, the 3 of them quickly ate breakfast first, and then discussed various matters for today. The first and most important thing is that the territory will be promoted today. The main task is on Elliot. After all, the territory will be promoted only if the army is relied on to resist the attacking undead and defend the main city. The 3 of them have confidence in the territory's army, but they still have to make preparations and make several plans. According to the changes, they can quickly change the planned plans and avoid chaos due to accidents. The second thing is that the establishment of the 4th affiliated village of the territory cannot be delayed because of the territory's promotion. Zhao Yi's original plan was to build a subsidiary village in 2 days. A small number of players' territories built a subsidiary village in 1 day. Zhao Yi's territory still needs to be planned carefully. Building a subsidiary village in 2 days is relatively fast. New subsidiary villages can be considered to be built outside the current territory, but within the territory of the first-class Viscount, so there is a lot more room for choice. Today, during the day, you can build the road first, and even do some basic construction where the subsidiary village is built. Tomorrow, when the territory is promoted, you can quickly build the subsidiary village. The third thing is about schools. In one day, schools in Zhao Town, Taisher Village, and the second village were all built. The next step was to place tables and chairs, blackboards, and the most important thing was to recruit students. All people of school age in the territory, regardless of gender, had to go to school. One point is that boys and girls were divided into classes, and the recruited teachers were also divided into male and female. Male teachers taught male students, and female teachers taught female students. In the aboriginal city, ordinary schools were directly divided into boys' schools and girls' schools. The knowledge taught to students was not only reading, literacy, and arithmetic, but also poetry, music, painting, history, etiquette, etc. The schools in Zhao Yi's territory only provide basic education, while the education in the aboriginal city is elite education. This is also the reason why the territory's education has just started. The schools now established can only be regarded as primary schools, where students learn reading, literacy, arithmetic, sports, and life, common sense at most. In the future, there will be middle schools and even universities to teach more knowledge. After things are finalized one by one, the only thing left is the recruitment of personnel. The personnel recruited today will all be professionals, with officials and businessmen at most, and no civilians. The main reason is that the population of the territory has reached the upper limit of 10,000 people. The more people in the main city, the more undead will attack, and the greater the pressure on the army guarding the main city, especially on the night of the territory promotion. The total number of 3 waves of undead is almost the total population of the main city. But normally, it is no problem for the main city to have a larger population. The points in my hand have just exceeded 180,000, and I need to take out 40,000 to be promoted to the first-class Viscount, and the remaining 140,000 will be used to recruit professionals. After discussion and calculation, plus the recruitment scroll obtained from the treasure chest just now, the total recruitment is 30 archers, 30 shield warriors, 30 spearmen, 1 heavy cavalry, 19 archers, 20 assassins, 2 mages of each of the 5 systems, a total of 10 people, for priests, 3 officials, and 3 merchants, a total of 150 people. Among them, there are 10 first-level archers, 10 first-level shield warriors, 10 first-level spearmen, 7 first-level archers, 10 first-level assassins, 5 first-level mages of each of the 5 systems, and 1 2-star official and merchant. After the recruitment is completed, it is expected that only 2,611 points will be left. The number of assassins and knights will increase in the future, and the increase in first-level professionals will account for a large proportion. Not only because assassins and knights are needed when forming a garrison, assassins are needed to eliminate liches far away from the battlefield, and assassins and knights are needed to attack other players' territories. The assassin reconnaissance and assassination skills are both used. Even if the knight cannot ride a horse to fight, he can abandon the horse and use it as a warrior or archer. It takes 300 points to recruit a 0-level archer, and 500 points to recruit a knight. The score difference is here, although the archery of the archer is not much different from that of the archer of the same level. The final recruitment matters were decided, the meeting ended, and the 3 of them did their own things. Zhao Yi first went to the market to purchase a large amount of military supplies, and then came to the teleportation array to start recruiting personnel. As the last family walked out of the teleportation array, the total population of the territory has reached 10,785 people, and the main city alone has more than 7,000 people. Including the livestock in the main city, the total number of undead attacking tonight may exceed 7,200. The main city has just over 1,000 soldiers. If the attacking undead come all at once, the battle will be difficult. Fortunately, it seems that such a thing will not happen at present. It should be the rules of the game world. Maybe the rules will change in the future, so we need to prepare as soon as possible. Chapter 77. Recruitment is over. There is nothing to do for the time being. Zhao Yi returns to the Lord's mansion, ready to practice for a few hours. Just as he was about to practice, Zhao Yi remembered something, the silver magic storage ring in the card pack. Using the silver card, Zhao Yi summoned a beautiful ruby ring. After a slight hesitation, Zhao Yi called the maid Eve over. Before Eve arrived, Zhao Yi found a rather exquisite small wooden box from the storage bracelet and put the ring in the small wooden box. Master, Eve is here. Eve came to Zhao Yi and bowed obediently. Eve, take this thing to the Mage Tower and give it to Miss Joanna. I know, sir. Eve took the small wooden box with both hands, bowed to Zhao Yi again, and then turned and left. Zhao Yi entered the state of cultivation, while Eve walked quickly to the Mage Tower, feeling nervous and excited. The Mage Tower is the tallest building in Zhao Town. You can see the Mage Tower almost anywhere in Zhao Town. The Mage Tower is inhabited by a distinguished mage, and the common people dare not approach it at all. When the Mage Tower first appeared in the territory, it also improved the people's hearts and public security in the territory. Even as the Maid of the Lord, it was the first time for Eve to approach the Mage Tower, let alone to enter the Mage Tower. The gate of the Mage Tower was closed. Eve stretched out her little hand and knocked on the gate carefully. The next moment, the words of the tower spirit came into Eve's ears. Little girl, what are you doing here? Eve was startled by the voice of the tower spirit and looked around to find out where the speaker was. Little girl, stop looking. I am the tower spirit of the Mage Tower in front of you. Please tell me why you are here. After hearing the tower spirit's explanation, Eve calmed down and told the tower spirit her purpose. Tower spirit, I am the Lord's maid. The Lord asked me to give this thing to Mage Joanna. Master's maid, please come in. Mage Joanna is on the 5th floor. I will show you the way. As the tower spirit spoke, the door of the Mage Tower opened. Eve walked into the 1st floor of the Mage Tower carefully. She curiously observed the surroundings. Seeing other mages on the 1st floor, she quickly retracted her sight and walked to the 5th floor under the guidance of the tower spirit. The mages on the 1st floor saw a civilian walk into the Mage Tower, but they were not angry. The civilians that could be let in by the tower spirit were obviously not simple. After a closer look, it was the Lord's maid. Soon, a mage guessed that the Lord's maid came to see Joanna. Some mages guessed in their hearts that the Lord and Joanna had a special relationship, and perhaps Joanna would become the Lord's wife. For Joanna to become the Lord's wife, Zhao Yi's other subordinates thought it was barely suitable. Joanna has an outstanding appearance and is of a suitable age. The main thing is that her talent as a wind mage is a little lacking. It would be best if she had a 4-star or even 5-star talent. Of course, these things are just what they think about in their minds. Their companions will not talk about this matter. As subordinates, they cannot gossip about the Lord's private affairs. Eve is walking up the stairs to the 5th floor. Joanna is the 2nd authority holder of the Mage Tower. The tower spirit informed Joanna of Eve's arrival in advance, so that Joanna has enough time to prepare. The last time Zhao Yi came to see Joanna, Zhao Yi had higher authority than Joanna, so the tower spirit did not take the initiative to inform Joanna. When Eve came to the 5th floor, Joanna had finished her training, put on her robe, and tidied herself up. When there was a knock on the door, Joanna waved her hand, the door opened, and she shouted, "Come in." Hearing the sound, Eve walked into the room respectfully and saw Joanna sitting on a chair not far away. Eve walked up to Joanna, bowed respectfully, and then said, "Lord Joanna, the master ordered me to give this to you." Eve said, as she handed over the small wooden box containing the silver magic ring. Joanna looked at the small wooden box and took it, wondering what was in it. "I received the things, you can leave now." "Yes, Master Joanna." Eve left, and after she walked out of the room, Joanna waved and closed the door. The door was not opened and closed by the tower spirit, but by Joanna, a mage, who just waved her hand out of habit. Joanna was the only one left in the room. She curiously opened the small wooden box, and a beautiful ruby ring appeared in front of her. After admiring the ruby ring for a while, Joanna stretched out her right hand and took it out of the small wooden box. Joanna could feel that this beautiful ruby ring should be an equipment. The moment she touched the ruby ring with her hand, Joanna found that it was actually a silver-level magic storage ring. Staff, robe, storage equipment, magic storage equipment, these 4 types of equipment are what all mages want, and magic storage equipment is the most valuable. Few mages can get magic storage equipment at the 1st level, even if it is only the lowest level magic storage equipment. Now Joanna, who is only a 1st level wind mage, actually got a silver level magic storage ring. For a moment, Joanna had many distracting thoughts in her mind, and even had the thought of, "The Lord has something in mind for me." For a 1st level mage, the Lord was really too generous, giving a silver robe, a silver storage necklace, and a silver magic storage ring. These 3 silver equipment can even be exchanged for the loyalty of a 3rd level mage, but now they are all given to a small 1st level mage with only 3 stars of talent. If Xiao Yi knew Joanna's thoughts, he would be speechless. He gave Joanna 3 silver-level equipment not because he had feelings for her, but because Joanna was the chief mage in the territory, and good equipment would increase the chief mage's strength. The reason was so simple, and Xiao Yi was worried that Joanna would think too much, so he asked his maid Eve to send the silver magic storage ring to him. Unexpectedly, Joanna still thought too much. If it were a relatively open-minded woman, she would probably throw herself into his arms with just a piece of silver equipment. With the bonus of another silver equipment, Joanna's heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't concentrate on her cultivation. Xiao Yi's figure was all in her mind. What if the Lord opens his mouth? Should I accept or not? Accept, not accept, accept, not accept. Although they had known each other for a short time, Joanna felt that the Lord met the standard very well. The reason was that they had known each other for too short a time. Such a short time could not make Joanna, who was relatively conservative, make up her mind immediately. Ah! Joanna held her head with both hands in distress and shouted. The sound echoed in the room. The room was very soundproof, and other mages in the mage tower could not hear it at all. Only the tower spirit was wondering what happened to this woman, and why she became like this. Chapter 78. Xiao Yi finally found time to practice, but his practice in the morning was interrupted twice. The first time was by Cici, who brought a new map. This map was a simple map drawn by the knights on horseback during the past morning. The knights even marked the places suitable for building villages or towns on the map. The maps were drawn by assassins before. Now that the cavalry team of the territory has expanded, and the horseback riding speed is faster, some reconnaissance tasks can be handed over to the knights, and mounts can also be prepared for assassins in the future. After Xiao Yi and Cici looked at the map and discussed, they determined the locations of the 4th, 5th, and 6th villages. Considering the impact of the straight-line troops from the cemetery, the distance between the affiliated villages is not small, which basically will not lead to the merging of the two undead teams. Near noon, Elliot also came. Lord, the patrol team found 3 assassin apprentices about 2 kilometers northwest of Zhao Town. The enemy refused to surrender, and was shot by our archers during the escape. The bodies have been brought back. It is preliminarily judged that the 3 are heroes from another world, and should come from the first-class Baron territory in the northwest. After listening to Elliot's words, Xiao Yi became interested. He hadn't sent anyone to attack this first-class Baron yet, but the other party sent people to investigate. They only sent 3 assassin apprentices, and they dared to escape after being discovered. If they didn't escape, since both parties belonged to the Violet Kingdom, Xiao Yi would at most lock them up and not kill them for the time being. If they escaped, they would be directly defined as enemies, and there would be no problem shooting them. However, because the Lord was a player, even if the 3 players who were shot didn't pass the information back through the system address book in time, the player Lord could still know some information through the system record. The 3 bodies had been brought back. Xiao Yi had no intention of looking at the bodies, but asked, Elliot, are there any storage equipment or other special things on these 3 bodies? No. Elliot shook his head and replied. Forget it, let's ignore this first-class Baron today. Send a first-class assassin to keep an eye on it, especially tonight, to see which direction the undead attacking the opponent's main city came from. Wait until our territory is promoted, and then deal with this enemy. Yes, sir. Originally, Xiao Yi only regarded this first-class Baron as a competitor, but now, he completely regards it as an enemy. For the enemy, it must be dealt with as soon as possible, and the earliest action will be tomorrow night. A territory that is about to be promoted to a first-class Viscount territory will not have much difficulty in dealing with a first-class Baron territory, as the 2 sides are not on the same level. You should know that the population of a first-class Baron territory is only about 1,200 people, and the number of professionals is at most 200. This first-class Baron territory is not a territory that the player forces behind it focus on developing. There are very few first-class professionals in the territory, otherwise they would not have sent only 3 assassin apprentices to investigate. The population of Xiao Yi's territory has exceeded 10,000, and there are 1,000 professionals in the main city Xiaoshan alone. The number of first-class professionals under his command exceeds 200, which may be more than the number of all professionals in the other territory. The gap in strength between the 2 sides is very large. There is no need to buy things with a strong breath of life. Just send most of the assassins under your command over, and you can almost attract enough undead to directly push down this first-class Baron territory. It has only been 17 days since the Blue Star players came to the game world. The division between the strong and the weak players is becoming more and more obvious. The strong ones are getting stronger, and the weak ones are getting weaker. The powerful players' territories are developing faster and faster, and the weak players' territories are getting weaker and weaker under the attacks of the undead. I don't know how long they can last. This first-class barren territory that sent assassins to Zhao Yi's territory for reconnaissance is barely considered middle in the territory rankings, and still has some spare power to deal with the incoming undead. But this spare power is also fragile, and the player forces behind it have concentrated most of the extra money and materials of the territory in a small number of important territories. Even so, this first-class barren territory with soldiers on Blue Star as their profession is much better than most other independent player territories. Several third-class barren territories around Zhao Yi's territory are already on the verge of destruction, and there is no need to take action at all. Perhaps they will give up the place in a few days. Putting aside the matter of dealing with the enemy for the time being, Zhao Yi finished his morning training because Cece and Elliot interrupted him. After lunch, he took a short break. While inspecting Zhao Town, Tim, an alchemist apprentice from Taisher village, personally brought an iron ingot that had just been smelted in the smelter to Zhao Town and presented it to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi knocked on the iron ingot a few times with his hands and listened to the sound. He couldn't tell whether the iron ingot was good or bad, so he directly asked someone to call the best blacksmith in Zhao Town. Zhao Yi knew that the iron mine in Taisher village had only been mined for a short time. If ordinary miners were efficient, they would not be able to dig out enough iron or so quickly to be smelted in the smelter. It should be the earth magician in the Taisher village garrison who made the iron mine produce enough iron, or in a short period of time during the trial mining phase, allowing the primary smelter to start smelting. Earth magicians are good at earthworks, building houses, roads, and mining. As long as earth magicians take action, their efficiency is much higher than that of ordinary people. But not all things can be done by earth magicians. If civilians want earth magicians to help build houses, they must pay a lot of money. In the territory, earth magicians are soldiers under Zhao Yi and need to obey Zhao Yi's orders. Zhao Yi pays wages to earth magicians, and also replaces them with better equipment, and even directly uses skill books and inheritance stones to comprehend skills. Therefore, Zhao Yi asked the earth magician to build houses for the civilians, which basically would not lead to a decrease in their loyalty. Taisher village asked the earth magician to go mining, and it was Tim who personally persuaded the earth magician to do it. He did not need to get the reward from the Lord, as long as he could let the Lord know about him. Soon, two two-star talent blacksmiths in Zhao Town ran over and followed Zhao Yi's orders to knock on the iron ingot to verify it. Lord, this iron ingot is suitable for making farm tools, but it is a bit difficult to use it as a weapon. Zhao Yi nodded to show that he knew. This iron ingot was just smelted by the smelter. As the smelting continues and the technology becomes more proficient, the performance of the steel will be improved to a certain extent. In the future, he can go to the market to buy the steel formula. Zhao Yi was quite satisfied with Tim's efforts. He praised Tim and asked Tim to continue to work hard to increase the steel production as soon as possible so that the territory can be self-sufficient in steel. In the face of Zhao Yi's praise, Tim was very humble. At the same time, he said the name of the earth mage who participated in the mining and finally made a vow. Lord, the smelter will surely produce enough steel for the territory as soon as possible. Looking at Tim's figure going away, Zhao Yi sighed in his heart. There are still too few alchemists in the territory. Now there are only 2 alchemist apprentices, and the smelter cannot operate at full efficiency. The territory still lacks an alchemy workshop. If there is an alchemy workshop and enough alchemists, at least in the primary explosive arrows, the territory can be self-sufficient. Chapter 79. Joseph Territory, Joseph Village. The lord living in Joseph Village is called Joseph. Joseph's father is called Old Joseph, and Joseph's son is called Little Joseph. Of course, this is just a name that people who are close to each other are used to. Joseph's territory is the first-class barren territory located northwest of Zhao Yi's territory, belonging to a declining medium-sized country in the west of Blue Star. Joseph is an officer in the army, 2 levels lower than the bearded Lord Yephim, and is just a company commander. The people in Joseph territory are partly soldiers under Joseph and their families, and partly people familiar to Joseph or the soldiers. The Lord is just a small company commander, so the official forces will naturally not focus on Joseph territory, and they are still exploiting Joseph territory. Under the exploitation of the superiors, Joseph territory still developed to the level of a first-class barren territory, but was unable to be promoted to a third-class Viscount territory. Facing the exploitation from above, Joseph contacted other colleagues, who did not want to be exploited, and had the idea of refusing to provide materials and money to the superiors, but the number of people was still a little less. If the number of people was a little more, even if they returned to Blue Star, the official would not dare to punish them, otherwise they would unite to overthrow the rule. As a qualified soldier, Joseph sent his soldiers to scout around the second day after he came to the game world. He even scouted Zhao Yi's territory, and added the label of individual player lord. Joseph didn't care about individual player lords, thinking that individual player territories would gradually fail and focus on developing their own territories. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and Zhao Yi's territory developed faster than Joseph's territory. At this time, Joseph was just preparing to conduct a new round of scouting in the surrounding areas. Unexpectedly, during this investigation, 3 soldiers lost their lives in a player's territory in the southeast. Joseph received a message from a soldier before his death, and was terrified. There were many first-level professionals in a patrol team in the other party's territory, and there were only 3 first-level professionals in his territory. If the other party attacked, his territory would definitely not be able to hold on. He couldn't leave. The territory he had developed with great difficulty was Joseph's foundation, and could not be easily abandoned. Ask for help from above? It's so funny. There is no way there will be reinforcements. The nearest territory under the same power is so far away. It is impossible to spend a lot of money to send reinforcements. In desperation, Joseph could only make full preparations to defend Joseph Village. He didn't dare to send people to investigate, fearing that the people who went to investigate would die again. Every professional in the territory is a valuable force. Zhao Yi, who was inspecting the territory, didn't know that just the patrol team below killed 3 0-level assassins, which scared the Joseph Lord, who was already regarded as an enemy by Zhao Yi, so much that he dared not move. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. The gap between the two sides' strength was too big. Unless they were trying to do something to Zhao Yi, it would be very difficult to do something to Zhao Yi. 2 first-level assassins carrying invisibility scrolls had already lurked near Joseph Village. They would not return to Zhao Town even after dark. Their mission was to wait until dark and observe which direction the undead would attack Joseph Village from. Zhao Yi inspected Zhao Town diligently, especially the 4 lines of defense outside Zhao Town, which were the focus of inspection. Night falls. Most of the professionals in Zhao Town gather at the first line of defense, 3/4 of them are on the southern line, and the rest are divided into 3 teams to defend the east, west and north lines. The undead army usually attacks from the south, that is, the front battlefield, but there are also cases of sneak attacks from the side or even from behind. Some assassins are scattered on the periphery, with the purpose of detecting the changes of the undead army in advance. There is also an 8-member first-level assassin team that has been scattered in the southwest direction of the undead army's forward road area. Their mission is to eliminate the Lich, preferably before the battle begins, to reduce the pressure on Zhao Town. In the forum, the number of posts announcing the promotion of first-class Viscount territories today is several times that of yesterday. Through the rankings, we can know that 138 territories were promoted to first-class Viscount territories yesterday, because some of these 138 territories crossed the river first to find out the depth of the river for the territories behind, and more territories, with sufficient strength, chose to be promoted the next day. Whether a territory is promoted 1 day earlier or later, it does not make a big difference in the strength of the 2 batches of territories, especially since most of these territories belong to a certain player force. With the support of the forces behind, it is not difficult to significantly improve the strength of the territory, as long as you are willing to spend money. It costs a lot of money to send people over through the teleportation array, and it also costs a lot of money to buy explosive arrows, alchemical bombs, spell scrolls, etc. The money gathered by the player forces is a huge number, but it cannot be invested in just one territory. At this stage, no matter how strong the player's territory is, it is limited. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, and you have to invest in multiple key cultivation territories at once. For example, the official forces of the Qin Kingdom, which are large and powerful, focus on cultivating hundreds of territories at the same time. The official forces of the Qin Kingdom have risen strongly in the game world, causing many official forces of various countries to form a group. The competition among the big forces is not what Zhao Yi should think about for the time being. The current goal is to become the first in the territory rankings. Only after becoming the first can he think about the things ahead. As time goes by, some player territories have fought with the army of undead, and from time to time, former lords, who were forced to flee to the aboriginal city because their territories were destroyed, will post sad messages. The original lord assessment was relatively simple, but not everyone could pass it. There were many people who only knew how to fight on paper, but when they suddenly encountered a real battle, They only had 10 minutes to prepare, and not many people could respond calmly. Even if all the points were used to recruit the cheapest swordsman or spearman, there was a high probability of losing the battle. After all, the level of the undead was 0 to 3, and the newly recruited soldiers were all level 0. The morale of the undead was constant, while the morale of humans would fluctuate. Once there were more casualties and the morale collapsed, the other soldiers would choose to flee. After the simple lord assessment, when you come to the origin continent to become a real lord, there are many things to consider. It is okay for lords who only recruit natives, but lords who recruit players are likely to be cheated by the players they recruit. At the beginning, there were more than 100 million players who passed the lord assessment. Now, the number of lord players has decreased by a quarter. Under the nightly attacks of the undead, it will continue to decrease, especially the large group of individual player lords. Of course, as the player's territory is promoted, the territories are bordered by each other, and the territories are promoted again. Conflicts between player lords will naturally arise. Even if they are against their compatriots, it is normal. They are more ruthless against outsiders, and the number of player territories will decrease rapidly. Chapter 80. An hour and a half had passed since nightfall. Lu Shi, a first-level assassin hiding in a pile of dirt, finally saw the first wave of undead, which were undead knights, more than 1,000 of them. Such a large cavalry unit slowly advanced towards Zhao Town. Lu Shi was too close to the undead army, so he did not move, and he did not have the task of reporting military intelligence. His task was to assassinate the Lich, who commanded the undead army with 7 other companions. Although he had been under the command of the Lord for a short time, Lu Shi firmly believed that the Lord could lead the army to eliminate all the attacking undead. This is the belief that Lu Shi has developed after many consecutive battles. Under the leadership of the Lord, they will be invincible. About half an hour later, the second wave of undead appeared in Lu Shi's sight. What is that? Lu Shi suddenly noticed a special existence in the second wave of undead. He thought he was dazzled, but after a closer look, it turned out to be a Lich. The Lich did not move with the third wave of undead, so how could it be in the second wave of undead? Lu Shi was very confused. Could it be that 2 Liches would appear tonight, commanding the second and third waves of undead armies respectively? No matter what, as long as the Lich appears, we will find a chance to destroy it, that's for sure. Not only Lu Shi found the Lich in the second wave of undead, but other first-level assassins, who were on a mission to destroy the Lich, also found the Lich one after another. The first-level assassins who were close to him were worried about being discovered, so they used the invisibility scroll. The assassins who were far away immediately set off, hiding their own breath, and quietly followed the second wave of undead, looking for a chance to destroy the Lich. When the second wave of undead was still 2 kilometers away from Zhaozhen, the Lich and dozens of first and second level undead guarding the Lich stopped. The Liches from the same cemetery naturally knew that the humans here were very dangerous. The undead, who attacked the humans here, including the Liches, basically had no chance of coming back alive. The Liches who had come back alive before also failed to come back the next day, and the Liches who went again did not dare to approach. Now, it was precisely because of the Lich's fear that the assassins had the opportunity to assassinate the Lich. As the assassins approached the area where the Lich was, 3 high-level explosive arrows were shot at the Lich in succession in less than 3 seconds. The Lich, who was fully devoted to commanding the undead army, reacted half a beat slower to the danger, and was directly killed by 3 high-level explosive arrows, which also killed at least half of the Lich's guards. The surviving guards, even if they were seriously injured, consciously moved towards the nearest place with the breath of living creatures without the command of the Lich. The first-level assassins who could hide their breath well were not discovered by these undead at all. In the Zhaozhen battlefield, the battle had not yet begun, and the undead army was advancing steadily. The next moment, as the Lich died, the undead lost their restraints and rushed towards Zhaozhen according to their nature. What's going on? A big question mark popped up in Zhao Yi's mind. Why did the second wave of undead change so much? Was it the Lich's new tactics? Zhao Yi never expected that the Lich, who commanded the second wave of undead, was eliminated by the first-level assassins. The accident happened just like that. Fortunately, it was just a small accident, and it was a small accident that was beneficial to Zhaozhen. Facing the undead, who only knew how to rush around, it was easier to eliminate them. More than 20 minutes after the first-level assassins killed the Lich, the third wave of undead appeared in Lu Shi's sight. Lu Shi looked around, but did not find the Lich. Could it be disguised as another undead? This happened once before, and the first-level assassins knew it, so they continued to search patiently in the third wave of undead army. However, when the third wave of undead army passed by, they did not find the Lich. They could not believe that the Lich could be so well disguised that they, the first-level assassins, could not find it. Lu Shi had a small guess. Could it be that there is only one Lich, the one who stayed in the second wave of the undead army? Facts have proved that Lu Shi's guess is correct. When the third wave of the undead army came to the outside of Xiao Town, the undead directly charged towards Xiao Town as the archers attacked first. If there is an undead command, even if attacked, the undead army will advance steadily. 20 minutes later, all the undead in the Xiao Town battlefield were eliminated. The 3 battles tonight gave Zhao Yi the feeling that the third wave of undead had the most first-level undead and second-level undead, but the pressure it brought to Zhao Yi was not as great as the first wave of undead, and even the mage tower was not used. The second wave of undead seemed to have lost its command suddenly, and the third wave of undead had no command at all. After the battle, 2 first-level assassins returned to report to Zhao Yi, letting Zhao Yi know that a Lich was eliminated when the second wave of undead attacked, and no Lich was found in the third wave of undead. It can be basically confirmed that there is still only one Lich commanding the 3 waves of undead tonight, but this Lich was assassinated by the assassins when the second battle broke out, so that the third wave of undead had no command at all. It was really a series of surprises. The Lich did not appear in the third wave of undead, but in the second wave. He was still assassinated by the assassins sent out, which made it easier for Zhao Yi to lead the army to eliminate all the undead that attacked tonight. After eliminating so many undead, the professionals upgraded one after another. Luke, a 2-star talented shooter, became the 4th professional in the territory to be promoted to the 1st level. The number of professionals who have reached the perfect level of 0 has exceeded 70, and the profession is no longer limited to shooters. Zhao Yi himself, if nothing unexpected happens, will be able to reach level 16 tomorrow morning. The experience gained from killing the undead tonight is too much, and there are also a lot of experience bonuses from the battle settlement. If there is no battle settlement experience bonus, Zhao Yi feels that his leveling speed is not as fast as Joanna and Elliot. In the future, with the establishment of more affiliated villages, the leveling speed will even exceed that of 5-star talented professionals. It's a pity that there are only 2 3-star talented professionals in the territory. Zhao Yi saw in the forum that a 4-star talented professional appeared in an important territory under the official power of Gaussian country. The upgrade speed is fast, and it has extraordinary combat power at a low level. This kind of single 4-star talent professional must at least be opened in a platinum treasure chest. There are always lucky people in the world. Perhaps among so many Lord players, there is more than one territory with 4-star talent professionals, but Zhao Yi's territory is not included. This makes Zhao Yi one of the many envious and jealous players. No longer thinking about the upgrade, Zhao Yi turned to think about the changes in the territory tomorrow and tomorrow's points recruitment. The first-class Viscount territory has an area of 200 square kilometers. The main city Zhaozhen will be upgraded to a first-level town, and the area will increase to 400,000 square meters, which can accommodate 12,000 people. The scale of a first-level town is not small, equivalent to the ancient county town of 10,000 people in the Blue Star country.